Omega League.
I guess we're live. No one's telling me anything just yet. Hello, production. Wake up as well. We're all waking up here. It is time for another day of the Omega League. It is time for us to get on to, it's the last chance group here, and it's death for some of these teams, right? They won't be making it to the Divine League. It's best of ones once again. I've got Lacoste. I've got Lizard with me. Lizard, you happy to be back with your friend?
Yeah, I love to work with him. By the way, on a different topic.
Again.
Live, straight live. You're gonna take this Lacoste.
On a different topic, I love the fact that we're calling these groups last chance groups. We're moving away from good old losers brackets and like loser group. We're taking more of a PC approach, I would say, right?
Okay, elimination. You were really terrible. You're not going to make it very far if you lose this game group.
Okay.
That works? Are you more happy with that?
That's the name of the group?
That's the name of the group.
That's the longest group name we could go for. We're going to be starting with 5 comrades taking on Motachi, but we can take a look very shortly about all of these group games that are coming, because not only is it the best of ones, right, but it is your final chances. The winner of the first match has to then go ahead and face the decider match. Then from there, we'll get to decide the last 2 teams that have that chance. But it is rough, right, because it's out of the 16 teams, there's only 2 teams that just won't make it to Divine League. Only 2 teams make it to a more. Everyone else gets a spot. Everyone gets to try it. So
is there an Archon League or something like that? Herald League? Like if they lose,
drop, they lose. At least they get something.
You want to give them another spot, right? Another one, even further
another
below.
league.
So you want a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 league?
Yeah, sure. Put a league with 9 bot teams and 1 real.
I might have a chance. There we
go.
That's all the positivity I need. So yeah, 5 comrades and Motachi. That'll be your team heading off against each other to start things off with. The winner of that will wait to see who wins out of Extremen and Evil Corp. They will face the loser of that game, and then we'll continue to move on forward. So when you're looking at these names, looking at these teams, right, Extremen are one of the ones we praised quite a lot at the beginning, but their actual group stage didn't look too strong.
Yeah, if you look at the names that they are on that team, you would expect them to, maybe not do as good against some of the bigger names like Viking or Hellraisers, but they should not have problems against any other teams. They have some veterans on that team combined with some fresh blood as well, so it should be good on paper. That's, Dota. You might think, all right, you see the names, this team's gonna win, but at the end of the day, you're playing against the guys who also played Dota for 5-10 years, so they know what they're doing as well.
It's who can show up. It's who can deliver damage on the day. And what do you make of best of ones? Does it put extra pressure and stress onto these guys when it comes to it? Because personally, for me, I'm just not a fan of best of ones at all. I think it's so harsh.
No one usually is a fan of best of ones, right? But it can definitely benefit some teams that have players that can put cheese picks. If you have players with your brood mothers, meepos, whatnot, best of one can benefit you because it puts extra pressure on the opposing team.
Yeah.
They need to think about all these extra bans, and because of that, sometimes they might get lost in their own draft a little bit.
Yeah. One of the reasons why the games are so long, especially in the best of ones, because none of them, want to lose the game. So even if team is 10, 15k gold ahead, they're still gonna be not going for the finish, instead of waiting for that extra Roche, extra cheese, and ages, and just play it safe. So, the last 10-15 minutes of some of the games were really not that entertaining.
And they've got one of those things, right, where they look at it and they say, there might be a 0.5% of a chance, and I'll still hang in there, I'll still go for it. Now, the draft's going to be kicking off soon, but 5 comrades taking on Motachi. It's a best of one. You guys, last time around when we were talking about Motachi, they were very positive about them, very, very hopeful of what they could do. Is this the game to save them and give them a chance to spot in the Divine League?
I mean, both of these teams played 5 games and they lost all of them. So, they're in a tough spot. It's also demoralizing when you couldn't win even a single game out of 3 series. So it's tough. The approach needs to be okay, we're here right now. We need to do our best. It's best of one. We need to win this one, and after that we'll start thinking what happens next.
5 comrades have players and from different countries. Each one comes from a different country. Motachi, however, they're only from the Czech Republic. Is it the Czech Republic?
Yes. Yeah, I believe it's Republic.
It's a republic. All right. So they obviously have the communication side benefit on their for Motazi, I guess. And they also have more experienced players, really. On the side of Five Comrades, we have Exotic Deer, right? And he's the only one that's known. Besides him, Flash, I guess he played for Viking, he played for Kaipi and some other teams here and there, but these names from the Czech boys, from Hippomaniacs, you have a couple of players. You have players that have been around for a really long time, competitively trying to make it. Never really made it, but here's their last chance.
Costas can be very happy though, because in the best of one last round for Motachi, they went for your favorite first pick, Undying. This time they didn't do it.
Wait, is this still
He's
without
still
a single win?
Yeah, played twice yesterday as well.
Hero,
Mate. It's not doing anything.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned Exotic Deer. He was the one playing with old Kingwin alternate attacks that Nisha played on. You don't see any of the teammates playing high-level Dota anymore. Like, that team after Nisha left just went downhill. They
actually stopped playing. I know for a fact Alissa, she wrote one of those tweet longers in which she stated,
he was the character for sure.
Yeah, tier 2 scene is dead. I can't play, I can't earn money, I need to go do something else, which I completely understand. Yeah, it was true back then at least.
Okay.
I like the approach from Motazi. They picked Enchantress. She's a deer, right? That's how you counter Exotic Deer.
Yeah, it's
makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
Give him a taste of his own medicine, you know? Why not?
Yeah,
taste of his name.
Growing.
Five Comrades opening up with the Dragonite and Marana. These two heroes are very annoying to play against. You know, Dragon Tail into Arrow. You're stunned for 17 plus seconds. Very annoying to deal with.
17 plus.
Yeah, I mean,
it's close enough, yeah. Yeah, they're also... Mirana, we have seen yesterday a couple of games played, and she did quite well in some of those. So, you know, if they can recreate the same idea, the same strategy, it can work. I like the Mirana also versus Enchantress overall, but it's not the good old Enchantress in which she takes one creep and then runs around with it forever, and then that arrow just messes her completely. This new Enchantress doesn't even have to get that enchant early on, even though it's really great. Like, you can do without it, so it's not the perfect counter like it used to be.
And I love Rubik as a response to Dragonite. You steal Breathe Fire and you have Fate Bolt, so that's like 50-60% damage reduction in the mid game, which is pretty insane.
Man, that Dragonite plus Rubik lane is obnoxious if they were on the same side. Like, I've played it a couple of times, seen it a couple of times. You literally have minus damage on the lane. You're healing the creeps. It's stupid.
And Venomancer banned out. I'm really not surprised. This hero has been so popular. The hero that can build any kind of items does well. Even if he loses the lane, it really doesn't matter. He can just farm the jungle, suddenly shows up with Guardian Greaves, Hood, whatever, any tanky items just to buff up his team. And it's very hard to approach Venomancer's team. You need to have a lot of smokes, too hard to go through past the wards, and he can solo defend the towers. That's pretty insane, actually.
I also think for them, Venomancer would be really bad. One of the heroes to go for on the lane versus Veno is Enchantress. Like, you don't care about the slows, you don't care about his poison stings, you can always heal up through your nature's attendance as well. Later on, when you have Untouchable, you just don't care about the hero. You buy a pipe on her, and it can be really bad for the Veno. Timber saw banned out. We have seen some Timbers yesterday, but from Motazi, Undying. All right. So they don't want to see Undying in the pool.
That's a positive. There we go.
Yeah, it's good. At least we won't see the hero.
It is positive to see Undying being banned out. Man, I don't know. I just really dislike the hero. You play the game for 5 minutes, and then you're like, what do I do now? The problem with the hero is you can't push the lanes. Well, maybe the thing you can do right now is stack. If your team is losing, it feels like you don't have a place in the game. It just feels it's 4 versus 5.
That's very interesting. Like, so Ancient Apparition, back in the day, sometimes was picked versus Enchantress because you counter her. She can't heal up. But the thing is, most of the time, Enchantress is a support right now. Yeah. And that support Enchantress can crush Ancient Apparition in the lane. And later on, you don't really care that you're countered. You're still a position 5 Enchantress. So doesn't matter that much. Interesting pick. I'm wondering maybe they picked it for some different reasons. Maybe they have a hero in mind that gets countered even harder by the AA and they'll pick it next. Or maybe they're block picking some Necros or something similar.
It's also a very good laning partner for Dragonite if they decide to dual lane it. First time I saw it at the start of the year, some Chinese teams were playing it. Like Dragonite safe lane with AA, it's also like 5+ seconds stun once they hit level 3, which is insane. And then also, as you mentioned, block a couple of picks, something like Alchemist, which is pretty cheesy, or Necrolite we've seen yesterday, last pick Necrolite, which did amazing. One thing I'm worried about Motazi's game plan is, like, they had a huge lead against Evil Corp yesterday, and then they just completely messed up. They could not finish the game. That was the Ember. Ember plus, let me just check, Ember and Drow Ranger.
Yeah, they had the Drow game. Yeah,
because
they did versus Bat, right?
Yeah, they did not have enough damage to go and try to finish the game when they had the huge lead. And also some decision making was really not on point when they were trying to kill the egg. Phoenix was high level. At one point he even hit level 25 with Aghanim Scepter. Like they hit it 3-4 times. Like you need to hit it 15. So that's what bothers me when I see stuff like that.
It's a good Storm game. For the Brewmaster, they don't really have too much of lockdown. The laning stage as well versus Void and AA might be a bit problematic if that's what he's laning is in, which most likely is the case. But it's a decent Storm game. Like what I would like from Motazi is to get the carry that's bulky enough and just get in the front line. I don't want to see them playing anything like a Drow. And I have a feeling the teams that are lower tiered, it becomes exponentially harder for them to execute these Drow strategies, sniper core strategies, anything that requires you to set a perimeter around your core and protect him in these teamfights, because it's just much harder. The other team just needs to run at you straight, and they have a plan. Get BKBs, get on top of that Drow, you're gonna eliminate her. She will be out of position one of these times. Someone isn't gonna use the Force Staff properly, someone isn't going to swap her, or things like that. So just get something bulky. Something like a Void is much easier. You have a built-in time lapse in your hero as his first spell. It's much easier to play around that.
So they banned out Naga Siren and Raid King. Raid King is a old school counter to Faceless Void, like you don't care if you're being chronoed since you have 2 lives. And on the other side, you have Queen of Pain and Puck. They're very limited on the control. Like Rubik's Lift is okay, Storm, but you're still, considering the draft that they have, you need to spend 2 bans just to protect your whole draft, since any kind of elusive hero is gonna punish you. Like CK stun, you can easily dodge that. So right now, they can put Dragonite on the side lane, they can put Dragonite on the mid, even though it's a Storm favorite matchup. I've seen Storm Spirit just having 10+ CS 5 minutes in against the Dragonite. Ember Spirit's still in the pool.
Yeah, they're thinking about heroes that deal with CK's illusions now as well, right? Anything that builds the Shivas as well could be cool. Something that combos with Void in that Chrono could work as well.
They have enough.
Invoker was, So when you say combo with Void in the Chrono, you're thinking pretty much Invoker. He's also a hero that brings a lot of AoE versus the CK. Could be a little bit problematic because you have multiple heroes that are susceptible to Storm Spirit now. If he has a blast of a game, he can get on top of that Invoker, eliminate him. Same goes for Void, same goes for Mirana and AA. When it comes to their control, they do have some, but it's not like a perfect amount for a Storm Spirit.
So overall, right, we get the draft, and it's a best of one. It's one where you can't take a risk on having a dodgy draft. We got a slightly more favored, or are we feeling it's a bit more even?
Yeah, let me go first. I'm just gonna go a little bit in favor of 5 comrades. Before the draft, I said that I believe in the Chuck Boys a little bit more, but they pulled this CK out of the bag, and honestly, the biggest issue I have with their draft is the hero itself, because not because I think the hero is bad, just because I haven't seen it enough recently, and I don't really know with the recent buffs.
Yeah, it's your job. You should watch more Dota then.
Play more Dota as well, Liv. God damn.
Don't put me on the spot here. Come on, bruh. It's not like no one is playing the hero. Like,
less time outside, tanning, more time like Lacoste staying pale and playing Dota.
How many CK games have you watched and played in the recent time?
I did not play many CK games, that's for sure. Saw some, not very impressed. I still feel the hero is not usable. That's also not the 10th pick hero. It's not a game-winning hero. He can pop off, but this is also the hero that doesn't flash farm, struggles sometimes to get back into the game. Now you're playing against Invoker, Faceless Void, there's no save for you on your side. So I'm tending to go with 5 comrades, even though from what I saw, Matazi seems like a bit better team, but still, just by judging that by the draft, 5 comrades have this one.
A best of one is 5 comrades all the way with you guys. We're going to go and get into the game, and we've got Nomad and 1437 to bring us the action throughout this one. The draft may be in favor of 5 comrades, but let's see how the game goes down. Motachi, can they pull this one out and save themselves from elimination?
Yep, James, let's indeed find this one out. We are here and ready to get into this best of one series where it all comes down to one final game, and one team are going to put their hopes on a Chaos Knight. Theban, do you have any more faith in the Chaos Knight than our panelists seem to?
Oh man, I really dislike this hero. I mean, he is a gold Chaos Knight, so maybe he's got something up his sleeve that we don't, but it's so hard to bet against Faceless Void, Invoker, Apparition. Like, their synergy is so good on the side of 5 comrades. They got all these disables that the AA can play off, then they got the Sunstrike the Void always has, so everywhere on the map it's a constant threat. And I feel like if the Chaos Knight is not constantly snowballing, there's not a very good chance he's going to be able to carry this game.
Yeah, and what about this Storm pick? Because it feels like there's a lot of lockdown. And generally, you know, when I hear people smarter than me talking about a Storm, it's kind of like, do they have lockdown? Yes. Storm's not great. No. Storm's pretty good, but there's definitely lockdown on this team, right?
There's way too much lockdown. I mean, I get the Storm. It's not that bad against Apparition and the Mirana, but then the DK, Faces, Void, and Invoker, these are not heroes that Storm really likes to play against. And it's not easy for him to buy a BKB early on as well. Most of the time, you see them getting Orchid, then the Bloodstone, and then going for a BKB. But by then, the Invoker probably has so much kill presence on the Storm. And then if the Storm doesn't go for Yules as well, and the Invoker goes for an Orchid, that's also problematic. So there's like so many different factors for the Storm to consider in this game.
He's got to be really kind of pumping up his IQ for this one if he wants to have a successful Storm game. It does just feel like one team has a really easy draft to pull out and one team has to play like way, way better. You know, we've talked a lot in our cast about how the skill level is not always representative if the draft isn't even. And I think this is going to come down to it as well. You know, they've really put themselves against the wall, Mordecai, in Motaki, sorry, and coming up against these the 5 comrades this one. So, but yeah, there's going to be Cancel Invoker as well. You know, exciting stuff. A bit of a star on this hero, I'd say. You know, it's a key hero of his for sure. So that's going to be an exciting one to watch. Meanwhile, Flash setting up top, maybe looking for a cheeky arrow in on the root here. If they're not ready for this one, they might find themselves caught out. Nah, Tipex's ready for it. Does manage to duke it out nicely. But that means Exotic D gets the rune, and Tipex also taking like a ton of harass for this as well. But won't be taking anything more. Just going to be losing out a bit of regen to start off this lane.
Yeah, Mirana, so sneaky, man, on that level 1. Actually, I've been playing a lot of Mirana, and I've been watching a lot of Mirana too. This hero is really strong in this current patch, mainly because these arrows can provide you with so much disable, and it's very high impact. And in the early game, you're just always removing the catapults. Oh, Jetrus, so close. And I was going to say, the early game, you're always constantly removing these catapults, and the opponents are having a really difficult time trying to take objectives against Mirana.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. She's just annoying. She's just a girl with an arrow, and
yeah,
that's about it. That is about it. So how does this Storm versus Invoker matchup generally go in the middle lane?
I think the Storm doesn't really have a lot of kill potential on the Invoker, but the Invoker is going for an Exor. Maybe it's just level 1 Exor, but if it goes like full Exor, I think the Storm does have kill potential on it. Because Exor Invoker obviously doesn't have that super high sustain. He will be maxing out the Exor damage, and then if there's any rotations coming out from Radiant side, they can definitely get this Invoker killed off. Also low movement speed, the Exor Invoker.
True. Both could end up in a bad position if they misplay here. So pressure on to both players here in this mid lane. Meanwhile, Muff trading with the Davile armor up in the top lane as this AA really kind of manning up on the Rubik here. doesn't care. You know, this man's got himself a chilling touch, and by gun, he's going to use it. Meanwhile, Tivek's going to do pretty well against this Faceless Void, I imagine.
Me? Apparition is actually going to be chasing down this Rubik just a little bit. He's got 10 seconds on the chilling touch. The Faceless Void can't really help him out here. So he's going to be a one strike. Oh,
in the middle lane. Yeah,
Nice.
they're able to bring it down at Mambo. Cancel, starting things off with the first blood. And do it in style as well, the Sunstrike. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, they're able to take down the Bloody Sky as the DK, not so tanky when he's being pounded away at by the Enchantress. The Chaos Knight, meanwhile, up at top now as well. 3 kills across the board as the Dalai Lama goes down at top.
Yeah, this Chaos Knight is actually very, very powerful in the early game, and you have to be a bit careful. Like, the DK doesn't really have any kill potential bottom. His goal is just to try and farm up. But if the Enchantress ever comes in with a creep or like slows down this DK, it's going to be quite scary because the CK can do a lot of damage this early into the game, especially with that armor reduction from the Reality Rift plus the Ench and the creep.
Yep, combo that up with a impetus or 2, and you are in some trouble. As the Blaze guys found out. But you know, this is kind of like the bonus of picking a hero which isn't popular, right? Because you can surprise people. You forget how to play against certain heroes. And these guys are very, very good, but it doesn't change the fact that, you know, muscle memory and just gut reaction will disappear over time. So I reckon like that's kind of a factor of why the Blaze guy got caught out of Hicks. It's just like, I mean, who plays TK? Like, what do you do when this guy goes in here? He doesn't do stuff, but you know. I do think this DK is an amazing pick into the CK in general, though, just because of brief fire over those illusions and splash damage as well.
The damage reduction on all of those illusions, and late game you also got that blue or the black dragon, right? The splash damage can get rid of those illusions as well. I don't think they're gonna have a big problem removing illusions late game. Mid game is where CK does hit some power spikes, and if he's not getting team wipes on the opponent during those fights, that's when you're gonna have to start worrying for the Chaos Knight.
Yeah, that's when you run into concerns. But so far, so good, as he is doing very well in this bottom lane, dominating the DK currently in CS as they continue to lay on the harass onto the DK. And even with the point in Dragon Blood, he's still taking a lot of damage down here. And Flash on this Mirage.
Flystone and the Reality Rift.
Yeah. And this is a flip side of the Mirana, isn't it? You know, like she's great with arrows, with setups, but in lane, she's not that much of an effective hero.
I want to say that has a lot more to do with the Dragon Knight than the Mirana.
Okay.
Oh, meanwhile, top, the Bailamo. Oh, so much burst damage.
Oh my god.
That's real bad, because now he uses Teleport Scroll too, so he's not going to be able to come back to the top lane for a while. That means the top 2 bounties will go the side of Radiant here.
Yeah, he had a Fairy Fire, but I really don't think that would have changed anything. So that was just too much damage. Meanwhile, Flash has to jump away from the CK as he goes to steal the bounty rune, but Flash is the one who managed to grab it. And good thing too, since Flash did invest in this bottle, so needs to get the dividends paid.
Yeah, it's a good buy this game because there's nobody else on 5 Comrades who's going to actually get a bottle. So you want someone to run around and get those power runes, pick them up, utilize their strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a bottle somewhere on your team. Always good advice to follow. If you're in full position, watch your mid, see what they do. If they don't get a bottle, then you want to get yourself one along the time.
Oh, Rubik.
Get that kind of bottle. Uh-oh.
Any time locks? No time locks. Okay, they're all right. So this Void's about to hit level 6 here.
Sunstrike.
As soon as, close.
Yeah, really close. I mean, that actually looked like it hit him, but it did not quite catch him. That poor Cancel.
Would have been quite a nice kill there. But yeah, Void's about to hit level 6, and on the next Sunstrike here, I think they're going to try and get this Brewmaster. It's going to be a huge kill if they can actually do that. Alright, so meanwhile, bottom here, we got DK trying to go in for that Dragon Tail into the Enchantress, but the CK pulls the Mirana away, no follow-up arrow, and the CK is going to get the Mirana. Oh, that's a real sweet play there by the Chaos Knight. Now the Dragon Knight getting turned on, so much minus armor. 2 seconds left for the Reality Rift. actually gonna go with the Chaos Bolt instead. So I think it's gonna be okay. Without that Reality Rift to position the Dragon Knight and chase him down a little bit further, they're not gonna be able to kill him. So Marana comes back, he has him up top. Chrono, oh, Sunstrike, easy kill. Brewmaster was low enough to get that combo off, and all of a sudden faces Void almost level 7, still gonna go onto this Rubik. Actually just gonna back himself off. He knows that Fade Bolt is available. Storm keeping in, zipping. Electric Vortex, easy kill on the Void. Does not have his Time Walk available. Follow up onto the Apparition. And that's gonna be another kill. Damn. This Storm making some juicy plays. Yeah, and that's why the Void initially TP'd out. I mean, tried Time Walked out too.
Yeah, now he turns up in that top lane. And nice play-by-play, by the way, Steven. You know, I had a bit of connection issues going on here. Not quite sure what's happening, but yeah, you covered for me, man. Appreciate that. Yeah. In the meanwhile, though, Cancel has been able to take down the middle tower, which I think is a pretty big deal.
Huge deal. That's a catapult, and the Invoker taking the tower of the opponent's Storm at 7 minutes. That's insane. And now if the Invoker sticks around here and farms up the Storm's camps, it's going to be a huge shift in this game for 5 Comrades. I think they're kind of happy they got Cancel to play for them in this game, because this man's Invoker is something else. The fact that he took a mid tower this early, that's very, very impressive, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a big deal.
All on his own.
Very good stuff from the Invoker. And yeah, I mean, you think this is where, I mean, Mambo's got the double kill at top, Invoker takes the tower at mid. Do you think this actually ends up being better for 5 Comrades?
Yeah, I do. Mid tower is so valuable. As long as the Invoker continues to play around mid and doesn't make too many useless rotations and he farms up, I think it's going to be very hard for MLT here to try and get out on the map and even get a kill on this Invoker. Because he's also got that Force Spirit that's constantly giving it vision.
Well, Davai Lama inevitably does go down up at top. Meanwhile, Storm jumping onto Cancel here, but Cancel's ready to turn around here, just throws in the Cold Snap and forces the Storm back. Not ready to be messed with, but up at top, they're forcing Exotic Deer back under the tower, trying to put the pressure onto this Faceless Void. He's, well, I mean, he's not feeling great about how the last few minutes have gone, to be honest. He was having a great time in lane, then the Storm shows up, then everyone shows up.
Oh, nice arrow.
Sunstrike. Ooh.
That arrow.
Dang.
Oh, man. This is the factor for the Invoker, right? This Mirana can just run around, even get some solo arrows, and if she has enough damage, then the Invoker Sunstrike comes out too. Solo kills everywhere, man. All 3 lanes. They got the potential. Split top.
Exotic Deer on the run. Tifek trying to chase him down here with these pandas. Jenny also joining in this one. Bloody Sky trying to help him out where he can, but the Void, he doesn't have the time walk. He's been stunned up. The stun comes in onto the Fire Panda. Exotic Deer tries to make his way around the truth. There's nowhere to go, and he gets finished off by the Shockwave from Jenny. Another Bloody Sky. I don't think he's in too much trouble here as Tifek just sprays him with a little bit of Cinder Brew. Oh, arrow comes through. Actually connects onto Jenny's creep here, and Flash just backs himself away. I don't think there's actually that much engagement here. Meanwhile, they've actually found Cancel on the sidelines here. They might be able to take him down. He's again going to try and turn around with that Alacrity, with the Cold Snap here, but the Burst Swarm's ready to stay on top of him and will get that kill. Cancel is dead, and now the Mirana in a whole world of hurt as well. She just gets plowed into. Man,
oh no. This is exactly what I meant by Invoker making useless rotations. He did not need to be in this top lane. All he had to do was farm around middle, you know, increase his net worth to get to that Midas, but now he's put himself out of position. DK is out of position now because he wanted to come in and help. And what is that, 4 kills they get in this top lane now? Oh, what a disaster. 5 Comrades literally just throwing away whatever advantage they built up by taking out this mid tower.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of game you want when you've got a CK on your team, I guess. This snowballing is it's actually becoming a huge threat.
He's actually going for a Midas. He was thinking about going for the armlet first, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to get a Midas now, get some more experience, get that attack speed. Benefits Chaos Knight quite well. I think if I've ever seen like a 6-slotted Chaos Knight, they always had a Midas. So maybe that's one of the reasons why this hero can also increase in popularity, because Midas has been seeing a lot of gameplay lately.
Yep, and of course that proc making a big deal as well. You know, if any hero has like a proc spell, like Time Lock, like a crit, anything like that, which of course the CK has, then let's just make that Midas a little bit nicer, because it utilizes the attack speed a little bit more. So, 10 minutes in, and a really impressive start to this game from the Radiant, as they've been able to take down this top tower, been able to put a lot of pressure onto the Void, and get a ton of farm up on their CK as he heads to this Midas timing. The casual Midas Blades of Attack build. But yeah, I mean, they're having a great time so far. Can they keep up the pressure? Can they keep themselves ahead? And it comes, yeah, they're trying to take down the Brewmaster. Can he get up the split? No, he cannot. The arrow finds him, and they bring him down. They're looking for some revenge, though, and the Void's in trouble as they drag it back in with the Reality Rift, beating him down here. And yeah, as you say, Month of the Scroll and Chrono here, trying to bring down the Bloody Sky. Mambo's getting on top of him, coming into this fight as well, but I think Bloody Sky's just bitten off more than they could chew. They do get the Brew, but it costs them 2 big calls in response. Again, just making the better trades.
Wow, Mambos on this Storm, man. He is everywhere on this map. Getting in on the Void and then the Dragon Knight. Very clutch plays, taking out the position 1 and the 3 hero here. Although they need to snowball, I feel like they're doing a really good job, at least starting it. You know, getting that little ball rolling at the moment. The Storm, his net worth isn't too high, but he's made a lot of big plays.
Mambo's just robs Flash right out from under his nose. Absolutely rude.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about going on the Mirana, but then he sees that his team is pushing the tier 1 bottom. Too many heroes missing on the side of 5 Karma. Not worth the attempt.
Oh, Flash is just murdering all of Shenny's creeps here, though, as well. It's kind of funny to watch. Somehow he always just seems to like thread the arrow through the creep waves and find the creep every time. But yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure put out onto the tier 1 of bot as well. It's obvious the game plan here from Mordecai. It's push towers and push them hard.
I don't think they're going to be able to defend this bottom tower, especially without Chrono being up on the side of Dire. So they're just going to give this tier 1 up. They're doing a good job at least defending and keeping the mid lane pushed out, though, on the side of 5 Comrades. This Void, wow, he still doesn't have his Midas yet. 13 minutes in. Oof.
Oof, indeed. Exotic Deer, despite having some decent performances, you know, they haven't been really much to the 5 Comrades, but Exotic Deer's always kind of felt like he's having a half-decent game, but this time, absolutely not. I mean, they've just put so much pressure onto him, and he is not recovering well. He just wants to grab this Midas, sit in the jungle for a good few minutes, but, I mean, what do you do when that's happening? You know, you've got an Invoker who's Exort, and you've got a DK. These heroes aren't exactly going to be making a huge amount of plays. Mordecai definitely going to be feeling very free to do as they wish as the arrow comes through, tanked by Muff. They're still going to drop down the Sunstrike, but they all just get involved with it. They all just jump into the Sunstrike radius. Yeah, don't worry, buddy. We're here for you. That's some teammate friendship right there.
They literally just made 5 Karmas look like they have no damage in their lineup. I just think they just made too many errors by defending top lane in the way that they did. That's all. Oh, DK.
Reality Rift onto the DK, reducing his armor. Damage coming on in here, beating him down, and they will get that kill. Muff still hanging with that Chrono, but the Chrono actually gets dropped onto the Storm Spirit. He jumps too far, and they bring him down. A huge mistake from the Storm, punished accordingly by the Comrades. Meanwhile, unfortunately, the Davai Lama gets left behind. But, you know, they'll take it. They'll take it. Meanwhile, Chrono does run out on the Rubik, so didn't really find any usage of that, unfortunately. The Council just pushing this bottom wave, trying to apply a bit of pressure of his own here, but they have lost this middle tower. All tier 1s now taken at the 14-minute marks by Mordecai.
That's big. I mean, they're the ones who lost the tier 1 first, and it looked like they were in a bad position, but I think 5 Karmas didn't understand how they could push their advantage forward in the correct way, and making a few mistakes, leading to Mott here to take advantage of that. I mean, they're hitting their power spikes at the moment. The CK has a Midas and an Armlet. He's an entire, what, 1,500 gold ahead of this Faceless Void already.
Yeah, he is so far ahead, and with this Roshan, he's only going to get further. Mambos probably going to take the Aegis here, where, of course, he's Storm. You know, he's always a prime Aegis taker.
Still doesn't have that Orchid, though, on the Storm. Actually, almost has. He's like 125 off after that.
So for 5 Comrades, there's a game plan now basically just to wait for Chrono, try and go for a cheeky pick-off until then, just keep the lanes pushed out. Is there anything else you're expecting them to do?
I think they need to get to this Dragon Knight with his Blink Dagger and just start smoking like crazy and try to like get lane, like I said, get lanes out and then smoke like crazy to heroes who are playing by themselves and get one pick off. So they could use like DK plus Apparition or DK plus a Sunstrike to get one kill, and then they could use the Apparition plus the Faceless Void or something to get that follow-up team fight. So they have like a constant flow of damage output going, but they need to get this DK to his Blink first. Because right now they're just relying way too much on the Chrono. Chrono's on cooldown. So here it is, the DK finally gets his Blink Dagger after farming mid.
Smoking like crazy, not often recommended, but in this game certainly is for the 4 comrades. And now with the blink picked up, maybe they have themselves a way to play. Pretty low mana right now. I hope he's got some clarities or something coming out with him.
Yeah, it's on the way. Apparition also has 2 smokes on him, so they got that game plan, right? Like you can see just from the items the players are holding at the moment. They just need this DK to join up with the supports so they can start making some space on this map. I do feel like the #1 hero who needs to be farming is just the Invoker. Like, just get him to his axe. He's almost there, actually. 900 more gold. So then you get the Cataclysm as well.
Yeah, true. That's going to be massive. That gives him just a ridiculous amount of damage inside that Chronosphere, which could be... And there's no kind of saves this game. And there's no Shadow Demon. There's no Dazzle. There's nothing like that. Oracle to help people out inside the Chrono. If you get Chronoed, you are probably dead if there's a Vocal casts Cataclysm on your face. And of course the AAO as well. You know, it's a huge timing for this team, but they've got to get there first.
They're doing some decent for pushing bottom. Looks like MLT at the moment, they're just gonna chill out top. Oh, sorry, mid, trying to see if they can apply some pressure. But then this Dragon Knight just breathe fires a wave, and then you're like, oh, I guess that's it. Not much else we can do now.
Yep, all of a sudden everything's hitting like wet spaghetti, and that makes it very difficult.
This creep is giving some vision of the Dragon Knight if they actually want to make an initiation here. They don't really have any initiation.
Jesus, look at this dude. He's just running at the front lines of everyone. Blinks onto the CK, and now they're throwing everything down, but he dodges the Sunstrike and the arrow with the Phantasm. Oh my god. Faceless Void jumps in and just takes in this spear to face. He's dead. They do get the Aegis, but I mean, Jesus, that was costly. Oh my goodness, Mordecai just absolutely wrecked the 5 comrades. Cancel trying to run his way away on the sidelines. Looks like he's going to get out of jail here. But blimey, that was just not cricket. And they did get the CK after all, you know? That's something.
Yeah, they did. I think he just hesitated on the Chrono there. And then once that Sunstrike got dodged, like if the Sunstrike actually hit, that CK is not getting his ult off, right?
No, he's dead. He's dead, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very unfortunate whatever happened. And the Void was in the middle of the fight, got
Marth with the blink in with the Dragon Tail, but the return Dragon Tail comes down onto the Storm Spirit, and in comes that Cataclysm. Goodbye, Storm. They catch him inside of it. Meanwhile, Zebek trying to take down the Invoker. Invoker will be dying here. Meanwhile, AA Blast kills off Tipek as well. Look over towards Muff. Muff running himself away on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Enchantress, Pam trying to play around with the DK here. She's skipping herself away, and I'm not sure. Okay, now that she's frozen solid. Oh, do they have any damage? It's going to take a while. They will bring it down eventually, but goodness me. Although that said, Slayer back in. He's here to fight. Midas first.
Never mind, they're not killing him.
Jenny's fine, dude. Jenny's fine. Lift up onto the Void. Void does have that Chronosphere, but without Cataclysm, it's not going to be that tempting, and he just gets shredded by that goddamn CK. You gotta respect the CK. The Knight of Chaos comes rampaging through and just gets 2 quick kills, and they are just not giving him the time of day right now.
I was gonna say 5 comrades came out ahead in that fight after they killed the Storm and the Brewmaster, but then the DK and the Void just giving freebies like that after they saw the Chaos Knight, that is just unacceptable. And now the Storm's gonna get another kill here too.
See you later, Flash.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah, Muff just making so much use. I mean, this Dragon Tail on him, even level 1, is just stunning for so long.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad this
really
DK hasn't leveled it up.
I really can't believe that the Chaos Knight draft is working out quite well at the moment. This Faceless Void is having a real tough time in the team fights. He doesn't know if he needs to chrono the CK. He doesn't know if he needs to chrono somebody else. And all that hesitation is allowing the Chaos Knight to just get his ult off and just jump the Void.
Yeah, exactly. He's not in a good place. Clearly, Exotic Deer. He's struggling to make the quick, needed decisions in this game. But his team can make it easier for him. I feel. You know, they're kind of getting really messy in the middle lane and just kind of ruling. I feel like there could definitely be, you know, some more leadership on this on this Five Comrades side. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they just gotta be more concrete with their calls. Like if they're gonna defend or go or back or something like that. It's just too indecisive with their plays. I can see their calls being made, but the players themselves are not sure if that's what they should be doing.
Smoke on smoke. Well, Moonlight Shadow also being popped by the Mirana. Did they see her is a question. Doesn't look like it. They don't have the vision. The Chrono comes down. They're trying to pop onto the CK right now with the Cataclysm and the Arrow all coming in, and Slayer is going to go down here. Meanwhile, they'll stun up the Brewmaster on the sideline, stop him getting off that split, and stop him entering the fight.
Wow. Kata Chrono, man. That's it.
Don't mess with it.
That's it. I mean, that was sick, because that's a perfect hero they need to jump, right? He just gets Apparition ultied and everything. He's actually going for a harder Tarask. I don't know if that's the item, man.
Well,
against this.
Wow.
Yeah, the CK. I think he needs a BKB if he actually wants to live against this magic damage combo on the side of Five Comrades.
Yeah, and isn't Heart kind of not great against Ice Blast?
Yeah, it isn't.
All right, big question.
I mean, his idea,
here, but you know.
So his idea is like he wants these illusions to be so strong. Like he doesn't really. He's not really gonna put his hero in a dangerous position. He's just gonna send the illusions in that are extremely tanky, and those illusions with the heart, it's not gonna be possible, right, for Five Comrades to deal with.
No, true.
Yeah, but if Invoker does get to like level 22, 23 around there, then those illusions will melt. Like he's gonna tornado, he's gonna meteor, and then he's gonna definitely blast, and then boom, they just dead.
And we need to remember the DK as well. You know, the illusions are going to be a threat, but then Breathe Fire is always there. Exactly, and you know the slow from the Elder Dragon form. Yeah,
that's true. Maybe, maybe it's not even worth it even for the illusions. I feel his hero with the BKB has to be the one going in. This is where the game gets harder, right, for Radiant, because they can't actually push the high ground. It's very difficult. They need Five Comrades to blunder a team fight where they use Chrono and nobody dies. And then they can commit to the high ground. So
yeah, there's so much which Five Comrades can do to come back into this game that it actually feels like it's not totally horrible yet for them. But Monaco definitely the team which are in the driving position. Also, this Heaven's Halberd is a threat as well. This just means that you need to Chrono the CK. I mean, with the Heart, does he survive the combo in the Chrono to get off his Phantasm afterwards?
He probably will, but he doesn't have any way to stop the follow-up damage or the stuns.
Yeah.
Right, he's gonna get Chrono, then he's gonna get arrowed right after. So he's gonna be stunned for a very long time. And the Invokers in the fight is gonna be able to even throw a meteor on top of the CK as well.
And look at this. They're already ready to go. They know these timings. They want to play exactly to the second upon them. They're doing the exact same move as before. They've got the Chronosphere ready to go. Cataclysm available in 2 seconds. And they're pinging out here. They want to grab that Storm Spirit if they can get up the high ground and find him. Jump up, stun, but not quick enough. Oh, they'd get the Dragon Tail for Gardens. He doesn't jump far enough. And Mambos is just going to get absolutely torn apart. And now they can wrap around on the rest of Mordecai. I think they need to get themselves away from this one. But Slawy's not showing any signs of backing out here. He's hitting some creeps. He's chilling. Tepek as well, just sitting on the front lines. All right, they are showing a bit of respect and back themselves off now as the Centaur Conqueror goes to do a bit of scouting for them. They are running. They are TPing. Muff getting a courier as he goes down, but the Chrono comes down onto the CK. They leave him behind. Everyone else is TP'd out. There's no chance of survival here from Slawy. Oh, the Comrades making it happen and coming back into this game with force.
That is insanely big picks. Right, you got the position 2, you got the position 1. The CK is still going for a harder Taras, so again, I don't see how this item helps apart from a BKB. Like, that's the only item I can think that can actually help him survive. So, things are not looking good for Radiant. Although they snowballed and they took this tier with 2 towers, this is where the game is getting very, very difficult because they don't know what their next step is. Roshan is alive though, so they can try to make an action here while the Chrono's on cooldown.
They need to, don't they? Meanwhile, Arrow catches out the Brew before he can get off the split, but it looks like the Invoker's still in some trouble as Cancel gets caught out, going for an aggressive movement, and they should bring him down. Cancel is dead.
That's good.
Yeah, this is going to lead up to a really easy Rosh now, yeah.
Exactly. Now they don't get that tornado combo. I mean, they just made an aggressive move. They tried their luck at killing this Brewmaster. Storm was ready. Also, I want to mention, Mambos went for Orchid into a straight BKB in this game. We don't actually see this build on Storm at all, but he actually needs it.
Is he a sad Storm, or is he still seems to be doing okay?
I think he's doing his job. I actually think he's like exceeding my expectations of what a Storm is able to do in this game. He's doing all the right moves, buying the correct items to be able to keep his team in the game while still playing the position 2 role.
You get the patented Theban thumbs up.
Yeah, it's good.
And Aegis and Cheese is going to be available. Cheese and CK, Aegis on the Storm, good stuff all around.
Wow. Do you think they should have went to I think they should have went the Aegis on the Chaos Knight so he can actually siege. I feel like they're in a position in this game where they're actually prepared to go into the high ground.
Maybe. I mean, it's always tempting to just take it on the Storm instantly, but I mean, maybe they could have put it onto the CK. He's got the Cheese anyways, but yeah, when that Ice Blast is on him, Cheese ain't gonna feel so hot.
Oh, Invoker again.
Yeah, Muff getting jumped, but yeah, indeed, as they get him on the backlines. Ice Blood come through a little bit too late, and Flash, well, he needs to get out of here in a flash, but unfortunately, with that boulder on top of his face, he ain't going very far. One more lead. That's all they have.
I was praising how 5 comrades are in a really good spot and they're playing well, and all of a sudden, Cancel just dies back to back.
Yeah, it happens, you know, you get a bit of space on the map, you want to start making some moves, you know, especially when you're standing, you're like, hell yeah, this is my chance to shine, I want to show everyone what I can do, and then, fortunately, it goes the other way, as Flash does finally get finished off here, but no worries. Onwards and upwards, they'll have that Cataclysm Chrono available soon enough. Yeah, I mean, with a Cheese and an Aegis on the enemy team, it doesn't feel as good as it used to, that's for sure. I kind of feel like the play now isn't to try and get the CK, but rather get Muff and Shenny maybe, or, you know, the other 3, Brewmaster inside those, inside this Chrono. I mean, I guess they can still bring down the CK, you know, with the Ice Blast cancelling out the Cheese. They can probably kill him inside the Chrono regardless, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the CK, however he died previously, is exactly the same way he's going to die next fight, because you cannot stop this Apparition Ice Blast hitting you in the face unless he just doesn't use it when the Chrono's active. So I think they're going to face the same exact problem of like breaking the high ground because they don't have the Aegis on the Chaos Knight.
Yeah, Mordecai really kind of struggling to make any movements, even with his Aegis and Cheese, you know, they've had it for over a minute, easily, over 2 minutes I think now, and they are not doing a hell of a lot with this. Is this part of the best of 1 syndrome, where it's like they're a little bit nervous to make the wrong play, so they're not making enough plays, or are you happy with how they're using this still?
I think they're having a hard time getting on the map because they don't have good vision. A lot of their wards have been dewarded already. So if you don't see your opponents, you can't really make plays because you don't know where they are. Right? You have maybe a rough estimate of where they could be, but then you don't want to be wrong and make like a gamble move and get punished for it.
True enough, true enough. That is the big threat on the board. And vision is going to be so important against this team in these fights as well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
But this Ghost Walk going to help out a lot with that as Muff goes for a bit of an adventure here. I think they do see him though. They've got an Observer and Sentry, so they know Muff's in the neighborhood. And now they pop that Dust and getting right on top of this Rubik here. They will be able to take him down as the damage comes through. But the Storm with the long zip trying to make a play out of this. He doesn't really have any mana left though. He's used all of it for this. Now he gets stunned
they gotta get out.
Let's got them, but the BKB comes out. He still takes the damage from the Sunstrike, but this is a guy with an Aegis. You don't want to be engaging onto this dude. Meanwhile, CK is going to get on top of the DK. And he is the better K in this situation. Meanwhile, Exotic Beard is going to TP himself away along with the rest of his comrades. They will only lose their DK. You know, it kind of felt like it one of those situations where the DK wasn't quite on the same page as everyone else. You know, he saw that arrow and he was like, hell yeah, let's go. But the Baron was like, no. There's an arrow to let us escape, and that is it.
I mean, the reason why they ran in there is because the Apparition ult was on cooldown. As long as the Apparition ult... Oh, boy, Invoker.
Long jump onto Mr. Woker here. I think... Oh, a little bit more needed. No, not going to bring him down. Can still
nice.
Somehow survives.
Big plays. He got the outpost too.
Yeah, not bad at all.
30-minute mark. Got some XP for his team.
I think Mambos is still hungry though, but he's gonna have to wait a little bit. He doesn't have the mana right now to find anything.
Yeah,
Goes
I just
south,
want to mention.
goes north.
Oh, Mirana, she is losing so much HP very quickly.
Oh, jump away, the Cinder Brew is still hurting
nice
her. Oh,
illusion.
illusion rune, beautiful. Just remembering the last thing, like, wait a minute. This is basically a man turn. Mambos once again just blasting all his mana out and falling short.
So if this Apparition ult ever goes out and it's put on cooldown, that's the perfect time for the Chaos Knight to actually engage into a fight. Because he's got the cheese, right? So he can't really use the cheese if he gets hit by the AA Blast. So the AA Blast cooldown might even be the most important cooldown on the side of 5 comrades. Because if they use it and they're not killing the Chaos Knight with it, this Chaos Knight is pretty much unstoppable.
It's Smoke O'Clock. Chrono gonna come down just as the Aegis ends with the Storm Third as well. Completely brilliant from the 5 comrades. They get 2 heroes straight off the back, showing a glimpse of what they can do if this team pulls it together. Now they look over towards Tipek here. Tipek is on the run, trying to get himself away, but the Smoke Tornado is gonna catch him out. He's got a BKB of his own, which I don't think was expected. And he's going to try and waddle himself away. Shenny and Slawi are nearby. Could try and help out here, but I think their Brewmaster without an ultimate is just going to get run down. And now they find the CK as well. He's going to pop the ultimate to get rid of the AA Cold Feet, but now he's all alone. His ultimate being used for not much here. He's got himself a cheese, so the Ice Blast isn't on him. If he can get it off in time, he could buy a little bit more time, but no, he's just going to get popped. And that is how you come back into a game. 5 comrades using their spells, using the Aegis timing perfectly at that as well. That was
so
impressive.
Good. That was so good. Like, he chronoed him the second the Aegis ran out. That was so freaking good. And he got 2 of them as well. And then this Chaos Knight, he hesitated, man. For some reason, he thought that while 2 of his teammates are dead, he could still go into that fight and battle up against 5 heroes. And then he ends up getting caught too. So they lose 4 heroes at Save a Friend Syndrome. And all of a sudden, that's a 5k gold down the drain, or going the way of 5 comrades. There's an opportunity though here for Radiant to actually come out onto the map and take some fights while this Chrono's on cooldown. 70 seconds opening, or 50-second opening once the CK is alive.
Yeah, once that CK is up, they really do need to push hard and find something. You know, they need to make those decisive movements, which, you know, we just saw from 5 comrades. They need to take a page out of their book and try and make a play like that themselves. Here we go. They're pissed. Away. Yeah.
they're gonna do it. You can see them running down the mid lane. This is the reaction of a pissed team right here.
Yeah, they're walking that line between passionate and angry. You just want to stay on the right side where your head's in the right place. But, I mean, these guys know what's up. The 5 comrades, they're just going to completely avoid them. They've got the Mirana pushing down at bottom. She doesn't really care if she dies pushing that deep. Everybody else, they're just hanging out where they know they have vision.
This is really good. Like, this is what they got to do. They got to delay the game until they get their chrono up again and do that same thing over and over. There's no saves on the side of the Radiant against this Faceless Void. And they Invoker's Cataclysm combo.
Yeah, just using those Forge Spirits to push mid without any hard commitment. They are smoking up, though. They want to go to this high ground. Chrono up in 3 seconds, so not the easiest of engagements here. They've also got the Cataclysm in 5. Exotic Deer positioned perfectly for this. He can jump in whenever he wants to, and there comes the Chrono, but he doesn't actually quite catch the Brewmaster. But still, the Cataclysm is going to come down and take down Muff. He wants to just fight from the sidelines. He's going to try to take down Flowey, and they will be able to take down the CK. That's a big target out of the fight. Shenny's going to go down as well. Exotic Deer once again with a beautiful Chronosphere. And they also get the brew. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed.
Yeah. In a best of 1 situation.
Exotic Deer.
Oh. He came back, dude.
Dude. This game. Invoker chasing that Storm. Storm has no mana. Oh my god!
all right, Cancel. You know, he's had a good game. He's had his ups and downs. You know, the highs wouldn't be as high without the lows.
Yeah, that was like one of those 50-50, like, are they going to get that team wipe, or Can't they going to blink into the trees? Because that Storm had 0 mana left. She was 100% dead.
Yeah. No worries. I mean, Storm's not at the point where he can kill off a creep wave, so they're still going to be able to take this Rax nice and easily.
Oh, he's actually going on the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight doesn't have BKB.
Oh, he's actually strapped. Oh, Jesus. They leave him on about 70 HP there on the DK. Oh man, I mean, it's the little things like this which Monakai must be getting really mad at this stage. They've got to have, I hope they have like the Dalai Lama on their team. because they need somebody to just be like, namaste, friends. It's okay. You know what? The winds will as they will. Just relax. We're on a beach. The wind lapping against our faces. The waves lapping.
Listen, if you start saying that in the middle of a game, I swear I'm gonna like slap you through the monitor. I'm like, we're losing, guys. What do you mean? let's just find a way to get back in this game.
Murder. Yeah, probably the more likely conversation going on right now. But Roshan is up. This is going to be the next point of contention. They jump from the void here. They might have enough damage to bring him down, but he's got a double damage bottle, so they need to get him out. And he's going to pop the BKB and look to come back into this one. I'm not sure if he wants to, though. Most with his own BKB doing a decent amount of work if they haven't actually found a kill, so this jump is pretty unsuccessful. Leaping across onto Cancel here, trying to find at least one, but Invoker, he's pretty quick. He's actually looking to maybe turn around and play a little bit around with the Storm Spirit here, realizing he's out of mana. The Comrades stun up onto the CK here. They're actually going to be able to freeze him solid with the cold feet. They're picking him out. They might want to try something here. Flash comes through. Unfortunately, arrow not available, so Slawi will be able to back himself out.
Chrono on 10. This is where they need to retreat. I mean, they try to make a really good move on Radiant side to just attack while the Chrono's on cooldown. But again, like, you're playing Chaos Knight without a BKB. He casted like one set of skills the entire duration of that fight.
Yeah.
That was like a minute-long fight. You couldn't do anything else because he just gets kited.
Exactly.
They just stun him, and then he's just sitting there doing nothing. His ultimate accomplished nothing as well. Can you imagine playing against a very farmed Invoker and not buying a BKB, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of frustrating to play against that.
It is rather. It is. Now, stun up onto Shenny here. Sunstrike going to help out as well. The arrow, a little bit off the mark, but it's fine. I think it's fine. It's taken some time, but they will bring down the Enchantress regardless. And now
so Roshan
look
opening
into the Scaly Beast, and now be the siege.
And that's Alacrity faces Void, gonna kill this Roshan quite quickly, and they also have the Chronosphere available if they try to contest this.
Yeah. I mean, they have a split in 5, they have a Storm, and they kind of need to try something here, but of course the threat of being chronoed is pretty great, and Flash's actually doing some great scouting here, but they're actually going to look over towards the Mirana here. Alright, they'll get themselves a return kill onto the Mirana, but not really worth it in the long run. And this is Refresher, right? Or Ags? Yeah, Refresher on Invoker. Oh no! Oh no! This chrono just went from deadly to deadlier. Well, Sifek, he's going to be able to get away with the Glimmer.
I bet they wish they got Ags instead. Because then this Faceless Void could have Ag in him right now. And he can just jump in, time lock people every time.
Yeah, that's really nice against the CK as well.
Is there like a percentage of like the chance of something dropping? Because I feel 80% of the time it's just Refresher. It doesn't feel like it's a 50-50.
It does feel like Refresher a lot of the time. Maybe it's not quite, but you know, there's no patch notes to suggest otherwise. I don't know. Maybe someone needs to get in some lobbies. You know, spam out 1,000 lobbies and let us know the percentage.
Jeez.
Come on, guys. I'm calling on you. Twitch chat. Let's go. Be useful.
Oh, Invoker. Yeah, actually.
Call out here. That Linken's helping him out from the sides, but now the Electric Vortex comes through. Tipper getting on top of him as well. They're surrounding the Invoker. I don't think he's surviving this one. Does have a BKB, but unfortunately won't save him here. Does get finished off all the same.
That was an incredible kill because they just scanned someone and Storm just zips and he's like, I don't care. There's no other way we're going to get this guy. We're not going to make it there in time if we just walk and see someone first. So very good catch by the Storm.
The kind of plays you have to make in this situation for sure.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Hella fun game between these two teams so far. Both putting in absolute performance. No one is giving out. No one is looking like they are past the point of being able to play this game. Everyone standing up.
I want to tell you, like, Mambos, I can see this man is in the zone this game. Like, he does not want to let his team lose in any way. I feel the Storm has been the MVP on the Radiant side. Like, every action he's made, all his decision-making in the team fights, they've been spot on. Even some of his deaths that he's had has been for the team.
Yeah, we started this game by saying it's a bad Storm game, and he is just doing so much work. You know, his KDA doesn't quite reflect it. You know, he's 7, 6, and 8, but that doesn't matter. You know, well, the plays he has been making, the opportunities he's been creating has been pretty next level. And even that death, you know, when its Aegis just ended up at top, you know, I mean, that's as much on the scores as it is on him about the vision and everything. And just a really nice play from 5 Comrades as well. So.
Oh, they get 2 outposts here on the Radiant side. Another small win for them. Oh no, he's got a
Yules
PK.
onto the storm. Oh
goodness.
god, he might have been cursed a little bit here as the Storm Spirit just gets taken on down. They don't even commit the Cataclysm for it. They will just take down one. They do get off the split. Almost feels like they wanted that split, honestly, because now you don't have it to defend the high ground if they want to do that next, comrades. They're pinging out the Earth Panda. They're just going to stalk him. They don't have any intention of killing this Earth Panda. They're just
I think
following him.
Cancel was just greedy. He wanted to hold the Cataclysm for another disable.
Oh yeah.
He didn't feel like it was necessary.
Tornado catching out the Brew, actually going in onto the Void here as the CK comes down from the low ground. I'm not quite sure what's a play. The comes out onto him as he gets stunned back into his own face, and now the Cataclysm comes down. Is it enough to bring down Slawi? Not quite yet. He manages to get off the Phantom, but he's still going down. Yeah, catches them out, and he's got no buyback. Meanwhile, Mambos jumps back in, just dies back immediately. The Storm is just dead, and now a second Cataclysm coming on down, but it doesn't really matter. This game, I think, has just ended in the blink of an eye. I mean, have you ever seen a more potent caster's curse in your life? We're just saying how Storm's doing a half-decent job, gets picked off by a Chrono, fires back, jumps in, dies immediately again. I mean, Jesus Christ, that was... sorry, guys. That one's on us.
I just want to say, like, whether they win or lose, like, I still think he played well. At that point in the game, it's so difficult for Radiant to actually try and mount a comeback because they're just fighting up against, like, this huge titan of a team fight on the side of 5 comrades. There's nothing they can do to cancel out this Chrono into Cataclysm combo. And they didn't build a big enough lead or bought the appropriate items to continue building on their lead.
Yeah, no, they definitely hit a speed bump and unfortunately just weren't able to get their acceleration going on in again after that one. So a disappointing exit from this tournament for Mordecai. I'm sure they're a little bit sad about that one, but 5 comrades showing that they can play. They can make a huge comeback, and you know, I hope they carry this momentum forwards coming in through the rest of the group. I'm going to throw it back over to the panel, gents. I mean, break it down. What happened? What went wrong? What went right? And did you enjoy it? No? Okay. Yeah? No, okay. Panel? Guys, hello? I've been told they're here, but I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
they're just
we're
not
here.
talking
We hear
to
you.
me, but
You just
you are
can't see
here.
us.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you, mate. Don't
No,
worry.
I can't.
We
They
just
just
want to
wanna see
look
our
at
faces,
you a little
that's
bit.
all.
Yeah, just to
Oh,
keep
you
the
want
cameras
more
on you guys, you know.
Understandable.
Enjoy your beautiful faces, give you some more screen time.
Okay.
Oh, hello. We're just lightning crack, and here I am. Here we are. Well, there you go. Bit of an awkward ending for those guys, at least. Not for the team so much. You guys got it right, though.
Yeah, of
Finally.
course. It's,
Yeah, I was afraid.
of course.
After watching them getting dominated, like Faceless Void didn't have any items. They needed to continue the pressure with their heroes. But at one point, like I'm not a big fan still of Hand of Midas in this patch, but on Faceless Void, I think it's an okay item. It accelerates your farm. You're gonna get more levels, and then he didn't do anything silly. Just went straight into BKB. So he had this defensive mechanism against Storm Spirit, who was snowballing hardly. And also Orchid, it's one of the better items in the patch right now. It's very cheap, easy to make. Like, he skipped the magic wand, 2 nullies, and goes straight into Orchid.
Yeah.
So, like, he's forcing... If someone's showing on the lane and other heroes, like you see 1 or 2 heroes, that hero's dead. Because you know that there's no save. The problem was in the mid game, once Faceless Void had that Chronosphere BKB ready into Cataclysm, like, there's no save. You cannot save people. Like, they use Chronosphere, that 1 or 2 guys that are caught inside of it, they're dead.
yeah, I was afraid as well the moment I saw cancel.
Oh,
On
yeah.
their on
He
their team.
almost canceled them.
You were quite critical on CK, right, being chosen as the 10th pick when it comes to it. Do you reckon if they hadn't gone for that, they'd gone for something different, they actually might have taken the win here from Motachi?
It's hard to say because there aren't many heroes that can survive this combo that they had with the Void and the
Right.
Invoker.
He was
right?
banned.
Yeah, Wraith King was banned. Some other heroes as well. Like, it's tough. It's not that easy to play against it. It doesn't really matter what carry you have as much, unless you have something like a Wraith King. You just need to play differently. You need to approach the game a little bit from a different angle. You need to play around that chrono cooldown constantly. You sometimes have to sacrifice yourself to get those, get those key objectives. To get that Aegis or 2, that's so important, and they did, but they didn't push the tempo with the Aegis. They still lost a fight immediately after Aegis expires, instead of pushing it, instead of trying really to fight while they have that one extra life advantage. Because if you force the Void to chrono you while you have that, suddenly the team fight is completely different. You have these. Basically, you have to think about cycles. You have these cycles in which you can fight and in which you can't fight. When you're playing versus someone with such a long cooldown that completely changes the game. And if you get that first Aegis, you suddenly have two ways of fighting. First with the Aegis and then afterwards, because he won't have a chrono that he used. And it gives you a huge opportunity to take a big objective. Sadly, it didn't really happen for Mutazi.
One way to deal with Chronospheres, these long cooldowns, is to have buybacks. But the question is, do you want to use buyback early on? They also had 2 Aegises, which means that they had the game. Like, they were playing around the timings, but at the later stages of the game, you can't achieve that much. You just don't have enough power. You need to use Brewmaster ulti to win a team fight. You need to use CK ulti, and then you have no real tower damage. And if, like, one hero is alive, someone like a Dragonite who also went for like a different talent. Usually we've seen people going for mana, but since talents got nerfed, I see more and more people just picking up on the other talent with the damage reduction on Breathe Fire, so that's 49% of the damage reduced. Like CK with the illusions, like that's half of the damage taken out from CK. And I said it, CK is not the last big hero, and we see why. He can have ton of farm, he was dominating the early game, he still falls off. I mean, it's a CK into Faceless Void and into Invoker, so there's going to be the Sarm, there's going to be a ton of magical damage controlling your illusions, and that Breathe Fire completely destroys the hero.
Now, when we're looking at this, right, Motachi, they are now eliminated. They sadly won't be able to get the Divine League, which probably means that you may see them fall apart, players go elsewhere, you know, that kind of thing. But for the 5 comrades here, Divine League is a good chance for them to prove themselves a little bit further, considering group stage certainly didn't go so well for them. Do you think they have a fair chance of at least growing and improving within that league?
Yeah, certainly. They're one of those teams that can really make a difference in the Divine League and make it through it. Especially if they get someone like Cancel to really stay with them, because we talked about them, we talked about the lack of experience they have as a team and as individual players. When you get someone as Cancel in your team, it kind of
Cancel is the guy that talks quite a lot and has some generally nice ideas. One thing I like about Cancel is whenever he makes mistakes, I hear Ramsey screaming, "Cancel! Cancel!"
In your head.
It's just one of the funniest videos out there for sure. So I want to see more of Cancel.
You just want to enjoy that to get the memories back, right? Throw some nostalgia out at you.
I rewatch that video like once every month for sure. Like it just makes me laugh.
That's a Lacoste tweet I'm expecting now. Every time we see Cancel back in play.
Yeah.
Just all caps, Cancel. And another video that I really like recently, I'm not sure if it was Cancel or not, but the Ramses, I think, was involved. Remember when Snapfire came out and that duel, and Snapfire right there trying to use the ulti on the duel, but it's too short and missing all around it. And the Russians are just dying, pissing themselves, screaming. It's some of those streams, when you understand them, are really next level. They're great. They're great to watch.
That's why it's good to have you here, Lizard, right? You're the spy to give us all the extra information we're missing off.
Yeah, he might not be preparing for work, you know, watching the replays of the tournaments, live games, but he's watching those WODs, you know, funny stuff, fails of the week.
We've got you for the actual analysis, Lacoste, yeah.
I don't think I'm the guy.
Lizard's here for the filler content, you know, the memes, the funny stuff, the craziness that goes down. But that's at least for Motachi, it. 5 comrades, they now will at least secure themselves in the spot. Now we go on to Extremium taking on Evil Corporation. Both teams that won their opening games didn't have success in the group stage side of things. But what I like with this one is, even if they lose here, they still have another match to go, right? It's not 100% out of it. They get a deciders match. And in that deciders match, they will actually go up against 5 comrades. So it's a positional side of things now for them to say, okay, we've got an opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. Once again, both of these teams kind of in a similar situation like with those first two. Not really a lot of good things to say about them coming from the group stage, coming from their performances, really. Like from Extremium, perhaps we expected a little bit more.
Certainly.
Knowing their names and whatnot, but it didn't really work out for them. looking forward to seeing if they manage to mix things up a little bit.
When you see names like that, though, and there's a few teams you guys have pointed out, and you see names you think, oh, okay, look, they should be good on paper, all this side of things, but then they don't show up. Do you put this more down to them maybe just not putting enough time in during this point, or lacking something like, what do you think is the missing piece? Because we did get quite positive about a few teams who managed to drop the ball.
It's hard to say because you don't know how much they practice. Are they playing just pubs? Are they screaming whole day? Also, you need to find the right balance, I would say. You can't just, play the screams all day. More screams equals more skill. It's not like that. You need to, get some rest as well, watch the replays. You need to be... I think if you want to improve in Dota, you need to start from yourself. Like, what did I do wrong? It's always easy to blame someone else, and I think that's the huge problem for like tier 2, tier 3 teams, where like you need to let your ego go.
Also, when you think about Extremum, their position 5, G, hasn't really been a captain for a long time. He hasn't really been playing a position 5 for a long time, and I have to say that it doesn't look like he's the problem, and at least when it comes to those individual plays in the game, he's always doing extremely well on position 5.
Okay.
He's doing Extremum well.
Perhaps he should chill
I don't know what's worse at this point, Lukas, you or Kyle, when it comes to this. We're going to have to battle.
We were practicing yesterday, me and Kyle, in our green room.
We've got this to deal with, Liz. We've got this to deal with.
It's too much sometimes, but it's fine.
Continue with what you're saying.
Nah, it
doesn't matter right now.
Sometimes...
Like, he lost the focus.
I'm done,
talking about puns.
Take my point away.
So yeah, G, this is the guy that I played for a short period of time, and I learned quite a lot from him. He was always very positive, and he had a great knowledge of Dota back in the days. He kind of disappeared from the scene. He also played for like bunch of teams, the best CIS teams for a long period of time. He played for like Empire, he played for Virtus Pro, I think Virtus Pro Polar as well, Team Spirit. These are all great teams coming out from CIS region. You have Veller, who played for Navi, Afterlight from Gambit. And on the other side, you have like these 5 guys who are just pub players, so you expect Extremum to do much, much better. Yeah. But results at the end of the day are not there.
Yeah, for both of them, right? Evil Corp, they only have, like, from all of these players, the one that stands out a little bit is also the one that I haven't seen in the last 2 years at least. It's Flensmeister. Flens, like, I believe he played for some Nordish Lemon Dogs or something like that. Don't quote me on this, I'm not completely sure, but it's those tier 2, tier 3 teams that were always in the qualifiers. Sometimes they would come second in those AZO Cups and whatnot, but not really ever make it to anything big.
So there's the struggle boat on, again, some names you slightly know, just one of these guys, and not a lot of success around that at the moment, right? Still trying to break through on it all.
Yeah, on Extremum, you pretty much know everyone. All of these players are more or less well established. Like, especially like you said, G, Valheor. Like Valheor even last year came, I believe, second or third on the Star Ladder Minor here in Kiev. Did extremely well if you give him those brawler type heroes. His Tiny's just really good. Like in one of those games that they played, he was outstanding on the
Yeah, during Star Ladder, he really had a great performance. I thought that this guy has a really bright future ahead of him. Like he really looked like on a different level than the rest of his team as well. But then I don't know. I feel like CIS scene in general, that they have like a huge pool of talent that is not utilized correctly.
Yeah. Like
there's a lot of players who can't, I guess, stand each other and play with each other, and that's a huge problem because the skill is there. Like they could have like 4 or 5 teams to be considered a tier 1 team, but it's just not happening.
So on that, right, I've always come into this mentality. Like I've played with people that, like, personally, with my playing career, I didn't get on with, but we still played in the same team because it was what made the most sense. And I know you spend a lot of time with these people, but I always thought of like you put your differences aside, at least outside of the game where possible.
It's so hard in Dota, though.
I agree,
it's very
hard in any
to put
game.
Your differences aside when the thing is, everyone can have his own idea of why the game went badly. You know, like what went wrong.
But that's when you listen to the captain and the coach, right? And you can put your own input in, but you need to...
It's also very hard to just... okay, We also had this conversation about the lack of real talent when it comes to coaching, when it comes to captaining in the scene, right?
That's another thing, right?
And
Especially for when I'm looking at these teams, the amount of teams that just don't even have a coach of any level to help them out and have that outside perspective as well.
it's hard if you don't get along with someone and then you don't also believe in what your captain is telling you 100%. That team isn't going to work. I've been there. I've done that.
You failed so many times.
Yeah, I failed too many times, and
a lot of experience talking right now.
I've had similar.
We're putting Liz back in the dark place again. These memories, no.
By the end of every day, I feel like I just need to sleep and forget about. But for real, one of the things that CIS also struggles with is they're really hot-headed most of the time, and streamers and in pubs they can really step on each other's toes, and suddenly you have these players that might gel together really well, but perhaps don't like each other that much.
When you talk about like teams that what they need to do, like if they like playing with each other, do they like other players in their team on a different level? Like, do they love them, hang out with them? It's much easier to play it like that. If you are just thinking about the business side, you're playing together, take it as a job. You still need to spend time with them. You're having lunches, you're having boot camps, you're traveling together. So it's much easier if you're just a friend with someone.
Dude, I slept in the same bed with the players, most of the boot camps.
That's too much info for me.
We're Dota players.
Yeah, we're poor tier 2, tier 3 players. What do you mean? Like, we don't have money for 150 square meter apartments. It's like 2 beds. One of them is sleeping on the floor in the living room. That's usually how it goes. You're stuck in this small space. If you don't like each other, at least a little bit, it's not gonna go well.
I think that's one step too much bond, and then you're focusing on a different stuff. You're not screaming, playing Dota enough. I don't know.
No, I guess the way I look at it, right, if you're talking about non-traveling teams, the ones that aren't like fully together the whole time, sometimes just putting those differences aside to at least get to that point. If you're saying there's a lot of talent there needs to be a solution or some sort of idea on how to collect that together so we can get these better teams, so we can get some captains that aren't just the known faces throughout all of it.
Empire tried to do something as an organization where they had like 2, 3, 4 teams and try to see who's good. That has been happening in China.
Like multiple academy teams kind of thing.
It's been happening in China for quite a while, and I really like what they're doing. Like, you have an opportunity, you have a place to start, they're giving you good conditions, and then it's a place to grow. Like, you're just staying within the same organization, you're just getting upgraded if you're playing good. I think that's a good structure.
So we spoke about the lack of captains as well. Is there a lack of capable coaches with it?
That as well.
Because I guess imagine it's just not a similar kind of skill set in terms of actually playing the game, but the mindset and someone believing in you in that way.
I really think it comes down to believing in these people that want to be coaches as well.
But couldn't you, for example, be a coach? Well, you, Lukas, like one of you two.
I mean, Tiga was a coach. I think anyone can be a coach then. So.
Doesn't even need to be here.
But no, if you just have a set of eyes on the side that are looking at the game from a different perspective, it can be helpful. That person doesn't have to be super high skilled, super high rank or something. It can still be beneficial to your team. The only problem is when you have too many ideas that are conflicting, it can be detrimental to your team's success.
So too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Start stirring the pot and everything gets a little bit confusing. Then you end up with a mess rather than a complete decided thing. Do you think there's players then within the region that need to maybe look at retiring from the actual playing side, take that drop off if they're still stuck in tier 2, tier 3, and then move into? Is it a lack of like progression in that way?
I mean, coaches, you need to be also respected as a coach. You need to have good results. Otherwise, like, no one's gonna take you. Like, there's not going to be a tier 1 team just taking an unknown coach who did not prove himself.
More especially at this level. That's because that's what I've been looking at in these teams. Is there's a distinct lack of.
You got to start somewhere. Like, if you're a bunch of guys that like playing with each other, and you bring in a coach, you take it as a job, gives you space to grow. Like I think it's okay if everyone is on the same page, if everyone committed same amount of energy and time.
And there are some coaches that prove themselves captaining different teams, right? Drafting really well, and then they get picked up by big organizations. Good example is Arzik, like for Virtus.pro. He was always in these teams, tier 2 teams that would qualify for either TI or some big tournaments.
Bigger tournaments than TI, like
some,
intergalactic.
I didn't say bigger. Some big tournaments, not majors, minors, whatnot. Intergalactic.
Milky Way.
Liv's
Milky Way
been invited
major.
every now and again, right, for this like crazy TI. Still didn't win anything because he's still here with us, right? Didn't get to stay up.
The point is, there are these guys, you know, they get picked up and they're good, but there's also coaches that get picked up just by playing pubs with these players, bonding, talking well to them in the games, you know, just making friends, and then something like that happened to Virtus.pro. Something like that happened to T-Gov, I think, as well. Like the next coach was Bulk.
Yeah, Bulk is the second one that comes to my mind. Like T-Gov was so successful that he ended up with us. Yeah, so that's a downgrade. You know, being here at one time in your career, you're playing Dota, tier 1 Dota, and then you try to coach. Okay, that's also good, but then you do this.
It's,
you know,
it's the bottom line.
Yeah, it's the bottom.
See, I always look at it as the other way around, right? Because coaching, unless you're finding that success, you're not guaranteed to.
It is.
You're not guaranteed to be looking pretty with that. At least with like the talent work on the desk, you can always go, I can still do this.
You can have the best. It's also very debatable. You can talk about it when you think about it. You have a great coach. Like you can get Sunby, you can get whoever as a coach, and have 5 Archon players. Like they might get better, but they're not gonna be, you know, at TI next year. So you still, it's easy to be a coach when your team is winning. Let's say you join as a coach for Team Secret. Team Secret is gonna play well, no matter what you say, no matter what you do. They're gonna be playing well,
but and then
you're gonna look good.
No, they're gonna make me look good, but I won't be doing shit. I'll probably be telling them to go work out.
Guys, just do what you were doing. I trust you. You know, I'm just here on the paper collecting the money. Okay, so we have a draft.
Yeah, we have a Venge and we have a Magnus. We have these 2 buffer up heroes instantly on the opening. Venge Drow, perhaps. There we go, Venge Drow. On the other hand, Magnus with the Tiny instantly opens up your Spectre, your PL. Perhaps your Slark as well, all these heroes that are really good against Drow, also really good with the Empower.
Just going to say another positive here for Evil Corporation. They didn't open up with an Undying like last time.
Yep, and they also stole the Tiny away from Extremo, which
you
is
said that was important, a good hero for them, yeah.
Extremely good. My God, just get me out.
If you're going to become like them, I can't side with you anymore, Liz, I'm sorry.
I won't, trust me. Every now and then, it just tempts me into that dark place.
It just happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, Venge and Drow Ranger. We've seen some of the teams just going for Drow Ranger as their like safe pick. You're playing against Magnus Tiny. These 2 heroes are extremely good and just closing the gap. Also, Magnus wants to play with another melee hero. So either like Juggernaut to close the gap or Phantom Assassin, which is great against Drow Ranger. Anything that can just jump on her, and she's too afraid to play 1 versus 1 scenarios. There is a save capability coming out from
the bench,
but I still feel like you need more.
I love how they banned out the Spectre and the PL instantly.
The class.
Yeah, just covering it. What's EC afraid of? Venomancer has also been banned out, this outstanding hero with the Drow. They ban out the Bat. Usually here you're banning out more minus armor, probably. You need, with this Drow, they already have the save and the buff coming from the Vengeful. What you need now is a frontliner and that playmaker coming from the mid lane. On the offlane as well, you could... Okay, they ban out the Slark as well. So 3 heroes that are really good versus Drow are already out. But...
if you open up with Venge plus like 1 other support or you're off lane, then you didn't need to spend like these 3 bans, and you could still pick Drow Ranger in the second phase.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I suppose you would let one of them go through, right?
Yeah.
And they would pick one of the 3.
There's still Jug and PA. You can't ban all of them.
True. Yeah. All right. Extremum, they have like you could they go with the Spirit Breaker, they go with the Brawler type frontliner. I expected them perhaps to even think about the Slardar pick.
Oh, you wanted to see Slardar yesterday as well.
Yeah, I mean it's really good, but you already have the Vengeful, so perhaps that minus armor component is already there. You don't need to buff up the Drow any longer. You can think about some other things. Like one of the things that they really are missing right now is wave clear. They don't have a bunch of it at all. It's not like EC with these two heroes are really good at split pushing, but still, it would be cool to get something that can deal with the creeps a little bit better.
Wyvern's still in the pool, and that's the hero that comes to my mind. I don't rate the hero highly at the moment, but whenever I see like Lycan lineups, Drow Ranger lineups, they want to be grouping up and going together, and it's so easy to break things up and also set things up for Mag. You have two heroes who can just jump. Magnus is not the hero that want to jump in first, like, you know, blink in RP 3 people, because that's not going to happen. He needs someone to create the chaos in the front line, or he just goes for blink skewer plays.
It used to be the combo, right? The realest combo breaker in the Winter Wyvern. So, but teams have moved away from the hero quite a long time ago for some reason or the other. Like it's been nerfed a little bit. It hasn't worked a couple of times, and suddenly you stop picking it, which doesn't mean that the hero is bad. In the right situation, it will work. Like in this game, like you just said, I think Wyvern would be perfect for EC. Maybe there are some issues with combos with Magnus, but you can communicate your way around that. It's not the biggest deal. So they go with the Disruptor instead.
Disruptor against the swap. Not that great. Easy to just save people from his combo. He's good against the Spirit Breaker, breaking that charge, which is great.
So one pretty good thing with the Disruptor is the fact that you have this Tiny as well with you, who wants to be very active in that mid game, and you want to be on the offensive, right? You want to be the ones that are trying to make plays on their side of the map, because if they are close to your towers, Drow just melts them. So you want to keep them away from your objectives, and with Disruptor as well, you can do that. What else you can do is, if it happens that they are taking your objectives, you can always glimpse one target back and make a pick off or two off of that.
Okay, we've seen this combo yesterday. One of the teams played it. Tiny plus Darkseer.
It didn't really work.
Didn't really work, but it's easy to execute. Like you surge Tiny, he uses back toss with Ion Shell, double Ion Shell, and it's very, very powerful in the mid game.
What I really like about the Darkseer here, however, is also the fact that it opens up all those melee carries. You don't need to have reach now. Like PA is awesome still, like they could go for that, but Lifestealer is suddenly, okay, not the best. You have Spirit Breaker, you have Vengeful, but Jug, like you said, you have these heroes that you can just surge, they'll close the gap, they'll get on top of the Drow.
It's a very like speedy lineup, and you have 3 frontliners that's going to provide a lot of vision for Disruptor to actually get the good glimpses back.
Okay, what's up with the Morphling ban from EC? Did they want to pick it? Like, where do you fit the Morphling in the side of Extremum?
Like mid and have Void Spirit on the offlane?
Yeah, but you would have Morphling and Drow Ranger in this.
That's extremely greedy.
That's so greedy. It would be, yeah.
Surprised they didn't pick PA. Like they could have go for something else instead of a Darkseer, but the Vombo combo is strong if they can pull it off.
So a bit of a wasted ban on that Morphling, you reckon?
I think it's a wasted ban. Like I don't necessarily agree with it. I have seen Morphling do well versus Drow. A few days ago we actually saw that Magnus and Morphling dealing with the Drow later on in the game. When they come online, they just defend long enough, and suddenly the Drow isn't a problem. Morphling has that natural waveform way of closing the gap. They ban out the anti-mage. Okay, they definitely know something we don't. They're expecting this Drow to go mid, because they just banned 2 hard carries. Like Morphling, yeah, like you said, he can be mid, but anti-mage, not really. This is.
I don't think you want to play Dota with anti-mage and Drow Ranger like your team. Like you just want to be hitting creeps for 30 minutes. Drow Ranger comes online. She wants to join a fight, but she also needs to have a hero that can do stuff early on.
Okay, I see the anti-mage ban here. It's because you have the Darkseer, but still, man, it's
I don't think that would
like anything does well versus Darkseer in the lane. There are so many better heroes to choose from. So I definitely don't agree with their last 2 bans.
So they've not so much had a read towards the end here.
They need, at least for EC, they just need a hard carry in the end that's going to be able to get on top of draw, and they have many options because of that Darkseer. So I'll agree with that thing that even though they could have picked PA there on the 4th pick, this Darkseer does enable a couple of other heroes to actually work.
No, I just got confused by these.
2 bans.
It's
like
like,
big
why?
break.
It's like, why? Why? I don't even care about what your last pick is now. I just want to understand what were you trying to do?
Yeah, you can definitely understand Extremum's last 2 bans. It's PA, like we mentioned before, like Lacoste said, and then Ember as well, who's also a hero that's extremely good with Magnus and gets on top of you. Perhaps isn't really the best right clicker when it comes to taking down objectives, but you had enough. Ricky, there you go. I mean, it's solid. It's pretty solid. It's good versus Void Spirit. It gets on top of draw easily, right? Empower.
Yeah, I mean, they have no hero that deals well with Ricky.
Yep.
Spirit Breaker, you see him charging, you just press Tricks of the Trade, Vengeful Spirit. He can dodge everything. You want to see Slardar?
I mean, it wouldn't be that bad, right? You get an extra initiating type, you get that Corrosive Haze versus Ricky, forces him into something like a Manta, perhaps. Something like an Underlord, maybe, even with the amount of roots that he brings to your team, the
They can swap things
frontliner.
around. Put something like a Puck on a mid lane, play a bit more faster game, and put Void Spirit on the off lane. Or they can go Underlord still in the pool. I like Underlord a lot against Ricky, root mechanic, and he's a beefy guy.
Just one thing, are they afraid that this draw is mid? Because they did ban out the Morphling and the Antimate, so they're thinking maybe
going back
Extreme,
for
but for real, it's a very confusing series of bans. So maybe they're thinking draw will be mid, and the last pick of Extreme will be the hero that goes versus Darkseer plus Tiny, because that lane can be a little bit tricky for draw range. You can still play around it with Gust, but it can be problematic.
They still have 40 seconds left. Thinking this through. Like, maybe why did they ban out AM and Morphling? We need an offlaner. So, yeah, they go with the Beastmaster, builds into Necrobook, the Sea Ricky. Also, nothing to purge off Beastmaster's Roar, no real save. So once he uses that, it says, we fully commit.
Also, it's another hero that buffs up on the Drow Ranger. They just have a lot of synergy, making this super carry off of her, which is also very, very neat for them. Is the lane Spirit Breaker and Beastmaster that scary? Perhaps not, but they do have kill potential and push potential. They're extremely beefy over there, so Ricky and Disruptor won't really be pressuring them way too much. EC, they have some things going for them too, right? Their team fight is amazing. If they manage to get the combo-wombo going off, you have the Ricky, you have Magnus with Empower, you have the Darkseer, Disruptor. It's pretty sick.
Extreme lineup is much easier to execute. Like, you have all these auras, you group up together, you kill 1 or 2 heroes with a smoke, take the Roche. On the other side, you have like Disruptor with the Darkseer combo plus a mag. These are 3 heroes that can easily like fail, especially on this level of Dota. Like, you expect the perfect execution, you know that it's not gonna happen. So we'll have to see, but I'm leaning towards Extremum much more. Beastmaster is fine. Can they shut down Ricky? That's the problem. If Ricky pops off, especially with the Empower, that hero is just insanely good. One thing I don't like about the old Corporations lineup is that they don't have a save, especially now that Beastmaster was last pick. So once they go in on a target, that means the target is dead.
Liz, real quick.
Yeah, I'll to hell with it. I'll go with the Ricky.
I think go with EC,
I
just
think
the Ricky, that's
Extremum,
it.
they have better players overall, more known players. They show that they're a little bit of a better team. But like Lacoste has said, this Ricky with Empower, with RP, if it hits a couple of times, it can be really problematic. Okay, I won't go anyway. I had a but there, but doesn't
Just
matter.
go with
Let's
it,
just go
just
with
go
Evo
with it.
Corp, yeah.
Time for us to go and get into this game. It's time for us to get back with Nomad at 1-4-3-7. It is just a best of one. It is a match that will decide on who will go through cleanly and who will still have one more match to play to try and get into the Divine League. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Theban. You know, it's a pretty interesting draft. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't watching much of it. I was flaming T-Governor in the chat and trying to see if they could get all 10 heroes to be blue, but the Beastmaster ruined it in the end. But I guess I agree with everything Lacoste said because he seems like a smart guy. Theban, what's your take on these drafts?
Listen, there's one team that has a very fun game plan, and there's another team who's like trying real hard to win this game. And I'm gonna go with the real fun game plan because Darkseer, Ion Shell with Surge on a Riki and Empower sounds like a beast combo in this game, and I really want to see it working out. I know G's my boy. I love this man to death, but this is one hella tryhard draft by him with a Vengeful Spirit, Beastmaster, dumping all the auras onto this Drow Ranger. Just want to keep on attacking once they hit that big timing. Last time we watched them play, they were playing Vengeful Spirit and Medusa. So pretty much this very similar idea to that. They feel like Drow is a safer pick to take earlier in the draft, and that's why they decided to go for the Drow route this game instead of the Medusa.
Multi-shot, split shot, same spell, right? No difference there. It's literally the same hero. But yeah, I mean, this anti-armor and then like the Vengeance Aura buffing up the Drow, throw in the Beastmaster as well, and this Drow is basically going to have like way more effectiveness than what her net worth is going to make out, and that's going to be something we focus on a lot in this game as we start things off with a ton of aggression at the start. Actually, as the Darkseer just shoves his face into this lane and throw it down the avalanche as well, just trying to get down these creeps as quickly as possible. It looks like, and they know that this Drow is just going to deny everything if they let her, so they're just trying to mess with them as much as possible and cause a cacophony in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, up at the top we got Chloy and Flensmeister on the Riki and the Disruptor versus Velhor on his Spirit Breaker and Afterlife, aka Old A, on his Beastmaster. How do you see this top lane going, Steven?
I think the Riki has a lot of presence in this lane, especially once he hits level 3 and they get that Thunderstrike to wear down the Beastmaster, building up into that, and that's where it gets real scary for the Beastmaster. But if you make one false move on this Disruptor, like a bad move, the Disruptor can easily die with the boards and a charge coming out from the Spearbreaker. He's also got an Orb of Venom. So early levels, Disruptor needs to be careful. Once Riki does hit level 3, this Beastmaster needs to be careful because there's not a whole lot that's going to stop the Riki from going on him and killing him.
That's true enough. It's true enough. But we did talk a lot about how the Drow's been beefed up by everybody, but there's also the fact that the Riki's going to have this Magnus increasing his tank damage and his AoE, and then you've also got the Surge as well, which can be a big deal for heroes like Riki who just want to be very important with their positioning. Meanwhile, G's actually tossed back here, and inside the Iron Shells, he's taking quite a lot of damage here. This is going to be your first blood. They need a little bit more to run him down. They're actually searching for the Tiny, trying to finish the job, but G does have that Fairy Fire and owned me. It could be in some trouble.
The
no Fairy
Darkseer.
Fire on him, and he goes under the tower
Shots.
and gets himself killed off. A little bit of an overextension there by the Darkseer, not respecting the health of G and that regen he had, and therefore he is actually going to be a first blood. What a twist!
What a twist indeed. And this is probably the lane that you don't want to be giving any kills away to. They're the Aura heroes. They want all the experience they possibly can get, and Darkseer dying there. He's only got 5 last hits in this lane too. This is a very disastrous lane at the moment for Dire.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, they tried to just shove their faces into it, but unfortunately there's just too much damage coming out of this Drow, so now they're put into this weird position. But I mean, it is a Darkseer after all, you know, getting a couple of levels and he can just split waves. He doesn't have to worry too much about directly fighting the Drow. But I mean, Drow's going to be fine under tower as well, so you're probably giving this Drow a good game regardless of what happens here. She's going to be happy. Meanwhile,
they're doing a really good job. Oh.
Yeah, he's okay on the Spirit Breaker. He's okay, just getting a bit big for his boots. But I want to talk about his mid lane a little bit here, because usually when we see Magnus, we expect him just to crush every single melee hero, but Melojon's actually doing a really good job of controlling up this lane and giving Bella a bit of a running over.
I think that's a skill thing here. I do believe Magnus actually destroys this matchup. I think we've seen this exact matchup before. And that Magnus was absolutely dumpstering the Void Spray. He couldn't do anything. in a lane like this. But you know, sometimes the first 2 waves matter so much. Maybe the Void Spirit got like 3 denies, or you know, built up a small lead from that, and that just allowed him to snowball into this great position he's in. Now the power rune though, who's gonna get it? Oh, it's bottom.
Velo comes over. I mean, he's still gonna stun up, so Mergel's probably the quicker one here.
They're saving it for the Void Spirit. It's not that big of a rune, but Illusion probably the worst rune you can get at this stage for Void Spirit, but still useful though to refill your bottle up, and the Magnus does not have any bottle charges.
The choice is made.
Yeah, the bottle refill is obviously the important factor. Is Beast Smash in the top lane. He's actually fine being left alone for a bit as well, doing okay up in this top lane. I mean, he's got terrible last hits, but compare him to the Darkseer and he looks great.
If you compare it to the Darkseer, yeah, anybody's looking great in this game. The Venge and the Draw are just like chilling, denying creeps together. They got 16 denies together at this point. This Darkseer is just not having it, man.
Wow, Cheoli, that's a lot of damage coming down on him right now. This Disruptor, I think he's just straight up dead. The axe has come through, and the damage is there. See you later, Disruptor. Balls, man. What a trip those things are.
It's very scary for Disruptor to move out into the jungle area against Beastmaster and Spirit Breaker. He's got to literally stay beside that tower all the time.
The fear of God put into him.
I mean, they're doing a really good job at the moment on the side of on the Radiant side here. They built up a small lead. They got plenty of XP on their heroes, but this Riki, he is pretty much free farm, and their strength on Dire is gonna come when they empower Riki starts running around and killing heroes.
Charge up the top onto the Disruptor again. This one might be a little bit ambitious though from Velhor, as he is right under his tower and able to back himself off easily enough. Meanwhile, Snorpy, maybe looking for something in mid here? I don't know if this is going to be possible. I think he's just securing runes, looks like. And we'll be able to grab himself that haste.
That's big. That is so big. Just to remove that from the Void Spirit, because if Void Spirit gets a haste rune, anywhere he TPs to, it's like a guaranteed kill. So, Tiny, jack the rune away from the Void Spirit. That means another minute or 2 where they shouldn't have to worry too much.
Oh, Snorpy, my boy. He tried so hard to take that hard camp. The Avalanche had tossed the hard camp, but Drow killed it all with multi-shot mid-air. Jesus, what a waste. Meanwhile, Mag is struggling against neutrals. There's no worries. These guys are pretty tough. It's cool. He's good though, just getting the cap before he goes back to bases. Mergel pushed in this middle lane.
All that juicy mid XP going away. The Void Spirit just shoved like 6 creeps into the tower and nobody got XP for that. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, it's pretty nice and pretty bad for EXE. And he's actually immediately just jumping on the Magnus here, cleaving away most of his HP pool. Jesus. No chill from Mergel here. And again, just continuing to get damage up from this tower. I mean, this tier 1 is just getting whittled away at, and the Magnus, he's just done nothing for the past couple of minutes. He farmed a hard camp, went halfway back to base. I was like, oh, you know, that will be fine, but it was not fine. Meanwhile, oh, nice toss back in the top lane, but the Darkseer is actually getting very low. But with Flensmaster coming in as well, this will be a kill onto Nephra, a big kill as well. And they'll look forward onto G. Also, Tiny, though, out of mana for the time being. He's got a toss in 3 seconds with the Mango, but not really going to turn into much here. We'll leave the Venge alone.
That was a really nice rotation from Riki, but a smart setup from the Tiny. He put 2 sentries in his bottom area, so they know that there's no vision watching them if they TP down here. So very clean play, getting the kill out on the Jaw Ranger. Now that Riki has a new home, gets his level 6, doesn't have to worry about the Beastmaster pressuring him anymore.
Yeah, but this is going to open up Afterlife to take this top tower, which I imagine he will do in a pretty safe way. There's not really anything Cholo can do about this. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they're going on to G now under the tower. There's a TP coming on over as Nephrit comes into this, starting to get the damage off onto the Void Spirit. And oh my god, he just wrecks everybody as they take down that Darkseer. Snorpy still in the trees here. Flen's trying to sneak out the back door. He's going to get caught by a couple of arrows here. Meanwhile, TP out, successful. And that's going to put an end to things in the bottom lane. So maybe getting a bit overexcited, trying to kill the Vend. They do so, but losing their Darkseer isn't a great trade, to be honest. But it frees up the pressure on mid as Velhor takes over and wants to get himself the XP.
Yeah, they're just trying to level up on Dire side, but they're just losing too much on the map. Like the cores are not affected for Extremum, and they're just constantly pushing lanes up, getting farmed. This Beastmaster's untouchable. Dude, this Beastmaster is gonna be invincible soon if they don't actually get a kill out on him. Oh, here it is. The Ion Shell, Ricky.
Yeah, smoke up coming in from behind
Kinda
as
roar,
well.
though.
The disruptor is here. The roar comes out from Afterlife. They need the vision on this on this Beastmaster. I mean, Ricky actually getting preloaded just as it creeps. As Malaysia comes in, he's got the up. He throws it down just in time. Beastmaster getting beaten on down. They will finally get that kill. Bellhawk turns up to this one as well. Unfortunately, they can't seem to get on top of him and bring him down. It's a very limited catch as Melodor jumps in from the side, gets himself one clean kill, and looking over towards the Magnus as well. Bellhawk trying to help out. Does he have the bash? Well, he's got the charge. He doesn't need a bash. He's going to get bogged down here as well, and that is going to be 2 kills in the top lane for the Extreme Mums.
They're just getting countered everywhere they go, try to make a play. This all started because the Magnus lost mid lane, I feel. Like, the Riki was fine, the Magnus losing mid was just a little too much, and the Void Spirit, wherever he goes, he's pretty much getting kills at this point. There's one thing we didn't mention, though, right? Or I'm not sure, maybe I recall poorly, but Darkseer, he's a really good hero at healing aura, because he's got that wall. Speaking of Darkseer, they're going on the bench. Taking so much damage from the Drow.
Jesus, this Drow ain't messing around. He's got power treads on Agi, 3 rage bands, and a hell of a lot of DMGs to pump out. And me swapped back into the range of this Drow Ranger. She's going to claim another one. Never gets the double kill in the bottom lane.
So much damage, and the Beastmaster chases. They're going to get this tower. So I was saying, like, if Darkseer somehow gets his levels up, then the mid-game wall back in combo can actually steal the Beast Aura, the Venge Aura, and then they can utilize that for their own heroes. The only problem is Radiant is just non-stop pushing towers down, and they don't have any time to farm with this Ricky Magnus whatsoever.
Ricky Magnus, yeah. It would be scary if it was any other situation than this. I mean, 4k gold at 11 minutes, it really is painful. They're starting to lose some towers now as well. Another swap comes out. Charlie in some trouble.
my
He's
goodness,
going to drop the ultimate on himself, but these creeps just smacking away at him. But now the Beastmaster actually getting dragged back here. Might be in some trouble getting a Charlie by his back. The Beastmaster throws down the roar onto him, but it doesn't make a difference. Flensmeister will jump the backline to find that kill. But Flens himself could be in some trouble. Charge comes in, connects, stunning him up. He hasn't got any spell fuse. He's got to blink away. Can he get it over to the range creep? Still in the run. He on the backline to the fight. They'll kill Snorpy. Judd trying to take down G as they will finish off Flens. Now, Bellhawk fighting up into the Magnus. Charloy helping him out on the backlines here, but they need to run themselves away. Charge away, unfortunately, the Glimpse comes back, throwing back Bellhawk, but the stun is there from G, and with Melojor coming over, he's your damage. He's the guy who can lay the smackdown and finish off this disruptor. Meanwhile, the Magnus has run himself away, but again, Melojor just ruining this game. He's getting every single kill on the map right now, it feels like.
This is actually insane. This Void Spirit is level 11.5. They need to get some kind of a smoke into an RP with a blink on this Void Spirit. Try to kill him off. Get that XP back for your team. I don't think Evil Corp can actually farm their way back into this game. It is just not possible at this point. Maybe they just get one key item like that Blink Magnus and just try to keep on fighting with your Ricky. Maybe get them snowballing, picking off like one by one, and then that's how you get back into this game. If you've played a farm game, I think Radiant is just going to smash you at this point. Void Spirit has a DD now. He's so big. It's actually incredible. He's almost level 12 already.
Middle tower has fallen.
He is rolling it right now. Absolutely rolling in it. Double damage picked up. Going for the Orchid as well. I really like this item this game.
Yep. Use that on the Ricky. Ricky, who can't cast spells, is pretty much a creep. Really good on Magnus too, if you can pre-click the Orchid on him. Once he blinks in, he gets Orchided.
Is Magnus going for this Echo
tiny.
Saber? Is he actually going Blink and just queuing it up? But oh god, Snorpy. Oh dear.
Oh, if he goes for Echo Saber right now, like, I don't think there's any chance Evil Corp are gonna have the fighting capabilities.
He's got the money for the Blink if he buys it right now.
He should.
He's just holding on to 2.4k gold, no worries. Meanwhile, then comes the shockwave, but that's not going to be enough to save off Charlie, and he even jumps forwards onto the Magnus. Magnus under the tower, getting focused down here. He's going to charge himself away with that skewer. Meanwhile, Flensmeister coming in the backline, trying to look for Velhor here, but won't be able to get the damage off. But Snorpy might be able to help out. Meanwhile, Omi dies in the bottom lane to Nefrit and the Venge. Meanwhile, the three heroes at top continue their pressure onto this top tier 2.
Damn, Snorpy had to buy back there, try and do something. He has 0, dude. He has 100 gold to his Blink Dagger this game.
Oh my god.
That is very, very sad.
Snorpy.
Yeah.
He's.
Did you notice that? Go on.
Oh, I was just going to say his current net worth is 1,200 at 14 minutes into the game.
These guys are just dying to the Beastmaster.
He's a +4, dude. He's a +4.
Yeah, it feels really bad for this Tiny. This gold lead is just becoming way too much.
Jump forwards though, onto the Tiny. And if that Orchid, that's probably going to be enough to pick him off here. And he will just pop Melodil very calmly, doesn't even throw spells at him. We've got plenty more to give, but he's just like, no, you're already dead. Nothing you can do, mate. And Mag went for the Echo Saber.
Okay, well, enjoy farming for another 5 more minutes before you get your dagger. And most likely 5 minutes from now, I think they're going to lose Roshan to this Jaw Ranger and probably a tier 2 tower as well. That means the outpost will be taken before 20 minutes. Things are not looking good.
Snowball-y lineup from Extremum. They are certainly getting into gear right now. And there's very little on the side of Evil Corporation to stop them. They're just too poor, too starved.
Too starved, I like that. That's exactly what's happening. Look at what they're farming. They're farming the Ancients of Evil Corp. So naturally they're forced out of that safe area of the map to go and split push, but then when you're split pushing like this, it's always scary. You don't know where Radiant is gonna come from next. What if you get charged like this Darkseer is right now? And he's gonna follow up, and now he's dead too.
I think this isn't too bad. Like, he's pretty deep down in the bottom lane, kind of forcing Extremum to be where they don't really want to be. But then at the same time, as I say this, there's 3 heroes charging into Roshan, so maybe that's not quite true.
Yeah, it's just a Spear Breaker. Venge still has her TP available as well. So she can just TP to the top and all of a sudden 5 heroes on the Roshan area.
Oh no, he just wanted to place a ward. Charlie just wanted to ward. He's gonna get killed off. Somebody think of the supports. They jump forwards now looking for the Tiny. Tiny, he dies with dreams of Blink Daggers in his head. But nothing in his hands.
They're just completely outclassed in this game. Evil Corp. Too tall of a mountain to climb, Nomad.
Indeed, indeed. Man, we're getting metaphorical with it today. Not much more to do, to be honest with this one. There's nothing but metaphors to be said about this game. Because the truth is just too disheartening for Evil Corporation right now.
How's the mag? Still 1,000 more gold to go. So they lost the Roshan. Next is going to be a tier 2 tower that Extremum's going to try and take. Maybe they can do that before the outpost 20 minutes get activated. That would be very ideal. Ricky's almost got Diffuser. Oh no, not quite. He's still like another 1,000 some gold away.
If only 1437 that were the case. Alas, 'tis not to be. Yeah, they're still very far away from these timings, and like Extremum just like pressuring, man. They're just really pressuring now as they'll get another kill onto Owned Me. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
They're just hunting, man. Everywhere they see a hero, they're just running at him. And this Beastmaster is constantly pushing lanes out, and the supports can't do anything against these boards in the Necro 3.
Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
So, I did say Radiant had a try-hard draft.
Yeah.
Which they do. And Evil Corp went for something
Melodil
like,
on the high
cool
ground, trying to kill the Magnus inside his own base. I mean, this is just rude at this point. It's just disrespectful. He does get off the RP, but there's no one to follow up with here. And Velhor with the Stardust Resistance able to break out of it nice and quickly, and they'll kill him off all the same. Maybe Flens. Maybe Flens. All right, he claims 1. Melodil, could this be a nice second here? No one else really coming in to help him out here, so Melodil kind of biting off more than he can chew, and will be punished. Now, Evil Corporation, they are given a little gift from the side of the Extreme Mums. Let's see if they can do anything with this that they've been given. I mean, the thing is, like, all they do is just hit more creeps and try and hit these timings. They still need the blink on Mag. They still need the diffuser as Darkseer just gets peppered at by the Drow. Glimpse does save him a little bit longer, but unfortunately 2 more right clicks and Nefrit does grab himself that kill.
You know, this game just feels like Dire has just not even been able to play Dota quite yet, right?
No.
They're like, guys, just give us 5 minutes. Just let us, get our items so we can actually play with you guys too. And Extremum is just like taking it to them, man. They're just putting them down. They're just like constantly putting them down, not letting them get back up again.
But here we go. Magnus farming up. He's nearly got the blink. He's got to wait 50 seconds for the RP, but this could be the big turnaround spell, but probably won't be. I mean, it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, the thing is, the Darkseer is not very high level, right? He's got level 2 vacuum. So it's hard to like bring everybody together. They have the potential if they had the levels, but they've just been dying way too much on the map to the Spear Breaker and the Hawk Vision. Like, Hawk just saw that Darkseer, and he tried to defend the tower, but...
I mean, he tried to defend a tower which is already dead and kind of slowly walked towards it in mourning. Oh god. 20 seconds and he will be back. 18 seconds solid RP, so it should synergize nicely at this point. Once again, Melajor just going absolutely crazy here. Able to take down Chowley. Velvorb does die for this though. Managing to get his Spirit Breaker kill at the point. Meanwhile, Nefrit and Afterlife, they mean business. They're going for these towers, they're going for the objectives, they know what's up, and they're also respecting the Magnus as well. They see this Blink Dagger and they're like, no. We're not getting caught out by the Blink Mag with the Darkseer. That's not happening.
Gotta respect it, man. Even if you're down, even if you're up 14k gold, your hero dies, just chill out, reset, go again when you have 5 again. This Beastmaster's going for a Solar Crest, so that's gonna give Jaw Ranger even more amplification. And Venge already has Vladimir's. This Jaw is stacked.
Yeah, Drow is the extreme mum this game. She is the matriarch.
Mad stacked.
See if they can find anything with this smoke. But Evil Corporation looking maybe for something of their own here. I'm not too sure though. They don't seem super keen on it. And they will just back out to their own jungle. But Extremum.
Oh, I like this play.
Oh, this is so cheeky. And it's the Darkseer again. Owned me once again. He's 2-11, Theben.
I didn't even check his score.
That's very respectful of you.
For some reason, it didn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a really nice play from Extremum. They smoked into the bottom where there's no tower. They try to kill somebody off, and then lead that into an objective instantly on the high ground.
Tiny trying
Whoever
to play
tried
for
to defend
something here, just looking for a toss in the back, but he gets caught out as well. They pull back on the Darkseer, really trying hard to dig deep and find something here, but Extremum, they cover their retreat very, very well, and we'll just
Glimpse in one though. Out. Did they have any vision? Oh, never mind. You're getting hunted, the Shelter.
Yep. Try glimpsing this. Well, they do drop the smoke down onto him, but unfortunately the creeps from the Beastmaster are enough to take him out. Now Darkseer going down as well. That's going to make it 3. They look over towards more. The Roar comes down onto the Ricky, controlling him up on the backline. Nefrit just unleashing onto him with the multi-shot. And in 21 minutes, this best of 1 is over. Jesus. That was... Christ. All right. Well, that's what happens sometimes. If you draft yourself into this position, you get a bit experimental, you try to have the Ricky, the Darkseer, not exactly a hugely popular pick right now, and then your lanes just went so bad. They did not go well. And in the end, you end up in this tricky situation. What could they have done differently?
I just want to correct you. Like, I don't think this Darkseer Tiny or Magnus mid is a terrible draft or something. I think they could have done it. They could have actually made it work. I think their laning capabilities were just not there for Evil Corp. They just were completely outclassed. They got outlasted, denied in the lanes. Their creep equilibrium management wasn't so strong. Magnus mid 2, I don't think he loses that matchup. I think Magnus has like 90 damage level 1, and he should be getting every single creep and not giving 6 denies in the first 3 waves to the Void Spirit, which was a big problem. And then that just escalated for Extremum, and Void Spirit just went around and destroyed everybody. And then they couldn't farm anymore, right? They needed to focus on fighting on the side of Evil Corp if they actually want to stay in this game, and they didn't really do that either.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Drow, it's a Beastmaster. If you give them the time of day, they are going to push down your towers, and that's exactly what we saw in Extreme versus Evil Corporation. But we're going to throw it back to the panel of Banks, Lizard, and Lacoste to continue to break this one down.
Yes, boys. Extremum wanted that to go extremely fast. Ha, I beat you to the basic pun, Lacoste.
Unlord.
Wasn't going to allow him to have it. Liz, you're definitely not allowed to attempt anymore throughout this.
Yeah, please
Extremen
no.
just said we shouldn't have been here in the last group, right? We shouldn't have been in this position anyway. We're going to show you how it's done. And they managed to make it very convincing from start to finish.
It was a pretty clean game. Like from the start, they didn't ever feel contested throughout the laning stage. 1437 said it well, like Magnus should not lose this matchup. It's a 1 versus 1 melee. Even if you can still, farm the side camps. You have more damage than him. It should not happen.
Now, what matchups does Magnus lose right now? You might get out CS'd by something like a Monkey King if he zones you out, or if they pick a Razor or something, but no, like you win every single matchup when it comes to CS, at least the network. And okay, we can talk about them because these players, like we said before, we know one name out of all of them pretty much that has been around. But I really want to mention Melojul as well. This isn't the first time this guy is really popping off. Like, he's been playing exceptionally well throughout most of their games. Even when they lose, he does well on that mid lane. I have to remember the Batrider previously as well in the game that he played extremely well, and now as well with the Void Spirit. It was on point. Now,
Extremely something else?
no, please. No pun
You
intended.
said it like 3 times.
It really wasn't intended. It's just this, like, word circulation gets into my head.
See,
That's
Blame the
all.
other people.
Yeah, Evil Corporation, they had a couple of decent moves, like with the Ricky towards the bottom lane to kill the Drow, but it's very difficult to play when the mid laner of the enemy team is just 3 levels above your own and he's just dominating the map.
And Beastmaster, like this is how you utilize the 10th pick. You get the Beastmaster, all the pieces are coming together. You have Venge, Beastmaster, Drow Ranger. At one point, you know that they're gonna be taking your towers. All 3 tier 1 towers were gone by the 10-minute mark. Necro 3, 15 minutes in, they take the Roche. This is, just a game that was all Extremum. There was pretty much nothing that the other team could do if they keep playing like this.
If they keep playing like this.
Yeah,
Right?
it's just a snowball lineup that pops off so easily. You know what this lineup is capable of, and if you don't shut it down early on, at one point the game is just gonna break. Like, they're not relying on any cooldowns. You know that they're gonna be taking Roche. Venge, she decided to go for Vlad's on top of that, even buff them up more, and it's a textbook example how to play Dota.
And G as well, like he's playing that position 5 once again, and out of all supports he has the most net worth. Like at one point when he gets that Vlad, he has higher net worth than his position 4, than the enemy's position 4 and 5 combined.
And check this out, sorry. You see 3 raid bans. Ricky also had 3 raid bans but sold 1. You know that both teams are try-harding if you buy more than 2 raid bans. Like that's just a fact.
Just the way it is. There you go. Vengeful Spirit, KDA with 20. All right, sounds fair.
They were just popping off in that game.
Disbelief there, Liz. Disbelief.
He did have an Oracle game in which he was beyond godlike, so perhaps it shouldn't be that surprising.
3-1-17.
Yeah.
That's his score. Imagine if he had 17-1-3 on position 5 Venge. I don't think that ever happened, but whatever.
Some pop game out there, someone's got that score.
Somehow you're getting all the last hits, you're stealing all the kills.
Enjoying yourself, having some fun.
Yeah, but for real, the Evil Corporation, if they had what it takes when it comes to the draft, the execution just wasn't there. Yeah.
Now, a bit scared though for these guys, right? Because 5 comrades, they had their game first, got to chill for a bit, watch this game go down. Now they're going to go straight into the next best of 1, which is against Evil Corporation. How do you see that is it positive that Evil Corporation a bit more warmed up, or is it worse for them because they just got their asses handed to them? Like, how do we look at it?
I would definitely love to be in Extremum position. Like, you just played a game, you won. I think every Dota player out there
aren't playing.
Extremum,
they're
the other guys.
Oh, the other. Never mind. I'm done.
Evil Corp.
Evil Corp. Yeah. But it's better for them, I still feel, because you just played a game, you lost, doesn't matter. You have a 15-minute break.
Yeah.
You're warmed up. The other guys probably didn't even play.
Played an hour ago.
They did not play, They were probably watching the game who they're going to play against and what they're going to ban.
All right. I'm going to go down some fun hero stats. We have to wait for this like long break on it all, guys. So we keep seeing Tiny picked, right? You keep praising how much Tiny gets picked in this. You know, at the moment, just through the EU West region, within Omega League, 19 picks. He's only on 26% win ratio.
Damn. He had a much better win rate just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, at the very beginning, it was like
it was great.
40% or something.
But he just continued losing every single game, it looks like.
Venomonster's right up there, 15 picks, 66% on the wins.
66.
And you guys weren't so happy with him at the first.
At first we weren't, but then when we saw how it works with a couple of different drafts, like you can see how it fits, then it all does come together and starts making sense.
Got any more stats? We've been through Undying, you know, you didn't win a single game.
Undying to the very end. Who else do you want to know? Like Phoenix has obviously been used constant, so he's in a good spot.
What about Mag?
Mag, all right, let's go down for Mag. So Magnus, 6 picks, 13 bans, 66% win ratio.
What about Doom?
Oh, Doom's on 100% ban, I think.
And some of the heroes received buffs for like no reason at all. Mag is the first one that comes to my mind. Like, why? The hero was already strong. You don't have to give him 3 buffs in the patch.
What about Meepo?
So, we're not going for your heroes. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm just gonna name heroes, man, for the next 15 minutes.
That's all we're doing. For Doom, though,
I'm just interested.
Doom was picked right at the beginning. You remember the opening couple of days? We saw him. 3 picks, 100% win ratio, now 41 bans. So he just survived the first 2 days and everyone else just went,
The hero is just way too sick. You just devour. You have that built-in Midas with the economy changes to the game. He just gets all the items that he needs before anyone else and contributes the game way more.
If you have first ban, like you don't have to spend a ban on Doom. The other team has to do it. So that's actually... They need to ban Doom because for... couple of reasons, the hero just seems way too strong.
Lina at the moment, 100% win ratio for the 5 games, 7 bans.
Yeah, it was mostly support as well. Lina so far played. Yeah, but it all comes down to the level of the teams that played the Lina too. You know, it's not only about the hero. We have to wait for the main stage as well before we really decipher what's good and what's not in this meta.
Who do you think is the second most picked hero after Tiny?
Venge?
Shadow Destroyer. I don't know.
Shadow Destroyer.
I just made that up. Like a new hero. I don't know.
Rubik.
Yes, correct.
There you go. That hero is always top picked. Yeah. Like every single meta, that hero is just up there.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
The hero's always going to be good. You have good heroes, well, this hero is good because you can steal the spell from you.
Faceless Void's right up there as well.
Yeah, no surprise there. Like Faceless Void.
70% win ratio.
We have Faceless Void, Spectre, and Drought. And they look like the winning 3 cores, 3 carries that are coming in this patch.
How different is it region to region just from you guys' experience? Stuff like that?
It's like watching completely different game, especially in Chinese scene. I'm a big fan of Chinese Dota. Like, there's some like completely different stuff happening. You could not guess. Is it like tier 1 Dota? Is it like tier 4 Dota? But they have their own mentality, and I like that. You can pick up a lot of great ideas coming out from Chinese region.
I've just had a look at China for our Omega League, and like Clockwork is right up there on 9 picks at the moment. Okay, Treant's up there on 9 picks, a lot more than what we have.
I mean, we started with Clock as well. We started with Clock.
Yeah,
we picked it up a little bit, but Treant definitely not.
I don't know if it was you, Liz, but I know some of the analysts weren't too happy on Phantom Lancer. He's being picked up a lot in China at the moment.
It depends. So, like you said right now, Clockwork is picked a lot there. Instantly, it makes you think that Phantom Lancer is a decent hero because he's really good against him in the laning stage. He doesn't really care about his skill set too. So it's it all comes together.
A situational hero. You can't just go and first phase Phantom Lancer. It's gonna get punished. You need to save it for the 4th most of the time as a 5th pick.
And here as well, it would be picked every time you see a Drow. Phantom Lancer comes to everyone's mind, but it gets banned out. So
Do you want some more Undying from the Chinese region pack?
Yeah. Is it over 5% win rate?
Undying, 4 picks, 4 bans. It's had 1 win.
Wow, that's
25. That's sick.
At least it's done something, There's a positive.
Probably the
Probably
other
nothing
team
in the game.
disconnected or something like internet issues. There's no way Undying won a game.
Just, yeah, it's not happening. There has to be some sort of excuse played around on it. It's actually super fun. I'm enjoying this part. Just turn this into every middle segment, see how much it changes. You've got me going now, Liz.
Come on, give me more.
I would, but
What about Sven? Tell me about Sven.
you want Sven?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
For our region?
No, not for our, because we don't play it at all. We had like 2 games of Sven.
Okay, what do you want in China?
China, yeah.
Okay, let's have a look.
In NA, apparently they're playing Sven quite a lot in pubs.
Yeah, that's
but
what we heard
here,
from
like,
BSJ.
yeah, in EU, it's not really that big of a deal. Even with the recent buffs, like no one's picking that.
In China, it just had 1 ban.
There you go.
Nothing
And
else.
in EU, 1 pick, right? Like we had 1 pick of Sven.
We
Yeah,
saw
but it
Sven
won,
game
didn't it?
yesterday.
Yeah,
He
that's
really
it.
popped off.
Yeah.
Had an amazing game. Went for Hand of Midas, Echo Saber, Blink, BKB. You know, just Sven was always on a timer, but with the changes over the past like 2 years, where you can buy Moonshard, you can buy Aghanim Scepter. Like this hero is also great in the late game. Like he gets kited, but depends which heroes you have with him. He's not gonna fall off as much as he would a couple of years ago.
I have a feeling they literally added that Aghanims to him just so he doesn't get kited.
Yeah.
That's it. Like his Ags is pretty sick. The only question is, it's very expensive, and how do you fit it into your item build? It's hard to make it work in a build-up.
Snapfire was an interesting one.
Oh.
Five picks, 1 ban, but 80% win ratio on it.
That's a sleeper hero for sure. I talked to Fog about some of the heroes before I came to Ukraine. Like this is the hero, that and Grimstroke.
Who was using Snapfire? They picked it.
Viking,
Viking, yeah.
GG. They pretty much, if we have a high win rate with it, it's mostly because of them. They love the hero. They play it all
That
the time.
hero was untouched, unpicked for such a long time, and people are sleeping on it. So that and Grimstroke. I don't know why Grimstroke also received those huge buffs. The hero is just insanely good. Like he has everything. You have leash mechanic, you have silence, you have a stun, you have wave clear, a great attack animation.
It's a great hero.
It's just overall one of the best position 5s in my opinion, and I think when the tier 1 teams start playing, we're gonna see this hero either banned or picked in the first phase.
The Void Spirit at the moment is 12 picks, 75% win ratio, 16 bans.
Still, that's a hard read for me, Void Spirit as a hero, where I think I've said it yesterday, when he wins the games, the hero looks good. When he loses the games, he's just, you know, like, what does this hero do? He doesn't have a place in the game. Also, I think that hero is also on a timer. His Aghanim Scepter is insanely good, but you need to mix it up, his build, with some like Aghanim Scepter plus damage, like Deso, Daedalus, to actually have an ability to scale in the super late
Or
game.
if you are getting that Aghanims, you need your teammates to share the burden of dishing out that necessary damage.
Yeah.
Like you will be the controller type. I mean, Void Spirit, he's your Ember, he's your Storm, he's the playmaker in the mid game. That's how I see the hero. He has potential to scale really well in damage department, but doesn't really excel at that, and it's not necessarily what you really want to be doing most of the time.
What do you guys reckon about Quap?
She should have a decent win rate, I think.
Yeah, over 60% for sure.
Ooh. 10 picks, 18 bans, 40% win ratio.
Like he said, 60% loss,
Yeah,
loss rate. That's what he meant.
thanks.
You got it the other way around, right? You gotta find a way in.
I don't think the hero received enough nerfs. The hero is still extremely strong, where it's a pure damage, AoE pure damage. The best part of the ulti is the pushback, and you can flash farm. This is the hero that has, in my opinion, the best level 25 talent in the game. If you can get to that, the fear is insanely good. BKBs at that point of the game will be 5 seconds, and like you're gonna be using that multiple times, and there's no way to like itemize.
There's just a problem with Quap.
Yeah.
She falls off very quickly. If she doesn't make a couple of good rotations, couple of good moves, that hero is just dead. That's what happens. Like, she's strong in the lane, but you have a big ass period of time in which you're waiting for that big item or level 25, in which if you aren't constantly showing up to team fights and getting a kill of two and getting away, getting out, like you fall off quickly.
I saw a lot of the players making mistakes with Queen of Pain. Now that Orchid is so much cheaper, like you want to go for Orchid, but you're very vulnerable, which also means that like if they have Nature's Prophet on the offlane or if they have a mid laner who's going for Orchid, you need to adjust your item build. You need to get Yule Scepter as your first item. Like if you don't have it, I mean, we can talk about this, but it also depends on the team composition. What does your position 4, position 5 provide? So that is very complex. But in terms of that, like you just can't be that greedy. We also see Storm Spirit going for Orchid, which is one of the better items right now. So easy to make, cheap, and you threaten a lot of the carry heroes who don't tend to buy BKB. People are not buying BKB as their like first, second item anymore.
Now, Kunkka's quite an interesting one for me because I know it ends up being a couple of times we've seen it be the last pick, right? The one that can fill a couple of gaps for teams. Only 5 picks, 19 bans out there, but 60% win ratio.
Yeah, Kunkka is a hero that just makes your team work. It's that stable mid laner that doesn't really get countered again by many heroes. He wins most lanes. He's decent versus heroes such as Quap when he brings in the X marks the spot and the catch potential, and overall just brings a lot of utility to the team. You have the boat buff, that already is a big addition. It doesn't matter. Like if you're having a bad game, you're still gonna have X marks the spot and torrent plus the boat buff for your teammates. So no matter what happens in the laning stage, you're useful later on. It can be a little bit problematic, and yeah, you can feel like a creep if you are running around with 2 bracers minute 25, but doesn't really matter. You still have some utility.
He's versatile. You can build pretty much anything on Kunkka, whether you want to go for like armored build, straight Heaven's Halberd if you're playing against hero like Ursa, Radiance, and new Aghanim Scepter. Newer Aghanim Scepter is also great, which you know, just breaks the whole team fight. Yeah.
And one last one we'll touch on before those picks come in. As I saw the drafts were there, they'll pop up again, I'm sure. We're rehosting. They failed miserably. Didn't work this time. Rehost. We've got more time to go down all of this than so I will continue. Lifestealer, I'm guessing is very more situational with it because it's not being banned out. 55% win ratio with 9 picks so far. We've seen it a lot more.
It depends. A Lifestealer usually is picked as an answer to something, and he still has only 55% win rate. That's the thing. Some heroes here that we're talking about, like your Void or their Drought, or the Drought, they're just being picked constantly in the first stage as well, and then they get countered, and they still have a high win rate. You also have to take that in account.
Okay.
What order of the draft was it? Like, if he's picked 5 times and every time was because of that built-in rage BKB, right, to deal with some offlaner or some carry, then it might not only be the hero, it's just the circumstances that make him good.
Do you expect these kind of stats, right, as well, to be more based on what these people are pulling from their pub games for some of these lesser teams as well?
Yeah, I don't think these stats are like very accurate, and they don't show what the real OP heroes are and which heroes are going to be considered as a top tier picks. Like some of these teams are going to ruin the stats for the heroes. Like that's just it.
Just by not playing it well, not executing it properly.
Like you're not using the hero properly. You're playing, you know, like 60% of the hero. If you, for example, take Miracle, his Ember Spirit, like he goes over the limits with the hero, like what he can do, and this is when you get the most accurate stats.
But what about when it comes to then like the tier 1 teams, right? And when you're looking at these, obviously they play to such a high level, but again, we come to that point where most people can't play like that. But you feel, would you say that's still like the accurate...
but that's what we care about. Like, who cares about what's the best in pubs or in right here?
The general viewer, we care about the tier games, Liz. Think about them.
We care about the tier 1. That's what we all orient ourselves towards. That's what we try to copy.
We care about other tier teams, you know, as well, because if there were no tier 1 teams, no one to look up to. If just tier 1 scene existed, like Dota would die out.
I'm just talking about drafts. I'm not talking about teams.
I mean,
I'm talking about what they're drafting and how they're picking It's most of it's like this. You have tier 1 teams, you're orienting yourself towards their drafts, but also sometimes there's a team here and there that makes something exceptional happen, that gets
Viking,
a draft.
yeah.
Your Viking, they get some either cheese drafts or some drafts that no one thought about. And then again, tier 1 teams, they just copy that and they do it a little bit better. So you orient yourself towards that once again.
Tier 1 teams are the ones that break the game, that make the Ice Frog change the game. You know, because if they found something that they can abuse,
They'll do it, yeah.
that's going to get fixed.
Okay, makes sense. And we end with one last one before we go to a break because we're actually in a position where we don't know when the game's going to be starting up anytime soon. But we got the Broodmother stat because you guys loved it when Broodmother popped up. What do you reckon?
Like 20% win rate, maybe.
I don't think she was picked.
She was picked, but she lost.
was.
Yep. One pick, 2 bans, 1 loss. So 0% the whole way through.
I was close.
That's your last stat for the moment, guys. We're hopefully going to come back with this last best of 1 to decide the last group side of things here and work out who's been going to that Divine League. But we're waiting to see what happens with the lobby. So we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, and we'll see you after the break.
Omega League.
I told you we wouldn't be long. We're right back and ready to get into the draft. All the problems have been fixed. Both teams are ready, and it's time for us to see who will be this team that will make it to the Divine League and who will be the last team to be eliminated from all of it. We're already seeing some picks and bans go out. Is there a clear favourite in this from what you guys have seen? Is there one team that looks mechanically better, drafts better, just from what you've been able to see, guys?
I think this is a pure 50-50 matchup where draft's going to decide who's going to win. Like we've seen in the previous game, draft that was easy to execute, like just play simple Dota, group up, take some towers, while on the other side you had Vombo combo that is hard to actually pull off, and it's more entertaining, I would say, but you know, sometimes simple solutions are the best.
Isn't EC just taking the draft from Extremum right here? They took the Beast and the Drow. Like, okay, you can...
They didn't open up with it,
yeah. First and foremost, they opened up with 2 key parts without the Vengeful. That's a save, which isn't that great. Also, you open up with the Beastmaster versus Enchantress. Literally, your lane becomes so difficult to play in. Enchantress just rolls up, takes your board, turns it against you.
Don't get the board.
Yeah, don't get the board, yeah. And then you have Necros minute 25. You get dominated by one draft and then you try and replicate it. Perhaps it's the right way to play. But honestly, I don't think Evil Corporation had a bad draft in that first game as well, in the first series versus Extreme.
Yeah.
I think their draft was fine. It's just the execution was really lackluster.
Draft was fine if you don't see the other draft. Like, this is okay draft, but then you see the other one, you're like, yeah, there's a huge difference what these 2 drafts can do.
Surely playing to their hand is a better, playing to their comfort, right, is a better option at this point as well when you're on a more even footing going up against each other.
5 Comrades opened with the Dragonite and the Enchantress. Enchantress, like we said before, pretty decent versus the Beast. Dragonite, just something that they like overall. We have seen it pop up a couple of times. It's a stable first phase pick. It's not that great. It's not your... I don't think it should be in the first stage, but if you like the hero, if you're comfortable on it, it's flexible, it can go offlane, mid, also it gives you that pushing power. So
doesn't show anything, very versatile, has push potential, has a guaranteed lockdown, is good at every stage of the game, damage reduction against all these summons coming up from Breathe Fire and Drow Ranger, which is going to be big. They need something that can kill Egg. We saw that's the hero. Like, sometimes it's all it takes. Like, just leap, extra attack speed coming out from Mirana, and this combo. We also seen that a couple of times. Just Dragon Tail into Arrow. Faceless Void still in the pool. It's also great hero against everything that Evil Corporation has. Like, just locking them down with Chronosphere. There is not a single save.
There's also the Slark for 5 Comrades. It's maybe an option versus the Drow. I really like the fact that they picked the Mirana as an answer to Phoenix too. I hate seeing heroes such as Jug pop up, especially when you have a Beastmaster as well versus you. But this combo from EC, like I said, in the first game I liked their draft. Now again, yeah, Beastmaster is countered by Enchantress, but the grand scheme of things is still there. You have a very solid team fight with the Treant and Phoenix. Your Beastmaster and Drow are pretty good too. Like, Beastmaster buffs up the Drow. It looks very solid from them so far.
This is also an old school combination of 2 heroes, Phoenix plus Treant. They group up around the Egg, try to hit it. You use ulti. Ooh. That's an interesting one. They don't have the answer for Timbersaw. They still have one more hero, should be their mid laner. Who deals well? I mean...
Storm, perhaps.
I suggested yesterday something a bit different. OD. Like, this is the hero that...
It's just dead, man.
I don't know. You'll see. It's also great for setting things up with... Nah, that's on the enemy team. Never mind. I'm just saying that.
just
like at first, but then no.
Let it rest in peace. OD is just gone. It needs a couple of buffs. I think if you're EC, getting that Storm would round your lineup up quite well. You would have a hero that gets you that mixed damage versus the Timbersaw. They don't really have any catch whatsoever. Dragon Tail, perhaps, that's it. You can lane versus the Dragonite too fairly easily. You benefit from the draw.
That's a good ban. That Prophet. It's hero that loves to group up, and everything Evil Corporation have right now is just team fight. They don't have the pick-off potential. Beastmaster could be the one ganking, but this lineup is same what they lost to in the previous game. Just, 5 strong man lineup.
Also, from EC, what I really like with Drow is when she's not really threatened as much, and you can deal with that multiple ways. One of the ways is to just have strong frontliners. The other is to have a different team fighting focal point, such as Phoenix's Zag. If he is initiating, you have to deal with Yag. And then you also have Treant there, who brings a ton of control in these team fights until the BKBs come, and even after. So it's like the synergy of EC is on a very good level. They just need to find a way to deal with the Timber now.
They have no burst. That's the problem. One of the reasons why they banned out Morphling. Like, you can't just bring down the hero instantly. And these are 2 tanky cores. You have Dragonite, you have Timbersaw, which are naturally tanky, high armor, a lot of strength. Phoenix will deal damage at the later stages of the game with the Sunray, but like, Treant Protector doesn't provide any kind of burst. Beastmaster damages, they're locked down slow, but you don't have that hero yet who can just burst down people. Something like Alina, possibly, that can upgrade to be pure damage with the Aghanim Scepter.
Do you only rely on the Mirana when it comes to the egg as well? It's fine early on. Later on, it can get a little bit difficult because you just also pick the hero that doesn't hit at all in the form of this Timbersaw. So I would hate to see the same thing happening like yesterday, in which Phoenix is just solo winning the game from that position 5 or 4, as you can't deal with Yeg at all.
Yeah, Dragonite's attack speed is not that great. Same goes for Timbersaw, especially if Chakram is out, means you can't even attack. Banks, what do you think? What do you think the last pick is going to be?
Let's go with logic.
You know Dragonite and you know Axe, so one is already picked.
It's definitely not going to be Axe. That would be a terrible choice.
Okay, they have an Ember. So basically what 5 Comrades is trying to do here is to get more heroes that can get on top of Drow. So you need that reach. These scary heroes that we talked about earlier have been banned out. Your PL, Slark, and Spectre are all out of the game, so they go with something different. They go with the Ember instead. They are still flexible when it comes to setting up their lanes. Ember can go mid, Dragonite can go mid, Timber can go mid. So these 3 heroes literally can go on any single lane. They just have to adapt to what Evil Corp takes in the end. But still, for me, Storm Spirit looks
Storm, Puck,
great.
The one that comes to my mind. Storm is much better laner.
And scales a bit better than Puck, right?
Especially against the Dragonite. If they decide to put Dragonite on the mid lane, Storm does much better than Puck. You need a playmaking hero. You need someone. You have like Beastmaster and Treant to hold them in place, but you want someone to make space until that one critical moment where your lineup is just, let's go together, let's try to do stuff, take the towers, go for Roche.
Batrider is banned out, never mind. Like, that would have been a sick pick for them too.
They could get Necro. Yeah, man, I love Necro. Necro actually melts all these 3 heroes. It's insanely good. It dominates.
The only problem with
Ember Spirit in the lane, Aura, they have no magical burst damage to bring him down other than Timbersaw.
There's one slight problem for the Necro if they decide to go for it. You have Enchantress who's just taking away your Shroud, right?
That's true.
With Enchant, but it's still pretty solid. Oh, all right.
Okay, I forgot about this hero, so he can break down both of these heroes, which is actually good, and he's a great laner against Ember Spirit. That's pretty smart. I'm going with Evil Corporation.
Yeah, and this is your best of 1 pick right here. You go with something like you could go with Storm, but then you're kinda expecting your mid laner to do really well and play a good game, or you could just give him a Viper, and you just can't play poorly on this guy.
It's a disgusting lineup.
It's a disgusting lineup with a disgusting last pick.
A lot of slow coming out from Viper, Drow Ranger, Boar. Man, this lineup is actually insanely good, I would say. It's gonna take some time for them to build up. You're not best at ganking. Viper's not the mobile hero that goes from lane to lane, starts the fight, but they just want to group up and at one point force them. Like if enemy does not want to fight you, if they just keep dodging, you're gonna go into Roche Pit, try to force a fight.
You're gonna have to rotate this Mirana around the 2-3 minute mark towards this mid lane to try and help out whoever is there. With a couple of good arrows, if you manage to make this Viper into a creep, like killing him once or twice, ganking him on that mid lane, then you can open up different playstyles for you in which you're trying to bait out these big ultis and then play afterwards, because your only big ulti is pretty much Dragon Knight form, and that's it. Everything else you can play with constantly on a higher tempo. So make Viper not really a threat, and then deal with everyone else with their cooldowns.
And they can do that. There's Timbersaw as your offlaner most likely, so you can leave him alone once he hits level 3, which means that Mirana can go around and make some space for other lanes.
We're thinking very much EC from both of you by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game is way easier for them. There's a way for 5 comrades to take it, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
So draft-wise at the moment, definitely for EC, but can be a lot different in the game. Do you have faith that 5 comrades can execute this, potentially?
No, yeah, I definitely do, because not only because they have these chances, they have the Ember, they have ways of getting on top of Drow. They're also more known overall. Like, just looking at the names, looking at the players and the experience in the pro scene, that's where you kind of lean towards them. But if you're really trying to solely be analytical, looking at the drafts, Evil Corporation should take it.
Well, let's see if they do. It's the last chance in the last group through this qualifier. Let's see who's going to seal the deal. Is it going to be Evil Corporation or is it going to be 5 comrades? We've got... Whoa, that was confusing. KP and Pycat. They're both looking up at the sky.
We're twins now.
What the hell?
It was a long process we got there. We see him, he sees me, and I see a game. Hopefully, a close game. Because, you know, last game, I don't know if you caught up Pycat, that best of one was pretty dominant. And if we get another one of those kind of affairs, we might start needing safe words on this stream.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I kind of agree with what Lizard was saying. It's like on the Radiant side, I would say the players might be more prominent, but I also think that the Evil Corp drafts is definitely easier to execute. It's pretty straightforward, and they have the break against like the Viper DK, and the Viper should do quite well in this lane.
I feel like our assessment is coming down to, you know, there's like draft for Evil Corp, smooth brain, all right, but maybe with the quality of players on the Radiant side, big brain. So we've got cancelled.
Yes. Man. Yeah, they got cancelled, man. You never know what you're getting.
I mean, he's getting a painful lane, I think is what he's realizing here. This is not a fun lane for the Ember Spirit at all.
I think the first, I mean, like, it's like when the Ember gets level 3 or 5, I think you're kind of happy because Viper doesn't deal all that much magic damage. So I think you're kind of fine to just push the lane and go farm jungle. But before that, it might get a little bit dicey.
Oh, gets dicey in the top lane. They actually run down the Timbersaw at level 1 as he did go for the reactive armor. Got pummeled into.
Yeah, Treant deals a lot of damage on level 1 with the Nature's Grasp, and they have the Frost Arrow slow and the Orb of Venom, so basically can't move at all.
It doesn't spell well for the Timber in that situation, right? Because usually if you're going for the reactive armor level 1, you should be known unkillable. Because we see 2 types of builds, right? They kind of just tank me up versus the full in on your nukes, because you know you can get kills on the lane.
Yeah, I think when you opt for this build, you want to just, you know, at some point, you want to be able to just sit there. They're going to try to go on the Treant once more. Shouldn't really be happening.
No, Snuff is kind of winning out against this, and Flash is almost dead already.
I think as soon as you get level 3 on the Timber, you should be just fine. You shouldn't really be dying in this lane.
That's true. It's just a painful slog to that point. And once Timber does get those levels, that's when Flash can begin to rotate. Because, you know, you mentioned the Ember with the chains in the mid. That's a good setup for rotations onto this Viper with those arrows, right? Like, that is the risk for Balaja. This isn't a game in which the supports can't rotate on you.
Yeah, it's like one of the classic combos, just some chains into arrow. Very easy to set up kills. We do see Cancel quite far ahead right now, though, in terms of CS. Only 5 CS on the Viper so far.
Yeah, I mean, should it happen that hard? He has gone for the slight fist build, so you put a little bit more pressure on the Viper. You can dodge out a hit or two there, but I mean, it still is a Viper.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to. I mean, Ember has a slightly higher base damage, and he is a melee hero, but I don't feel like it shouldn't be this kind of. I mean, now he's evening out, right? It's just the creeps are under his tower, so it's kind of whatever at this point.
In the bot lane, there's been a lot of pressure on OME. He's burning through most of his regen already. And it's a bit painful when you go for this Oov start and you don't feel like you can pressure that hard. Say that, Charlie is almost getting killed into Davai Llama. Dives through for it, but the Fairy Fire should keep the Enchantress alive.
Yeah, this bottom lane is not... like, it doesn't feel like the most exciting lane. It's just the DK, and it's kind of hard to harass him for this beast. It's like some supports, they can trade some hits and they can get low and, you know, buy some regen. Maybe one of them dies, but it's not a super interesting lane so far.
No, it's not often you say Dragon Knight's an interesting laner, right? It's just kind of like, you can't kill me, I can't really kill you. I say that if Llama is almost being killed. It's a good thing he's got more regen coming out because he's being kept on the edge constantly down here.
Yeah, we have some lurking Mirana on the mid lane. But he is
under the ward.
Yeah.
And apparently Belagia doesn't care that he has a ward. He's on the wrong side of the creeps, and it's an easy kill for Cancel. We did say this was kind of like, you know, the smooth brain versus the big brain, and I'd say Cancel's off to a pretty formidable start already in this mid lane, just 3 minutes in.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's up on CS, and he got the solo kill. Oh, not. I think he got the solo XP at least, so.
Yeah, it looked like Flash was keeping clear for a bit, and actually Flash is coming back again. This time Belagia should be a little bit more careful. Luckily for him, Arrow's got a long cooldown, and Flash has been farming creeps with it. But they could easily jump him now. Like, that's the other issue. Once the Ember has 6, if you haven't applied pressure to the Viper, how do you ever really kill Cancel in this lane?
Yeah, there's not really any way for this Ember to die after that. Like, the only way to kill this Ember on, like, later on is with some Treant or some silences coming out of the Drow. Or unless he messes up and commits too hard.
And in that situation, like, it's not like they're going to be rotating anytime soon. You want to try and keep pressure on the Timber, keep him shut down as much as you can, which is effective so far. I mean, Flemmeister is doubling up Bloody Sky in terms of CS. But XP-wise, they're at least even. That's courtesy of the space that Flash has been giving, while also gridly farming with his arrow in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, this lane should get... I mean, Timber, at some point, he should be kind of happy up here. Maybe, though, once the Drow gets the marksmanship, he might not be as safe.
Yeah, that's kind of the critical point. You can already see that Snorpy's starting to give a wider berth. A wider berth given to the bot lane as the rotation comes in from Cancel, gets 2 kills quickly. And at the same time, they go top on the Bloody Sky to try and get some vengeance, but looks like he's out of there. Comrades actually negotiated this one. They worked it out together, and they're like, well, Timber's tanky enough to be left on his own. You can already see there's a rotation back towards mid as well, which Cancel might consider after he comes back after having refilled that bottle.
Yeah, they do have this ward up here already, and Cancel might try to just shove the lane and then try to go into the jungle and try to find this Viper, who just wants to stack neutrals and farm with his Nethertoxin.
You should be able to force him back to the lane as well, right? Because you got that catapult that's going to press you a tower. You don't want to forfeit that too early, so he may actually just bait himself into his own death.
Yeah, this might be an ideal scenario where they can, you know, potentially get a kill on the Viper and some neutral creeps. So.
Well, you know how it is. When you're a core, you just want to hit creeps. But he's a little bit hesitant. He's moving around the right way about it, but it's too late. Arrow's going to come through. Viper Strike doesn't do diddly squat. Cancel will be able to pick up another kill.
Yeah, almost managed to die to the neutrals there. And so far, the big brains are beating the big strats.
Yeah, it's one thing to have the ideal lineup, it's another to execute it. Like, when you talk about Drow-based lineups, they can be incredibly potent, but it feels like more often than not, they do kind of skirt this fine line, right? It's so fragile. Like, if you catch Flemmeister out at the critical moment in the game, all of a sudden the entire strategy falls to pieces.
Yeah, I do think, though, that, like, eventually the easy lineup, I mean, it's very easy for them to kind of scale into team fights with the Treant and the Beastmaster and the Phoenix. setting up, you know, some proper egg combos and then just Beastmaster roaring whatever target is needing to roar, it's gonna be kind of easy for them to play. They have easy ways of taking towers and farming and taking Roche as well.
That's true, and like when you make the comparison, it really feels like Five Comrades peak in that mid game, right? Like if Dragon Knight is your carry, we have seen games where they can perform well in the late game, but it's versus a Drow, it's versus a Beastmaster, versus a Viper.
Yeah, they don't have the one true carry.
The good news though is right now eCorp really don't have a mid. I mean, Balaj has been pummeled into the dirt, dead 3 times already in this game, and no, Cancel's not done there. He sees another kill, gets a double kill as he kills Shayley as well. I don't know if you want to be here, Flemeister. I mean, they could just kill him right now. Moving in. Hey, I've got the chains. He didn't have the mana for it.
Yeah, I think if he had just continued to chase, he would have gotten the chains off.
Works out in the top lane in the meantime, though. It does feel like eCorp are being forced into this small area of the map where they feel safe already, and we're not even 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah, and I think quite a bit of it has to do with kind of how the Viper, like even this early death where he has the ward on the Mirana, but he still manages to die. Like these things, you know, kind of it escalates, right? And now the Ember, he's level 9 almost, and Viper's level 7.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a bit rough because usually the way we see that kind of these matchups against Viper breakdown is he does take the lead in terms of CS or kills, and then there are rotations which kind of reset the balance. Usually around, I want to say like 10-12 minute mark, but these rotations came in so early that the supports weren't ready to start rotating and brawling in the mid lane. Brawling is occurring right now as Trent gets brought down.
Yeah, a lot of these kills have kind of been set up with this, just the chains into arrow combo so far.
Yeah, it's one of those cheap combinations, right? Like some people always on about Bane and Mirana. It's like, sure, it's cool, but the nature of like Ember is you're not really going for what almost feels kind of like a gimmicky combo. It just happens, and there's more than enough time to land a long stun every time. These chains are reasonable and balanced. Snorpy wishes he had trees right now, but Bloody Sky's ensuring there's less of them. I don't think he's even threatened for a second by Balaja here. There's already a rotation coming in as well. The smoke from Comrade to the top lane. But it was read correctly by Viper. He gets out. They realize there's no protecting the tower. Snorpy's able to escape as well. I don't know why they're pinging the bot lane. I don't think Exotic Deer is necessarily a kill here. Maybe with a third hero.
No, I mean, okay, he's gonna stun and just get out, maybe. Nope.
No, that's not gonna work. Primal Roar, it was ambitious. Now you can say it was bait if he didn't go down. Maybe if Cancel gets someone in return, it still feels that way. He does have 2 remnants to work with. He could get the rune and kill Own Me, but he decides to be greedy with his remnants. We'll still get the kill. And while that happens, Trent does go down in his own base as the dive coming in.
Yeah, the early game is looking kind of rough right now for Evil Corp. Their heroes are they're lagging way too far behind in levels. Phoenix only level 5 just now, and Trient also level 5.
That's a big difference to highlight, right? Like if this Phoenix had 6 in that bottom engagement, you can get the kill and then repel the rest of 5 comrades. They won't commit on the egg at this stage, because when you look at the lineup, like that's one of the big weaknesses. Other than the Mirana, like who's going to take out this egg? I think it's some of the panel here. It's like it's more or less Flash's job to seek and kill the egg.
Yeah, I mean definitely, it's just up to the Mirana to kill this egg. There's not really anyone else who can do it, and I think that, you know, like as soon as they do get these levels, like when they get their 6 on Tree and on Phoenix, they should be looking to group up and kind of bait Comrade into some kind of 5-on-5 engagements.
Dire structures are fortified.
Problem is how far you're going to be behind when you finally force that situation, because that gold lead is growing. And I mean, I feel like that death on Exotic Deer maybe shouldn't happen, but is that one of those moments, like you've probably been there before, where you're playing the carry role and you're just chilling, you're just farming for ages, and they kind of catch you off guard, and then it resets your mind and you realize, oh, there's actually a whole enemy team in this game that can still kill.
Yeah, he got caught a little bit off guard. I mean, he's just sitting there happily farming, trying to get his blink, and he didn't really expect the rotation from the Viper.
Oh.
He saw him just top.
Well, Primal Roar was just wasted. Cancel was protected by the Moonlight Shadow because it seems Evil Corp forgot what detection is.
Yeah, they do have the 6 on Phoenix now. Trient still half a level away.
The question is, what can you really do with it? I mean, Cancel's just casually sniping couriers, dragging all the attention, and while that's happening, not only Dragonite, but also the Timbersaw are pushing past. Cancel's doing kind of everything he needs to. And the arrow coming out, jump in, Flash gets a bit greedy, able to move away. The egg does get committed, and Cancel, he's hunting for the kill to Balaja. He wants it, he has to move away to the Remnant before the egg goes pop. They will be able to catch him with the Divine Llama. It's not the easiest kill. He still has the wand and the hood to work with, so it's not an easy kill by any length. Snorpy will go down after they get rid of the Enchantress. Now Cancel hunting in with the assist of the Bloody Sky. They dive on a Chaeol. They'll turn around now on Omi. And with Exotic Deer here with the Blink reveals, able to bring down the Beastmaster as well. It's a triple kill for Cancel. And I don't feel like he's ever going to leave this mid lane area. This is his new home.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reason why he would leave. You know, he can play around his remnants and he can play around the runes. And if they keep coming like this one by one, like, there's just no point to ever go back. Like, they can just keep running at these heroes, and it's so easy for them.
And you see how confident he feels, right? Not just the fact he's playing those deep areas, but when you think about his item build, usually when you look at E-Corp type of lineup, you're an Ember Spirit, you're going, okay, I really need a Eul's or maybe an early BKB. But immediately he's just been getting these like cheap value items. He's got the drums, the medallion, now he's going back to the blade mail. It's all about how quickly can we close this map a bit.
Yeah, he just wants to continue, keep fighting. Like what Jules does is, yeah, it allows you to play through the silences and whatnot, but this kind of allows you to just go in there and just be there and tank, and you can soak up some damage, which allows your teammates to position themselves, play the game as well.
Well, positioning-wise, a lot of heroes in the overgrowth. The Primal Roar comes out, Cancel. I wish he had that blade mail now. He's able to bring him down with that Primal Roar. They are chasing him to Flash. He doesn't have any leaps left, so he will fall to own me as he gets the double kill. However, the backline is being cut off a little bit by a man who likes to cut trees, but also heroes. As he brings down Chaeol, and Bloody Sky will look to escape. They don't have any TPs to stop him.
Yeah, when you're like, the only way to cancel the port is just they're relying on some Beastmaster, you know, there's some Treant, and it's not that easy for them once those abilities are expended. But
no,
they still get they get a double kill on the Beast, so he's gonna have his book 1 now. He's going towards the book, like, once you get this book 3 on the Beastmaster, all of a sudden you can threaten towers very easily, and you can also threaten Roche.
Yeah, usually by this stage, you're talking about a Beast who has a book, and he's taking the tier 1 bot already. But in this game, like, these lanes are always pushed in as well. So even once he's got that book, it's a bit hard to get out in the lane and commit. That is the challenge he has to actually try and overcome.
Yeah, they might be able to kind of just group up though, like, and just kind of force these 5v5 engagements once he has some book. And it might not be the worst thing in the world. They need to keep in mind that they have to have detection, so they see them coming. But if they see the enemy team coming, I think fighting for them could potentially be advantageous, even though they're so far behind in terms of gold.
Especially if they can just double up in terms of item worth, right? They've now got the Necronomicon. You see the Atos is almost complete on Balaja. Then he can be a hero again. Then Ember's maybe more greedy, less defensive build starts to backfire for Cancel a little.
Yeah, could definitely happen. We're gonna see. It looks like he is still trying to go for that blade mail. I'm curious if there's some other item that might have potentially been better to go for.
Overgrowth with the egg on the Bloody Sky. Starts him up as well. Exotic Deer trying to move away. The dust does reveal him. The stun comes down on the Beastmaster though. They're going to keep him stunned up with the Dragon Tails. He can't even use the Primal Roar. Exotic Deer will still burn up due to that Phoenix. But look at this. Cancel bring his own burns. Able to kill off Tree, and it's a 2-for-2 exchange, but that was everything Evil Core really has. We'll have to retreat. The problem is that Cancel's still alive, and he's the most frustrating one that could be left. Arrow through. They don't want to hard commit, not with Flensmeister sitting there. That's the hard one. Atos. A bit of cheeky poke and prod.
Yeah, both teams kind of just
really
fishing.
It's like they're fishing, but they know they can't commit on either side.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. The one thing though is, like, you can see that even though they're so far behind in terms of gold, they still manage to get these kills so easily on 2 cores, and they don't lose that much, and especially considering like the gold difference. And they didn't even get to use the Beastmaster Roar there in that fight. If he gets that off, could potentially see a completely different fight. So there's definitely some fight still left in Evil Core.
Yeah, they might want to dodge for maybe another 40 seconds, just get their cooldowns ready. There's no point going in half-cocked. Find a solo pick off potentially, yeah, but you can see Comrade are actually stacked with all their cores nearby, so Beast might bait himself if he's not careful.
Oh. There's a lot of impetus damage there.
It's like, right, and you're stronger.
It's like you're diving away from the impetus, and you don't want to go back because you're gonna get hit by another one, but you don't know if you're gonna die to this one.
There's also a case like most of the time the Engine's gonna have a centaur, so it's not like you can just TP the moment you see her, because there just might be a centaur comes out of the fog and instantly stuns you. Grammar up, Venus stuns, goes out on Timber, able to lock him down, chain out, but it's not gonna be enough. He's not able to heal up. It's just broken too long. Good pick up. That's the one they went for.
He's playing a little bit too cocky with this Timber, like considering the fact that they do have the break on the Viper. And he's going for a Lotus Orb, and I'm thinking maybe he should be trying to get a Eul's of his own.
Meantime, they're trying to get a fight going. They'll be able to find Trin. Pelagia dodged out for the moment. The egg does go down. The Drow's given some space to work with. Exotic Deer trying to get through the egg. They realize too late it's not going to work though. They need some assistance right now. The burn's coming out on Exotic Deer, and he's feeling that burn. It's going to trickle him low and bring him down. Cancel is still able to hang around for the moment, but has to back away. Flensmeister does have that gust coming off cooldown. They are starting to drag this back. I mean, they've stopped the hemorrhaging, right? I don't think we're going above the 10k net worth lead at this point.
No, not just yet, at least. I think they're still losing in terms of like bounty runes and just in terms of what they're getting out of the map. They're definitely not getting as much farm, but you can see that despite all the net worth lead, the fighting is still not that easy for them.
No, and it's that case of, yeah, you take this fight, but it's always on your side. You always commit everything. Your Drow isn't really off farming. She's forced to be in these engagements, so you can't even leverage that fact that you have the true +1 in this game. It's a rough one. And Cancel, because he now has that blade mail, it's not like the last few fights where they instantly jump him and pop him. You see, instead, they always try and now prioritize taking out Exotic Deer.
Yeah, and that's going to be possible up until he has his BKB, which should be relatively soon. I think he's like, what, some 1,000 gold away, maybe?
How do you feel about DK in the +1 role? We're seeing a lot more of it these days. Is that your type of kind of echelon of heroes, or you're not a big fan?
Well, I used to enjoy playing DK as a position 1 hero myself quite a bit. But I feel like it's very patch dependent and also kind of team dependent, I would say. If you have some players who are comfortable playing a more carry-esque mid-role, then it can be very nice. Or if you just want to push the tempo a lot.
Sure. Davai Lama? It's going to go down here. Looks like they should get the rest of the heroes out. That's a fair point as well, right? Like some teams, they tend to like leverage this combination of free players that can play the DK, right? Like we've seen teams that are able to flex it 3-1-2. And they kind of pivot that where the draft will not reveal anything until maybe the 3rd or 4th pick in terms of who's going where.
Yeah, and when you can do it that way, then it becomes so much more efficient.
Timber, I mean, these item choices aren't feeling very efficient. The moment you use the Lotus, the Gust comes out. This is happening a little bit. Like, they are building the lead still, but it feels like it's getting a bit easier for eCorp to find these pickoffs. They're committing less each time. Say that. eCorp's the one getting picked off in the bot lane, though, as Beastmaster was caught out pushing, still not able to pressure that tier 1 tab.
Yeah, I think at this point, you shouldn't even really, like, I don't think you're allowed to be thinking too much about these towers, because there are so many ways for them to fight. They have the Blink Dagger on the DK, and they also now have the BKB flying out. They have the Ember, and the reach of this Ember right now is, he can, you know, it's so easy for him to play the map with this Face Boots Drums build. He can be pretty much anywhere, and they also have to consider the fact that there's a Moonlight Shadow. So attacking towers at this point is just very scary. They just need to stick together as much as they can without, well, obviously they're getting slightly out-farmed, but they need to get what they can out of this map. And the gold, the net worth, it doesn't matter all that too, like, it doesn't matter too much to you, you know? As long as you're getting what you can, then you should be fine with it.
I love how you're really taking to the caster life, you know? I like that use of the word slightly when they're 14k ahead. It's...
You know, it's
a small hurdle to overcome.
It's you know, I'm trying to.
You're being positive. I like it.
I'm trying to look at it from a, you know, like a good angle for these guys. And to be fair,
it could be worse logic, right?
Definitely.
Like, could be worse. Your prone could be dead, but your heroes might be overgrowth, trying to bait them in and turn around. They don't have the egg combo with it, they were forced to use it earlier, but Omi, he's still alive. Flash, however, is not so lucky. Primal is going to come out on Exotic Deer, but he does have the BKB. No Dragon Form for 20 seconds, though. Chase forward on Snorpy. Both supports on the side of 5 comrades are dead, and only one on the side of eCorp. The dive does get punished, and Cancel, I mean, he's felt very dominant up to this point, but starting to wane off a little. close. Able to move away. We'll reflect that ATOS back. And Cherry League hasn't got the ability to really stop Cancel from escaping. But they are being repelled time and time again. Oh, I say that. Exotic Deer is just casually finding kills on Omi.
Maybe
And he can't go for a TP either.
I feel like if he just went for it, I feel like right before the draw showed up, I think he could have just went for the Soul Ring TP out.
Yeah, I think he's worried about the ATOS. Like, he didn't know for sure how long was left on it. So maybe he's like, nah, it's got to be off cooldown by now.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can see that, right? Even with the slight 14k lead, there's still definitely chances for Evil Corp. And that was also without the Phoenix Egg. So I think the DK kind of jumped the gun a little bit on... I don't know if he necessarily had to commit the DK beat that early. But yeah, you see the fighting is definitely... It's still there.
Yeah, I mean, he was fairly deep, right? So you can understand why he was maybe a bit worried, but it is that case. You BKB'd, you don't have Elder Dragon form, and you're not really near any target. You're just using it to try and run away.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal fight for either team, to be fair.
Hey, you know, if you are on equal, you take that, all right? That is win probability bouncing back. You now have a 12% chance to win this game.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily know if it's like that bad for Evil Core. Like, I could see this Viper, he's getting his Greaves kind of soon. Beast is gonna have Book 3 now. I don't know if Drow is close to an item. He's going towards BKB. He has a Yasha. I'm not entirely sure, like, I feel like he could have done without this Yasha. I think maybe you just go straight into BKB. I feel like it lets you fight so much more easily. But you know, they're getting items. They're getting stronger. There's gonna be at some point there's gonna be a Meteor Hammer on Treant. I think looking at the Comrade lineup, like I would like to see. I don't know if Cancel wants to get like maybe some BKB.
What?
He needs to be.
What?
He needs to be able to go in there. You know?
Suggesting he builds like a defensive item. I mean, I feel like Blade Mail is the closest we're getting this game from him.
That's it. That's all we get. Maybe it is.
This is what happens. You know, when you're a very popular streamer and everyone's cheering you on, you're always beating everyone. You're like, yeah, dude, I don't. BKB's for tryhards, okay? I just came here to look flashy.
Yeah, no, you might be right about that one.
Considering he's like got the Mjolnir queued up.
So he's going for the lowest orb on the Ember. It looks like
that's more flashy because now he can primal roll return. All right.
Right.
BKB's like, well, I'm still gonna get primal rolled. I just look stupid, stunned there for 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean he's still gonna get roared though, right?
That's true, but someone else is gonna get roared as well. All right. That's the thing, right? It's that kind of that middle finger. You know that kind of situation in the movies you get sometimes where one person's about to die and they just grab the other person by the leg and take you with me, sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if that's in his favor though. I feel like he's too big a chunk of net worth to be thinking like that.
Maybe if he pops Blade Mail first, all right, and then you get 4-staffed away by Ench, and then you just go, "What's up, Omi? You ain't got 4-staff to get you out, Drow."
No, I see where you're going with this. Yeah.
Reaching, I think, is where I'm going with this.
Yes, that is one way to put it.
Not enough reach when Evil Corp though. That Llama able to move away. Cancel's here. All right, let's see those flashy players, big boy. Moving in. Root comes out. They don't want to get too close. He does have that overgrowth on the back line. Look at this. Timber, he's dragged a lot of attention, more than he really wants to. They'll get the kill onto the tree. The egg has been used. Evil Core should be able to just do what they want.
I think you just get out now as Evil Core. I definitely don't think you commit to this now. I think you should just back off and be happy. I don't know if you had to commit the egg right there. Like, they get the kill on the Timber, and they just traded for a Treant. And even though, they keep losing in net worth, I still think you're fine. You're okay with this.
The more you say this, the more the lead builds, and the more they're starting to sound like in denial esports. It's just like, sure, they've got 6 items each. That's fine.
I mean, that's just how it works sometimes in Dota, I think. Like,
it's like effective net worth, right? How much you need.
Yeah, it's like sometimes, with an Alchemist lineup, your gold can just be very skewed. And also, like certain lineups, if you just can't deal with a Tinker or let's say an Anti-Mage or whatever the hero is, then all of the net worth in the world, it doesn't really mean that much. Now, this is not as extreme, obviously, but there's still something to it where Evil Core's teamfight is just so much stronger. And their scalability as well, so...
it's the
the
case
longer
of, like,
this game
you break
goes-
it down, it's the skills more than the goal, right?
Yes,
like,
yes.
Literally, not player skills, but the fact you have overgrowth, you got supernova. Like, especially even this Viper who's been dumpstered, how valuable is Never Toxin in this game?
No, very, very much so. The Nether Toxin is still very, very helpful, and just all the slows and the fact that he has Greaves, and he's so hard to kill at this point.
Alright, so if you could choose, right now, you can be either Drow Ranger or DK in this game. Who would you rather be?
Man, I'd take the draw, man. I'll take it.
I knew you would. You know what it is? Because you've got that carry mind. You know you can farm quicker with the Drow.
Yes, yes. I don't know,
Very
you just
good
feel
aim
good, you know? You just feel good. You're just chilling behind your teammates. Your teammates, like, they need to play kind of like a wall around you, you know? Like you imagine their lineup is kind of like...
Oh,
like, imagine
I
a
see.
tank, right? It's like a tank, right?
No,
And
it's
so-
like chess, dude. It's the king and everyone
Oh,
else has to
okay.
protect.
No,
right?
no,
There
no,
you
no,
go.
no. That's not it. It's like a tank, right? So Drow, he's like the gunner, right? And the other guys, they just need to protect the gunner. And that way, you can do what you want.
So you're basically a big fan of that carry mentality of I wipe my ass with teammates.
That is one way of putting it. You make me sound like a bad guy here, you know? I'm just trying to win the game. Trying to make you sound like a bad guy.
See, that's what they say to me as well. I'm just trying to win the game. Look, you can't win the game without me. And then there's this poor Exotic D on the other side. It's like, I tank. You know, he mentioned tank in this situation. Exotic D has to go in, absorb everything, and then it's really the cancel show from there on out. Maybe it'll eventually change though. Yeah. He's got a lot more mobility now that he's got the spider legs. A lot more tanky now with the AC plus the BKB.
Yeah, the spider legs is it's a nice choice here, I think, in this game. Having that mobility to kind of just, you know, swoop over cliffs and whatnot.
It's the discount Black
Helping.
Dragon, basically.
Right.
Not that he couldn't afford an axe at this rate with how much gold he's getting. He's getting more than cancel at this stage in the game. They don't have the Aegis now. It's just a question of, like, how do they even get in the base with this Aegis? It's almost like E-Corp has to be caught outside the base and forget how the spells work for you to get in.
Yeah, I mean, they need to bait these fights into positions where either the Phoenix or the Treant get caught first, and then they waste one of the spells, and then they can kind of continue the fight from there on out. So they make them waste one of the spells by going on one of those targets, and then they take the fight from there.
Let's see, look, Cancel is looking cool, right? He stunned him. Okay, that's one life down. That is the promo gone, though. And the arrow does connect, but as cool as it looks, yeah, that's gonna be it. That's Cancel going, okay, maybe I overrated my ability to never die.
Yeah, no, one of my early thoughts actually was in this game, I mean, I'm not an immersive player myself, but I feel like getting a Linken's in a game like this could be very useful. Obviously, you can't remove the silence, but the fact is there's only this one Beastmaster. And yeah, there's an ATOS, but realistically, you're not going to get both of those off.
That's true. I feel like more often than not, players are reluctant to get Lincoln Spheres in general, right? Like, in terms of the cost of the item for what it's doing for you, it feels like it's not rated highly. Is that just, do you think Lincoln's maybe not in a good position right now, or is it just where it needs to be, which is very selective on when you should pick it up?
Yeah, I mean, the cost of Lincoln's now it's not that high. It's only 4.6. But I think it is from my point of view, it is like in these type of games where there are so few disables, that's when Lincoln's really becomes good, you know? When you're playing against a lot of disables, there's always so many different spells that can break it, and then it becomes kind of pointless. But when it lets you play just that much more offensive, that's when it's really good.
Valama wishes he had a Lincoln Sphere right now. Prime Roar comes down, the egg as well, try and trap him. Bloody cover the BKB, just move through the overgrowth, does connect on him. Flash, he needs to get out this quick, he's getting low, but Exotic D is here to save the day. The buyback came out from Enchantress trying to arrive at the fight, Snorpy's going to go down. Brew on it too, Sans comes out, but cancel the blade mail on him. Flemeister can't fight it anymore, he has to BKB and run away. Stun comes out in a fight, but the TP out attempt by Flemeister should be successful here. That's a defensive BKB to get away. The buyback from Enchantress is a little bit costly, but a favorable fight for the side of Comrades.
Yeah, a very odd decision here to go and jump in and roar the Enchantress 5. I feel like that's like the last target, like absolutely that you want to go for here. I feel like all other targets are way more important.
It's probably that, you know what, it's that feeling as a Beastmaster. You've had all your children turned against you through the game when the enchant comes down to the boss, and you've had enough, right? This is for your little kiddies. I don't know what this is for, though. Flammeister doesn't have a BKB anymore. He's gone. And I believe you just gave them the keys and maybe a month's rent to your base.
That is one way of putting it, yes. Yeah, no.
Base go bye-bye very quickly. This should be 2 lanes.
This should be definitely 2 lanes, and they should be able to just back off and kind of reset. I don't know if they're gonna wait for the next Roche. They could if they wanted to be really patient. They could also maybe just try to start going for the tier 4s if they end up getting some kills here, which I think they will.
Well, they're going in. There it is. You predicted the future. 2 are dead. In the blink of an eye, and they also have the Dragon Form in 10 seconds. So, yeah, it's highly likely they can hang around here. Like the Blink Dagger in 2 seconds with the DK. They could potentially jump Balaja, but right now they just see that these 2 heroes don't do anything to them. So there's no way of stopping them from sieging. There's no way maybe to stop them from killing. It's obviously tried though. The 4-star to get Balaja away. Don't know if you can get the throw before the heroes are up. Maybe. I mean, Phoenix is dead for so long at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, with the DK, with the AC, they're killing these buildings kind of fast, and they're gonna be able to force this fight before the Phoenix is out. And I think
they're forced to fight right now.
With that, I don't think that there's much that they can do.
No, that looks like the GG kill right there. I mean, Snorpy bends over and they give him a right spanking. The Overgrowth doesn't really achieve much. The Primal Roar is cute, but Cancel says, lol, you've been doing this all game. We're still in this situation. This time he doesn't even die. They'll be able to clean up the drought as the GG comes out. And I believe I asked for a less dominant Festa one. This one went a little bit longer, but I'd measure it similarly to the last one.
I mean, the thing is, I feel like they really did have a fighting chance. Like, even though the net worth was like going all the time in the favor of 5 comrades, I think there was a fighting chance for Evil Core, but they decide to, for some reason, like they've been taking these, you know, pretty good team fights where they go for the right course, and then they end up one fight. Beastmaster jumps in, he goes for the Enchantress. They get the kill, but then they end up losing the fight, and then they somehow manage to get caught inside their base while waiting for their heroes to respawn, and the game's just done.
I love the way you do words, but I'm going to put it simpler for you. Don't bet against Cancel.
Nice.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Strong words coming out there from you, Mr. KP. Didn't think you had it in you. Thought you were just a mouse when it comes to it, but look at him. Gets a little bit excited when 5 comrades come in. Sadly, you guys didn't bet on the right horse this time around, despite what the drafts may have looked like.
It's hard, man. Like sometimes we both said it. Like when you look at the teams, and then Paikat even said it. When you look at the names and the teams, like
I want to hear the lies and excuses. Go ahead, go first. Like what? Why?
When you look at the teams and the names, you know, you obviously know that there's a fighting chance for EC. They can take it. But then you have Lacoste next to you, and he's lying to you. He's telling you, no, that's not going to happen.
Here, take these guys. Like, he's smart. Like, he sounds smart. That's 2 different worlds, you know, being smart and trying to act smart. Like, using words like wave shoving, power spikes,
smart.
Power spikes, you know.
I definitely prefer wave clearing than wave shoving on that, yeah. That didn't work out too well, Lacoste. That didn't work out too well. But EC here, right? They came into this with what you guys assumed would have been the better draft, and we're looking at it. They're looking like a team in terms of names and stuff that we were all down for. You especially put a lot on that Viper pick at the end.
And exactly what we thought might happened. I don't know how EC doesn't see this and react to it properly, because you have Enchantress and Mirana. These 2 heroes are completely free to rotate across the map, and they did. Mid lane was ruined for the Viper. Because of that, you have a powered up Ember Spirit just creating moves and plays constantly in the mid game. But we saw a couple of chances for them to make a comeback, right?
Yeah, they had some pretty nice picked fights. Going for the right targets. Pike had said it well, where they were, you know, going for the cores with Beastmaster ulti, and that one fight, suddenly they decide to, you know, pick off Enchantress, who's position 5, and that you should not do that. That also shows that, you know, the inconsistency some of these teams, where they are making 3 out of 4 great choices where to go, what to do, and then you just crumble. Even though the net worth was always like 10-15k for the Radiant team, I still feel like Dire could take a fight. Drow Ranger had a great positioning, and she had these frontliners, but what we expected to happen, what we feared that could happen, it did. You know, Mirana just roaming around, giving all the free space to the Ember Spirit, and the Ember also decided to go for Max Chains build just to set things up much easier. Not even a single point at level 9 in the shield. Just, you know, to have a better and easier way to set things up.
Yeah, you had Ember to go in the backlines, you had Dragonite to soak it in most of the damage and the attention, which he was doing pretty well, but he was still keeping up with the network. I'm still gonna say I like EC's draft more. I think you give this to a different team and it's gonna look like a different game.
The thing about that lineup is you can't really, you know, make a comeback plays. One way to do it is either you sneak in to Roche Pit, take it, because you have the Beastmaster, you have the better vision, see them approaching, or you need to play with smokes, and that's pretty much it. This lineup is not good at ganking, and if you're stuck at high ground, that means that like your 1 or 2 cores are gonna get something from it, but 3 heroes are not gonna be farming at all, and this is where the advantage comes from. Like, you have these supports with saving items with the 4 staffs, and on the other team, they don't have those.
And this was a bounce back day for 5 Comrades, right? They end up losing to Extreme in the opening games for the Last Chance group. They go down 1-0 to Extreme. Then they win back to back, Motachi and now EC. And EC, though, you're on the receiving end. 2 losses. The first loss was just, you got absolutely run over. You had no hope in it. And almost the same here as well, pretty much.
And what's really weird is both of these games, for me, they had decent drafts.
Yeah.
They had decent drafts, just the execution really wasn't there. And that's a little bit disheartening, because usually fixing drafts is a little bit easier than fixing the execution. Drafts, you know, you have to just think about it, maybe change your drafter, consider practicing some different types of heroes, different strategies, but they've had 2 very decent drafts and they failed to execute both.
Once you're in a game, you have what you have. You can't type minus repick. It doesn't work anymore, you know. So you have to get the best out of what you just picked for yourself.
You could swap, by the way, before.
Oh yeah, we just throw it out as well, you know.
And you could switch. You could switch teams. Like, I remember playing 5 versus 5, and then if one team is dominating too hard, you offer them a switch.
Yeah. Let me play for the off.
You play for the enemy team and see if. But that's the real power move when you're really owning and you're the true carry of your team. You're like, they're trash talking you, you switch in the other team, then you win versus them as well.
He's proving greatness at that point, right? So now we have Motachi and we have Evil Corporation no longer in the tournament, also no longer have a chance of going to the Divine League. We've got Extremum and 5 Comrades. They will be in the Divine League alongside Khan and Voldemort are confirmed teams. But it's time to find out a few more of those, right? It's now going on to Bait taking on Tempo. Lacoste, you're taking a break for this one, so I'm going to give you a chance to say, how do you think this one's going to go? Is this a do or die moment for Dendi and co?
These are some old friends of mine playing against each other. You know, me and Dendi go way back to Dota 1 days. And there's also Mitch and LeBron on the enemy team, which I'm really good friends with. So I don't know who to cheer for, you know. These are some of my countrymen. And then again, there's Dendi on the enemy side. So very hard to choose. I'm just hoping for a good Dota. Like, let's see game 3. Let's see some pudge, maybe something fancy, something wonky. That's what I want to see.
So you're on a 3-game series. You have plenty of time for your break, so you can get some food. Relax.
That's why I want to see a game 3 for sure, so I can rest.
Makes
and
perfect sense.
Get some more food.
should we let him get away with not making a prediction on this one?
Yeah, this time around, we can't let him. Even though he has.
There we go. Last words from Lacoste. Thank you very much for your time, my man. It's time for us to head to a break, and when we come back, we'll be moving into the best of 3s. We're moving to see who's going to be marching on forward. It's Bait taking on Tempo.
Welcome to Omega League.
Now it starts to get exciting, ladies and gentlemen. It's best of threes. We're done with the last chance group. Those teams have been decided. So we've removed Lacoste. We wanted to save you guys from just a little bit longer. We kept Lizard, but we brought in Mr. BSJ. How you doing, sir?
Doing good. Another good day of pubs in the EU region.
There we go. There's
Even the worst games are still better than NA games. So, hey, I'll keep preaching it all day, but yeah.
You just said worst game. So was there a particularly bad game?
Yeah, just like a few games where your team, like...
An Undying?
There was no Undying.
Okay,
I'm telling you, I never see this hero in pubs. That's why I was so confused when I see it all the games, because all the other heroes are like ones I see all the time. But there's like situations where the opponent team has like ridiculous high ground defense, and my team's like, "Hey, Terrorblade, go push!" And I'm like, "What? No ages or anything." So stuff like that. What I mean by
it's the honeymoon period. You can see that it's slowly.
You keep saying this.
It's slowly waning away from him because. People are people anywhere you go, and people trash talk, people get tilted, people quit your games. It's about this fact that you just discovered this new, region in which you're playing, you're having fun. You still haven't met all our techie spammers.
I haven't met any of them yet. I'm looking.
You still haven't met our Ghost Scepter and Shadow Amulet buyers that camp on the bounty room.
True, I've not seen a Chappie yet.
You haven't seen Chappies yet. Just.
In due time. I'm waiting for the full immersion.
But wait a second, Liz. Have you been and played in North America? Because it seems like Kyle first was praising EU. BSJ just come over here and done it. We got more Americans coming. Have you had to deal with that pain?
I have to admit that only NA experience I have is when I just ruffled a little bit and played from EU on their servers like with some ping.
Okay.
It wasn't really that hard because it's still NA.
True.
But I didn't really see a big difference in toxicity. Let's put it that way. People are surprisingly just as eloquent as in the Europe, and surprisingly, I met just as many players that wouldn't speak English to me over there. So I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it's South Americans that are usually the ones that don't speak English. So it's usually Spanish or Portuguese. But like for my case, I want to be clear. I don't think like the toxicity levels are any lower here. Like I think that aspect of the game is relatively universal. It's more the quality of like understanding. Like there's just more better players here. So what I mean in NA is like in NA, if you're not in the all top 100 game, the quality is just like.
Liz just wanted to drive us to toxicity and just touch on that a little bit. BSH is trying to enjoy his life. He's like, do you know what? I've got teammates to help me. Like, I feel appreciated.
Hey, once you mute them, they're still playing. So I haven't had a single guy that like rages at me and then like move command follows me around the map. They'll usually
that happened to me 2 days ago.
They rage at me and they ping me.
Literally, I'm playing mid. Guy is a safe lane Ember Spirit. He's expecting me to gank for some reason 24/7. He dies 3-4 times. Then he TPs mid and move commands on me, like for the rest of the game.
I mean, I think that sounds like a Lizard problem, not like a.
They see Lizard's name and
like
they
he's not ganking.
It's him.
So, like,
it's not
2020, man. You're a mid laner.
Okay, all right, whatever. Sure.
Get with the times, Lizard. That's what BSJ is telling you, right?
Exactly.
And the time right now, though, is for us to discuss this bait taking on Tempo. A new and improved bait, so to speak. Started off strong, then we weren't too sure how they were looking. They came up against 5 men, and it was weird because they got that opening game, which was so good, and then it was just after that 5 men went, not quite going to let this happen to us.
Yeah, we have 2 Lacoste's countrymen right here, some of my ex-teammates playing for bait, for Tempo, sorry, and also ex-teammates of Dandy playing in Tempo, because LeBron, he was in the first iteration of bait.
Yeah.
It was terrible. I'm not saying it was because of LeBron, but man, you remember it yourself, Banks. We were doing the Pushka League, and
I was sold this dream of great Dandy Vold, and then I was sold the rest of the team as bringing him down.
No one among all of us working here wanted to do their series because you just don't want to talk about it. It's just it was just way too horrible to watch. But ever since they got this new stack with 5-up, it's looking much more solid. They're taking some games and it looks like they have a plan. No matter what happens in the laning stage, they still play Dota afterwards.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the team synergy is a bit better. Maybe it's a playstyle thing. I'm not 100% sure. Like, it's usually at the bracket you're in when it comes to a team like Bait, it's not often that like you're trading up for like a way better player. Usually it's just like a better fit, somebody that like molds into your team atmosphere or game plan better. So that might just be it.
I was going to touch on this, right, because one of the conversations was about Dendi doing too much, having to captain everything else. We know from before, right, LeBron was helping him a bit with that captain. Now LeBron is captain in tempo, if I'm correct on it. But is there someone else that can be helping in this bait lineup at the moment, Dendi make these decisions? Or is this just a new and improved lineup and they're just smashing it a bit better than before?
Yeah, 5-up, like I mentioned before. You have him, you have the offlaner as well.
So he's actually helping out a bit more on that side of things.
I'm not quite sure what the dynamic in the team is right now. But
come on, it would be much better. Questions list, you know?
It would be much better for Dendi, right, to have some helping hand.
To be fair, I don't know how much the new players will do, but I think also like how much more they're doing in comparison to the old ones. But I think also with someone like Dendi being new to this, I kind of touched on this the other day, where I think he's going to learn his own limits, and there's things that maybe he used to try to do to like compensate, or he's like, I'll take care of this, and then he realizes at some point, this is just too much. Like, it's taking away from my gameplay. I'm a mid laner. That's not a role that you can exactly like sacrifice either mechanics or like focus in the game for other things, whether it be inside the game or out.
Yeah, if you saw G from Extremum, like he used to be a godly mid laner. He was one of the best in the CIS on the right patches.
Yeah, that's
on
like
the
a
right
name
heroes.
I recognize from
like
3 years ago.
He was just amazing, you know. But even he realized, okay, mid lane, even though I'm still skilled, even though I'm still really good, isn't going to allow me to captain a team because it's way too much work. It's not something that you can just put a lot of work into and you suddenly improve, right? Because
it's consistent.
You just have to control your lane, win it, while also navigating your team, and that can be really tough to do.
Yeah, too much going on at one time, right? Too much indeed. Now, when we're going to these drafting side of things, right, how do we expect Bait to do? Because we spoke for so long about Bait having these wonky drafts and picks that we weren't really too sure about. But at least here, within this league, things have looked a bit more normal, so I say.
Yeah, I'd say that so far, with this draft especially, like, definitely just fits the description you just gave. Void Phoenix, very popular duo right now. I remember seeing like a Reddit thread of popular duos in pubs right now. I think Void Phoenix was like number 3 of the most commonly picked 2 heroes on the same team. So I think it's important for teams of Bait's caliber, you know, lower tier 2, tier 3 teams to find their own way in a meta, but you don't want to be like too cute. There's a reason why the best heroes in the game are the best heroes in the game. So you got to find out how you can make use of those heroes, and then maybe later on in the draft, after you have like a solid opening, you can look to plug in your own style.
This is a really good point. There are some teams that are constantly trying to go against the flow, like against the tide, to try and get heroes that aren't really in the meta and make them work because of the comfort zone, because of ego, I'm not sure. But man, you just have to go with it. You have to embrace the meta, play the heroes that are good, because like you said, there are multiple reasons why they're like that. Here, so far, with the Void and the Phoenix, there are some answers on the side of tempo, so you get a little bit of control for the Void until he gets his big items, something to deal with the root, either Manta, BKBs, right? And you have the Lina to deal with the egg, so at least you have that attack speed. The problem is, how will the Void execute the Chrono? How this combo of Phoenix Egg plus Chrono will be used? Because Lina has a lot of range. If it's not used well, she can take care of the egg. It's easy to deal with it with just a proper placement. The Venn diagrams need to be correctly placed. And now you have the Venge as well. You have another way of dealing with that Chrono, right? Because of the swap.
Yeah, you just want like a combo breaker, right? You want they're setting up for something like a Terrorblade, something. The Venge more so gives them like objective taking and their ability to commit somewhere and kind of like stand their ground. Because right now, if you look at the heroes on Bait, there's really no carry that can like walk up to a building, hit it, and not just die, right? Like you're all those abilities cast on you without a save. So they banned out the Dazzle, which would make sense as maybe that's a tempo hero, like the tempo team, the tempo. But like the Venge, I really like it with any ranged right clicker. It's a little bit bad.
Is it the chair?
Yeah,
it's the chair, right?
It's like PSJ, Lacoste, Carl.
What is all the dad jokes?
Yeah, all the dad jokes, all the puns come from there. Like it's.
Well, that one was actually unintentional. I was like, well, I can see how that probably sounded different.
Yeah, when it comes to the wave clear though, they do have the Lina at least to work with, but still you're playing versus this Nature's Prophet now. You have to also consider that. You need maybe something extra here. You mentioned the Terrorblade. I think this is also a pretty good pick for them. If you're thinking that you are playing versus Furion, the lane should be a little bit better for you. There are some problems. They already do have a lot of magic damage, a lot of mixed damage coming from Void Spirit and Phoenix, which can be a little bit problematic later on. Anti-Mage, all right. Forget about the TB.
The Anti-Mage pick's interesting to me. I for the longest time, I never really knew why, but I just sucked at Anti-Mage. And he's a hero that I've made a mission to like be better at recently. And
did you manage to do it?
I used to be like I'd have like a 30% win rate in my ranked games, but now it's above 50. So I'm like, okay, he's broken this patch. If I can at least get above 50 now, we'll consider it a win. But I'm still trying to learn this hero, like understand fully the dynamics. Like right in this game, my hesitation would be that his spell shield, which is a lot of times his primary source of like survivability, doesn't block anything. Like maybe an Orchid, like that might be what it blocks. But other than that, like all the ways that they have that they would kill him, the Void Sphere Remnant, the Chronos, aren't dealt with by your...
I guess the reasoning behind it a little bit at least is you are playing versus Void and eventually you get that Basher Manta combo, you jump on top of him, he can't deal with you, right? So it can be a little bit problematic, but you keep on to that magic wand for a bit longer on the Void and should be able to get out of it. It's like overall, when it comes to this tier of teams, I don't like to see heroes that are carries that have these problems with their glass cannons, such as Drow, Sniper as well. And I also don't like heroes that just make the whole team work a bit too much until they come online. So Anti-Mage is a perfect example for
the stress on
there. Yeah, it's just putting a lot of stress if you're playing versus a team that's capable enough of putting that pressure. And you are playing versus a Furion, Nature's Prophet. Like.
Yeah, we saw an Anti-Mage draft yesterday. I don't remember if it was a series with you, Lizard, but they picked a Nature's Prophet in response to a lack of wave clear on the opponent team. And the Anti-Mage, and just crushed him.
It was me as well.
I wouldn't necessarily think of Anti-Mage as a Nature's Prophet counter. Like, he's like a positional-based anti-hero that you can blink on or whatever, but in terms of the...
No, I actually was talking in Furion's favor.
I'm saying that, like, I think some people at home may say something like, you can blink on him and catch him or whatever, but I was lining up with you that, like, the game plan of the two heroes doesn't really... mesh.
The Anti-Mage has not been having a good time anyway. It's had 3 picks, only won once, but it's been banned out, respected 19 times.
That's still better than Undying.
Yeah.
What do you want? One victory. It's good.
If you're on the scoreboard, you're better than Undying, unless I missed something today.
Even if he gets on the scoreboard, that percentage is going to be so low at this point that he's going to be forever alone in many ways.
There was a period like last year where Darkseer, in the course of like 4 LAN tournaments with no virtual changes to the hero, had like a 20% win rate, and people just kept picking him like first round. I was so confused as an analyst caster. I'm like, you have to respect the numbers at some point. Like, it ain't working.
It also happens that the hero works really well in scrims for some teams. They win with them, and then everyone thinks the hero is good because it worked in scrims, right? What's the difference now? And you continuously try to pick it, but the teams that you won versus, they kind of adapted. Everyone else saw the same solutions, copied them, and Underlord, I was thinking about the first 3 picks of tempo. I wasn't exactly sure which way they're gonna go. Is this going to be Venge offlane and then Lina can be a support, which means your last pick is going to be on the mid lane? It looks like that isn't the case. Instead, they go with the Underlord for the offlane, gives you some root, gives you some wave clear. But you are putting this Lina in a bad position in which this can happen. They go for the TA. This particular matchup, like Lina in the laning stage at least can do sort of well, but later on TA gets that blink dazzle and
and also like it's so much easier for a TA +1 to kill a Lina than vice versa, especially with the heroes in this game. I've been a pretty big hater of TA last pick in this meta right now, but it's hard to explain. But it feels like a lot of games it's on the mid laner to like create a lot of tempo and be the one that's like running around the map doing stuff while the carry farms. But in this game, I think there's like so much for the other 4 heroes on tempo other than the Anti-Mage to like create space that the TA is going to have all the time in the world to hit the creeps early game to get her like blink Deso really early. And then there's going to be this period where Anti-Mage has a Battle Fury and then like that's it, right? And then the TA Void are totally ready. And I think that's going to be a weakness point that it will be exploitable. And I favor Bait's draft because of that.
So
it
Bait
looks
looking
like they
good.
have more synergy. Like when I'm looking at LeBron's and Mitch's drafts and looking at Tempo as a whole, it fits their comfort zone, but it lacks the same amount of synergy that Bait have got.
Bit of a problem then when it comes down to seeing how it will all go down there for the Tempo boys. When it comes to Bait though, is there still a worry just because of sometimes we saw it last time in the last best of 3, started off strong. Then the next 2, they went back to kind of the drafts that weren't really making sense for them.
The thing is, TA as a hero falls off really hard if she dies like once or twice. And so if there's some point in the game where they have like a big overextension and the Faceless Void utilizes Chrono and the other team's able to get Roche off of it or something, then I could see this game like quickly going from Bait's control and then in favor of Tempo. So if we're talking about worrying about a slip up from the side of Bait to kind of give away this game, that's how I'd see it happening.
So you guys are both with Bait. We're going to get back with Pycat and KP. Let's see if they're going to get a game that lasts a little bit longer, because I know that's what you guys want.
Thank you.
Yeah, Super Saiyan Pycat's back.
Oh, hello. Yeah, he's ready. He's ready to go hardcore in this analysis. Go on, Pycat. Power up. Go in the beats.
That's all I've got.
It's a voice spirit form.
And we have pretty really interesting game on our hands here. Man. I think I'm not sure how I feel about this Underlord here. It's looking a little bit funky.
Isn't that how we always feel about like Underlords these days?
Yeah, maybe it is. I think they pointed out there's like, and I agree that there's some slightly better cohesion with the Dire lineup, with the Bait lineup. The one thing, like, they have some cool tools, like the Void. He doesn't have the easiest of games. Like, he's against Venge, so they have a swap. They have Treant deal with it. Underlord is kind of just tanky, and the Pit of Malice can kind of mess with the Void, so not the easiest Void game. At the same time, they do have this like kind of high tempo lineup with the TA and the Nature's Prophet. The Void is more of just like, he's a Chrono, right? To set up maybe the egg, and then they can kind of play around the Void Spirit. So I do like...
It kind of feels like the Underlord has to do a lot with those Pit of Malices, because it's not just the one Void you're talking about in top, it's the one in bot as well. Like, what's your catch for 5-up otherwise in this game?
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Underlord definitely has some work to do. I think the mid matchup is gonna dictate quite a bit. If Lina can do like kind of well in this lane, I could definitely see them, control this game and do well and buy enough space for the anti-mage to become strong. Because if the anti-mage, if Tia doesn't get off to a really good to a good start, and if Void doesn't have a decent game, then it's gonna be a fairly easy anti-mage game, I would say.
Okay. Do you not think that there's maybe more room for mistakes in terms of Dendi here? Because he's playing a TA, right? Like, if things go wrong in the lane, you can go catch up in the jungle a bit quicker than, say, Link can.
Yeah, but it's not so much about that, I think. I think it's a bit about the fact that if he has to spend his time in the jungle, like, who's gonna play the map? The thing is, like, you kind of want this TA to do well so that they have to deal with the TA, because the Bait lineup, they don't necessarily make plays that well early on. They have a Void Spirit, and he kind of relies on some levels to do stuff. There's some First Blood bottom on the Nature's Prophet, but yeah, they kind of need the TA to do well. Otherwise, the Lina can kind of dictate the pace of the game, and he should be able to buy enough space for the anti-mage if that happens.
That's interesting. Like, you just mentioned the Void Spirit. I don't feel like this is really kind of one of those easy pass for Void Spirit games. Like, getting a lot done in this game is very hard. Lina's not the easiest hero to rotate on. This bot lane is absolutely painful. It's not like you can tank up because of the AM, and also you're up against a Treant.
Yeah, like while we were talking about how the fact that they have some cohesion in their lineup, I think once they get levels and once they get to a certain point in the game, what they do lack is they actually lack heroes that can kind of make plays. Yeah, they have a Void, but they have to play around this really long Chrono that kind of gets countered a little bit by both Venge and Treant. And then they have this Void Spirit, right? But a position 4 Void Spirit against these heroes, it's not the easiest thing to always just find kills. So they need to rely on doing somewhat well in the lanes, and then just getting TA off to getting some early farm, and kind of go around, play the map, take some objectives, and just try to shut the map down more so than look for kills.
Yeah, and most critically, make sure your towers aren't falling, right? Like, if you go beyond a like 50-50 split of map control, then all of a sudden, like, the game feels very hard for Fate to play.
Yeah.
And this bot lane is looking painful already, by the way.
Yeah, Anti-Mage is definitely off to a better start than you'd hope for.
I mean, neither of these heroes really contest him that well. Like, you can argue it's a ranged hero on the Nature's Prophet, you can poke a little, but like Void Spirit has no way to tank up, and with the Treant here, like, the moment you find yourself out of position, you're just dead.
Yeah, and also this mid matchup is Lina is doing quite well right now. She's 10 denies up on the TA's 0, and they're pretty much even in CS.
Yeah, but the level lead is the real big concerning point. I mean, even once Dendi gets 6, Lina's not going to feel threatened. But the fact that she'll get 6 first may give her some kill potential on the TA.
Void infusion.
They're going to get the Arcane Rune there on the Void Spirit. Kind of important there that I think that he takes that, not allowing Lina to get it. Not so much for him, but more so for the TA's sake.
I guess maybe the other worry from Fate's perspective a little is, with the way things are going right now, you're going to be very reliant on the rotations from Nature's Prophet to other lanes, right? There's push factors, but that's just going to free up more space for AM to chill and CS.
Yeah, the early game not going super well right now for them. They're pretty much losing, I would say, all 3 lanes right now. We're going to see how they're able to transition this into some sort of rotations. Maybe it's the Chrono from Void, maybe rotating towards the Anti-Mage when he gets 6. Or even potentially middle.
I feel like middle is the biggest concern, right? Like, if there's any lane that's going to snowball for tempo, it's definitely always the Lina lane. And in theory, it could be the easiest kill. Like, if you bring 3 heroes here, she doesn't really have the tools to deal with them. Maybe you lose one in the trade, but with a hero like Nature's Prophet and the TA, it might open up a push on that tier 1.
Yeah, rotating towards the mid, like toward the Lina, is definitely an option. Just you could potentially even do it just with the Nature's Prophet and the TA.
Especially considering Void Spirit is just looking a bit underwhelmed. I mean, he's been forced on the defensive a lot. Like, regen-wise, he wasn't feeling strong this lane because he had to start with the Clone Blade and the Uve for any sort of rundown opportunity. Obviously, you want that Clone Blade because of LeBron's hero.
Yeah.
Did it feel like a pivotal item start, though? Because, I mean, you know, yeah, it's only 150 gold, but you have got Nature's Prophet who can deal with a lot of those trees anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think you kind of want the Orb of Venom on the tree. Just, if you ever manage to get on top of a hero, he basically can't run away. And so I think that kind of...
for the...
for the Voice.
For the Clone Blade, yeah.
Okay,
like, the Uve I get, but the Clone Blade, it doesn't feel like maybe he could have used his starting gold.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's definitely true. I definitely think he could have bought something other than Clone Blade. Especially, like you said, when you have the Nature's Prophet already.
If only it had an additional stat that done bonus damage to tree. Not that they needed it. They would have bring it down. Krylat, for once, is the one being pressured in this bot lane.
His mid lane, though, it's a little bit concerning. While he is... CS is not... It's only 8 CS difference, but he's almost 1,000 gold up on the TA right now with the Lina. He has...
And level-wise, he's up basically a whole level ahead at this stage, more or less. It is a little bit concerning. And it's a case of, like, who's going to rotate that? Like, who's going to shut that down anytime soon?
Yeah, I think they need to get this level 6 on the Nature's Prophet. I think that's probably what they're waiting for. They could maybe, like, the Void Spirit has to get some mana sent out. And then he could potentially be the one rotating towards the mid, set it up with, you know, Nature's Prophet ult and a Void Spirit rotation. And that could net him a kill.
Tough part is you really need 5-up to be there as well, because between Prophet and TA, there's no stun. So if she sees that rotation coming, Noob might just hit the TP.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you get the kill on the Lina, it's always going to be worth it pretty much, you know, unless you're suiciding a bunch of heroes for it. So...
We've all had that game. If we just get this one kill and you check and it's like 4 people are dead, it's like, at what cost? At all the costs. LeBron, pull away from the trees, so...
Did you just call me Lacoste? No. He's not here.
LeBron.
Ah, LeBron.
You're mixing out at what cost and LeBron, and 5-up is mixing out which way this gank is going. That's an abort. DNC's rotation. I mean, you can be Lacoste if you want.
I think I was mixing up the
don't wanna be
Lacoste with
5-up.
at what cost.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, he has got a pretty pimpin' look going on right now with that dressing set.
Right.
You know, you got Liz, who kind of looks like he wants to be like a fashionista.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely thriving in that toga.
He is, right?
I'm pretty sure that
Julius
he's.
Caesar look going.
I mean, I bet he wears it, you know, like off camera too. He just,
Off camera, just
I'm
walks
sure
around
he's just
demanding
walking
things.
around in it. He's just.
like clapping, coffee, makeup, everything, just like as if he owns the place.
He's happy with it. You know it. He knows.
I mean, that's not even get the breeze, right? You know, you can just chill. You're always cool and okay. Mitch
Managed to get a kill up on Mitch, and they don't have to extend the chrono here.
I mean, he was about to Dark Rift out. Last hero got the final bounce onto the Underlord, though. Looks like they were playing with Vision to ensure that as well. So they're addressing the outlanes fairly well. The Lina is still a threat factor, but I guess maybe the kind of conceptualization of this game is no matter how forward the Lina gets, she's never a hero that can handle people on top of her, right? And they do have means to get on top of her in these fights. Like eventually TA will have a blink. You can have Nature's Prophet with the positioning. You've got this, both the Voids in fact have the means to close the gap.
Yeah, and
It's
while
not
that
an
is
easy
true
game.
though, they do have the Venge and even the Treant, so they have some tools to kind of protect the Lina. And Nina's going for the Boot to Travel first item here.
Identifying he has to be active, right? You have got this AM. You need to be able to move around the map quickly. You've got the kind of double mobility factor with Mitch's ultimate as well. But at the same time, Underlord is a very static hero, so you have to be the ones making the move for the team.
Yeah, no, it
You
might
just go
pay
zoom
off.
so fast.
A bubble from the void.
Yeah, you're definitely very fast with this build.
Yeah, it definitely helps your farm rate as a result.
There's
Speaking
level
of
6 on the Treant now, so Nature's Prophet might feel a bit threatened down here.
You don't have to be too careful though, because 5-up is always guarding here, and once 5-up has 6 as well, like Astral Step instantly opens up kill potential. LeBron is standing up against this. The Overgrowth is going to come out. The TP rotation in from the Lina, the Laguna, the burn down. They're able to get the kill on the last hero.
Yeah, they were fishing for the kill on the Treant, and they sort of baited themselves in. Ironic with the name of the team.
They're trying to bait in return right now. This Fishman is here. I don't think that's the way you want things to go though.
Yeah, and he also realizes that there's no point in using his egg. It's just gonna die to the fiery solar arena. So especially
It's one
with
of those
this.
moments where you've got this like big brain concept, right? Like if we can hang around here for 10 more seconds, then we get our 3 heroes in the lane and kill Noob.
Yeah, and like especially considering the fact that he has this 3 points in Fiery Soul. And it's a nice way to go with, you have this Boost of Travel, you have the Fiery Soul maxed out, and you have a Wind Lace.
You do, and while that's happening in the top lane, there was a fight going on. They did commit the chrono, and we saw how hard it is to kill Mitch when he's up at level 7 on that Underlord with 2 points in the Atrophy Aura. They, even with bashes favoring them most of the time, I think he got like 3 bashes at least, wasn't enough to bring him down. I'll tell you what that is, Blackcat. That's that trusty shovel. Mitch trusts in that extra health he gets.
Ah, yes. The extra 100 health that he survived with.
Keep him alive, you know?
Yes. It's the good old trusty shovel.
I usually like to just carry it around as a tour, right? It's just, you know, it's the bounty value. You don't really care about the extra HP. It's the chance to get bounties. If you haven't got useful item elsewhere, why not?
Yeah, we see Anti-Mage just getting some casual kills on the position 5 there.
Mage. I'll help him his way. He's still got 2 components left to get on the Battle Fury. They're going to look to push it on this tier 1 tower a little bit. In the bot lane, there is a hunt going on. LeBron wasting a decent amount of time, but they will find him in the end. 5-up, however, is now stuck in the trees.
Yeah, I really like what they're doing right now on like what LeBron is doing down there. I think it's a very nice play. Like he's just playing down there. He's using his spells to kind of push out the lane. And yeah, even though he dies, it's like a 3-man rotation. Now Mitch is going to be able to just port down there and kind of fend them off the tower. And they're just going to keep bringing some heroes, and they're not losing any towers. They're not losing any damage, and they might even get a kill. No, Nature's Prophet is going to get out.
They won't lose heroes. Last hero got away with that. Noob looked on the wrong side, didn't have the LSA.
Yeah, but while all this is happening, Anti-Mage is just farming. He gets some tower top, and he just gets to keep farming. And TA has not been able to catch up to the Lina. even though Lina has been slightly more active on the map.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Dendi make a single play so far. It's been more or less chill hit creeps the entire time.
Yeah.
He does have his Deso at least, but I mean, can you kind of pivot towards a slow push in, and will that be successful? Because I feel like Tempo have ways of repelling a push pretty safely, right? With the Wave of Terror, the Dragon Slave, even the Underlord can do it.
Yeah, I think pushing against this lineup right now is very difficult. They need to be able to fight around the Chrono plus Phoenix Egg, and or with the TA when he gets the Blink.
Like, they at least have the Mask of Madness, so Chrysalis should put out a lot more damage in these engagements. And we might see them make a move soon, actually. They've got the smoke. In case they want to do it. I mean, I don't know if you have a good target if you do go for the smoke as well. Like, if it's only Treant and Underlord mainly showing on the lanes, you don't feel confident about that.
No, and that's kind of the tricky part for them right now. They need to be able to smoke up and maybe, you know, find an animation in the forest or a Lina in the forest or something while the TA is farming. So it's not the easiest thing to do for them.
And they're definitely set up for these early fights and sustain, because you look at last year, his build choice has been the mechanism. So they want to be able to take these kind of clutch battles where they can win even in an attrition battle against Tempo.
Yeah.
See if it works. There's a smoke we've been waiting for.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they were rotating towards the mid. If they were going bottom, they might be getting a kill on the Lina here. And
they're moving there now.
Dire are scanning.
Scan comes out. They know there's someone here. 5-Ups pinged it as well. They're dangling about this area. Void Spirit, let's move away. On the lean in time. The Remnant comes out to stop them up. The Chrono on 2 is good enough, and that should allow them to get both kills here. The Raffination for assisting. They did commit the egg, which was maybe a little bit extra, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah, and that was a very nice Dire team name by the Void Spirit there.
It is fake. He's not quite 5-up. That's 2-up right there. 5 all right now.
Well, I said team name, right?
Yeah, I know, but I'll follow up.
Okay. I see.
It's 5-up. Respect Mitch.
Fair enough.
They do not respect the Underlord. They do not respect the... and they shouldn't either. That bash. You know that Gavin hates you when you get back-to-back bashed constantly. And DNZ is just the final casualty. Good move from Bait, and exactly what they needed, because they were getting a little bit static on this map.
Yeah, they were getting out-farmed quite a bit. And now they managed to get a tower on top of, what was it, 3 kills? Was it 4?
Yeah.
I've been 4 actually.
So many dead. Yeah, they start off the Lina kill, right? And then they go into the Venge and the Underlord.
Yeah, there's gonna be Battle Fury up on the Anti-Mage now. So his farming speed is going to pick up. And now we do see the TA being the top 1 net worth. She has gotten her blink now. So she's gonna be able to play the map better.
It's perfect timing as well, right? Like, you've just committed the Chrono, and now Tempo might lull themselves in a false sense of security, like Bait can't immediately fight again. But could give him the key to that door. Wondering where's Last Hero gonna go next? Okay, so yeah, he's just going full utility. It's not just mech and then maybe some damage. He's going to the pipe next.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this choice of just committing fully to not dealing damage. We'll see if he eventually transitions. It's gonna be a Roche attempt here, and it looks like it's going to be successful.
Yeah, they're pretty fast at this.
I guess
maybe his logic as well is, what's the, like, if you're going right-click Nature's Prophet, usually you're thinking an Orchid, right? In this game, like, what's the point? There's already a Yules and the Lina. You know there's going to be a Manta style coming on Crylat soon at this rate. Like, by the time you have Orchid, its use is diminished heavily.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be an Orchids, right? It could be a bunch of different items, you know, whether it's a Solar Crest or Vlads. It's slightly more utility, but it scales better. Something along those lines. Even, you know, Maelstrom, BKB, Scythe of Ice, etc., etc.
Can set you up into like an AC later as well.
Yeah, but probably what they're doing is they're looking for a slightly earlier timing. They want to be able to kind of go towards these towers. That's the thing, though, that, like, from my point of view, when I see these heroes, Underlord and Treant, I don't think, I want to siege. I think, okay, I want to be able to go to them and take the fight to them and kill them. Because sieging in general against these heroes is very difficult when you have the Firestorm and you have the Treant armor.
That's true. That's why when we look at both the builds, like, you've got the Prophet focusing on how I can keep the fight going, and then you've got Mitch focusing on how do I find these pickoffs, right, with the Atos open. It's a damn good game for it as well, actually. No inherent dispels. You don't have heroes that are going to build into a means to get out that early, other than the Void Spirit, who is going for the ults. So where's the kind of, in terms of prioritization of area control for like bait, do you think they should just be heavily investing in this bot area like we usually see from Dire teams at this stage, and then letting last hero handle the more dangerous lanes?
Yeah, I think the setup they had just... Well, the thing is like this. At this point, I think what they should be doing now is, yeah, they should be having the Prophet in the top lane. He can push out with the Treants, and then they can kind of like try to move towards mid/bottom, whatever, like smoke up with the Void with the Chrono, and then go either towards the bottom lane. Like they can have one hero showing in the bottom, and then like the Prophet is top, so he can join them wherever they are. And then they can kind of see where they want to take the fight, whether it's mid or bottom, and go for one of these towers, because they already lost the Roche, so they don't necessarily need to play this top area anymore to kind of dissuade that.
No, and the first Roche isn't going to be of like critical import at this stage, right? Because the AM still wants to farm. So you know that Tempo, even with this second life on the lean-up, they should be most of the time playing 4 versus 5.
Yeah, I don't like what this Void is doing when he's going into this jungle and he's just letting this Underlord go Firestorm these waves for free. I don't think this should be happening right now. Like, he's playing too scared. Yeah, he might not see all the heroes on the map, but when you're doing this, when this Underlord is just allowed to go around and shove these waves, you feel so bad as this Void, because you have to show. Then you have to go and show when the waves are already in your face, near your tower. And now showing doesn't actually accomplish anything. They know where he is. And so, I think they need to decide to make a move. Like, this Void Spirit has 2 smokes, and I think that they should be using one of them right now.
It's a fair point as well. Like, maybe he should be feeling more confident considering their vision. Like, they had so much vision control in mid on bait. They saw multiple heroes there, so there's no instant punishment for Crystallison's bot lane as long as they're showing in that mid lane. Speaking of which, Void Spirit does get caught out. Atos is there. Movement in from Phoenix, holding the egg for the moment. We'll throw it out now. Noob tries to turn around, but it's too late. The first life is gone, and they haven't timed this perfectly. But the Remnant will be able to catch on Alina, and Noob's going to be brought down. Good move coming out from bait. They'll move forward for more. DNC gets caught out. The Magic Missile won't protect him. LeBron hides the tree line, but this tower is not long for this world.
Yeah, I'm not sure even if it was so much of a good move from bait. I think it was a nice response, but I feel like that's kind of on tempo. I think their execution there, kind of off. Not the best way to try to commit to that Void Spirit.
No, and it's the possible Void Spirit, right? At this stage, now that he has the Yules online, he's not an instant blown from 100 to 0 kill.
Yeah, and even if you do get that kill, you don't know if he necessarily has a buyback, so you're not sure if you can commit to trying to take this tower anyways, so... Maybe showing up more so, like, having the Lina run around in the jungle, having this Underlord parked in the mid lane, I think is fine, or even the Treant and Underlord and one of, like, the Treant Underlord, they can split in the middle bottom lane, and Lina can play the map together with Bench, and Anti-Mage can kind of be free agent.
Yeah, and now, as a result, like, the extra gold thrown into bait gives them the tools to maybe be a bit more able to escape these kind of gank attempts by Noob. We just saw top from 5-up, right? Like, he's no longer an easy kill. So if you're Lina, like, who is your easy kill in this game right now? Because you've got the Manta now complete on Crystallis. TA, bit of a tough one in the first place.
Yeah,
and has the BKB now complete.
I mean, I still feel like the ideal target, if you can kill him, should be the Void. And then after that, it should be the Phoenix, I think. There's gonna be a BKB now out on the TA, so then you should be feeling very happy. And I think overall, just bait are kind of in control of this game right now. At the same time, there's Anti-Mage. Yeah, there's still an Anti-Mage, and he is farming. He hasn't died yet, so...
I like your optimistic outlook. Whenever there's an anti-mage team, that's all they have to really say as the kind of pros. We do have an AM. Okay, what about the cons?
Well, to be fair,
do have an AM.
To be fair, like we had this game the other day where there was the anti-mage against Terrorblade Slardar, and then it's kind of the opposite, where you have this anti-mage, but you're never really gonna feel completely confident. But I think this is one of those games where he has some tools to save him from the chrono, and other than that, yeah, there's a TA, but if you scale well enough, it's a very nice anti-mage game.
They might require those tools to save someone from the chrono. Crystallis is smoked up with 2, and they have got that chrono available. It looks like it's been well repped by Tempo. They've moved towards the top area. They know that something's not right with this. And the best that Bait can maybe hope for is a kill on a support at this rate. what's it going to cost you? Because there's tempo already on the tower top, and LeBron's keeping it scoured, so Krylak can stay here for a long time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, this should just be a tower trade. Potentially, they're trying to save this. They might try
dash
to...
in, straight away. 5-up's found the big one. Noob gets caught in the tree line, and he won't even get a chance to use his spells. It's yours up when he comes down. Overcrow's going to be in. Now he can throw the spells, but the egg is down, and he's doing as much damage as he can to try and get some vengeance. 5-up is brought low, but the mech will save his life. Remnant goes down to LeBron as well. They're not even going to get killed onto 5-up. Instead, they're going to hemorrhage 2. Good rotation coming out from Bates.
Yeah, and a nice move to... I think this is it's a way better choice to like just keep taking these fights right now, because you are so strong as Bait, and you want to be able to, like, rather than just trade in a position like this when you are ahead, you definitely want to... You just go back, you killed their heroes. Yeah, you're not going to get the bottom tower right now, but you can get it at a later point. Radiant did use their glyph, so now you could go... potentially even go towards high ground if they let you, or just wait for maybe Roche. Try to get a pick off on anti-mage maybe, and then go into this push.
And I like the way the Bait just identifies it's just all about pressure, right? Like, the way 5-up initiates that fight is quite high risk, but it's just about the fact that even if they hemorrhage a kill or two, if they can shut the Lina out at this critical stage in the game, like, Tempo will be standing on a hill praying that AM can answer all their press.
Such a limited amount.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this Lina right now. Like, she was off to a very good start, but now she's kind of fallen flat. Like, yeah, she has the bots and stuff, but she's not scaling that well into physical damage right now. She has fallen way behind in levels, 4 levels behind now, the TA, and 3k net worth behind. So, not the most successful game so far for the Lina. And I think that might be potentially because he's been showing a bit too much on the lanes.
I feel like we see this from Linas a lot, right? They start off well, they kind of secure their lane, then you reach a point in the game where you require everyone to protect you. You're not really able to do anything if you're initiated on.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, there are Lina games and there are Lina games, right? Like, I think this is one of the ones where it's not so much just a Lina game, it's you have an anti-mage, right? You don't need to be this big boy, right? You don't need to farm a ton. You just need to be able to make the map work for your team. You need to be able to create opportunities for your team to play the game. And I feel like that hasn't necessarily been the focal point so far for Noob.
No, he just kind of shows up, and you just saw what happens. He can't even try for a solo kill the last hero. Like, we're past the point where he can be cheeky with those individual kills and those individual pickoffs. And, you know, they have saves, even when you get these fights, right? Like, use the argument is, do you have saves with Lina that's going to get jumped on? You do, but then when the game gets in the later stages, you need to be saving them for the AM. As you said, it's not really a Lina game at this point. So you just kind of feel like more of a support as this game goes on.
Yeah, and that's why I think that the idea should be to just run around and try to play the map. But nonetheless, they are still just trying to kind of split the map, and I think that's kind of what they have to do at this point. They don't really want to fight into this Chrono plus Phoenix combo right now, when the TA is also... This is sort of peak TA timing, I would say. Maybe potentially that you could say that the Hex timing also is something of a peak. But at that point, Anti-Mage might have Abyssal. So I think Bait should look to... I think they're just looking for the next Roche, and then hopefully kind of trying to go high ground with the next Roche.
Yeah, and Tempo don't really have the means to fight them that well. Like, you do have Overgrowth, yes. You've got the AoE damage and control from Mitch, but it's against Egg, it's against Chrono, it's against these heroes that have already stacked decent gold lead. These are heroes at this stage in the game that use that gold well. Maybe a case of you just have to forfeit it if you're Tempo and see if you can get maybe a trade like a tier 1 or tier 2 in exchange for giving that Roche over.
Yeah, I think it entirely just depends on the position of the map. Like, ideally what you want is you want to have this anti-mage push in a lane. Maybe it could be the bottom lane, and then you're able to force a rotation from some hero that they have to defend this, and then you can take a fight for V5.
You might be forced to rotate. In the mid lane they go, and the head goes down. Mitch cannot escape, and DNZ's also going to die. They move so quickly, make it look so seamless. I mean, this is an Underlord. This hero is usually renowned for taking some time to die, but they make it look so easy. Gotta see that DD.
Yeah, they're gonna try to turn this into a push. They're gonna get at least, I'd say, this mid tier 2, but maybe try to threaten more. There's though this push bottom lane. by Tempo.
They're not able to push in on top as well, because LeBron was already cutting the wave. It will cost him his life, though. Trying to move away. There's no way he'll get in the trees. But as you said, there's space for that bot push. Noob is still committed to this. We'll bring 1 or 2 heroes back now. I think Fishman has to be careful, though. There is potential to now jump on him, because they saw him TP to that tower.
Yeah, they have to be a little bit hesitant, though, because they know that Void has a TP and he has Chrono still, so... They can't just dive right in. On top of the Phoenix.
Especially if Chrysalis is staying off map as well, right? Like, that's the other critical detail here.
Yeah.
In the jungle.
And also, if they dive right in, maybe the Phoenix dives right out, you know? You never know.
Ooh, I mean, I've heard that hero can do that quite effectively. But maybe the next level is he forgets to press Q again and ends up returning.
And Anti-Mage just...
Anti-Mage, which they can turn to base right now. And they might oblige him. Blink away, LSA will cover his escape. I mean, you survived the Chrono. You've got to be incredibly happy with this with your Tempo, because now you might be able to fight around Roche. BKB? Okay, this is getting better and better for Tempo.
Yeah, and
he's baiting themselves at this stage.
He survives the Chrono thanks to some, like, he has Crimson Guard, he has 3 in armor. So killing this Anti-Mage is not the easiest thing for them to do. And now, yeah, I think you feel quite good as Tempo right now. You have some good chances of trying to create a fight here. No BKB on the TA, no Chrono on the Void. This should be your time to try to make something happen.
Moving in. Mitch. Seems they found an illusion. Be a little bit awkward for them. They do at least now know there's no Manta available for a few more seconds. They take that as an opportunity to just hop into the pit, though. Realizing the smoke has failed. Now, Fishman does have this egg. They can defend this.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a dicey position to fight in, even though there's no Chrono.
5 up going in. Going to be rooted up alongside Faceless Void here. They can commit the egg. It's far away. Nobody can really reach him. But Noob moves across quickly. They need to stop him. Yule's going to come out to buy some time. And Noob, he will be able to get the egg in time. However, they have lost the bench. Now Noob is going to be stunned up as well. Yeah, you get rid of that egg, but it kind of baited you in a little because now you're losing heroes. Buyback from the Lina. Brianlight already used the Mana Void, though, so how much more can he do? 5 up, backing away. Stun's going to come out instantly on the Anti-Mage. They sidestep the LSA. Damn, he's still going here. Bash first hit. The bash in return, though. Neither team really wants to directly find each other. Instead, Tempo go back into the pit.
Yeah, and Tia is still... She's lacking mana to fight right now. She has to... try to get there as soon as possible.
Don't know if she's going to be quick enough. 5 up is trying to mess them a little bit. Medium's going to come. Yule's jumping straight away. Egg gets on the ground, and Krylat's the one who gets it. Yes, you get the kill on bait. They get the kills on you, and they still have that second life to play with now. And last hero is also going to fall. He did pick up the cheese at least, but that was a messy attempt at a steal from bait.
Yeah, very awkward. T went back to base to get mana. Maybe he could have sent out some mangoes on the courier or something.
Okay, Fish was dead. Or is he? Yule's gonna be there. They'll chase you in. I mean, that was an ambitious TP. He literally saw the Anti-Mage was right in front of him and continued to just go in.
Yeah, this should be quite a big turnaround. There's going to be now Abyssal on the Anti-Mage. He is going to have Aegis. Yes, there's a cheese on the Nation's Prophet. In no case, he's going to pass it on to someone else. Maybe the TA, maybe the Void.
Is it me or does it feel like they have almost instantaneously just gone from solid to not even crumbling, falling apart? Like a way to look at this. Like the way everything just played out in the last minute and is continuing to do so. It's deeply concerning. Okay, 5 up. Q. Let's go. Chrono on the bench alone. And the Yules is getting worse. Christmas will BKB now. The Sun is down to the bench to ensure they can get that kill. Mitch trying to escape is going to go down. Now, Krylight's stuck here. This is a good moment. That buyback from Voice Spirit, maybe they can achieve something more. The BKB's run out on Christmas. The Overgrowth is going to come out. 5 up is chasing forward. Looking for the target. With the Blink forward, he's able to find the Lina. The Remnant follow-up is good, and Noob is controlled low enough to kill him off. On the side, they'll maybe find more. LeBron able to get out before he can be stopped. Buyback worthwhile. And just like I say, things are looking like they're crumbling a bit. Bait do bounce back in a good way.
Yeah, that looked like it could have been disastrous there. It looked for a moment there as if the Void Spirit was gonna die just back to back. Then they get the Chrono. It was not the best Chrono, it was just the Vengeful Spirit. But then they managed to get on top of the Lina. And the Lina doesn't have buyback, so they now have 70 seconds to try to make something happen. And I think Krallet is going to be forced here to most likely just try to cut some waves. There's going to be a DT. Maybe we'll try to do something with this. But I'm not sure if you can really go into these heroes alone.
No, and your Lina's gone for 50 still. Yeah, your Venge's up to 15, but even without the Chrono, Bait do throw out a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, and so Bait, they're not gonna try to force it right now. They don't really want to fight into the Anti-Mage with the Aegis, and also just not go into high ground right now.
Yeah, you can see how Krylat is very hungry for it. With that DD still running, he got smoked and he went on the prowl. Well, good move from Bait just to back up. Reads it perfectly. And Aegis, I mean, you haven't got that long left considering the state of the lanes right now to try and make a play with it. However,
they might catch the Anti-Mage here.
They're going to go in. Hex is going to come out. That's one life already from the AM.
Yeah, there's no Chrono though.
No, they don't actually have the lockdown. They got the Yules. The Remnant's coming off cooldown in 1 second. He should be able to move away. The double Yules is going to be good enough though. With the roots on the ground, it might buy enough time for Krallet to try and back away. Gets out just in time. No bash lock for Chrysalis. They'll move forward. They will be able to find DNZ though. He hasn't got a way out of this. And the movement forward for 5 up spots out seconds. LeBron has to use the overgrowth defensively. They won't be able to capitalize on it. Instead, they'll still lose both their supports. AM gives over that Aegis and is lucky to get out alive.
Yeah, now it's only 15 seconds before Chrono's up again. This looks a little bit dicey for tempo.
Yeah, right now, Bait. Honestly, compare how they're playing in the last 2 minutes to the 2 minutes before it. Like, they are really baiting us and the audience. It is back and forth in this game. But, I mean, when they're looking good in this game, it's nigh on unstoppable for tempo. And without an Aegis now as a buffer on Krylat, even with this Abyssal, it feels like you're now an iron behind in terms of being able to fight his tempo.
Yeah, I think he felt very good having that Aegis. Unfortunately, walks into all of those heroes, and the Nature's Prophet had picked up a Sight of Ice. I do like the fact that then he opted to go for a Butterfly instead of a Sight of Ice, so that he actually just can deal a lot of damage, and the Anti-Mage can't just burst him by jumping on him with Abyssal. So, feeling good now, Bait. Phoenix also about to hit level 18. The egg is going to become very difficult for them to deal with.
That's true. And this double yours as well. It's like, it's the amount of time you can remove someone from the fight on the side of Bait. It is problematic. Because when you actually look at the way these fights are playing out, Krylat is still in a state where he's just this. He's kind of that chunky person who wants everyone to feed him cake. Everyone on the team is just a servant at the table giving him food. Right, like you got all these stuns, these controls coming out from every member of Tempo.
Yeah, and I feel like quite a bit of this, I think, is due to the fact that the TA has just fallen off so hard. He's basically just, you know, fallen off the face of the earth at this point. He's.
Oh, you mean the Lina?
Yeah, the Lina. He's like her items like, doesn't do that much, and it's so
lost,
squishy.
Right?
Yeah.
Radiant are
and it's like, okay, you know, I've got a Hurricane Pike. Great. What next? BKB. Okay, so I'm still not really doing things in these fights. And if I get chronoed, I'm still 100% screwed.
Yeah, he has a lot of... I mean, he basically had a similar net worth, I think, like 15, maybe even 20 minutes ago. His net worth was, I think, around 10k. He's only gained a very small amount since the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, it feels like maybe 3k has been gained. DNZ. A little bit 3k in the brain. He gets caught out there. Then again, this is what we expect out of the past 5. You know, you just tank those ganks so the more important targets don't have to. And Krylat is at least applying pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, LeBron doing his best to try to stop this mid wave from pushing in with the Meteor Hammer, with the Nature's Grasp. He's gonna slow down his push.
They're reading the post 1 mine perfectly so far. Like, they're patrolling around, they're like, there's no way Krylat pushed that wave and backed away. We know how greedy AMs can be. But it looks like he will get away with this. Like, look in all the wrong places. Is he gonna hang? If he hangs around, this could backfire quickly.
Yeah, I don't think there's almost no potential for a solo kill right now. I'm not even sure you can actually kill the Phoenix before he manages to use... Well, if he burns all his mana, then potentially, but... It's very risky as the Prophet can just port in. TA deals a lot of damage. The Void, 1 chrono, and he's probably still dead, so... If you're Anti-Mage, you have to be careful.
Well, it's gonna get scary, right? Because TA almost is 25.
Yeah.
And you can see the Meld Bash coming into effect.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess your thought is, okay, is there more protection being built on the side of Tempo? Not really. It's not like you've got Lotuses queued up or more 4-stars.
No, what they have is they have a telescope on the bench, and he also has a blink dagger queued up. He's almost level 18, so he is gonna be able to save pretty much anyone from a very, from very far away. He's gonna be able to position himself, and so they have something going for them. But this Underlord, he's not really scaling that well right now, and same goes for the Lina. So they're basically just relying on this anti-mage, and I think it's just gonna come down to this next Roche fight here.
I will give credit to Mitch. Like his hero in this type of game is less demanding in net worth to have that like use, right? With the Heaven's Halberd and Crimson Guard. As I say that, they're just gonna casually jump on him straight outside his base and kill him. So yeah, that utility is very useful if you don't die first.
Yes, this is correct.
He might be forced to buy back here. He has got it available. Krylat is applying pressure elsewhere as well.
Yeah, both teams is trading Glyph. I think they might actually be able to just trade here. Like, if the Underlord buys back, or if the Lina just keeps delaying them, this might not be the worst thing for them. Like, there's a tree and armor, there's the Nature's Grasp, and Anti-Mage can hit this tower very fast. He does have to be a little bit careful with the Void, though, but as long as he sees the TA, he shouldn't be in any great danger.
Yeah, that's always the risk when you're up against the AM lineup. And, you can see how Tempo maybe kind of planned for this. Like, this is where the Underlord, as you said, the heals as well from the Treant Protector come into effect if you end up in a trading lane situation.
Yeah, you can see that. Hard. I mean, there's a mid tower down, on the tier 3 mid tower is down for Dire, and their bottom tower is at less than half health. Whereas all the towers in the base are full health for Tempo.
Yeah, they basically have to take a convincing victory. Like, they have to be in, and something has to occur immediately. If you get caught in these kind of attrition warfare situations against Tempo, you are going to trade less favorably.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, it's going to be a losing battle if you're trying to do it that way. So Roche should be respawning right now, and that's going to be an Axe on the road. Curious who gets that.
People getting baited by the Illusionist Cape. I think Bait just goes straight to the pit now because they did waste the smoke for that. You're right, though. Axe in this game, I feel like it's pretty good for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, he is queuing up his own Axe, but yeah, I also feel like, it's more so that maybe you give it to the Void. That could also work.
Or the Phoenix.
The Phoenix one is not the most impressive, I would say, in the game like this, because there's a Lina. You can just start focusing the egg if that happens.
Oh, anti-mage. Krylat's been cool. Bash straight away. We'll blink away. They're hunting though. They're looking for him. They catch him in the tree lines. They see him with the Resonant Pulse. Krylat's looking for the second blink away. He blinks towards them, but the Chrono, they ping it out straight away. That's the perfect kill to that big ultimate, and they get it. Now they still have an egg to play around.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. He just went there.
It was high risk.
The blink was just, he blinked straight into vision, right? He thought maybe it's nighttime and that he would be covered, but...
Is it one of those situations where, like, you see the trees and when you're panicking, you're like, okay, that looks like there's a divot there that I can hide in?
I think what it was that it's like, it just hit nighttime, right? And so he thought it was going to blink to a place, and it was nighttime, and then day vision just hit, and so they saw him, and, these things happen.
It's going to be painful for them, though. Yeah, he has buyback, but if your anti-mage is forced to buyback in this situation and you don't take a victory in this defense, easily game.
Yeah, they're gonna need a really big victory, and there's a Daedalus and an Aegis on the TA. He also went for the 6 refraction.
Coming in. Overgrowth. Fishman uses the X straight away, looking around. The Void Spirit leads the cheese though, and DNC being chased on 2 fashions up and killed off on the side. LeBron's gonna be brought down as well. 3 dead already on the side of Tempo, because AM is still refusing to buy back. They're gonna lose more. Double buyback coming in from Tempo. They know if AM commits that buyback, it really needs to achieve a lot here. He might be forced to. If they lose one lane, they're probably content with this. And within 20 seconds till the AM is up, they will do everything they can to make sure he doesn't hit that button.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure, like, I don't know what's best here, or like what's worse. Like, the anti-mage's holding his buyback so that 3 of his teammates have to use theirs. Or if you just want to buy back there and just have your team play up front. It's hard to say. This might still be the best decision in the end.
it's pretty rough because now you're in a situation where if any of these die, okay, like they can take the entire base at the stage of the game inside of base. So now it's not we need to eliminate the AM to win these fights. It's we need to eliminate one of these 3 heroes. They go straight on Lena. Yules, but the BKB allows him to dodge out, swap away. The Crystal has hit so hard, brings one down. 1-for-1 trade right now on the side. Last hero way too tanky to deal with. Meteor Hammer to try and slow 2 of them down. Will hit onto both. The buyback out from the Void Spirit, though. Bait want to try and end this game right now. They're going for the Jugular, and they go straight forward on the Lena. Chrono gets committed. He is stunned up for half of it, but that gives time for Denny to move across and look for the kill Bialdu. Hex comes out. Anti-Mage has to back away, taking way too much damage here, and the boom at 4 from Dendy is good enough. AM gets brought down. Buyback comes out from Lena and the Anti-Mage. This is do or die for them. Mitch decides to cancel the Dark Rift. He's already back at base, silly. Yules is out on the Fishman, though. He will die for this. Ah, look at the goal lead extending. They know they have to fight the side of Tempo, and they do move in. But Faceless Boy is not an easy target. Brought down to half HP already. Is going to be disarmed to get lower. But Time Walk away is successful. Chase forward from Cryline. Needs to be careful. Overgrowth does come out. The bash as well on the Faceless Boy. With the Meteor Hammer follow-up, it should be enough stun control. The Yules to try and buy some time. Mana Void isn't going to bring Christus down, though. He does have the Time Walk to get away. And it looks like 5UP is able to eat the cheese and make his escape. Last hero might be the last one out. But I don't think they have anything left to stop him. He is able to TP away successfully. Dendy does also make his escape, although he has the Aegis to play with. So he's not too hesitant about going back in. Chrysalis does put out the Silver Edge for a moment. Aegis has been expended. Dendy needs a way out. He has got the blink for 4 seconds, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble when he comes up. Stunned straight away. LSA follow-up. See you later, Captain. And the best they can do on the side of Bait is now try and split the map, buy some time, because yes, Tempo, they do hold, but they have committed all their chips. This was their final bet.
Yeah, all the buybacks used on the side of Tempo right there. I mean, the Anti-Mage and the Lina were both forced to buy back. They do end up killing the TA, so it's something, right? She did lose the Aegis and they lost the TA, but now they have 7 minutes where they're not going to have buybacks on their 2 most important cores. And it's going to be a very difficult game to approach right now. I think what you can do maybe is you can try to push here and you can maybe try to force some sort of a scenario where the TA feels forced to buy back. I think, unfortunately, Dire are going to have their Glyph and Void will have Chrono, so if you do that, you just have to make sure that the Venge is ready to save whoever gets caught.
That's what I was thinking, right? Like, Tempo have to live up to their name. They actually have to try and force Bait to now play at a pace they're uncomfortable with, because if you just play kind of a stalemate for the next 2 minutes, you feel like you're just kind of done in this game. Yeah. Like at that stage, you're literally sitting there waiting, going, if Bait make big mistakes, we could win. Which is never the way you aim to play Dota.
No, I think it's a... Yeah, it's sort of a maybe somewhat losing mentality. And I can see it. I can see like the idea is they don't want to force it because they're scared of this Void's Chrono, but at the same time, you know, now the TA is going to come back. They're going to have buybacks on all 3 cores on the side of Bait. And basically, they're going to get that same fight, maybe with a slightly better position, but there's going to be buybacks on all 3 heroes, and they're going to just be able to fight whichever way they want.
It's that feeling where, like, you know, you're in the 9th round, you're clearly outdone on the punches, you know you can't win by the count, so you have to go for the knockout punch.
Yeah, and Axe picked up on Dendy. Interesting choice.
Maybe he's just a big fan of Star Trek. He wants to be beamed up. Let's kind of feel like that.
Who knows?
Everywhere and anywhere, my friend. Now you can die, buy back, come back into the fight, and die in the exact same location because you left a trap there.
See, that's. See, I don't get that stuff, right? But you do, man. That's why you are who you are, and I am who I am. You know.
You know, they say you're shaped by your losses. Okay.
Yeah. Nice. I get it.
I have many.
I get it. It's the classic Weaver time lapse back into low health and dying immediately.
I think my favorite one, I think they fixed it now, didn't they? Is the disrupt the glimpse back to death location.
Yes, I remember that.
I think the best one I think it was one of the DAC events. There was a sniper that forgot about it 3 times and kept TPing back to the lane.
Right.
And then instantly getting glimpsed under the enemy tower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll never be graced with that again.
The good old days.
The good old days when you used to see Divine Rapiers, but the new days you see him more, and you're going to see him in this game, because Krylat did commit to it.
Yeah, he does have a rapier. I don't know. I kind of feel like the man wants a butterfly, you know? There's no MKB on other side. There's no Bloodthorn, nothing. He maybe feels, yeah, he needs the evasion. Sorry, the True Strike and the damage from the Rapier to be able to kill the TA. But at the same time, he is such a vulnerable target.
All right, hear me out. Maybe you just get to a stage, like 5-10 minutes from now, tempo hold on.
Right.
He gets his butterfly, he dies, but they hold on, and Lina gets the Divine Rage.
Ah.
Do you feel better about it?
I get it. Yeah, no. Yeah, so...
Because then Noob is a right-click machine, because he has got the Chrysalis, but he's still lacking far behind.
Yeah, he's lacking a little bit in the firepower department, right? He kind of needs to...
Yeah, it's more mild tickle.
Bump up those numbers. Those are some rookie numbers right there.
Dire's top tower.
He's been so busy like at Wizard School, he forgot to actually do his general training. But maybe when he gets to Daedalus, it'll be a little bit extra damage. My only concern is, it's 24 armor on the Void, it's 25 on TA. Which, by the way, he didn't ever go for the Mel Bash. He did choose to go towards the Refraction. At this rate, it won't matter because he's already up to level 27.
Double damage.
Yeah.
And has a DD. Okay, well that'll do it.
We might actually... Are we gonna see someone get to 30? Is that...
Devs? No. Levels? Probably not, because Bait are positioning like they want to end this game.
You never know, though. These games.
One slip up.
Anything can happen. The anti-mage, the buyback is getting closer. Only 2 minutes away. Obviously, if he dies, he's gonna lose the rapier, so he's gonna feel pretty bad about it anyways. But he is getting closer.
Negative, didn't you? You're like, anything can happen. Immediately points out AM could lose this iron, by the way.
I'm just...
Poor guy.
Like, he's gonna have his buyback, right? But if he dies...
he won't have the iron that is
dies.
making him a hero. I mean, at this rate, he might not have buyback if he's not careful. They're dangling him of all heroes. Yeah, they have the swap, but Fishman goes in, Yules, egg straight away, a movement in. Faceless Void thinks about using the Chrono instead. They use the Sheep Stick, but now movement away, able to get one out, but Benj has to give his life for it. LeBron does go in with the Overgrowth. I'm not really sure what the plan was with that, though. They did get a BKB, but now Bait will just go straight to the pit.
Yeah, the plan was to maybe force the BKB. I'm not sure either. I think maybe he saw, like, them maybe trying to take a fight. Maybe he thought that the Phoenix was on his team. And there was like a perfect setup for a Tree and Phoenix combo. And then he was like, oh man.
It's one of those moments, you know what it was? It's one of those moments, when you see everyone else doing cool stuff?
Right.
Like, I want to do cool stuff too.
Right.
And then you realize that actually...
Yeah, all the cool kids are jumping off the bridge. And so you're like, yeah, I'm going to do that too.
Yeah, dude, I'm going to do a barrel roll. In this situation, his barrel roll ended up with a broken ankle and a concussion. He doesn't die, but he feels a bit stupid now not having the overgrowth because you might just see Bait push in. After all, they still have the Chrono to play around. And Chrysalis, he's like, I dare someone to come touch this creep wave. Except that guy. Can't kill that guy.
Wait, so what did Anti-Mage, did he buy something? I feel like he had a lot more gold just a little while ago.
I think he's just not really been getting gold. He was kind of scarily running around, almost dying, and then hiding in his base.
Right.
Kind of the usual things.
Right, just anti-mage things. With a rapier.
You're like, well, I got a rapier. I can't get better than this.
This could be a kill.
Stand there. Not on the last hero. He is really tanky. They can bring him down, though. Laguna to try and secure the kill, but no, Noob, you don't get that gold. A lot of gold, in fact, going the way of Krylat. Moving in with the buyback, they come across, though, and Noob.
I don't know how to feel about this.
He regrets pressing Laguna now.
I think he regrets not pressing BKB there. I think
he regrets even showing up. He wasn't even needed.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they might have gotten the kill on the Prophet, maybe not, whatever, but just press your BKB and you're out. Come on, buddy.
But he's got to save that 9 seconds BKB because this game's going to last over an hour. That's how they get into comeback pike.
What is it that they say? Is it passive PKB? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, passive PKB. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. What would be passive plaque king? I'm gonna go par. There you go. It can be PKP.
Okay, fair enough.
Full exchange.
Fair enough.
No, they're not passive with the smokes on Bait though. And they're not really scared of Mitch. Moving in. Up a little bit off the mark. Last hero. Okay, his is definitely not passive. I think that's a bit too far in the opposite direction. But the button does work, Spycat. All right.
It's working. It's like, you know, I just had to check, guys. Just had to check. It works.
He's like, you know what it is? He's right now, he's telling his team that I was trying to force the Lina buyback. She might have to buy back at this rate because they're going to lose LeBron. The chrono goes down onto the Vengeful Spirit. The buyback comes out from the Treant. He just checks that he can touch his toes. He doesn't do anything with it. In the meantime, they're going to lose the Underlord as well. Buybacks coming out everywhere on the side of Tempo, except the Lina. And right now, they are going, please, just, we've used all our buttons. Use yours. Press the buyback. But she refuses, and Bait get away with it.
Yeah, they had to use 3 buybacks there. They also used the Treant ulti there and didn't manage to get the Void Spirit, so not a very pretty position.
Wanted to be involved. I mean, you kept Lina's buyback. Yes. So thumbs up for that. But now we're in a similar situation to last time, right? Where if you lose one of these 3 heroes, Spaghetti-O, you surrender all control of the map instantly.
Yeah, I mean, basically what this game feels like is like Tempo, they have their king and their queen left, and Bait, they pretty much have all their pieces, you know? They maybe lost, maybe they lost a knight or something, but pretty much all their pieces are intact. The buybacks...
Bait are like, we need to keep all of our pieces alive, so every time the queen moves forward, they move back.
They're missing, you know, they're missing the buyback on the Prophet, but other than that, they're good.
They got Chrono, by the way, because he did actually buy the Refresh and has a Refresher shard as well, so Crystallis has 2 Chronos to work with here. He's just waiting for the ideal opportunity. They don't know this either. They can maybe see the backpack Refresher shard, which they should notice the Refresher there. But look, there it is. He gets him with the Chrono on 2. But he caught Dendi as well. They're going to jump straight on top of him and bring him down. He's got Mana Void to kill him off. And that's not a good feeling, Crystallis. He's just going to hope he doesn't get kicked from the team. The buyback comes out from Dendi, looking to rejoin the fight. Silences down the animation of the Remnant as well. They move on top and keeping control. The egg's going to go down. Noob is not even hitting that egg, though. They just work through the egg. It has 1 life gone. The Overgrowth to try and buy enough time to back up. But you have given space to Bait in your own base. And now Crystallis, he's able to refresh. He's got another Chrono to work with. He's going to go in. There it is, Chrono. Yules will dodge out half of it, but can you survive the rest is the real question. He's actually looking at the illusion, the wrong one instead. Anti-Mage jumps the back line, goes straight forward to the Nature's Prophet, and the burns are not enough to get him down or to keep the Nature's Prophet alive. He's going to be brought down. Krylat is holding this. He's going to chase forward for more. Crystallis is going to be brought down as well, and they're not done there. Dendi, this is going to be his dieback. And they're actually doing it. Tempo holding, and they have the opportunity to now just barrel down mid.
Yeah, I think it all started with Dendi. I think he walked into the Chrono.
He did. I mean, it was kind of walk plus. It was only 1 millimeter in front of me, please, Crystallis. But that cost them so much now. That's going to cost them possibly the game at this stage because Dendi has no way back into this at all.
Yeah, I mean, and neither does Nature's Prophet.
No, still no buyback for just under 4 minutes, rather. And Krylat, I mean, that Divine Rapier. Nah, he's going to see the real value. Chunk away at those buildings. But they decide the buybacks are enough.
I mean, no.
I don't think you do.
You go
here.
You go.
have to go.
There's no way. There's no way.
They're just waiting for reinforcements. Yeah. They don't want to jump the gun.
I mean, he wants the creeps. He wants some backup and he wants some creeps. But you go here. Like, this is your chance.
Okay. There is one variable that could destroy you. And that's the fact that there is double Chrono coming up soon.
Right. It's gonna have to wait though. It's gonna be a long time. And this Rapier is gonna deal a lot of damage here. So... not sure.
They're just trying to force Anti-Mage away, but Krylat doesn't care. Getting the heals out from the Treant feels pretty good. They are delaying this a lot, though. At what point does Krylat just go, this isn't working?
Oh.
They should just hit the other buildings. They're actually making it work. They're holding. For the moment, at least.
Yeah, I feel like you're supposed to go here. I feel like he wants to jump in. He wants to...
5 up. Uh-oh. Mistakes have been made. That's going to be his dieback. Or is it? No, wait, there it is. Yeah, yes, got it. Dieback comes out. Yeah, he came off cooldown again. Egg. I mean, this is just everything to buy time. The Chrono's going to go down. The egg is lasting long enough, or is it? Lina's almost got it, but no, it does go off. They ignore the anti-mage. Instead, they go on a noob. They know that's the target they need to bring down, and Krylat's just hitting the throne. The disarms are coming out. Crystallis does not have the mana anymore, nor the Chronos to work with. That's both of them. And AM, they're just trying to slow this down, but it looks like it's going to work out. Tempo just focus on the buildings, and they take game 1. Bait, where did it all go wrong? This was in their hands. It looked like this was going to be their game, but Tempo take victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, I feel like it's more like Bait kind of snatched defeat from the jaws of victory in this scenario, I would say. It's just there at the end, you know, the kind of miscommunication with the Chronosphere, whatever it was. TA ended up inside the Chrono and then buying back into some forced weird engagement. Just cost them the game.
Yeah, like often Dota comes down to that, right? It's like one critical moment that decides the outcome. We can talk about the ripple effects, but I feel like the thing we're going to be talking about, and everyone in chat's going to be talking about, and the panel is eventually going to be talking about, is that chrono, that one chrono in the Radiant base that really was the complete downfall.
That's a yikes for me, dog.
I mean, I don't want to blame one guy. I mean, I don't know which ones to blame. They together, one chrono, the other had to run into it, but I'm sure the panel can break this down more. I don't know if this went the way they were expecting, because I think they had to rush back.
BSJ, call it like it is.
It's on you, BSJ. It's not on anyone else. I like the way Pycat ended up with yikes as well. Yep, completely. Big yikes, big throw.
Yeah,
that's not what we wanted to see Bait and the boys do.
Yeah, I've never been one to like shy away from calling people out. You know, I try my best to keep it real with my analysis of the game.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I'd say that game was going about according to script. Like, I thought the lanes would go a bit better for Bait. You know, they were a bit behind, but then they hit that window where like the TA had Blink Deso and Faceless Void had the Manta for survivability, and they just like ran over the game from there for like the next 30-40 minutes. And then just sometimes you blink into a chrono. You know, what can you do?
It wasn't even completely into a chrono. It was next to a chrono, into a couple of stutter steps straight into it.
What if he was trying to blink into the chrono for safety? Like, he didn't want to get hit by anti-mage, but then he walked into it, so he's
right
on the edge. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he was trying to get in there for safety, to prevent the anti-mage from
Do you ever blink into a chrono for safety? Does it happen to you?
Well, if I'm considering that the only way I die is a melee core on the opponent team, it's
sometimes it's safe inside, right?
It's something that, like, 5D chess, it could possibly work.
Yeah, maybe you buy a couple of salves as well. You heal everyone in the chrono, then you jump in. It's a bat.
Yeah, exactly. It's like its own fountain. I just want to say, like, with like 5 minutes left in that game, you know, now that we know when the game ended, James here said, so is Bait gonna win this? Like, they got this, right? Or like, and we're like, yeah, don't worry. Like, Bait, they're gonna win. Don't worry. And he's like, I've been disappointed too many times before.
And see, look what happened. Look what happened, BSJ.
I feel like at that moment it became like 10 times more likely for Bait to throw the game, right, when you asked that.
I just should have been quiet, yeah. I should have just let them sit there and gone, oh, it's going to be fine. It's gonna be fine. I actually feel like that meme with the dog in the fire just sat there going, no, no, no.
This game was just... It's that one chrono, man. This is so sad. It's like, looking back at it, it's hard for me to cheer against Tempo, but then again, they did not deserve this win. They definitely did not deserve this W, man. Like, their laning stage went kind of fine, but you could see that the draft from Bait was easier to execute. They were doing exactly that. They were taking the right fights. Yeah, Tempo a couple of times did good fights around Drosh Pit. They made a couple of decent comebacks, but it looked like they have a plan only when they're behind. Once they take the reins of the game, like, they're just running across the map doing nothing. Anti-Mage gets that Aegis, suddenly they're retreating, he's farming the jungle, he gets picked off in the jungle, he dies there, loses the Aegis, then they follow up, they die with him. This was just given, God-given gift.
A dandy given gift, I think it was.
It happens. Like, let's not... I know...
Oh, right there, we saw it just now.
There's gonna be a lot of dandy faces. There's gonna be a lot of dandy faces in the chat. We don't have to pile onto it. It happens.
Something like, you know, Chrono's just an ability or something like that, I think should be the saying for that one. What do you think?
Yeah, it's just an ability. It doesn't matter. It doesn't truly matter. Like, being 5 seconds, it's just a number.
Yeah, it's just exactly 5 seconds is just a number. I don't know, like that game. I don't know. It's like watching a train wreck when you like know it's going to occur, or you know it's quite likely that it's going to occur.
It's even there's. We literally, both of us, we're watching this game. We know how it's gonna end. Then we go down. We see that there's a huge mistake coming from the TA running into that chrono, but also some good plays from Tempo. They baited with the chrono with the illusion. The illusion bait was great too. So they made them waste 2 chronos. There are some plays that also baited. I don't want to do these puns, man. that made Bait do these mistakes. Let's put it that way. And Dandy, after running into that chrono, nothing was really forcing him to buy back and go into the fight once again. He buybacks, goes into the fight, dies, and without the buyback, they had 2 minutes to do whatever they wanted to, and they ended the game.
It's just a situation where the only way you lose is die backing. That's the only way you lose. Like, you could completely botch that push into their base. What's gonna happen is you botch the push, like say 3 or 4 of you die, and then like the enemy team's gonna run at your base. Then you're gonna have to buy back. They're gonna have to back off because now it's at your base, and then you'll just have to wait an extra like 10 minutes to end the game. But it's gonna go the same way if you just do that, because your late game's better. Like whenever you have cooldowns, you're gonna win. The only way you can lose the game. I feel like there's 2 states of Dota. One where you're behind and you kind of like have to navigate your way back and you have to figure out, okay, like what's our what's our way back in this game? And then when you're ahead, you have to think, what's the only way the opponent can come back? Like what's the only way? And then they're like 2 unique skills, and I think Lizard kind of mentioned it like nail on the head there, that like it just doesn't seem like Bait really has that. I don't know. It's just strange.
This is a worrying sign though, right? Like these kind of mistakes from players that you say have all this experience. This shouldn't be an acceptable taking. Like we try to say, like Beta drafting better, they're looking better, there's a bit more synergy within the team, and then this happens.
Let's leave all the harshness to the chat. Like they're gonna pile on for sure.
You're trying to be nice, Liz.
Yeah, like running into the chrono, like it happens. Doing some mechanical mistakes, not positioning the chrono well. It's not only him, like they also continued attacking that illusion throughout the whole duration. They thought it's the right AM. That's also a big mistake too. Like it's something that shouldn't be happening. So there are some things from multiple players that didn't really go in the right direction when they were pushing that high ground. For me, the bigger issue was the buyback and trying to end the game there, because strategically that's a bad mistake.
Yeah.
This running into chrono, it happens. You know, it just happens. But buying back, going back into the fight, that's game losing there, because you're giving the enemy that has 1% win rate that 1%. Exactly what they need to come back.
It's a gift, right? A gift for them, Tempo, to take a 1-0 lead in this. For Tempo, though, like they probably thought this is like the best thing that could ever happen to us, right? We're looking like the whole game's over. Just march on forward. Now we could be potentially winning a game that should have never been ours. Going into this second game, right? Confidence must be just sky high. Cool, we don't even need to play well.
Nah, like knowing these guys, the confidence isn't sky high. They understood what happened there. They understood that this game is a gift. If anything, they'll approach the next game with more caution, perhaps adjust their draft a little bit, because this, even though the laning stage went fairly okay for them overall, the game didn't look great.
So you still think Bait will be able to grind their way back through it?
Yeah, I think they have a fair shot as long as they stay away from chronos.
You know, Dendy's an entertainer, man. This game, this series probably would have only gone 2 games if he didn't do that.
So it's a part of the master plan.
It's all about just baiting the viewers into watching them more and accruing a bigger viewership, following,
whatever, audience.
Followship, that's what I meant there, yeah.
Followship, yes, of course. Well, I'm still in shock. I'm still got no hope in Bait. You guys continue to tell me there are ways that they can get this done. It definitely does look better from the old Bait we saw, I'll give them that, but to take to the next step, they're definitely not even close to being ready for an Immortal League.
Nah, like...
Be honest, Liz.
Okay, they are making a bunch of mistakes, but they're slowly improving and they're looking much better than before. I think you're not looking to be at the top of the pack in the Immortal League, but you can play around staying inside of it and perhaps matching up a couple of these teams. Like I would put them in a similar situation in which perhaps OG.SEED was in the last league, in which no one was expecting them to excel in the league, to do well, but everyone knew that they had a lot of potential.
Here's my question for you, honestly, Lizard. If you're like
these honest,
if you're like a Dendy fan, a Bait fan, right? Would you rather them go into the Immortal League and lose every game, or like crush the Divine League? Like, what would you rather? Like, what do you think's better for their image as a team?
I think they need to just crush the Divine League outside of just playing good Dota to actually have some confidence going into it. They're not ready for Immortal. No way.
Actually, the question that he just made is something we discussed during the Pushka League, because I don't know if you were watching that, they went 0-22, I believe, in their
I
games.
tune in every now and then when I see the panel, and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna watch Lacoste and Lizard talk about Dota again.
We weren't even there, dude.
You know, okay. Well, there you go. I'm not gonna watch James. Damn it!
I was there. I was just.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I did tune in like randomly here, and then I'm like, I'm pretty sure I saw Lizard there.
I just said whatever. Anyways, like we discussed like, this, and we said, okay, it's much better for them to be able to grind it out with lower tier teams to gain some confidence, then go into. But the problem is as well. A Dandy caliber player doesn't want to be grinding versus lower tier teams. I think.
But he needs to.
Yeah, he needs to. I'm not sure that's completely true, because.
Why are you scared on this topic?
No, I'm not scared. I'm just telling you that you gain nothing from playing versus lower tier teams. If you want to improve, you need to play versus players that are better than you. If you're playing versus trash, you're gonna remain the same. You won't be.
Are you saying tempo's trash?
Tempo? No, not at all. You see, like, if nothing, I was the problem. I'm trash. These are my ex-teammates, and now when I'm not there, they're winning. So,
okay, that makes sense.
That's it.
He's good at escaping.
Nice save there.
Yeah, it's very good.
Nice save, calling myself trash. Like,
it's what you do all the time to back away from these discussions. I was.
That's true. That's true. But that's what everyone on the panel does, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's our.
I like BSJ has amazing pub games, it seems, all the time. He's just playing so well.
Dude, some of my games, I've made some of like the dumbest mistakes, and for whatever reason in EU, like the majority, like I feel like I have games where I'm playing well, and I have people like just yell at me to do better, or like or to do something that I'm not supposed to do, and then I'll have games where I'm playing like complete ass, and my team's like memeing with me, and like, you know, like, you got this, BSJ, and crap like that. I'm like, what is this, like, you know,
what hurts more, when they flame you, or when they're just silent and they're like, okay, you know, ping you a couple of times? Because for me, I just want people to flame me. Like, when I'm trash, I just want people to actually.
You want to know that you're trash.
Exactly, like, okay, because I see it, and I know that there's just nice, you know.
I know what you mean. I actually think that like passive aggressive, like ping a single time and like.
It's worse, right?
Is actually worse for me. Yeah, I hate that shit. It like ruins the rest of the game for me. Like,
it ruins my day, not the rest of the games. I can't get over it later. I just feel bad.
Yeah, remember that guy that freaking pinged me mid? Wouldn't gank his lane.
And you know it's your fault in the end. You know it's.
Yeah, especially the games where you're played bad and you like know the guy's on the right and you can't do anything about it. You're just like, yeah.
I messed this one up. I gotta take it. Do you know what we should do, BSJ? We should get you to play one of your pub games.
Okay.
And then we'll do a panel afterwards.
Okay.
To really break it down.
Oh. As long as you don't have to watch my perspective, we'll watch somebody else, like how hard it is to play against me.
We'll watch the whole game, right? And we just really like specifically look at every moment you do, just to see how his EU pubs are going. You down for that, Liz?
Yeah, definitely.
Who else would we have on the panel? We need another person now.
I believe Lacoste would love it.
Yeah, he would have a field day with that.
He's going to jump on that occasion, yeah.
Oh, I'm so down for that.
I'm a little bit nervous now. I hope there's no day that we have to fill that much time.
Oh, we can make some content, surely.
Oh, okay.
We just speed through it a little bit, you know? Pick out your best moments.
Okay, we'll do the best. We'll do the best. Yeah, highlights. That's good.
Yeah, but we choose the highlights. Doesn't highlight the best parts.
Yeah, I guess highlights will be loosely defined by your guys' choices.
Because then all this like conversation about how well they're going and all these nice bits, we'll let you pick a section out, and then we'll let Lizard and Lacoste pick sections out.
Okay.
Okay, we need to make this content happen. I'm so down for this.
Yeah, Europe might not be as nice as he's portraying it. I'm telling you right now.
Are you saying you guys are going to give me the real taste of Europe, or what?
That's it.
Okay.
I don't think he's ready.
I'm like trying to emotionally be ready, but I think it's going to take me at least sleeping like a day or two on it.
So just we have to make sure you got a day off the next day.
Yeah, let me have like a full emotion, like, you know, my head is clear coming into the day. It's important.
And we'll even let you have a couple of warm-up games as well, you know.
Thank you. Never do the first game of the day.
No, we won't allow that.
I firmly believe in the first game of the day problem. Like,
of course,
It's always so
100%,
bad.
yeah.
You make so many I call them derpy mistakes. Like
your brain has to wake up, right?
Yeah, they're all mistakes too. Like you're just like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
Do you believe in the third and the fourth game of the day? Because
is that what Dendy's on right now?
No, I'm on that.
Oh, you're on that.
Dendy is on his first game of the day. This was the first one.
You don't think he's pubbed it all today? He had to
first
warm up.
Official game.
Okay, first official game of the day.
It's where it becomes serious,
Yeah, that's when you're not supposed. that Chrono spell also stuns your teammates, but you forget.
Yeah,
first game of the day.
It happens. Sometimes you forget what Chrono does.
Yeah,
it's
it's just a spell, just a number.
Just a number.
And into the next draft we go.
Will Void be banned? That's the question here.
It's a hard hero to play against.
Yeah. And with.
True.
They just ban it themselves, right? Just to avoid any more problems like before. Let's save ourselves from it. Why not?
Broke him.
Okay, that's just so
it's
subtle,
only been
man.
the first game of a bait series and you're both broken already, see?
Yeah, we have Rubik banned out on one side and the Slardar on the other. The Slardar is actually very interesting. It's something that they must know about the team because we really don't see the hero banned out that often, especially not in the first banning stage. But these teams, they scrim against each other. They're in the same tier, so must have seen some of the strategies of tempo. When it comes to Slardar, usually it is the offlane Mitch, knowing him, definitely in his hero pool. Is it one of his best heroes? Definitely not, but it's there.
It's an interesting one. He's been picked 9 times, but only banned out 3 times.
Yeah. What's the win rate?
55.
So
that's solid.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Usually when we see Slardar, that's with your life stealer combos or with some TA, for the
Just one really hard single target physical damage dealer. Drow I've seen it with too.
Yeah.
I don't know in this tournament necessarily, but
Tempo did ban the Void out, so there you go. That's it.
Why not?
You sure it wasn't Denny that banned it?
Maybe the production is gonna tell us.
Yeah, they're gonna swap it.
The teams are swapped. Yeah, it happened before. No, but it looks like that way because Bait also banned out Lina, which did fairly all right. I think on the mid lane noob did very well versus the TA. Later on in the game, it's. Is it just me, but I have a problem overall with glass cannon heroes in this game. It just looks like it takes a different kind of skill to play them. And Lina, you can check the win rate, but it is a support Lina most of the time that we have seen so far. It has a decent win rate, I know. But,
Lina's been doing all right.
Yeah.
So we've had 6 picks, 7 bans, 100% win ratio.
100%?
That's why, dude. I would have had such a better prediction last game if you just told me.
If I just told you, Lina, of
come
course.
on, man.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not feeding you the 100% stats. I don't want to make your lives too easy.
What am I supposed to do with that?
So the Doom went through. But
wow.
Look at these picks. You have Doom Treant, Undying is still in the pool, which, God forbid, has 0% win rate. But versus these two could be amazing in the lane.
Of course, you're going to say that now.
Also, Venomancer is still in the pool.
So Doom's at 100% as well, but only been picked 3 times and been banned out 43 times.
Yeah, Doom, however, is a hero.
Hero's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's a reason why he has 43 bans to his name. The question is, they completely adapted to the first game with their bans. They removed Rubik, Void, and Delina. Venomancer is true, but they go with the Beast.
I like the Beast pick. I think it's actually pretty hard for Doom to play in a Beastmaster. I think as Doom, your goal is to run into a fight. Either most of the time BKB mid game, 15-20 minutes in, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna Scorched Earth BKB, and by the time you kill me, you're already dead because one of you's doomed and the rest of you's taking Scorched Earth damage. But the Beastmaster actually does enough single target physical damage that the Doom can't just do that. He needs an extra item.
It's the Phoenix combo as well, right?
Yeah.
You have the Phoenix combo and disregard the Doom. I would think about 2 heroes, Phoenix and Treant that we see here. First versus Treant, you have the Axis perhaps.
In late, yeah.
Yeah, maybe not in the lane.
Okay, I've seen it though.
Yeah, right?
Treant without trees is pretty freaking useless in lane, to be fair.
But then you're a beast with Axis.
They buffed it a bunch though.
All right, maybe. It can happen. And you'll have the Phoenix as well,
yeah,
right?
I mean, you just go back for
1-2,
1-2-1. You pretty much just delay your aura, right? You'll still have your boar by level 3. It's the level 3 boar, right? The level 1 boar is kind of...
Yeah, level 2,
level 2
3,
boar, level 3 Beastmaster.
The Enchantress also banned out now by Bait. It's another banned just to protect the beast. It basically comes down to that. Enchantress really isn't that good versus Phoenix whatsoever, but in versus Beastmaster in the lane it can be problematic. So they're protecting him from both sides. We'll see if they do the Axis skill build to deal with the 3 and 2.
I like the Beastmaster plus Phoenix or Sky, because I think the best heroes in the game against Beastmaster are like these high armor illusion heroes. Like Terrorblade comes to mind, for instance, like in this meta. So like with the Phoenix, you don't really want to pick Terrorblade into it. You can, like you will see teams do that, but it covers a lot of its bases, like the weaknesses of Beastmaster. So it's one of those situations where your opening isn't hard countered by any hero. Like there are heroes that are going to do fine against it. Otherwise, obviously the concept would be broken, but it just kind of secures a not draft loss, just a skill usage loss.
Yeah. When you're thinking about these counters to the boar and whatnot, you're also thinking about heroes with high armor, right? Versus the Beastmaster. Usually those same heroes don't really have a lot of magic resistance and magic HP pool, and that's where Phoenix also comes into play, because he brings a lot of that. He brings that magic damage together with the veil that's constantly picked up by now on him. I see actually a bunch of players just going with what's it called? The crown. They start with the crown, straight into the veil on the Phoenix, which is decent. But when you think about it, like how broken this hero is, he's still constantly picked. A year ago, his spells had as much magic damage as now with the veil.
Yeah.
Right, like, and your talents were much higher. Like Fire Spirit's level 15 talent was plus 50 damage. Now it's plus 30 or
25. I think it's 25 now. It was even, 30, and then they nerfed, like every talent got dropped by 20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Like that. If you look at the last 5-10 patches, Phoenix has been pretty much nerfed exclusively. So it's pretty crazy to still be seeing in these games, and
very highly picked as well.
Yeah, when I play in EU, Phoenix is almost in every single game. Like there's so many Phoenixes.
16 picks, 20 bans, 37% win ratio though.
37% win. Interesting.
Not a lot, yeah. The moment he gets nerfed with the Fire Spirits or the Egg, people are gonna go back into the Aetherland Sunray build and still own with it. Dazzle banned out by Bait, and Tempo eliminate the Slark in their last... you're trying a little bit to protect your Doom as well here when it comes to these carries, I think.
Seems like mainly a laning thing, because those... I actually don't like PL all that much against Doom. Like,
because of the item progression, you mean?
Yeah, and like mid-game, you actually can't tank through the Scorched Earth. I don't know, it's like... And by the time you have Defusal, usually he'll have a BKB.
So you get the Shivas eventually as well, which is really sick. And he's one of those heroes that gets it extremely quickly from the offlane. You just go with the 4-4-0 build. You don't even need level that. Is it Infernal Blade? My brain just went 10 years back. I leveled that.
That was a nice skill.
That was such a stupid skill. Like
it was around when I played.
Yeah. So level that literally required you to be a certain level to deal the maximum potential.
So it had like a flat amount of damage nuke that it would do, and then if you were a multiple of the number, like in terms of skilling the ability, it was 6-5-4-3. If you were a multiple of that number, you took like an extra 300 damage.
It was sick.
Or like it took like an extra 25% of your health and damage, something like that. It was insane. So like what Doom would do is by level 5, he'd have 2 points in it. So when you were level 5, he would just hit you for like 600 damage on like a random low cooldown.
Good times. If you can't run into any chronos, you can run into a 0% win rate on dying. Pick that instead. It's really good here though. It's really good. Like
you did mention it before they picked it. You mentioned it first round.
The only problem is, if you remember the first draft from Tempo, they picked Lina in the first stage and she was mid. Remember, the Doom right now is played quite a lot on mid lane too. So they do have that flexibility. You could go with the Veno right now, +1 ranged hero, and completely shut down that Undying in the laning stage, dominate him. So that's also an option for them. We'll see if they are willing to actually position this Doom mid lane. But I think that could be a really, really good idea for them, because if you're laning Doom versus Undying, well, maybe with the Veno position 4, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that could work.
You did mention yesterday, which I agree with, that Undying, like he has a lot of issues the hero doesn't do, like in the game. So your other heroes have to patch those up. And I think that's like objective taking, lane clear, stuns would be like 3 that come to mind. They do have that already.
Yeah.
with the 2 heroes they picked prior to the Undying. So with that in mind, I think the potential weakness of an Undying draft not being well-rounded is not a problem this game. But once again, like, I think heroes like Doom do not necessarily have to lane against the Undying. Like, you can either make it a support, like you said. You can, like, the Venom may enable it. You can also just move it mid. So they get the Terrorblade into Veno. I think that's like a pretty common lane counter. So I think they're thinking, okay, one of these heroes is going off lane. Undying's really good against Doom, and Terrorblade's really good against Veno. So whatever they put there is going to be bad. Like, I think that's the idea. And then they immediately go for the Drow. Usually considered a pretty good Terrorblade counter, just because your ult goes through armor, and Terrorblade has a lot of that. But I don't know. It never really feels like it plays out that way for me. Like, on paper, Drow seems really nice. But a lot of the other heroes in the game do matter a lot. I think in this game, Drow's going to have a really hard time hitting things in fights. Like, I think, yeah, she has a lot of frontliners on him, or like to cover for her. But if they give like one hero that jumps the Drow, I don't really know what they're supposed to do about it.
And that should be their last pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to come in the last pick.
Yeah, that mid laner is going to be their playmaker. Is going to be that high reach kind of hero, most likely. When it comes to tempo with this Drow, at least the Venomancer is enabled a little bit, and they do have a lot of things to cover. Like you said, they pretty much have 3 frontliners and Drow right now. You have the Treant with Overgrowth, you have the Doom that's naturally one of those heroes that runs in first, but most importantly, you're going to have a bunch of Plague Wards everywhere. You're going to have that Gale as well to work with, so there are some positives for this Drow. Like I said earlier as well, when we were talking about these Glass Cannon heroes, I haven't seen Drow really dominate a game unless she's buffed up extensively by her teammates, something like Beast, Vengeful Drow. Here, when you look at this Drow, okay, Doom can eat a wolf and build some utility, but that's pretty much it. You don't have these big saves for her, you don't have a swap, anything like that, and you don't have anything that's going to buff up her damage in that mid-game.
Her positioning is going to be paramount in these fights, because once you get her, she's done. Like, kind of as you said, there's no save, there's no like repositioning tools, there's no, they don't have like peel, you know, like once you get on top of her, yeah, they can like doom the target, maybe gale them or something like that, but it's not exactly what I think you're looking for at Drow. So it's one of those situations where Drow could be strong in fights, but it's like a really fragile game plan.
This Storm is good, I think, for both of these teams.
I was going to say, it's a nice deny pick, too.
Yeah, it's a nice deny pick. It's a nice pick for both of them. Bait, they needed that high reach. Quap has been banned out. There is an option to go for Puck. Okay, beat me to it. It's really good with the Phoenix. It's good versus Storm, right, in the laning stage as well. It gives you that reach. You're hands down completely in Terrorblade's hands later on in the game, which might be problematic, but I think your team fight is really well rounded and you might fight around this Drow. However, the problem is if Storm with the Drow's help pops off, it's going to be hard to deal with him.
We saw Bait do this in the first series they played. They picked Puck against a Drow, and it felt like in that series that the Drow just got coiled and died.
Yep.
And I'm a bit concerned that's going to happen again here. Like in the early to mid game, anytime Bait attempts to smoke or look for a kill on the Drow, if the coil goes off, the Drow's dead. And I don't know, like, Storm's just not enough to carry this game. Drow has to be alive. So if they can get to a point where Drow's able to survive that, I like tempo. But I once again will go with Bait because there's no ability for Dendi to blink into this time. Yeah.
No, I like both of these drafts. I like Baits as well a little bit better. I think they have more of a reliable catch too. With the Beastmaster, with the Roar, they have the way to push objectives too a little bit easier. I'll go with them.
Undying's been waiting for this moment.
I was about to say, you both are just literally looking at me seriously.
Yeah, we went with Undying.
Yeah, waiting for this moment. This is his time.
And Doom is going to take its first loss.
It's not Undying's first game of the day. He's been warming up in the pubs. He's ready. All the other games, first games of the day.
That makes perfect sense now. Yeah. We have an excuse for the hero alone. Doesn't matter who's using it. Just he was waiting for this magic moment, the time to come online. So Bait all the way with you guys. Oh my, oh my. What's the needed requirements for tempo then to get the job done?
Your Storm needs to pop off. Like he said, Drow's positioning is paramount. Like you really need to think of the ways that you approach these team fights. I'm not sure what Venomancer and Treant are going to accomplish as the duo of supports, if they are the supports. I'm not sure, because they still could put Veno offlane, but knowing them, it's going to be a Doom position 3. Storm has to make a ton of space.
Well, let's see if he does make a ton of space. Let's get ourselves into this game. KP and Pycat, seems like these boys think that Undying's going to get this first win. They think that Bait can turn it around after that terrible first game. What do you guys reckon?
Oh, I think he's you guys are measuring on the wrong thing here. For me, this game is how good is Bait's ability to get each other killed going by last game. And that is where it gets to be interesting, Pygat, because, you know, they do have the Sunders, so Chrysalis could theoretically kill his own teammate, and you could get an Ags on the Phoenix, but this is where the bounce back is, Pycat. There's a Doom, so they won't be able to cast their spells.
Yes.
No tragic chrono though.
Yes.
There we go. We big brained it for them.
Yes. No, I think I quite like the Bait lineup here too. I think a lot of it makes sense. I mean, I want to go against the Undying just because it's Undying, and you know,
stats, man.
Just yeah, stats. Stats don't lie. Nah, but I think this looks like to me it just looks like a very nice Terrorblade game. I mean, except for maybe the Storm. I think you have tools for that Storm. Like you have a Puck and you have a Beast. I think the team fight of Bait is also quite strong. So I think I like the Bait lineup here. I also feel like Terrorblade is just going to be able to shove a lot of waves in this game, and it should be pretty difficult for Tempo to deal with that unless the Storm like really pops off. So looking forward to seeing how the mid lane goes, seeing who kind of comes out on top, if Storm manages to kind of get the ball rolling early on, or you know, if he gets stunned.
It's also the fragility across the board for Tempo, right? Like, there's no one on the team that is eventually going to feel like a frontliner. It's not even the Doom, right? Because he's a +4 Doom. So you compare it to Bait's side, where they're going to have this army to run for the Beastmaster. They're always going to be healed up by the Phoenix. And TB, when you get that late game scenario, compare him to a Drow Ranger. He can stand his ground a lot more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, what I feel like is like there are like layers of tank in this lineup, I would say. Or it's like, I mean, the idea is you want to have this Veno who, I'm assuming he's going to go for some sort of tanky items, right? And then he's sort of backed up by the Treant, like with Treant armor, maybe the ult. And then they have to run through, like, ideally, right? They want to force them to run through this Veno and his snakes, and then the Treant armor. And on top of that, there's going to be some Doom and then Storm just and Drow kind of dealing damage. Like, that's how they intend to play this. With that said, I still think that the team fights might favor Bait, just off the fact that they have this Puck, Phoenix, and Beast.
Yeah, they have the reach, right? And the important part is it's set up, allowing the TB to close the gap, especially that Dream Core in the fight is going to be crucial for that.
Yeah, Ags on Puck this game should be quite strong. Very, very strong. Some might even say.
At least for Tempo at this point, the Storm start off to a decent start. He's actually outdoing Denny in terms of CS, but the problem here is, like, it's a disparity in terms of what you can do with levels alone, right? Like, the Puck will be able to make kills happen early, whereas Storm, we've seen it time and time again, it's a hero that unless he gets an Arcane Rune or Regen Rune, don't expect him to do anything before level 12.
Yeah, no, the Storm, he kind of just wants to sit back and farm. We might see first blood bottom on the Beastmaster. Yeah, no, the Storm, he kind of just wants to hit some creeps, and, you know, Puck is more inclined to rotate around the map early on. The one thing, though, is that potentially we might see the Storm rotate a bit, as they do have both a Venomancer and a Drow, and neither of these heroes really enjoy rotating that much, so maybe that leaves the job up to Storm. We might see him make some sort of rotations.
Maybe if you get like good levels in DMZ early, that will stand as a deterrent to Puck getting too aggressive. Feels like that's the other
definitely. Yeah, or like you said, you know, like if he gets a Regen, Arcane, PD haste, whatever, then you can always see the Storm try to make something happen.
Getting a little bit low. Fishman can just be denied here, but Chrysalis decides against it. He goes for the kill on the DMZ instead. Does get it. And he can just pressure Mitch out. So decent value out of that first Metamorphosis. Question is, can I actually like pressure him immediately after it ends? Because you are still like a low armor hero, and Doom isn't able to, you like with this build, I don't feel like he's going to be running people down for kills. It's because he has gone for the Infernal Blade over the Scorched Earth.
Yeah, he needs some more levels. He ports mid to refill the Bottle of Storm. This is gonna be quite helpful, actually. I think kind of necessary almost. We'll see if Puck manages to get this bottom rune or not. So it's 2 runes for the Storm. It's gonna help him quite a bit. And the Veno is he's not gonna be too sad right now, seeing as he gets a salve and they can return to top and there's no meta for 90 seconds.
Yeah, DNC just basically being the whole team's core at this point. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, like things have calmed down a little bit since that first bout. There's no denying this is not an easy lane for the Beastmaster at all, though. Like Drow, Treant is just one of those kind of very quickly becoming infamous combos.
Yeah, I mean the Treant in this scenario just offers so much more than the Phoenix can, especially since the Phoenix did opt to go for the boots first.
Like maybe Headdress would have been better here.
Yeah, some sort of stats, you know, like some Mangoes and Tangos and Fairy Fires is something I would imagine him going for, but you know, he's playing the game and I'm just sitting here talking about him playing the game, so the fuck do I know?
Hey. No, see, you're looking at the wrong Pycat. In a way, you've ascended, because now, really, as long as you like casting it, you're winning either way.
Right.
You don't have to worry about winning the match.
That's
right?
true,
You're
man.
a winner.
That's true.
You get
That's true.
And then you can always go, well, you see, as a former TI player, I can tell you that I'm dying. You shouldn't have died there.
Right. I have that final trump card, you know.
Yeah, the classic. Well, you can say whatever you want.
He
but
can
you
write
didn't
to
win
me.
TI.
He can write to me, and he can say, you should have blah blah. You know, like this is, and I can still say what I want. You know, no one's gonna hear him.
Yeah, you can be like, bro, you're still trying to be a professional player. I've done that, and now I'm trying to be a professional caster. All right, step up.
I got you. Smart, some tactics.
Smart. It's like, what's the classic one? It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not saying like I'm better than X player, but I have one. It's like I'm not saying I'm as good as Arteezy, but have won as many TIs as he has.
Yeah, nice. Nifty. So
Always
it's already a 2k advantage from the laning stage for the tempo lineup right now. Are doing well in all 3 lanes.
And this was needed as well, right? Like we can't emphasize this enough. This lineup kind of has to project forward off the laning phase, or is it going to become the TV show?
Yeah, definitely. And we see actually a rotation towards top right now with the Storm, and I like this if they manage to get this. Yeah, I think it's a very good idea that he just popped meta, and they rotate top, and they're going to be able to kill the Terrorblade and take out the Tombstone. It's going to be very valuable for the Storm here, and also very painful for the Terrorblade, because once he returns to this lane, he's not going to meta the Veno now hitting level 6. Level 3 Plague Wards. So, yeah, it's a good rotation, and the thing is, the Puck, he can't really do much to punish this. He can push the wave a little bit. He doesn't have a catapult anymore, so he just gets some levels at gold, and yeah, smart rotation by Noob.
Yeah, you definitely get value. That's the beautiful thing about going against Undying, right? Just when you're not sure if the gank is worth it, he casually drops the Tombstone to try and protect his carry. And it almost never works when it's that level 1 Tombstone.
Yeah, we are seeing a rotation down here though by Dendi. This could be something very dicey for tempo.
DNZ. Drinkle onto 2. LeBron gets caught alongside Doom. The Doom stands his ground. They turn around. The damage coming out from LeBron and from the Doom is enough. Beastmaster goes down. This is going from bad to worse for the side of 8.
And I'm not sure. I think they were just like hesitant to commit. I feel like initially I saw that he did manage to catch all 3 heroes in the coil, so it's kind of unfortunate the Drow was able to step back, but then the Drow just was allowed to just sit there and cast the spells, and yeah, they just turn it around.
More importantly, like you can be baited and going, oh, well, he hits the illusory orb, but should be a lot of damage coming out from Pop. Because he's prioritized the Wane and Rift in this game, he has to be in the middle of the fight. You can tell he doesn't feel comfortable with that. He's not going to feel comfortable with the current state of the lane as Noob dives him. The right clicks might be enough this rate. Has to go for short jump forward. But Noob gets the kill. Should die for it. Couldn't even get the right clicks off because 5-up does have the level 3 Fire Spirits.
Yeah, and that might not be the worst trade, to be honest, in the world for bait. I mean, it's not like they chose this, but Phoenix now gets a very early 6 and I'm not sure that the extra kill for the Storm. The one thing he has now is he's allowed to TP to a lane. He could potentially just port top or port wherever he wants to and play from there, but it's not like the puck lost a lot from that happening.
No, and while that's happening, not only do you get the 6 on Phoenix, but Beastmaster gets a casual solo kill onto the Trin, which will free him up a little bit. In the meantime, though, top lane, Noob does find the pick-off on a 5-up. This is all part of the plan. He let Phoenix have the XP, so he gets more XP in return. Sorry.
Next level. Next level play.
Yeah.
The next level play.
The next level. All right, LeBron. I don't think this is next level, because nobody's coming to assist him. I say that, they're coming in now, but this is way too late. Look, cancel that TP. DNT, what are you doing?
Very curious
Get out
about
here.
this.
The bomb works, but you shouldn't have pressed it. And now you're going to lose the tower for sure.
Yeah, very peculiar follow-through on that port by Doom.
I mean, I know he turns into small dooms. Maybe he thought he wanted to show off his micro skills, but that's not the way you do it. They don't really have the wave to push in, but they will soon because the Tombstone is slowing down this creep wave.
The best time to cancel that port was right after you cast it. The second best time was right before it finished.
You sure the second best wasn't when his teammate canceled it? Then the third best is, yeah, you're doing this alone, Hans.
Nah, that's not how the meme goes. Sorry.
Well, you see, you know, you can either copy what everyone else does by cat, or you can try and invade, you know?
Yeah, I just copy what everyone else does. Not an invader here.
Where are the days of voice innovation and Brewmaster support? So, oh, last hero.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but those days are long gone.
I'll take that.
Oh, I'm upset, man. I gotta say though, Pedro, you do a great Swedish accent.
Yeah, I try my best.
All right,
So-
they need to try harder though.
Yeah,
Because
and
right
we're
now,
seeing kind of what they were talking about earlier on the panel, and what I was saying too is that like if the Storm managed to get off to a really good start, we could see him kind of just, you know, like run away with this game, and he is off to what I would say is a very good start. He's already level 11 minutes in. He is about halfway, a little bit closer than halfway to his Orchids. So he's having a grand old time.
Yeah, then you compare that to Dendi, like 1200 gold in the bank, only at level 9. What is the like? Is there an IM that just instantly has you going? Yeah, pucks in the game. You don't want to go for something like a blink, right? You maybe. Are you thinking something?
I think you have to go Yules here on Puck.
Yules.
Seeing as how the Storm is going for the Orchids and he's already so close, I think you don't really have a choice. You could go for the blink and just kind of play the game where you kind of want to sit behind targets and kind of just bait the Storm to jump in. That is one approach that you could take, and just kind of hope for the Storm being stupid and jumping in. But you kind of then you have to rely on the enemies.
Stupidity doesn't always work. Although then again, Noob, he did go in, and he definitely regret that one.
Then again,
Mitch also committed. Turn around, Fishman, and 5-up roll low. Fishman's going to be brought down. Chrysalis has got the 1, but the Doom will ensure that he cannot even use that, or the Sunday's dead. All right, just press your buttons on the side of tempo. They're still chasing the Krylat, and Dendi can't even get the kill. Last hero is trying to commit on top of him. They do move forward up. He had to find the drown in the end. Dendi just right-clicking into Mitch. Mitch trying to find some vengeance before he goes down himself. The double TP out is successful by Bait.
yeah, nice fight there from Bait. I think it all started with that Storm sipping in, and I'm not sure if I caught that right. It looked like he was just standing still in the coil. He was just
Like
not.
he thought he was almost, you know, those kind
Like
of
he
I'm already
thought-
dead moments sort of thing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Maybe he was out of mana. Maybe his mana was just too low to like break the coil without dying anyway. But yeah, just am I crazy here? Is this something
I
that's
mean, he
been
did get
changed?
hit by the Waning Rift eventually. But
I
it was
saw
maybe like
he
a
held it
window.
for a long time, and I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
am I really crazy? And are you not able to zip out of it, or am
Oh,
I?
I don't think you can ball lightning out of the Dream Core, right?
Is that something recent? Because no. What? Okay, maybe I'm just losing my
Pretty
mind
sure
here.
you can't. Yeah. I think you're just having one of those moments. It's okay, Pycat. I don't know how old you are actually. You're getting old. Right, it's still
I'm getting old. Where am I?
You are. This is a League of Legends game. Yeah.
Ah, right.
SEA.
Now it makes sense.
Bendy, trying to move away. Just about gets out. Not so lucky though. Tombstone dies alongside its owner. And I mean, it just feels like every attempt Bait is making. Like when you get the slip up, such as Storm deciding to be out for a trek in the river alone, thumbs up. But as soon as Tempo coming at you as 5, it almost feels like Bait are unable to repel them, even though they have some big team fight spells from the Puck and the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, you can see already, like, this Veno, he has his mech, and he's level 10. He has the max Plague Wards with the max Poison Sting, so he kind of just has to set up a perimeter, and then getting in through that perimeter is quite difficult. We did see Dendy, he opted to go for the Blink.
Yep, and allows him to get close enough to find a kill on the bitch. Had to work for a little bit. The mechanism would usually be more useful than this, but there was no way in hell anyone from Tempo was going to assist him.
Yeah, Orchid's almost completed. His kind of like net worth got a bit slowed down there, Storm, by his death. And we're gonna see a smoke here by Bait.
They catch him right before he gets it. The problem is they do not have the Dream Coil. Ball lightning dodges out the silence, so Noob should be able to get out of this. He wants the bounty room. He won't be able to get it, but he might be able to get a kill on the Denny. Instead, he's baited in too far. And Noob, I mean, the name says it all. Gets a little bit caught out there. Dendy lives. He's 104 towards Krylat's location. He needs to be careful because the gust is going to come out. And now both the mids having a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy moment. Primal Roar. Egg goes down.
That was very strange.
And they'll just right-click it. They need to stop Krylat right now, but they can't. DNT is going to die. Poison Nova comes out. Chrysalis now needs to find a new target. The TP out attempt by Krylat will be successful.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like he should definitely have been able to just either just silence the draw or dodge that silence. It was very strange interaction there between Puck and Drow.
Do you think maybe he thinks he's on the other team? We're at that moment. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
Because you got the Treant on your side, the Phoenix is on the other.
Yeah.
At some point, you're seeing these green and red, and you're like, I don't know what's real anymore. There's no way we didn't get the Treant and the Phoenix combo together.
Color blindness is a real thing, right?
That's true. And it comes in many different varieties. There's a spectrum for it. It's not just lol, you can't see color. There's definitely something going on for Noob. Hopefully what we're going from next is kills. He's got an Arcane Rune, and straight in, there you go. All he knows for sure is this guy was in the lane against him, so he's his enemy. The problem is that 5-up will not let Dendy die. This now might be a bit obvious.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Hawk there. I feel like this is a very risky... They can set up with the snakes. Yeah, they have some snakes already set up, so they do have some...
Go in again. They jump around, chop the Dendy. This time they have the damage. No Phoenix around to save the day. And it looks like Tempo will get exactly what they want. Plus the bonus of a kill on a Fairy Dragon.
Yeah, it might just be a free Roche here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to commit.
Don't worry, here comes the 5-up play. Make a free down, that's his third death.
And the Dire.
He got the kill. Yeah. So at least they got the gold, but that is now Storm Spirit Renegas.
I mean,
one of the more threatening heroes in the game.
I call worth it on that one, for the Phoenix at least.
Yeah, I mean, what else was he going to do in the next 30 seconds? Basically nothing. That's not like you could fight them directly, not with Dendy being dead. And you can already see he's queued up that yours now, but it really does feel like Bait shouldn't be getting caught out as hard on the vision game when they have the Beastmaster, but that whole sequence of events is really caused by Tempo's top-notch vision around that mid area, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the traders, like the Plague Wards versus the Hawk.
Yeah, of course you have a little bit more fluidity, right, with the Hawks compared to the Plague Wards, where Venom actually has to be present, at least to initially place them. So I guess it's the lingering factor, which is why, like, Venom, it's this hero that just sets up in an area, right? It just makes it his fortified home, and ensures no one else can come there.
So Age is now on the Storm. I think this is like the ideal time, I think, to fight for them. They just need to sort of find any sort of angle. They don't necessarily even have to look for kills here, I think. I think they just want to shove lanes and have the Veno kind of set up at a tower. Just put down some snakes and then they kind of can take a fight around this, where Storm is able to just jump in, silence whatever, fight with the Aegis, and then come back to life and fight again.
Yeah, you can just set up the situation where you allow bait to exist in this bottom corner, and then control like 70% of the map if you're on the side of tempo. Like take 2 lanes. Acknowledge that eventually your tier 2 bot is going to die. It is a Beastmaster lineup after all, but just get the better trades and prep for something. Now getting closer to having better initiation as well, because DNC is going towards the Blink Dagger next, just a few hundred gold away. At which point you should switch over the Stomp, and then it should be fairly easy from that point, I want to say, to just kill Chrysalis from 100 to 0.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is, though, Terrorblade is a pretty fast hero. He did go for the movement speed talent. He has drums, so it's not like the easiest thing to just chase him down. Even though you get the Blink of Doom, he might just run away. And, you know, they have Soul Rip, so he might not die that easily unless he's actually caught, you know, by the Storm or someone else.
That's a fair point. Like with Bait, actually, they have the double heal support combo, right? So it's even more imperative to remove those as this game goes on. With both the Phoenix and the Sora from the Undying.
Yeah, they need to be a bit mindful of those things. So a bit of a pause here. Can you spot the following heroes? Duza, Monkey King, Wraith King.
Oh, we're playing this, are we? I don't know if we can play. Can this? I don't think the casters can play.
No, I don't think you can click the buttons, but I think you can still find the heroes, no?
Oh, yeah. Please, try and call out things on this mapping of heroes. You know, oh, yeah. 4th row in from the left.
Yeah.
3rd down.
I know. I see it.
Have you found one yet?
Yeah, of course.
Monkey King. Yeah.
I mean, Duza.
Oh, yeah? I found the Monkey King.
Alright, Duza's from the right. From the right. Like, from the right. 4th row from the right.
Then look down.
And Monkey. Yeah, I see it.
Then if you move across by 5 rows to the left,
you
find the Wraith King 1 down from Medusa. There you go. Look at us.
You got it.
This is really, really riveting. Amazing commentary of a great playground game, dude. I can't wait for us to commentate musical chairs together when no one plays.
I mean, we got this. I feel like we're doing such a good job right now.
I'm proud of you, buddy. You've gone from player to coach and instantly to caster. You're already feeling comfortable. You get him with the banter.
To be fair, I did casting before as well, right? So I'm like,
that's true.
You know, it's like riding a bike, you know?
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, it's been a while, right?
It's been a minute, definitely.
It's okay. But you know you're back in full motion when, as a commentator in a pause, you resort to talking about cosmetics in game.
I'm nailing it.
Hammer and nail in the hand, buddy.
10k MMR casting right now.
Are you 10k?
In casting? I mean, I'd like to think so. I guess that's not really up for me to decide, but I do my best.
I'm sure they'll give you 10k plus 1 in the chat, okay? Because you had the whole like anime hair going on, so you're at least 9,000.
Yeah, but the thing about the chat, I feel like they're you know, they have a tendency to be a little bit rude. They have a tendency to be a little bit rude, you know. They might put me as a 10, but out of, let's say, 1,000 or something, you know. And that's just
so you're saying cool. they're giving you part of the information, okay?
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's like a game of Dota. You know, you don't have all the information available to you when you make these plays. We have God mode. Players do not. Oh. Not for a few years now, but there may have been ones that got away with that cheat in the past. Fresh.
Alright, looks like we're just about to be ready here.
See you later, nerds.
Come on. Ooh, I'm ready to do this.
So I was talking to you before this game about the spicy pool of heroes that Chrysalis has that he likes to play.
Right.
Like he started to become a normie carry, but he does things like Legion Commander a lot.
Yeah. So where's?
Have you got any?
If I have any spicy heroes?
Yeah. If you've got this really weird, out of the ordinary thing that you go back to regularly in your games.
I mean, if I play unranked, I am a big fan of playing anti-mage or Terrorblade support.
Of course. Turns anything.
Orb of Venom on anti-mage. On Terrorblade, you just need to buy Wraith Bands. You just gank mid with meta. That's it. You just go there with meta and hit people.
Please keep going. The spectators are listening and starting up their unranked games now.
Okay, so I don't want to interrupt the action, but I actually think I played Terrorblade support as 4 in a competitive game once.
Yeah, I think we saw Yapsel do that more recently as well. The secret.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
He likes to do practically anything. Apparently, the discussions with Puppy is just like he'll make 30 stupid suggestions, and then like on the 31st,
he has to let one slide, basically.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's how we got sniper support for a while. You know, it was already trending a little in the high-level pub games.
Right.
That had to make the shift across.
Right. Yeah. So we see here. I think tempo. The idea now it should be to kind of push them back. Just go with this bottom lane. The Necro books are expiring. I think they want to make use of this Aegis. Storm can, he can join them bottom through either mid or bottom or whatever, and just kind of go for these pushes. They could potentially smoke up, but I feel like what you want to just make use of this Aegis. They might wait for the blink on Doom, but I feel like it might not be fully necessary.
No, he can be in 2 to 3 seconds after you initiate. Like with Scorched Earth plus drums, he'll be zooming around at max movement speed. It's like getting in isn't the problem. It just feels like they're a bit slower to connect because they're more concerned about the state of the waves. They don't want to like allow the towers to be pressured at all.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's also why like this game is such a nice Terrorblade game, just because of how easy it is for this Terrorblade. There's not really any way for them to kill these illusions very easily. And so once he gets Manta, it's going to be even easier.
Oh, full lining in. Overgrowth was there, but looks like Puck will make it out. However, Phoenix not so lucky. Soul Rip is a big one, but not big enough. He does die in the end. That should give Tempo access to kill towers in his lane. They might even hang around for a second one. Still got that Aegis to play with for a little bit longer.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And I think if you're bait, you kind of just have to let them have it as well. Your Terrorblade doesn't want to fight right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't really want to buy back on the Phoenix. If they force this bottom, I think that they're going to definitely fight here, despite them having Aegis. I feel like... I don't know if you're happy just giving up 2 towers necessarily like this. They're going to have a glyph.
They're not happy, and that's why they're walking straight to mid. They're like,
yeah,
fine.
okay,
Anything
okay.
you can do, we can do not as well.
Nice. Yeah, that's how it goes, right? That's the song. Anything
It's the remix right now. We can do slightly worse. Nope. Doesn't feel like one right now. This 3 core is fully defensive from bait to try to get out. Last year, able to TP away. But there is a hunt on. 5 up, able to get out. Fisherman's going to be left behind. But he feels like he's done his part because he did press Flesh Golem before he died.
Yeah, I think the thing about this, though, is that this should favor Tempo quite heavily as they have the Treant. So they should just be able to heal this tower. And be very happy.
I think the first person I heard say it regularly was like Blitz. It's kind of advice to people. Like the easiest point to like help you win games is if you can keep your tier 1 tower alive for like the 30-minute mark. You put yourself in such a strong position to win the game because the enemy team just can't make any maneuvers into your like side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, especially the mid tower, I think, is the one that you generally just keeping your mid tower alive. It's just like you want to control the center of the map, which also is true actually for chess. You want to control the center of the board. Dota and chess, not so far apart.
I just like to watch the way they die.
Nice.
It's usually why I lose first.
I just like to watch storms zip around.
You might like that, but you might want to let mid because Mitch is about to be the proverbial knight in this situation. Or is he? LeBron's the easier one. There's the pawn, now there's the knight. Mitch does use a poison over. It's cute. But let's stop at that. It's cute. There's no way they do anything with this.
It didn't accomplish all that much. Let's see here if they're going to continue this. They did use the meta and a roar, but they're just going to be happy getting the tower. They got 2 kills and the tower. It's fairly decent. And you know that if this game keeps going on, like later and later, at least from my point of view, I feel like this should end up in Bait's favor. As they have the Terrorblade.
It's the TB. Let's be honest, right now, it's the TB era. Pro Dota. It feels like the strongest carry. You can easily win most of these games. However, Fendi is not having a good game so far. Feels like this is happening 1 or 2 times too many. Yeah, he's only 4 deaths, but it feels like the moment they see Puck, there's never a hesitation for Tempo. They'll immediately jump him every time.
And they're gonna catch out Fishman too. And a DD rune bottom. I think this should be a... Well, see, that's the thing about Terrorblade though, right? That could have been an easy tower, but Terrorblade keeps pushing out those waves. They still might get this. tower bottom fairly easily.
So you missed the additional detail when they done that gank and that double kill. They slowed down TB's farm because they killed his illusions. I thought you spot this by cat, you know, being the greedy boss one that you are.
Come on, man. Why you gotta be like that? Why you calling out your co-caster? You know we're gonna be doing more serious. And now it's like, I mean, like earlier, like you remember how you were like, dude, you gotta laugh at my jokes and say I'm funny. I'm not gonna do that anymore.
Whoa. Everyone knows that's not true based on the fact you were only giving me a 4 out of 10 for my punts, all right? And they were at least a 5.5.
I gave you a 5. The most recent one was a 5. I called that.
I had to work for it though.
Yeah, now you're going back to 3, no matter how funny it is. Initiation on the beasts on the bottom here.
Yeah, Noob is getting wrecked a little by this. He has to back away. Now, I'm noticing a theme. This does seem to happen more than half the time. If they don't kill the Phoenix, nobody dies. Okay, there we go. They got the idea this time. The problem is there's a primal roar to ensure that the Phoenix isn't going to die. And now you have no Doom to play with.
Yeah, and we do see this thing here, right? Like where, yes, okay, we see the tempo is up quite a bit, 6k in gold, but we also see Terrorblade is the top net worth. And he is, the way things are going, he's just going to get further and further ahead.
Yeah, he's content with the stalemate where they just hit creeps, right? Like, you know that moment where someone like pulls out a fresh cigar and they sniff it? That's right. Like Chrysalis right now with the creeps. He picks them up, sniffs them, and then like opens them up and takes all the coins out.
Yeah, this is sort of the ideal kind of type of Terrorblade game. Yeah, sure, you're against a Storm, but it's kind of whatever. I think once he gets to this Manta, whether it's Butterfly Satanic, whatever it is, what have you, he's going to feel very, very, very strong.
Okay, you literally just get to that stage where it's like, oh, what's that? Everyone on the side of bait is dead? That's fine. I can 1v5.
Yeah, at some point...
consider the immobility of a lot of their heroes on tempo, that's not far off what he can do in these fights.
Right. At some point you are going to want this Axe though on Puck, so it would be nice if he could manage to get some sort of farm. He is falling quite far behind the Storm. Not that it matters necessarily their net worth comparatively, it's more so just... I mean, now at this point, this Puck is no longer, you know, so much the position 2. He's kind of sharing it a little bit with the Beast.
It's the fact that you can't really set the paces easily. However, if Mitch walks out like that, that does give you a good opening. Now, they have used the Metamorphosis, and they're hunting for more instead of going straight to the pit.
Yeah, I think they didn't know the Roche had just respawned.
Oh, stomp in. Overgrowth as well. Phoenix in trouble, doesn't get the egg off in time, and Fishman's going to go down as well. Chrysalis is being juked down the side. Now, I'm going to force Krylat back. He actually stands his ground and fights up against Chrysalis. Chrysalis has to back away. In the meantime, they are going to bring down LeBron. And last hero moving forward. With that attack speed aura coming into effect, Krylat is getting extremely low. The farm flick should come through, and the miss chance favors him. The stomp forward, DNZ trying to find a kill in the Puck, but can't. Dendi does get out in time.
Yeah,
this will reset, and you've wasted so much the Metamorphosis on this.
Yeah, the miss hits uphill, and I think the medallion from LeBron onto the Drow, kind of at the last second, might have saved him.
Yeah, and because you got greedy now as bait, this Metamorphosis not only feels wasted because you didn't get Roche with it, now that you don't have it, tempo are very likely to just go in the pit.
Yeah, this should be a fairly easy Roche. There's no meta. It should be kind of spooky for them to contest. Yes, they have the Phoenix and they have the Puck with the coil and everything and Tombstone, but I think you're too far away at this point. And unfortunately, now you're going to be playing into a Storm with Bloodstone, with Orchids, and with an Aegis.
Exactly. It's the case of if you came to fight the pit anyway, like you dream call them, you egg them, that's fine. They don't need to move. They came for Roche and they were never going to leave without it. And as you said, you know, the first Aegis, we usually say that's kind of like you establish a bit of control, you get a little bit of breathing room. At this stage in the game, an Aegis in the hands of a hero like Storm Spirit, potential keys to bait space is just waiting now. And also when you get an Orb of Destruction on your Drow, that's perfect at this point in the game to begin pushing into their base.
Yeah, Orb of Destruction on the Drow, Paladin Sword on Terrorblade. He has gone for a lot of these, like, you know, the semi...
defensive
not super expensive items on the Terrorblade. Yeah, he has like the Pike and the Manta and the drums, so he has a lot of net worth, but none of these really, you know, the hard-hitting items. He is queuing up a Daedalus and Skadi.
And also, when you kind of invest this much into defensive items, because you've got the Manta, your BKB, and the Hurricane Pike, and then you're sitting on only 2k HP, you do still feel really vulnerable. Trin, more so as he gets caught out by the Primal Rule. They are going to defend this on the side of Tempo. Drow's TP into the tier 3 tower. And I wonder if Bay are going to try and fake back on this. Just move to the high ground, see if they can force them into an awkward engagement.
I'm not sure if they wanna. They should know that there's no buyback on the Treant, but at the same time they are playing into an Aegis and a DPB on the Doom.
And straight away they go on a Chrysalis. BKB Metamorphosis. He gets doomed off. The damage down to DNC and bringing him down low. Undying is going to go down in the meantime. Poison Nova is thrown out. Drow trying to escape. Mitch being ignored. They know the big target is the Drow Ranger. But the turn around and they take different targets instead. They're going to be able to bring down that Phoenix, and now Noob controlling this fight up. Doom is running out, and Chrysalis cannot get a Thunder out in time. They're able to finish the kill and seal the deal. And Noob, almost enough mana to chase onto Dendi. He's just short, though. Dendi should be able to get away. That's a big fight loss for Bay. They don't get rid of the Aegis. They don't kill off the Drow. Basically, they don't get anything out of that because the cheese wasn't even forced.
Yeah, and it's a little bit awkward for them, I think, to fight there. There's like... There's this Aegis on Storm. Yeah, they were really close to killing the Drow Ranger, but even if they do manage to kill him, there's still going to be the Storm, and he can chase you. Of course, they were hoping on the Terrorblade, just Doom running out and him being able to Sunder and turn the fight around, but that is kind of a big if when he doesn't have any status resistance. Yes, you know, he went for the Manta over the SNY in order to be able to break kind of the Treant's overgrowth, which is understandable, and also be able to push lanes, and he also doesn't have Satanic, so there's no status resist, so it's a full Doom. He does go down.
And it wasn't like it was the cleanest initiation from the Doom, right? Like, you got juked out by the Manta, the BKB and the Metamorphosis was still cast as well. Like, TV was still able to fight. Speaking of fighting, they go straight in. The Primal Roar does come out. This stop is huge, though, from DNC. Traps them all location. Undying can't escape either. 2 down, 5 back's going to come out from both the supports. But Beastmaster, he's gone as well. And Noob, they still have not got through this Aegis. Everything thrown onto Storm, but he refuses to go down, and his name is all to the contrary. Still gets away. Might go down finally, but... I mean, did you really want that? He's now coming back on full HP and mana. And he might just hunt on the Fishman. Straight in. Hello. BKB. Chases in. Looking for more. Turns around on the bigger target. Phoenix who gets silenced off. Is tanky and hard to get through. The towers to help pop him up. But it's not enough. They bring him down. This is the Drow. Krylac turns around on Undying as well. Gets him low. He won't quite die. He'll barely escape. They'll just turn around and hit the buildings instead. And they say, okay, actually, we were willing to back away. We were done with your base for the time being. But if you're going to throw more bodies at us, well, then stick more buildings in. That's the follow-up meal for us.
Yeah, they have the Drow, and he just passed the cheese over to Storm, so Storm's still going to be able to fight quite well. Even though it doesn't have Aegis anymore, BKB is on cooldown. Looks like they might get 2 sides here. Doom is also ready, so not the easiest fight to take for Bait right now.
I remember this game feeling very different. Us being at a stage where, oh, you know, they got a Terrorblade, they'll get there. But now being 2 lanes down in this situation, no sign of Dendi being able to be a hero. Your Beastmaster can't really apply much pressure in these fights. I think the load on TV's back is getting a bit too heavy at this stage.
Yeah, I think the fact that there's no Ags on the puck yet, and I also think that maybe some of these potentially like the cheaper items on the Terrorblade, maybe they could have been something else. Like, I'm not necessarily sure you want like the combination of these Manta style drums and pike. Like, I feel like it's a lot of items that the cost adds up. They're not super expensive, and so yeah, it's understandable. There's some stats item. It's nice for padding, but in the end, if you have a Satanic or if you have, you know, Butterfly, something like this, it just lets you fight in a different way. And maybe that could have been something that would have, you know, pushed some of these fights over the edge and made them a win for Bait.
Yeah, it's like I can't recall the last time an item pickup from Bait felt like a huge power spike. Like, yeah, he got this BKB, but he's really not able to stand in the fight and dish out the damage that well. Like, you know, remember the last time he used Metamorphosis to the BKB, still got doomed, couldn't even kill DNZ in that window. They just kited him out and obliterated the whole team. So then you're like, okay, what other items we got to play with? Like, what is our big kind of go? We can do things now. Like, you've got 5 up trying to go for a Lotus. Decent game for it, for sure. But Huck's still kind of in no man's land. I mean, Dendi's desperately trying to find relevance, and there it is. He actually has got the goal for the Ags. This is his moment to shine. He does not have buyback. In fact, only one person on the one member of the side of Bait has buyback, and that is the TV kind of thing.
Yeah, I think maybe the one thing that they can look for is like now they are gonna need this MTB on the Terrorblade who gets caught.
Look at the last hero, stunned up. Primal Roar gets forced out, DNC's DK beat up, and now Christmas tries to go in, does get the thunder off of the last HP LeBron. And now the egg on the side, they're gonna turn around, look at the Storm Spree. He's stunned for a long time, eats the cheese, but is still silenced up. He's trying to plus stun up to heal up. He's able to move away. 2 dead on the side of Bait, and nobody owned down on the side of Temp. So yeah, and they're gonna chase him for Puck. Noob, he knows he can hang around with a kill and get out safely because Chrysalis can't do anything. Dendi does live. All lining in from Noob is off the mark, but the fact is that Chrysalis has used everything, and he doesn't get rewarded with anything for it. They'll just come for the rest of your base now.
Yeah, the Drow is dealing so much damage at this point. And he's also able to just position himself with this pike and the spider legs. And we see Noob, he just wastes so much of the time of this Puck and the Terrorblade. He's kind of just fighting them both. And he manages to just narrowly escape the stun from the Phoenix Egg.
It's that lack of like instant lockdown. It really is just Puck. All game long, it's been the Dendi factor, but all game long, he's been unable to get that god tier coil that can convincingly take a fight. And as a result, the only thing being taken here is Tempo taking Bait's base.
Yeah, there's just not much they can do anymore. There's just going to be mega creeps. The Terrorblade doesn't have meta, so they couldn't fight even if they had all their heroes alive. Tempo can kind of decide whether or not they want to, you know, stick around, or if they actually want to just wait for another Roche. Yeah, I mean, the ball is kind of on their court. They can do whatever they want with it.
I think if you're going to go for the throw, right? Because you know meta is still down for about another minute. So they do exactly that. Krylak just giving everything the clicks. Fishman casually dying, almost dead. Does get the tombstone down, nowhere useful. They desperate on that kill in a minute. Jump in straight away by Doom though on top of Beastmaster, trying to force out the Primal Roar. I love the way DNC's been playing these fights. Like, he just wants them to throw all the spells on top of him. All line across. Whoop, 5-up's gone. The Dream Coil's been used. Okay, that might be the final nail in the coffin. Overgrowth's going to come out. Doom thrown out onto Chrysalis. They'll chase it down, hunt him to his fountains. Turn around, look for a kill on the last hero. The Glyph has been thrown out as well. There's going to be buyback coming out from LeBron. The Primal Roar has been used. Noom will die. He'll go for the buyback straight away, though. In the meantime, they'll be able to find the kill on the Fishman. All they have to really do is regroup and bait space. And then look to end this one. Ball lightning across, straight on top of Dendi. He's trying to make his escape here. Blinks away, but there will be a chase forward straight away. Thunder try and save the day, but Chrysalis now leaves himself low. And Noob, that's not your fountain. Get out. You've already died once here. Just turn around, hit the buildings, end the series. Tempo. Taking a pretty convincing 2-0. Wow. First game closed, but this one, I mean, they understood their draft and they understood where they had to pick.
Yeah, and I quite like the way that you were mentioning DNC play. I quite like the way Noob played too, and I think, like, I liked how they played around this Drow hero. The way you want to play around this hero in general, and similar heroes, is this hero, you want a lot of heroes to just keep going in. And like you said that, yeah, maybe they don't have the best tank, but the Storm, he was kind of acting as this wall between the enemy team and the Drow. And the same thing for the Veno, and the same thing for the Doom. They were all just kind of going in and making it possible for the Drow to just keep hitting and dealing damage. And so kudos to them.
Yeah. It was, I think the way I like to refer it is like, it's not your traditional tanking, right? It's more like they're tanking attention from the enemy team. They don't need to just absorb crap tons of damage. They just need to kind of eat up space and draw. I know you're having your moment, Pike. Okay, we're going to let him go and stare at himself in the mirror with his new hair, and we're going to throw it across the panel. Much quicker one than we expected, boys.
Well, in comparison to last game, for sure, KP. You know what? When Pikehat's got that hair on, I want to see a big, like, charge up, raw, like, full Super Saiyan style come out of him. But you guys, you were on the Bait draft, but Bait let us down again. They picked an Undying. It wasn't meant to be. They're keeping that 0%, and Doom keeps rocking with us 100%. Logic, boys, logic.
I'm going to chop the laning performance up to the like carryover from the first game.
Okay.
Like, they were down by what, like 4K or something at 10 minutes? It was like, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. You have an idea of how the game's going to go. You have an idea that this Drow is going to get like invaded and stuff. And the fact is, they have Doom, Veno, and why am I blanking on the support for the Drow? Treant, yeah, like all it is like push lanes, defend towers. Like they're going to have the tower lane clear defense advantage if they get ahead. Like it feels like a battle, like an uphill battle where you have to clear all these Veno wards, you have to get past all these heroes to get to the Drow. And on even footing, I don't think that's like an undoable task. But in this case, it's just there's so like it's this net worth disadvantage you're also overcoming on top of these natural abilities that do it. That I think the game plan just doesn't go accordingly when you do that.
A little bit of RNG and a little bit of brilliance as well from the Storm Spirits on the mid lane. Like the laning stage was going in their favor, right? But then he gets Arcane Rune, TP stop, kills off the Undying, kills off Terrorblade and the Tombstone from the Undying. Easy 350 gold with one rotation, comes back into the lane. That puck is forced to go into a Blink Dagger because they have no reach. But this Storm already has an item to disable you, to jump on top of you. And he was actually so cocky, like he was jumping the puck most of the time. You don't see that very often as a Storm because the comeback, the turnaround potential is huge. Silence, Dream Coil, there's a Beastmaster. He didn't care at all. They played really well. They had a limited amount of stuns, but it just looked like they didn't need them. They had the amount of slows and roots necessary.
And one thing we've got to sit on right here, right? This is now Bait out of this. They are in the Divine League. They will not make a step further forward. And it's Tempo going to the playoff stages here.
That's hype for one team, not the other. I don't know, man. Like, I really do believe that, like, I'm not trying to cover my ass here. Like, I think both drafts had a nice way of winning the game, and I don't want to take anything away from Tempo. Like, there was that one instance where Dendi was, as the puck just walked at the top bounty rune into a drow. He saw the drow for it was daytime. He saw her for like a solid 2 or 3 seconds, and then just got silenced by Gust. And I was just like,
and dies there.
And dies. And that was immediately after getting like a big storm kill. And for me, that kind of stuff just doesn't happen when you're like in the right mindset, right? Like that is completely either, I don't want to say it's tilt, maybe it's just frustration or, you know, whatever from carrying over from the first game, but they just did not look at all like individual performance just looked off.
We can put it probably on a combo of frustration plus the fact that he's captaining his team, also trying to play.
Maybe he's making calls too.
Yeah, making calls. Plus he's playing a high mechanical skill ceiling hero, which can do mistakes very easily.
Yeah.
So there's that.
It's just hard to watch that when it's like if they did some crazy fancy stuff to get those kills, then it's different. But when you see a player just like strictly misplaying, it makes you. It's just like the first game, right? Like you weren't happy for Tempo to win the first game, right? Like you're not like, wow, Tempo made some crazy ass sick plays to come back in this 40k deficit. It's like no, they just kind of threw it. So for me personally, when I watch this, it just saddens me a bit.
Well, it should be a 1-1, right? That's what we're looking at. It should be where because Tempo won this game legit, right? They did their thing, but
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Bait, they threw that first game away. We should be looking at a third match here.
This should have been game 3 for sure.
Should have been an epic showdown to get this last spot and. Maybe Bait just need to change their name and get some new luck, you know, like new home, new name. Then he just rebrands or something. I don't know at this stage. I'm bored of being let down.
Make an organization, rebrand it.
I'm down.
6 months after.
Clean slate.
Clean slate.
Tabula rasa.
New
Tabula
name,
rasa.
you know, he's like, we've got no previous results. Same team, but it doesn't matter.
What else? Change all your nicknames as well.
Apart from Dendi.
Move away from your brand completely. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, but I'm happy for Tempo as well. Like that first game, I have to say, yeah, Chrono was a big mistake from Dendi and the buyback as well. But they did show a few pretty good plays like that. Illusion bait,
you mentioned it.
Fights around Rosh Pit were also kind of decent. So this second game, it was just the last nail in the coffin. They played extremely well. The Venomancer as well had good item decision making. He was positioned right throughout the game. They made this complete buffer zone between Drow and the enemy team, which worked in the end.
But I actually don't mind this for Bait, right? You get to now show us you can dominate that Divine League. I know you said playing against lesser opponents, you're not too much of a fan on Lizard, but maybe as a team they just need this a little bit.
Not this part, but maybe the later part.
Yeah.
You know, like this part they don't need. You know, it's like a disappointing, you know, devastating loss to go to the Divine League.
For the confidence once you're there, right? You're just supposed to wreck all the other teams.
I'm always down, you know. It's the equivalent of like Smurf and just stomping some noobs, you know.
See?
It's good for confidence, I suppose, right? But are you going to end up as a better team? I'm not so sure. I'm not so certain in that. Like, maybe I would much rather practice versus tier 1 teams, even if you're losing. The problem with Bait is they're such a strong brand, right? Such a strong name in Dendi that whenever he loses, he takes way more flack than anyone else.
It's
kind of sad, huh?
Yeah.
It's true, right? And it's been a long time since he's had that success, but you got to give him a lot of credit for even trying at this point. When a lot of players would be like retiring or looking at other options, he could just stream and be pulling in mad numbers, right? Look at how much the stream gets boosted when he plays. So Divine stream's gonna be looking hot while he runs through it. positives, Lizard.
I think the secret here is that they should monetize his stream in tandem with the team. Like, they should just be streaming his games on like a 30-minute delay or something, you know? And then like you get
team for it.
Yeah, you get like the inside scoop, you get the Dendy story, the back, you know, behind the scenes.
What does the organization running the tournament get from that though? Could be a little bit difficult, right? to monetize.
Okay, you put it on like a 2-hour delay.
2-hour delay, all right.
So then like by the time his game's already over, you get to watch it back. That wouldn't be conflicting, right?
There were some teams that would cast their scrims or stream their scrims. If you remember, I believe it was Vagamama's team as well.
Yeah, it's like frowned upon now, though.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, nobody wants to stream.
Yeah, and then watches it back whenever streams ended and does some kind of
They would literally only do it with teams that accepted and wanted to do it, but still...
Scrimming's kind of like private, like you're practicing new strategies and
or just the official games and just like this. Anyway, we need to head to a break, Lizzie, because you got to get out of here. We got to bring the cost back in. We can't have you two together for too long. But this game that's coming up, Unique taking on CYBERIUM.SEED.
Yeah, Unique looking pretty strong. I believe they should be the favorites. Not gonna really beat around the bush here. I think they should take the series here.
Well, let's see if they do. BSJ, you're staying with us. We're going to go and grab Lacoste on with us as well. We're going to have a very quick break, and then we'll be right back with our third and final best of three. No, second best of three. Ah, fuck it, I've gone.
Welcome to Omega League.
I'll get it this time right from the beginning. It's one more best of 3 left. We've only had 2 best of 3s today. It's been the best of 1s. We finished the last groups. We cannot have you and Lizard on at the same time, Lacoste, so we had to make sure we get BSJ to be in the middle for now. And
yeah,
split
finally
you guys
I
up.
have someone smart who I can talk to, about Dota instead of just general life stuff.
I knew that was going to happen, right? I knew that was going to happen. Any chance? Just
No, we
put
always
Lizard
flame
down.
people that are not here.
That's
okay.
they can't defend themselves. It's too easy.
T-Gov's the only exception to that. 'Cause he's always in chat typing away, probably in there right now. Hey, T-Gov, can you defend yourself a little bit, mate? Probably not. It just rabbits away. He's not even really an analyst, is he?
Now, what is he actually? Why is he here?
He's like place filler.
He's a nice guy, I guess.
Nice guy.
Nice guy. That's like the worst thing. Like when a girl just says to you, like, this girl you really like, and she's like, oh, you're such a nice guy. It's like, yeah,
Such
that's
a
not
good
what
friend.
you want to hear.
You're such a good friend. Yeah.
I want a guy like you, but not you.
Exactly. Yeah. Just doesn't look like you.
I'm me. I'm like me, Pick me.
That you sound like Undying right now.
Oh,
Pick me,
God.
and then you just
No one ever
never
picks me.
win.
That's Ogre.
That's true.
Did you enjoy watching that game with Undying? Did you know from the moment you saw it that this was bait doomed?
It's a disaster, This this Undying, the dude is just not winning any games. What is he 0-10 right now?
Must be 10 now, yeah.
I don't know. Like maybe someone should do stats for some of these teams, or just open up a Dota buff and check.
Pretty much what I'm
Heroes are
doing,
good.
That's a lot of homework. We're Dota players. We don't need these numbers.
Just stay in the
and
game.
science.
You don't use any other
Play by the
browsers.
feeling.
Yeah, it's a feels game, instincts.
They're like, look at him. He just wants to be used. And then every time they get in the game, why did we pick this? Why did we let this happen? Now, Unique, on the other hand, they'll be looking at this games they had against Viking, right? And they made that more competitive than we gave them credit for at first.
Yeah.
Lizard ended just the segment before you came on, Lacoste, saying that he's very much on the Unique camp that they'll be able to take this.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a 2-0 for Unique. Like, we can just end the stream, go home. Just...
I'm down. We got this
like,
game
more
or what?
pubs, more pubs.
A Unique looked like a much better team. I think they lost some of the games that they should not. Like the first game against Viking, they completely dominated that game.
Yeah.
It also comes down to last pick Necro, which is extremely good, and they utilize the last pick, which I really like to see, instead of just picking something like a CK, which we saw today. That's definitely not
Glad
a
I
10th
didn't see
pick.
that game.
Yeah, not a 10th pick hero.
Not a pick hero.
There, you said it better.
It's not an Undying, though. It could end up on Undying. We'll see more picks come in.
Yeah, it's like at least I can imagine like what you're expecting an Undying to do for your lineup. CK is so for your sake here. They basically took CK, changed him drastically like a year or two ago, and then the last patch they reverted him, like to what he used to be.
Why?
But like basically they made him like this lane dominator, but he didn't scale very well. And now his laning stage is just ass. Like now he just sucks in lane, and it's like in this meta, it's just not. You either need to be a really strong laner or like a flash farmer. That's like the two options.
I feel like Ice Frog was on vacation, and someone else like janitor comes in. Yeah, we should just reverse to what it was before. A couple of heroes, some of the stuff was reversed to Dota 1 days.
Yeah. There were like 4 or 5 heroes that were just completely rewound back to some other period of time in this last patch. So CK being one of them.
Clinks.
Yeah,
also
Clinks.
That comes to my mind. Clinks was very fun to play, getting extra damage, and now that's all gone. He's just the same old Clinks.
Yeah, I
Is
miss
it nostalgia? Someone just went, you know what? I'm going to relive the opening days.
It feels like their way of like mixing up these heroes that were just never picked. Like maybe they're like, okay, we rework these heroes, but we'll call it a failed experiment or whatever. Because Clinks, I don't know.
And let's go back to what they were, but why did we decide to change them?
Yeah. There was
really
that
makes
one
no
patch
sense.
where they literally changed like 40 heroes. Like they changed like almost half the heroes in all of Dota. Remember, like they added Keeper of the Light stuff and the Nutrient, and it's like, if you look at the patch prior to that, I think that was TI8, like right after TI8 that they did that. It's like every hero was just so different. It's crazy.
So we're saying at the moment, as the draft starting, right, that Unique are favored in this. CYBERIUM.SEED, though, what do you guys make of them? Ooh, that big.
That's
That's not a good sign, MBS.
The point is, I look down and I'm like, okay, I see these names. It's like, yeah, I've seen a little bit of their play, but who are these guys?
And they have Lil Pleb. We have Omega Lil. What's with Lil Hate?
Yeah, I don't understand. Respect all the Lils out there. All the Lil people.
All the little ones.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
saw a couple of their games. They really don't feel confident in what they're doing. There's going to be much more mistakes, which I think Unique is going to punish. And just by looking at the names, like you have 19 Teen, or 19, whatever you want to call him. He's a standout player for me. Like, I remember watching him a couple of months ago when he played like extremely aggressive heroes, like playing Bristleback mid lane, which is not very common, where he just plays between tier 1 and tier 2 tower, completely dominates the lane. There's like 2-3 heroes rotating. He gets the kill on all of them. And his Shadowfiend is also very scary to play against. Like, there's always going to be this one pub star that does well. Like, I think Iceberg is a good example that is extremely high skilled as an individual and has a couple of heroes in his sleeve that he really knows how to play. Like, you need to ban out his Shadowfiend, you need to ban out his Tiny.
Yeah, Thompson kind of revolutionized that, to be honest. Like, at least for me in the mid lane. Like, just taking off meta weird heroes and being like, yeah, this guy's just so good at playing these. Let's just not do that. And like, let's not deal with that crap anymore. I feel like he also gave teams like the confidence to pick that for their mid laner. For a while, it kind of seemed like the mid lane was like the similar pool of heroes, and if you're a flashy heroes, maybe a DK thrown in there if you're like Chinese Dota or whatever. But with this Siberium team, from the games I've watched them, the only thing I'll really say is I don't really understand their identity. I don't really know what it is. So it's not necessarily like a flame on a specific identity. It's just when I watch, I say like, I don't understand exactly what their style is. So maybe I'll...
It feels like they're trying to find whatever suits them, and they're like discovered 30% of their capabilities, what they can do. Like, they're just... It feels like they're testing, what's good for us.
So one of these teams that hasn't quite found where they want to be just yet. They're trying to kind of play towards meta, but throwing a bit of quirkiness that doesn't manage to hit the mark just yet.
Well, this is a lot of quirkiness in my opinion, because... was it CYBERIUM.SEED? Somebody else did this, or somebody did this earlier on in the tournament, where it was an early round Veno, plus I think last time it might have even been a Clockwork. Like, there's some other hero that doesn't deal with PL, and they just picked PL first round, and the opponent just made the Veno a 5, and then picked like Brewmaster or something off lane, and just completely dumpstered the PL. So I think PL's a very mediocre, below average carry right now, and... It's not saying he can never work, but now that they've got 3 heroes to pick against it, you can go like the Kunkas, you can do the Embers, they ban out the Ember. I'm just saying, like, you can't ban all these heroes. Like, you can just pick some of them. Pangolier is like another one. Pango actually got banned by the team that is against the PL. So I guess they're...
So when CYBERIUM went up against Viking, they opened up on Double Phoenix, both games. And then when they went up against EC, they had Clockwork themselves as their opening both times. They didn't actually have a PL in their own games, at least here.
Okay, so it was another team, but this is giving me deja vu. The second pick PL against Veno +1.
They had a 4th pick PL.
Yeah. 4th overall, second pick for that team.
PL, I think I've said it earlier today.
That's a perfect example.
Phantom Lancer, he's definitely not a first pick material. There's no reason to pick him. There's still 3 heroes to counter him, and they already picked the Necro. Like, you're trying to counter Venomancer, I guess, in the laning stage, but you can easily shift Venomancer to position 5. You don't care too much about it, and then you are revealing your hand. And there's also a bunch of other heroes you can play if you think that Venomancer is going to be that position 3.
Veno just seems broken, man. I don't know what to exactly pick against it in pubs either. Like, it seems like you either shut it down super early, like 1 or 2, like level 1 or 2, you kill it once or twice, maybe zone it out so it's at virtually no CS super early. But once it gets level 4 or 5, the damage is just too much. Eventually, as long as he plays carefully, he places some wards. Even if you kill them for some gold, like, you're just taking Poison Sting damage, and eventually you just run out of sustain and you get bullied out of lane. Like, no carry wants to invest an extra 300-400 gold in sustain, so they just like, I'm out of here. And then you end up losing your tower pretty early on, and Veno kind of just takes over that part of the map, and then kind of just has the choice of continuously pressing and pressuring, or like going and sitting in his own safe lane or mid lane and just planting wards around the towers that you want to take. And then I remember I was in a pub the other day. It was a really high skill pub. It was one of the ones with Miracle, where we were up like 14-1 in kills against a Veno, and he just stood in front of the towers and could never push. We could not push. We were up 14-1 in kills, and I'm like,
this is ridiculous.
I'm like, we can't push into this no matter how far ahead we are. So it was crazy. I think that's what all Veno's always done. But he's kind of like Doom, where his laning stage is super good, then he's broken, or his laning stage is so bad that the hero is useless. Like, it really feels like there's nowhere in between. I never see Veno as like a cute pick. It's either like a completely broken hero or like, you never see it.
Level 1, Veno wards got buffed for some reason. One of the reasons why he is such a popular pick right now. You need to invest 2, sometimes even 3 hits, depending whether you're a carry or a support. This unique draft kind of reminds me something similar that the Viking ran with the Sven. Brewmaster on the other side, you have ways of dispelling Necro Ghost Shroud. Since you don't have too much magical damage, there's some coming out from this Dark Willow, but I don't think it's enough to just hold the Necro. And now with the Brewmaster, is there enough burst damage to actually bring him down before he can get the split off? You need to invest like either Sven ulti plus a hook shot or Reaper Sight to kill the Brewmaster.
I'm not a huge fan of the Sven pick, to be honest. Like, I think like a Jug or something would have been better. Like, just something that does okay against PL, but is unkillable because they have all magic damage that doesn't pierce BKB on the side of Cyberium. So
yeah,
it's not like I love Jug as a hero, but I think the Sven may be too much of an overreaction to the PL, personally. Like, it's obviously nice against PL, but Brewmaster's always been pretty good against Sven because you have the AoE Dispel for the Warcry, and then you can either toss him up, you can dispel the Necro. I feel like this is a really good Brewmaster game, and he should have a decent lane. Unless I'm underestimating how powerful Veno 5 could potentially be.
Nah, I mean, Brewmaster should have a good game. Like Sven early on, he doesn't really threaten a kill. He's just a hero.
You also want to leave lane when Brewmaster gets 6. Like, you will die to the split if you stay, so...
Definitely. You want to farm up if you want to get the Midas, or just, farm with the Mask of Madness in the jungle and show up a bit later. Your position 4/5 is going to be taking the experience there. So Invoker gone. They did not want to have another way of dispelling things. And we talked about Shadowfiend. 19's probably one of the best heroes to play with. Like, how do you deal with this Shadowfiend? Like, this last hero needs to be it. Queen of Pain is gone. They banned it themselves.
The main issue I have for Cyberium, okay, it's even worse now, is that BKB is, like, invulnerability against these heroes until PL gets maybe 4 or 5 items. Like, we're talking, like, way later in the game. So, if they can manage to make it go that late, like, Zeus is one of the strongest heroes in the game, meaning, like, once the BKBs start dwindling down in duration, but it's a momentum thing. Sven's one of the best heroes in the game to capitalize on it because you just farm so fast, but I'm also fully aware that you can be like a 4 or 5 slotted Sven, feed randomly one time, and then the game feels almost impossible to play. So I would say it's in Team Unique's, like, they're in the driver's seat here. Like, if they play properly, I think the game will be way too fast tempo, but it's not that hard to throw against the Cyberium heroes. Like, they do have a lot of punish if you overextend, and obviously PL, I still think is the strongest hero late game, even though...
No one on Cyberium wants to buy BKB. You're playing against Venomancer,
Clock,
that's Shadowfiend, and I think we're going to see, like, 2 fast BKBs on Team Unique side. So you're going to have Shadowfiend with the BKB, Sven with the BKB. They're going to hit the peak timings and the game around 25 to 30-minute mark.
They're going to have to stall out, like, 4 or 5 BKB charges before Cyberium hits their timing, which is possible. Absolutely.
You were saying you won't see many Svens on the EU side of things. Now we've had 2 in a couple of days.
Yeah, and you just have to stack for it. The thing about Sven is, like, he just gets that first 1 or 2 items so much faster if you stack the Ancients 3 times. Like, it's just so day and night for the hero. You just get, like, an extra influx of 400 gold at 8 minutes in, which that's what and in professional Dota, you have to utilize every little bonus that a hero can offer to you, and that's what he does. He gets, like, a level from it. The supports get gold too.
40%.
Yeah, they basically get their own ancient camp. So it's just funny to me. I think in EU people just aren't used to, like, stacking because they're so used to being aggressive. But if you, as a team, play around it properly and play for it, then it's all good.
We very much then on the Unique camp for this one.
Yeah, like I said, I think they're just in the driver's seat. Like if it's up to them to mess up or play properly.
Yeah, 25 to 30 minutes. I can maybe even make it more correct. 26-37. This is when the game's gonna end.
And then we're putting a lot on that Phantom Lancer.
I'll put it at like 29 because I think they're gonna like get 2 lanes of racks around that point, but the game's gonna go a little bit longer. They'll have to like wait for the second Aegis and then end.
Well, let's see if it's going to be the unique show. Thank you very much, guys, for your time and your words. We've got Lyrical and Trent standing by for this one. Let's see, has he got an evolved form? How are they going to use his green screen? How is this all good? Oh, God, he's got the Super Saiyan this time.
I got the Pikachu, man. Don't mess with me. It's all happening.
Wow, you've got it all.
I do. And by the way, quick shout out to our panelists. You know, the EU one giving the precise second in which the game is going to end, and then the NA analysts letting us know. Yeah, Sven needs to get ancient stacks. Good stuff, guys. Love to see it.
But wait, we're North American.
Oh no! What have I done?
There you go. Did it again. Yeah, this game, BKB, good item. I know y'all hate to buy it. I know it's the boring King bar, but it's real nice this game, guys. That's a lot of magic.
It terrifies me. If I'm looking at this lineup, there is so freaking much of it. But likewise, well, already a battle of brewing. Illusion is getting ran down. Lil Pleb also getting somewhat low. With Vanscore coming in afterwards, just a little bit more damage on that clock, but it's not going to happen. Man, we didn't even get a chance to talk. I liked what they're talking about, though, about like the side of Cyberium not really wanting to get BKBs themselves necessarily because there's so much that pierces it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, theirs is just like kind of weird because they don't have BKB heroes anyway on the side of Cyberium, right? It's
exactly.
It's just really awkward. The other thing that's a little bit strange is the Brewmaster Dark Willow combo. I feel like this isn't. I mean, it's fine because Dark Willow's, she's a pretty powerful 4 in the laning stage in her own right, but she doesn't really have a lot of synergies with the Cinder Brew, which is something that we tend to see abused right now with the Brewmaster through things like the Wave of Terror or like Fade Bolt, where you're able to just like shove the entire wave onto the tower and like nuke both heroes with a lot of burn damage. Now, I mean, Dark Willow can choose one hero, but she just can't like make full use of the Cinder Brew.
Right. The same way that we've seen in the past that's just really annoying to deal with. And in fact, with this Venomancer nearby, I mean, I guess hypothetically she'd get really lucky with the brambles.
She just, just perfectly aligns the planets, We'll go with that.
Definitely. So yeah, we'll watch that top lane. I think that the brew was just like the panel was talking about, a reaction to like the lack of super good bursts, unless you're fully committing that Reaper Sight or something like that to kill the Brewmaster. It feels like he's gonna have a good game elsewise.
Yeah, his Dispel is gonna be incredibly important. I really try not to overrate that like too much because it's just it's so situational, right? That relies on your Wind Panda being in the fight at the right time when your PL's also jumping on the Venomancer, or sorry, not the Veno, on the Necrophos, because you're trying to get him through the Ghost Shroud. It's like, aha, I'm here on my Wind Panda and totally not busy doing like 6 other things with my hero.
Right.
But it is really good as a counter as when it is actually used that way.
Well, and I think also with it, it's like oftentimes the Necro and the Brewmaster are the centerpieces of the fight, right? Like they're going to be in the middle of it almost every single time. So it's likely if you're just saving it for that, like there's anything else that he really needs to use it for, it feels like in this game.
Of course, he does have to get the split off.
That's true. That's a good point. And Necro really good at stopping that from happening.
Yeah, and they also have Shadow Fiend too, which is a pretty good. Like I feel like they wanted additional magic damage, but it wouldn't hurt to have some more physical because they have this Necro off lane too, and Shadow Fiend's just like the perfect hero. Like Lina was like kind of in there too, but SF is just a little bit more with like the aura to help.
Ooh, Uber taking some damage here, getting closer. The Clockwork thought about going all the way in, but decides not to, and instead it's the turnaround. Oh, that felt good.
Oh man, so good he doesn't even tip him.
Nice. Doesn't need to, man.
No, he said it all right there. And he drops that sentry. They have an obs under the tower down there, but he's just going to block the camp instead. And keep that lane in their favor right now for Cyberium. So, off to a good start, as we have some concerns about their game heading late. There's one thing we've learned. If you win all 3 lanes, a lot of the rest of it doesn't matter all too much. So, see if they can make that happen.
It's the way they want to do it. I mean, if you can do it that way, but It does kind of feel like a lot of times these level 6s are going to be one of the big deciding factors, and particularly Sam. Like, I feel like the Brewmaster ulti has sort of quietly been buffed over and over again, as we see 19 team there just bullying back the Zeus, and they actually have to leave. Now he's brought the Brattle back up to him, so he's going to be fine. Down bottom, find another Cogs, push him back.
All good. It's been a lot of movement speed buffs for the Brewmaster. Like recently, they just gave like the flat bonus to it all. As up top, he's trying to use that movement speed to get on the Van score. But even the Curse Crown won't be enough to keep him, as they do time the stun very nicely and then walk the Courier, I believe, through those Venom wards. So Dark Willow getting hurt pretty hard there. But yeah, like if you ever get the Aghanims, it's kind of crazy how fast the Brewlings actually go now. As Cover has to make his escape down bottom, but again, he's fine. Okay, he was fine.
He's baiting him. It's all a bait. You remember what happened last time? Yeah, so they will be able to just back away there with Illusion. Getting ready for the 4-minute runes, and it looks like top could maybe be controlled here. Dark Willow is super low. So yeah, you can't really come in right there, and that's going to be a bottle refill for the SF. That's great.
Yeah, at the same time, Mastermind ran home, but he didn't really miss anything. I think like one creep died, so good call by him. He can't really contest the rune either way. They're going to try and make a play on him here. Very difficult hero to get. Plus, there's an obs ward on the high ground, so he should not get caught by this. He has full vision of the clockwork right now.
Yeah, that's too difficult to do. Make that move right there. Up top, they're trying to go on to Sam as well, but he was able to do a little ring around the Rosie, get into the tree line, and then hide away. So he's still getting some pretty good farm here, and now Dark Willow's coming back as well. So that was a good couple of waves, just solo XP for the Brew.
Palantimos is having a very good start. Both him as well as 19 now. High 20s in their last hits. Got some denies there too. And might even get this last range creep as well. Again, this Brewmaster build, no abuse of the Cinder Brew. So he is going those points in the Drunken Brawler. Doesn't feel quite as strong unless they actually start getting kills. I definitely agree with it. I think the Cinder Brew is not good if you can't use all the Ignite stuff.
Right. Yeah, it just increases the damage so much. Otherwise, it's just more mana that you got to spam out. Granted, it's not super high, but it's just, sort of annoying. Love the Soul Ring build afterwards. We'll see where he goes with it. The main hero that's kind of having a tough time in the lane so far is the PL, it feels like. Currently behind the Necrophos, and it sort of looks like they're winning all 3 of the lanes right now on Unique.
Yeah, and that's obviously a big problem for CYBERIUM. Ever since that first blood, things haven't really been going their way, and now the 6 will be rolling around here soon for BZZ. So you're gonna start whittling them down, throwing in the flares, trying to get someone good and low for when that ticks on over. Could even see a potential rotation. Meanwhile, up top, they've rotated way back here on the Van score.
They really want that one. I mean, they're not going to get the kill. He's back behind the tier 2. And this whole time, like, Sven is perfectly okay just farming up underneath the tower. And in fact, he's going to run over towards the Dark Willow, goes into the Shadow Realm, which is going to keep her survivable. And Sam going to pull this wave back afterwards as Sven just farms up another one underneath the tower. Oh, Van score? Okay, he does go down. So they managed to find that kill. Zeus not quite able to get in on the kill steal there, unfortunately, for Mastermind.
And that's rough. Triple no as well for Zeus.
Damn.
Our guy.
Little Pleb tried to go on Illusion there. Doesn't find any opening. Sam again pulling that wave back. And yeah, you can just sort of see that they're kind of keeping the pressure on here. And PL currently only 700 gold above the clockwork. Yeah, Lil Pleb is really having a tough time as they hit level 6 on that Necro.
His Grimstroke's been bullied and forced out, knows he can't stay to the 6, and now PL's completely alone. And that wave is not going to be too bad. He tries to give it a little bit of body blocks, but now even he looks a bit concerned here as he heads out and runs into Illusion.
Yeah, not great. We are not actually seeing the Ancient stacks, though, for Unique either. There's other stacks over in the jungle. Got a couple double stacks over on the hard camps, but nothing else. And down bottom, thought they were going to go on the Low Pleb.
They're getting
saving it. Yes, Danger Town. He's got to leave. Like, I don't think he can stay in this lane.
No. He really can't. The 2 points of the Heartstopper is just too much. Yeah, now they've officially hit big problems.
Damn. Who are they bringing down? However, yeah. It's sort of weird, right? Because they don't really have that hero that can like super easily stay in this lane. It's just got to be a support that can sort of spam out the waves Because I think even like Brew might end up dying potentially. He's not careful.
Yeah, or he'll split and they'll just get away because of like cogs and Ghost Shroud and stuff.
Right. Well, a 2,000 gold lead already at 8 minutes. And everything right now going Unique's way. Vanscore gonna get his courier brought over to him. And trying to hold on up top and just buy some more space for Sven to potentially get something going here on the Sam Sam.
They're both get 6 on the Sam Sam. This is a really bad time to die. He got the kill. That was nice. He knew that he just needed that one creep, but they need the Thunder God's Wrath comboed in here.
This could be nice for them. They do have the Thunder God's Wrath. Everybody's starting to TP in. They're killing off the Brew lanes, actually. Another boulder comes in afterwards, but I think Sam Sam's just dead.
Yeah.
Dude, they bait out the Brew split, then get potentially the kill here afterwards. That's as bad as it can get. And Bound Bottom, they're also going to bring down another. 3 dead across 3 lanes in this map.
Yeah, now you've got each core ahead of their respective opponent, and some really big margins on the off lane and safe lane. The gap between PL and Sven is 1,300, and between the Brewmaster and the Necro, it's about 900. They're going to try for a kill down bottom. There is no Ghost Shroud yet for BZZ. Of course, he's against the Zeus and a Dark Willow, so it wouldn't save much anyway.
Yeah, and they're just going to get the kill. He doesn't even bother really going for... well, I guess he did pop a stick. Had a Fairy Fire also, but didn't decide to use it. So they get something back on their line. That's what Cyberium needed. Might need a bit more, but, you know, it's a start.
Problem is now they're kind of slaves to the cooldowns of their ultimate, right? The Primal Split and the Thunder God's Wrath. When they don't have those, they can't really make plays.
Yeah. I guess that now we're getting towards the 10-minute mark. There's going to be another round, or the first round of tomes as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to give that one too, but already the Sven just getting the Midas, clearing out those stacks in the jungle. Yeah, man, it's spooky, really spooky.
Yeah, Illusion's going to get the tome almost certainly, and he gets it from a ward kill even. Excellent.
Nice. Team Unique looking good in these early goings. 3,000 gold lead, been easy as pie. And where are they going to go next? Dark Willow did get level 6 as well. And they're going to start rotating down here, run into Pubber.
He has been a constant thorn in his side this game.
Yeah.
I would be so annoyed at this Popper if I was just Grimstroke.
Grimstroke's getting chased down, although he might end up dying here, actually. Yeah, the Dark Willow ulti, Sam Sam moving in, they managed to find it, and now the deep dive coming from 19 Teen. They've got the Fear onto 1, lift up the Necro on the other side, and I think Shadow Fiend might just be dead here. He pops. Now they've got the Necro in their sights as well. He does have Reapers, and Pubber's fairly low, so he's got to keep his distance here. And actually, no, they're going to find it. And that's so much regen that's going to be coming in afterwards. I mean, he's probably still dead on BZZ here. Has a Fairy Fire still. Trying to live, trying to walk away. Poor BZZ. The rest of his team is like, should we come down here? Nah, we don't need to. Let's just keep farming. But...
All right, that was slightly on Illusion going for that right before he got the ultimate, and he now has it, thanks to Tom. But now, oh no, buddy, my dude.
What are you doing?
I know, that was my fault, guys. I can clean it up.
This guy's crazy.
Oh, that's one way to make this game interesting suddenly. After a pretty disastrous laning stage for Cyberium, they decide that the game was looking too easy. And even after feeding 4 kills, it is still a 1k lead.
That's pretty insane.
Sven will get the stack. Nice.
Did you see this Shadow Fiend build, by the way?
Oh, I haven't clicked it yet. Now I'm trying to think. What is it? A Meteor Hammer?
No, it's
not
that.
It's Bots Yules.
Bots Yules. Exactly.
That's a good one. That is a fun one.
I just I'm not used to seeing like not even a Wraith Band, you know, just like circlet Windlace bots.
Need a fun lane. Very good versus the Brewmaster. I was actually hoping he'd go this build because of the ability to just blow up Brew and then they can't fight on Cyberium.
Vanscore gonna get chased in, and that should be another kill. So Cyberium's starting to make a comeback here.
Yeah, 19 might want to rotate up here because he has this Invis rune. It's very tempting if PL's pushing this tower to try and go ult under him. There is a sentry in the region though. Could be a bit dangerous, but and very tempting.
Absolutely.
Radiant are
But
scanning.
nobody coming up here. It
I'm
looks
really
like they want
surprised
to
he's
take a
letting
break.
it go. Yeah. They have hook shot. Scythe will be up in 9 seconds.
I guess Palantimos is just sort of wanting to continue to farm up, and he's worried if like he goes up there, maybe it's gonna. Well, I guess that they can just have the Venos sort of hold on to the tower, but it's gonna go down eventually.
Yeah, he's only level 7. I don't think he can do this right now. And now they're gonna dive him with no potential for TP. So now this has become another feed.
Yeah, Vanscore hiding off to the side. They do manage to bring down the Zeus on the other side, though. 19 uses the Invis rune for that instead. And is Vanscore gonna die? I mean, he's actually just blocking him off with all of these Plague Wards. Gale comes out, and then the Poison Nova afterwards. And is Vanscore gonna be able to find this kill? Ooh, potentially. He's getting low. I think the Dark Willow might be dead. Oh, Fairy Fire. Another Fairy Fire switching his inventory. All right, he's fine. He's fine.
Oh.
Surely he's fine. Oh my god. That was fairly low, though.
All right, nice. Yeah, so the I think he still has the invis. Yeah, it was a hook shot mid. So at least and with Boots of Travel, that's pretty powerful. That means anyone can set up for something right now. Even Palantimos down like the bottom lane, but he's coming mid.
No,
he's gonna pop it. All right, Mastermind, don't zap me. Oh, he's already bottled through it. Bye bye invis.
No, he's got Yules at least, so he can make that happen instead. But no ulti for another 50. Just gonna raise up the
Illusion
wave.
is smoked up himself. He's looking for the angles.
Very interesting. He's got a DD and a dream. My man's ready to go. But right now, all 5 Radiant heroes in the jungle. And Vanscore is the one that's sort of the bulwark in front of him. He's going to get caught. Does not have ulti. This guy literally just respawned. And he's already dead. Hook shot in now. Catching out the Dark Willow. And a DC from Mastermind. I mean, I don't know if this works for Illusion, right?
Not without instant TPs. And even then, probably not. I don't think anyone wants to TP into Thunder God's Wrath and Brew Split.
Yeah.
So it's a good movement from Siberian because they're heading into like the part of the Sven jungle and basically denying out that portion of farm for him. Unfortunately, it's not where the Ancients are, but they'll still take it nonetheless. It's also going to secure them at least the 2 bounties up top. They could even make a rotation potentially to the high ground in the next 14 seconds if they get this kill really fast.
Yeah, I could see that one being okay. I mean, we'll have to watch and see if they want to go for that movement over there. Little Pleb is still pressuring the top tower here. I imagine that he just sticks around and tries to get some extra damage into this afterwards. He's almost got Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, he doesn't come down. He just hopes to get some more tower gold. And if they start pressuring mid and like rotations come through, he'll make his way. But if they can get the Diffusal on him and get a couple more like little pickoffs onto the Sven like that, then they might be able to close out enough of this map that the game actually looks pretty good for them. Despite what appears to be a pretty decent lane and draft disadvantage for them.
Yeah, and it's so much it felt like was just overextensions by Unique, like a feeling like they were really far ahead and just couldn't be dealt with. Again, I don't know if that necessarily means that like, you know, that's going to continue to be the case. It feels like Unique have sort of, well, as I say that, I was going to say they've settled down a little bit as Illusion just like hook shots.
Yeah,
into 4
he's
heroes.
got issues. I don't know. It's like I'm definitely blaming Illusion on some stuff in this game. He just had some moves that are just like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Is this like that eventual play where it's just like, well, I mean, just because he's hooking shotting into us doesn't mean there's actually heroes here. So maybe they'll just like stay and fight him. You know, he's conditioning his opponent.
I see. And then he's going to
get it done really early in game 1, like 4 times. So
yeah, like the 8th time it happens, it's going to be Shadow Fiend Invis just ulting.
Yeah, he's trying to make an impact, right?
I like it. His life doesn't matter right now anyway. It's just a clockwork. As long as the rest of the team doesn't show up and doesn't feed, he's making space. You see how
don't do what happened bottom, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, guys, I meant to die. You weren't supposed to die. Ugh.
Unreal. Ward vision. I guess that's the other thing that we could sort of talk about here. You got a pretty deep one on the Dire side, and then there's obviously that Radiant one up on the top, which was scouted out, I believe, by the Veno wards. So that's why it was losing a little bit of the HP there. So they know that there's vision, if nothing else.
SF just pinged the thumbs up onto Illusion.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yeah, great job, buddy. Good luck with that.
What a player. What a player. So yeah, 15 minutes in, gonna wait for those bounty runes. Do we see the SF try and just sort of jog his way over there? I think that'd be pretty
does
insane.
not seem worth it with split.
Yeah.
That seems just bad news bears.
So
we might see the Necro instant TP anyway because there's like 3 creeps left and they're not going to spawn for another 15 seconds. So there's really no point in the Necro staying past these 2 creeps anyway. So BZZ can come mid, but he should really TP safely and just be like, okay, well, you know, maybe Illusion can do something where I can throw a Scythe and there's perhaps a play, but I wouldn't do anything too wild.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't need to do it. And I was sort of wondering too if like SF just like runs up to the mid lane, double raises it, and then runs away afterwards or something. It could be the other thing. Just cut the wave so it doesn't push the tower. I gotta say,
yeah, that's not bad.
The I was looking in at the panel, and it's really bizarre seeing everybody's legs. Nobody ever wears shorts, I feel like, to Dota events. And like it creeps me out a little bit, not gonna lie.
You can't handle the new legs. I liked Kyle's story about the short shorts on his first day of public school after being homeschooled for 8 years. Because I've been wearing short shorts for like all of these casts, but you can't tell. But you know, I'm the only one home, so I'm just running the house in my shorty shorts. So
yeah,
it's a pretty sexy look. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably for the best that you guys can't see it. I think it might break some terms of service.
We can get that on the video camera next time, you know, when you come out of the game here.
That'll be the special, you know, content.
Yeah, I like that.
Bring it on for the playoff days. We'll see.
I've been rocking the same pair of PJs for like 4 days. It's just the lockdown life, you know?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I put on denim the other day and I was like, oh, so restricted. Why did I ever wear jeans?
It feels so rough against my skin. I don't
my
like
supple sweatpants skin.
All I want is fleece. Yeah. Not fleece. What is it? What's the other thing?
Silk?
Is it fleece?
Satin?
Yeah, it's probably fleece.
Cashmere?
Yes, satin. I can wear my satin PJs just around the house.
Look, I don't know what kind of a life you lead.
I'm like MC Hammer. Jeez. Man, Mastermind. Where you at, buddy?
I don't know. He's DC'd, I guess.
What's going on here? He's bought 3 null tallies, some boots of travel, and is like, all right, I'm out. I'm done. I've done my job. Get me out of here. Another guy. Yeah, I think that this is going to be an interesting little dynamic as this game goes on, as well as like the matching of the over aggression that you can have from Team Unique versus like the kind of disgusting catch that you have to some extent with like the brew split, and then suddenly you got to like sort of force the fight because somebody gets lifted and it's like, all right, they're gonna die, you're just gonna leave it afterwards.
Yeah, we got some divers, right? Dark Will's a bit of a diving hero. She gets a little bit too up in the business sometimes before realizing how squishy she is.
Yeah.
Wants the potential drums before Yules? I don't know.
Ooh,
seems like a pretty good Yules game.
So here's another question for you while we're just chilling, trying to fill some time.
Please.
These little mini games that are here.
Yeah, the playground.
The playgrounds.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that teams have stopped playing them.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen one person do it in the past, like however many pauses we've had. What do you like as a filler? Like, could we have something like Aghanim's Labyrinth, but like on a mini screen? You know,
how about just Pac-Man, but it's with Dota characters and pixels?
Pac-Man
or Pong. Ooh. Pong would be hype. I would definitely watch the Pong.
So like you could do like a tournament amongst the people that are in the game.
Yeah, I feel like it should make a bunch of little boards, and so you could see them all at once, including the one that you're playing on, and then I think
it's
little
like
Dota Pong's pretty good.
It's like Tetris 99 or whatever that game was.
Oh yeah, that game's great.
The what is it? It's a battle royale.
Yeah,
Tetris
battle royale
game.
Tetris. I've won a few games. I mean, I don't want to brag.
Have you actually won a game?
Yeah, I'm dope at Tetris. I'm no mid one. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I'm no back to back, but I took some wins.
I have not gotten top 10 in that before.
Oh, buddy.
I know it's not good. It's really bad, actually.
There's layers. You know, you got to start targeting the weak people. You got to earn the badges. Makes it way easier.
Got it. Oh, so you target. So that's the thing that I never knew is like, do you target the people that are about to die?
Yeah.
Or do you? Okay.
When you KO people, it like buffs you up, and then you're stronger.
See, now I got in strats. I'm ready to go.
See, that was Blaze taught me that actually.
Really?
Yeah, he was giving me all the tips and tricks. Tetris
Blaze
99.
would be somebody that wins Tetris 99.
Yeah,
He's got the mind for it.
And he was too good for Dota. And he just sits in the background.
Takes care of business. So, all right, we got Pong. We've got what's another one? Do we just go,
could be a bunch of like rotting pudges just running at a little middle triangle. The triangle could be I don't even know. Pick your favorite hero.
Okay.
Pick your favorite. Yeah, you should be able to pick your hero's pixel. Why not?
That's a good point. Yeah. Do you hit the like? I guess if it's asteroids, it's a bunch of different heroes that are all coming at you.
Sure, and they have different little patterns, and you move your little triangle around.
Oh, it's got to be
them,
techies though. Surely.
You know, now I've been hankering, if we're talking about these things, for pinball. Could we get a pinball that was happening on the pause screen?
So you just like you start hitting your keyboard like really hard.
No, it's just like it just uses the little flippers near arrow keys, and you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Space Cadet Pinball. You know, remember that thing on Windows?
No, I don't. I remember Sonic Spinball.
How do you not remember Space Cadet Pinball? What's wrall with you?
Yeah,
Google Space Cadet Pinball right now. Tell me you don't know what I'm talking about.
Space Cadet Pinball. I'm really slow typer. Sorry.
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, okay. I know this one. I played a lot of pinball growing up. Yeah, this one was like garbage though, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but it was the default one on every PC. Of course, it was garbage.
I always liked playing like the Empire Strikes Back pinball, you know, or like
a
the
real
Terminator.
pinball machine.
Yeah, real pinball machine.
Terminator one was good. We had that one.
They had like the gun that you would shoot, and that was how you shot your ball out.
Yeah, I've gotten into pinball lately. Well, not even into it. I've just really had a craving for pinball.
Yeah. So I remember when I was little, grew up in Berkeley, right, which is this like very weird city just in general in California. And they had all these crazy things that would go on. So there's like the Amoeba record store, which was all bizarre and weird as we get a little tip there. But one of the things that was in my neighborhood was this guy that like absolutely adored pinball. And he had an entire basement filled with pinball machines. I'm talking like 100 pinball machines in this guy's basement. And like everybody would just go over there on Friday nights and play pinball at his house. It was the weirdest thing ever.
Oh, I guess I can turn the lights back on. Sorry, I'm sitting in the darkness. I didn't mean to freak you guys out.
What? Who are you freaking out? Oh,
well, they have replaced us on the screen.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't realize we were on the screen. What's up, guys? Hello.
Hey. Thank God. I just want everyone to know what was happening.
Oh, you know
we're still missing them.
It's because I muted the producer, so I didn't hear it in my ear. Sorry, guys. That's my bad.
I don't think they told us.
Well, yeah. So pinball, a ton of them. What were the old machines? There was Terminator,
Mortal Kombat.
There's a Mortal Kombat pinball machine?
I'm pretty sure. Sounds familiar.
Ooh, that's cool. I like
pretty sure there was like everything you can imagine.
Uh-oh. We're hearing from the producer that they have internet issues.
Internet issues?
Just the one guy, though. Poor Mastermind. Oh, okay. From their place where they're at right now, they're having some issues. So hopefully that gets resolved. Until then, we could just like, I don't know, podcast it up or something.
Well, I think that's where we're at right now with a pinball machine.
In case we didn't get there. This is like par for the course on the panel, though, as far as their conversations.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I was looking at Dota jokes, but they were just making me too depressed to even read them out loud. They're like so painful that I can't regurgitate them after reading them because I might vomit.
Well, it's that's the type of thing, right? Is like if you're coming up with a joke for a like if you're looking and trying to like create a joke from like an IP or something, right? Like it's not gonna work out.
Wait, are you telling me this sounds forced? What's Invoker's favorite dinosaur?
What is it?
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh God! Oh, it's so painful. Although I do kind of like dad jokes a little bit.
Yeah, they're all right.
All right, I'm gonna look at the top ones then. This is a whole subreddit.
It
Dota
is.
2
That's
dad
true.
jokes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're really bad. They're really, really bad. Wait, why does Spirit Breaker run so fast? Because he has to go to the Barathrum.
Yeah.
I can't even say his name last. Yeah, you didn't even get a little chuckle out of that one.
Yeah, it's just
you're done with it. Yeah, I think jokes need to be like sort of naturally occurring to some extent. There's got to be like a spark of inspiration first. Otherwise, it's terrible. It breaks everything else. It makes it feel terrible. What?
So bad.
What is it? Tell me.
Why doesn't Eminem play support?
Why?
He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out.
Oh my god. It's terrible. What's that now?
Mastermind has got some problems with his internet connection right now.
Okay, got it.
So that's the problem.
That's what's going on. Again, for anybody out there that's wondering why we are not watching the game and instead looking at our beautiful faces with Pikachu and the shopkeepers. It's Mastermind. Zeus in the game is trying to get his internet back up and underway. Hopefully there's no big issue.
I would like to say that I have a problem with some of the recent decisions in Dota 2 regarding the side shop.
Okay.
Since the side shop was killed and 2 people were put out of a job, I don't understand why they decided that a centaur gets to run the neutral shop and not one of the side shopkeepers.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Where did long, tall, skinny guy go that had the funny mustache? He's just gone. Purge dressed up as him, it looked marvelous, and now he just no longer exists.
Did he really?
Yeah, it was from one of the skits.
I don't remember this. What was this in? Where was this? Was this a Moonduck event?
No, it was a competing tournament organization that's not as cool as WePlay, so I definitely won't name them as I'm under contract here. Come on now, focus up. But either way, he's gone.
I gotcha.
And now, and he's lost forever. He was a staple of the game. He gave me confidence when I just ran over there to buy some boots, say hello, and then we just tossed him aside.
That's right. Like so many others, like the Santa hat around after Christmas time. It goes away. It's no longer there. Where does it go? I don't know. Maybe they took it on their journey to new and better lands.
What is this drawing coming out?
What are they drawing?
Some cool macros from Vanscore or something here?
And then the other side is just like terribly done. They can't see that though because we're looking at Grimstroke, who does look pretty cool. Do you remember when Grimstroke came out and his hero model was like 18 feet tall?
Oh, that was so good. Yeah. It was actually like 1.5 times his current size. It was humongous. That was a good night.
That is something that's kind of interesting though, right? Is like the VR experience. Like, because I'm looking at Grimstroke right now, right? And imagine these trees are like old growth, really tall trees. He's probably like 50 feet tall in actuality. And like, so is Dark Willow in like size wise, right? Now, if you go into a game in VR and
yeah,
the big people are, Dota would be horrific, like getting into in VR. It sounds really spooky.
Well, it's kind of like how sometimes you have a drow in your game and you look at her and you're like, damn, she's really small. Whoa, unpause.
What?
What's happening? There's no chat? We're killing him? I guess we're playing 4v5? Okay. All right, we're back. Production.
Let's go.
I guess they're at a pause time. They must have...
All right. Well, I think that's actually that's actually fairly okay, right? Because this is the type of thing that, in the past, admins would be like, oh, do you want to use your pause timer or something? Like, we've always had that discussion, right? And I think it's good to stick with the rules. That's what should be done.
Oh, no, I agree. I was just surprised because we didn't get any word until it just happened. But I think they were discussing in outside channels,
Yes.
Typically, we're nice and unprofessional and just do it in the game chat.
Yeah.
Now they seem to have upgraded the systems here. So, well, bonus, you just press R. So you got that going for you.
Oh, it's the perfect hero.
I guess probably Pubber has the micro and he just tries to ink swell when he can.
That would be the play, I would imagine. Although, really, what micro do you need for Zeus, right? He's just chilling in the river, like you said.
Well, I feel like him paying attention is more beneficial than the Grimstroke paying attention. So you play the Zeus. All right, he's doing it. They pressed the R button. He's still standing in the river, but he hit it.
We didn't talk about what else was happening in the game, but they didn't end up killing Illusion, actually. He was able to live through that. Now, a turn, a stun onto Brew. Still has Split available if he wants to use it, but they're committing kind of hard to get into the mid. The other way that this changes the game is it feels like if you're Siberium, you really want to push the tempo. Although maybe not. Maybe you want it to last longer so that way internet issues can be solved. Vanscore rooted, triple man root. Ooh.
If there's any hope, that is true. But if there's like no hope, then you just want to run down as fast as you can because you kind of had some momentum going. Unfortunately, now it's been gutted. quite a bit harder.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, absolutely.
How does it work for his passive gold? Oh, he still just gets it, right?
Yeah, but he can't buy anything. That's the other problem, right? If somebody's DC'd, they can't buy anything.
I'm not sure how it works in pro lobbies anymore.
That's a good point. Yeah, it might be different.
It's all weird when I click on him. Like his gold's all strange. It's not showing the right numbers. It just shows you the gold of the last person you were clicked on.
Oh, you're right.
I actually have no idea what his situation is right now.
You can look at his net worth. It's going up continuously. So it looks like he does keep his gold. His passive
we
gold.
should be good then. All right.
Yeah. Very interesting. A 4,000 gold lead already for Team Unique, who are well on their way to looking pretty good against Cyberium.
A whole hero up.
Yeah. Pretty as can be.
All right, well, hopefully they're on the horn for a potential replacement for Game 2 as well. Not a great feeling to have to keep playing this one out, but such is the life. Hey, they get some good neutral items. Essence Ring, fantastic for Brewmaster, if he wants to be able to take it. Guess he's not, though, apparently. PL doesn't have a good one, so PL's going to take it for now.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he's already, like, it's also super good having that, like, hood up and just any extra bit of HP that you can gain.
Yeah.
That's all the bursts that they've got. Oh, hook shot. Cogs pushes him back in sort of strangely, but Requiem comes out. The fear lands perfectly, and they destroy the PL. Didn't even get a chance to get the doppelganger off, and now BZZ's going to be chased down. Got the Cinder Brew on him. Pupper chasing. They actually cancel the TP in, and in spite of all of the heals, there's still going to be a BZZ death. He's going to drop the ulti for this. CYBERIUM not messing around.
Yeah, that part hurts a little bit. I don't think anyone can get mid time here to help out onto Van's score. Should be all right. I even get to miss uphill. Perfect.
Well, not perfect for poor old Willow. You know, that's how it goes. So 19 minutes now, and where is the route that they go? Probably trying to pressure the tier 1 bottom next, but Van's score getting gone on, but the Cogs pushes the Willow back down to the low ground.
Well, tactically, the goal here is to delay the game as long as possible. You're not going to win this game.
No.
But the longer you delay this match, the more likely it is that he'll have internet for Game 2. And you can use the full allotted time in between matches.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the goal for them. Really unfortunate, again, the internet issues popping up right in the midst of a match. Not sure what the problem is. I'm sure the panel will have more information about what actually went on when we get back to them. But probably not. It's true. That's fair. And Sam actually able to live through this one. Palantimo's turns, but he is going to die. Leashed up 2 of them now. Can they chase anybody down? Pupper going to be pummeled, punched, and eventually taken down and killed. Pretty stuff coming out from Unique, and we're going to see how CYBERIUM sort of hold on for now.
Foot push, cut waves, be nuisances. That's the goal at the moment. And as Unique, you just kind of chill. I mean, you're never really in concern. I don't think they're going to necessarily be trying to end this game as fast as they can. They'll just kind of play things out. Palantimo does get caught on here by a DDPL, and that hurts when it's all Agi, baby. He's dead.
Oh, the turnaround, though. BZZ's there to help, and that keeps him alive, actually. I thought the BKB was a waste, but now they turn back around here and trying to kill him off. Is it going to be enough? Requiem coming out afterwards. Going to land, gets a couple quick hits, misses a raise, but hits the 3rd one. And now the hook shot onto 2. Sam trying to buy some more time for his team, and he gets the ulti off now. Tries to turn on to BZZ. Continued chase down here. Terrorize goes out. Fear. And then the Yule Scepter or lift up afterwards from the Brew. They managed to kill off Illusion, but still BZZ and 19 Teen are living. Vanscore trying to body block the Panda, and he's actually doing a pretty good job of it. Throws out the Hurl Boulder, tries to turn, wants to get the kill onto 19 Teen. It's a lot of damage out there, but they still have Yules on SF. Don't know if it's going to be enough to keep him alive, though. The chase down and the Grim Stroke of Fate slowed him enough to manage to get the kill on the SF. Sam will eventually die.
Hover tried to come in for a deny.
Yeah, wasn't quite there, unfortunately. And with Vanscore chasing Gale back up, that should be enough to get yet another kill.
So,
an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that Mech saved him. That was so unbelievably close. I feel so bad for them. It was like one actual kill. I mean, yeah, sure, it wouldn't have mattered, but you know, the dignity kill. Couldn't even get that.
Well, 16,000 gold swing off of that last fight, and tier 2 is going to be next up for them. As Little Pleb just going to push out the waves constantly, as you said, become more and more buttheads. Oh no, he's DC'd, guys! Don't kill him, leave him alone! Illusion comes in to get the final finish there, while Willow trying to cut waves. It ain't gonna happen. Yeah, this is gonna be a tier 2.
Remember, guys, delay. Little Pleb's in here hasted. Do we have the Stormhammer Dispels? We do not. Okay, he went for the lifesteal.
But they did actually manage to have the little Satyr Banisher. Sam, BKB out. They're still leashed up, but this is a lot of damage. They're just gonna Reaper him, everything thrown.
Guys, you're feeding too fast.
Yeah.
Slow it down.
It's just running.
Mastermind needs time.
BZZ still hanging on here to the Guardian Greaves, and yeah, they can just walk away after taking that tier 2.
Well, I feel like I haven't got to cast a Sven Eggs game in quite a while, so this will be exciting at the very least if we last that long.
I don't know if it's going to, I'm gonna be honest. Actually, it's only 1,000 gold away. It might be. Dark Willow onto 1. Illusion on a drop. So CYBERIUM able to pull it back a little bit here. Still close in terms of kills, but not at all close in terms of net worth.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for them.
I wonder, is this all just wasted gold now on Zeus?
I think you can buy. I'm pretty sure you can buy stuff normally. It just looks weird for us as a spectator, but I'm pretty sure he can buy items if he wants to.
I'm just saying he has 8,200 gold and like bots, 3 nulls, and a win lace, you know? Like, isn't that more gold than that? Isn't that crazy?
Oh,
as they're gonna
canceled his TP trying to micro.
Oh, did you see that?
No.
Little Pleb, he went for the Phantom Rush onto SF, and that way when he ultied him, he Phantom Rushed away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is a good one, actually.
And he couldn't get the Razor's follow-up, and it kept him alive. That was sick. I've never seen that before.
I've seen it on some of the other interactions, but I haven't seen it with SF. It's nice.
Valentimo's turrets trying to fight anybody that will fight him, but the BKB TP out. They won't be able to do it and able to TP out afterwards as well with BZZ. Yeah, weird one. Mid lane. Is that a Venom ulti I saw?
Yeah.
Little Pleb. Starting to burn down over time. They get the leash up onto 2. Good cogs pushback afterwards. And the PL is going to drop. They find the kill afterwards onto the Grimstroke. And looks like they got another tier 2 tower in their sights.
Well, Sam's got the right idea. And he's going to try and hit waves, while the Willow does mid as well.
Yep. Such simple minds. Masterminds just stand back here, ready to cut waves whenever possible. And
oh, not too close. Wow, he was actually within range of a cast. The Stormhammer, by the way. And that thing goes far.
That's kind of crazy.
I did not know it increased it that far with Agnums. Damn.
That is nuts. Bonus cast range 500. His bottom. They're going to find him. It again. 19 team forced to pop the ulti, and now the secondary hookshot again. Sam going to be chased down and killed, and now looking for the Willow. They get the stun into kill. Yeah, that'll do it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Fanscore manages to get that tier 2 tower taken afterwards with his Plague Wards. And a haste turn for SF. Is he going to go in? He's thinking about it. 19 team's crazy. Raise number 1. Now the turnaround. Oh, SF, no. What are you doing, dude? It's got a bottle up, run away, but they still managed to get the kill and a puffer afterwards.
It was a team effort. It's all right. All right, so Sven's Superman. And Clockwork's Iron Man.
Okay.
And Night Stalker's Batman.
Right.
How many other heroes do we have covered? I mean, Venom's like kind of Poison Ivy.
Okay.
I feel like they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
Necrophos in this gear is definitely Scarecrow. Ooh. Wow, we're covering both universes pretty well here.
You're doing a great job of it, man.
I do what I can.
Palantimos. He's going to back out afterwards. We got to think of another one for Shadow Fiend. Who's Bane?
He's Venom. Shadow Fiend. Right?
Ooh, I like that a lot.
He looks like Venom. That's pretty close.
Rooted. Chase in. Inkswell onto one. Van Score is a dead Poison Ivy.
I don't think we have a Spider-Man.
Valve,
you got some money. Can we just get an IP rent here? Can we just throw Spider-Man in? I mean, he wouldn't be out of place or anything, right?
Oh, it's fine.
Who would be the least in place? Like, what IP should Valve just, like, send some money on? Just buy it. Do we have any failing IPs that could buy it? Is Rare willing to give up Battletoads? We could finally have a frog hero. I hear there's a new game coming out, but I feel like a Battletoad would fit really well into Dota.
I like that idea a lot. It sort of speaks to a similar demographic, right?
Yeah.
People that want to just sort of go through pain to enjoy, the victory that comes afterwards.
Yeah. What about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? They doing anything with that lately? Can we just get them in?
Cowabunga, dude! They made some movies recently.
Yeah. I remember those real life movies when I was a kid.
Oh yeah.
They were very scary looking. Like their faces were terrifying.
There's the guy in the Jason mask, right?
Yeah, and they one of them they become samurais. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Oh, why was Raphael always such a dick? God, all the other turtles were relatively cool, but then Raphael's just like, I'm so aloof and angsty all the time.
Wasn't he the leader?
No, Leonardo's the leader. Duh.
I don't know.
Come on, what do you don't know? What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Oh no, Mastermind! They forgot the microwave. Yeah, that's the best part about that is that nobody's gonna know. They're not gonna check the replay of this. Oh my God, the hook shot over the top. They got him caught afterwards. That was pretty as can be. But Sam running away, getting his little spider legs on. That's the Spider-Man right there.
You're right. It does exist.
They're gonna chase it. Oh no, Reapers afterwards.
I mean, I guess there is Broodmother. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We do have a literal spider hero. I was kind of picturing more like the Spider-Man swinging around and stuff, so it doesn't really fit. It's almost more like Monkey King, frankly.
Interesting. Yeah, I want to see where else they could go with this. What's the other big hero? The other big IP out of Marvel? Like Captain America? Who would that be? I mean, that kind of feels like it fits better for Sven.
I feel like it's like Dragon Knight or something. I don't know. He's kind of he stands all tall and he's got really good posture. I feel like that's the only requirement.
But you also have to have like a regal sounding voice. That's the other thing.
Isn't his real name pretty bad? Isn't it Davios or something? That's pretty good.
Davios
with an I. Isn't that his name?
Maybe.
Davion. I was close.
Davion. Oh, SF, have you gone too far finally? BKB out, Requiem, Fear, run away, but Superman coming in, Palantimos finds him. Fear afterwards, another Cogs push in, Illusion was crazy early, but makes it happen now, and Palantimos goes for another stun. And the kill, then they hook shot out. That is what we call an overclocking. 30k gold lead, and this is gonna be GG, I think, as they're looking to finish this one out.
You have to admire that CYBERIUM, maybe they've had this problem before because they played it exactly right. They're not GGing.
Yes.
It's all about the admin time. Oh, he's TPing in. Go for
Let's fight, yo. Another one. He's going in after him. Yeah, he actually got a BKB. I didn't even see that one come out earlier. But Sam gets the ulti off. Trying to delay. It didn't delay that long. And that's going to be GG finally. They managed to get the win here. In not, I would imagine, the fashion that they wanted, but, you know, a win's a win. They take it. Going to get ready for game number 2, and we'll see if there's going to be a stand-in or if Mastermind will be back in time.
Yeah, I like that part where suddenly we were just 5v4 out of nowhere after a fairly interesting match was shaping up. That was very unfortunate. There was like this lead for Unique, but all of a sudden CYBERIUM were pressing forward and actually getting like aggressive and advantageous fights. I didn't know if like the Shadow Fiend was going to come on with his Yules, like make some plays, but then they got handed a gift.
handed a gift from on high, and it is going to be a team unique victory. Like you said, though, it was already a beginning of a lead, as we just get a look at Mastermind there. AFK a little bit for the moment. I don't know what is near you. The police are here, but let's head on back to the panel, see what they thought about that game, and if they have any more info for us about what's going to happen for game number 2.
So Trent is going to be taken away by the police, so we're only going to have one commentator. Lyrical broke the game because he got given the Pikachu and a Super Saiyan mode, and we lost a player during that game as well, you know? So all of it's going madness. I will explain to all the viewers at home, though, that we waited 15 minutes as per the rules for the tournament. Then we had to play the game. His internet's disconnected. We're hoping that he can come back in time for the second game. We're waiting to find out, but we can talk about this because even though he disconnected, even though the Zeus was off and left to his own devices for a while, it was still pretty much a unique game.
Yeah, it's just the problem is that I would argue it was Unique's game, but at least in my draft analysis, I said that the way that they were gonna lose would be that they throw after getting like BKBs. So the throw would have to happen like 30, 40 minutes in. So I guess they just didn't get a chance to do that. Okay. So it's like I do think the game was going according to plan. I give them the advantage with the draft. They had the advantage in the game, but you know, it's much easier to not mess up when something or someone's missing on the opponent team.
And you guys blew my mind because this is completely new to me in a sense that you can't just have a sub jump in or like a player jump in. You'd literally have to play on his account. So you're just hindered in these situations. It's horrible.
Yeah, you know, some players have a good micro skill, so they can manage 2 units. Like
that's more. That's twice as many as I can handle.
Have you ever tried doing it?
Like playing another hero? Yeah. Oh, I do specifically remember there was one time that I had to play. It was Oracle, like myself too. So like I would just like ulti myself at the start of the fight and run in. So like obviously the spellcasting wasn't ideal, but you know I'd still.
That's like using 1% of the hero.
Yeah, exactly. I will say Zeus is one of the better heroes just because you have a global ult. It would have been better if you had like maybe gotten to an Ags first. But the problem is you can't buy the hero items.
Oh.
Yeah. I honestly think they should change that.
That's pretty messed up. If you can control it, surely you should be able to buy.
I think if you can control the hero and give him gold by hitting last hits, you should be able to buy him items. I don't know.
I remember when you could just take their items and use it.
Yes.
You
give it to me.
Yeah, he has a BKB. Oh, that's my BKB right now.
How long ago was that? Because I just remember being able to sell
long time ago.
Back in my day.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it would actually be good, but I do believe like you should allow the AFK hero to buy items. I think that is kind of stupid, honestly, but you know, I'll leave Ice Frog to his devices.
Sometimes you just got to do that. For Unique though, it's a win. It's a 1-0 up in this. You guys had pretty much favored him throughout all of it. We're hoping we can get Siberian back on track to do it, but how did you reckon the game panned out up until that point? Do you think there was any chance for Siberium to make a bit of a comeback in there?
They got more kills, like almost double the kills at one point than what Unique had, but it was just not enough. Like in terms of net worth, Unique was pretty much always ahead. At one point, they're gonna hit their timings. Sven gets a BKB, Shadowfiend with a BKB. You can't really fight with Brewmaster, Zeus, Dark Willow. Everything is magical damage. They don't have a single spell that goes through magic immunity.
Yeah, it's like a particularly funny game to me because both drafts are really bad against BKBs.
Yeah.
And one draft has 2 heroes that like to buy BKB, while the other draft has no heroes that like to buy BKB. So oddly enough, that's like a very short summary of why I would give the overall advantage to Team Unique in the draft. It's just something you don't really see very often where it's like there's an item that's really good here. One team's heroes buy that item and the other team doesn't. So kind of a unique... There's a lot of little things that can go wrong in a draft. And sometimes, like, when you have a pretty even footing on every other front and you're like, okay, now we got to look at how do these heroes naturally itemize? How do people scale? All that kind of stuff. In this case, very specific item had a big sway on the game. Sometimes that's like Force Staffs. Sometimes that's Yule Scepters if you're against like an Ursa. In this case, BKB.
This is the problem, though, when it comes to online tournaments, right? You can just lose your internet. Things can drop out. Feel bad, man. Feel really bad.
It's never good to watch. Like, you know,
it's just like
it sucks.
Oh, you hit that point.
It's a free win. Like you're gonna take that one. All you people out there, you know, saying we should play fair. I know like 99% of you would just say, yeah, that's a free win. Same thing you do when someone disconnects from your game. You don't wait until he comes back. You spam that F9.
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of hypocrites out there for sure.
Yeah, we're talking about you, chat.
They do it for the plus or minus 30. What about like the actual dollars, you know? Like that's when the real deal's on the line.
But I'm hoping we'll get some information, work out how it all goes in that side of things. For you guys, though, for like what I was saying to you upstairs is I'm used to being able to like, you can sub in a player, you can let someone jump in. Hopefully they can actually, we'll find out from the rules if they can sub someone if his internet's gone completely, because I don't want to see this just go like a default round. We don't want to see that. We want to get another game in.
Yeah, you definitely rather have the game than anything, but I'd give them even a rougher chance at winning game 2 if they have to play it with like a random stand and they haven't even scrimmed anything with, right? Like they're just going to plug somebody in. It's not like they found out about this a week before the tournament, right? Yeah, so it's... I mean, that's just the nature of online gaming, right?
Yeah, but we've seen some cases where like coaches come in, you don't think they can like play, and then you have like Sochka standing in with his clockwork performance for OG. Who else was it? I think it was Arzik standing in for Virtus Pro as well.
Well, guys, we just found out. We don't know whether it's going to start or not yet. We still have to wait some time on there. So what we'll do is head to a quick break. Hopefully, we'll come back with good information for you guys, and there will be another game happening. And hopefully, we can continue this all on if he comes back with his internet. But for now, we're going to hit it to a break, and hopefully, we'll see you soon.
Omega League.
We didn't keep you waiting too long. We managed to get back into the action already. The draft will be starting soon, but it'll be 9 that's coming in to play instead of Mastermind. Obviously, like you guys just said, it's a bit hard to just throw a new player in, but skill-wise, can they maybe just cause, I don't know, a bit of craziness, a bit of madness go down?
I like Mastermind as a player. I know he has a lot of individual skill, but 9 definitely a better player, has more experience playing competitive Dota on a higher level. So this sounds like an upgrade in terms of just raw skill. Not sure how he's gonna fit in, but sometimes it's maybe what it takes, like to flip the switch.
I'm debating whether or not I talk about 9 as a player, because I feel like 9's like he's consistently at the top of the MMR leaderboards in EU, which obviously is a noteworthy feat, but I felt like he was always the player that was really good in pubs. Like, he wins his lane, very mechanically skilled. And for whatever reason, he just never functioned well past like the 15-minute mark. What I saw, he would always get caught out once or twice in a situation that was like game-losing deaths. So for me, I always put that as like the 9 play. There's like a few players like him that I think are like super strong, like super good, and they just have like one thing holding him back, and I think that's his. So funnily enough, I'll get to watch and see if he does that again today, but wasn't expecting to see him in this tournament. He was in the NA region for a while with Business Associates, so I'm all too familiar with watching him in competitive, and I think that he could throw a good, like, he's definitely good enough to help them here. Like, it's not like they're just settling for some random pubber, but the team cohesion, I think, is always a big deal, especially with the mid laner. They're like supposed to be the one communicating their ganks or their rotations, so we'll see.
Is it just a case of when you're a sub like this and you come in and you are a skilled individual player that you just listen to whatever the captain's saying, or do you try and have your own voice as well?
I think it's the best if you need to sub someone in is a mid laner, because he's not laning with anyone. He's just doing his own thing, 1 versus 1, and this is where like individual skill matters the most. And then you can make a plays, like captain can say, yeah, bottom lane's not doing well, we need this, we're gonna rotate with the smoke, push the tower with the catapult, we're coming in. And he can also make a lot of rotations on the side lanes, depending what the hero. I also think that they're gonna ask him, like, what do you want to play? This is the thing to ask him in this kind of situation.
And what kind of success levels he had, at least in like tier 2, tier 1, outside of the pubs that you were mentioning?
Individual 9, you're asking? Like, from my experience, he's pretty much always one of those players that he's a strong tier 2, tier 3 player, but he's just never, in my opinion, come close to like cracking the tier 1 level.
Okay.
Which can be good or bad, you know? Like, you always
We've got many of them in this league right at the moment trying to make their way through.
Yeah, I wonder, he's not on, like, he's technically on the roster for Business Associates, but with the whole COVID situation, I think he's like another one of those, like, hey, I'm stuck in Europe, you guys are in NA, let's just kind of go a different direction, but wonder where he'll end up next.
He's just waiting. Maybe this is his chance. Stand out, show yourself, someone comes in, swipes you up. See here on Trivia, at least for him, first German player to reach 9,000 MMR.
Yeah. I want to be clear.
Before?
Say that again?
What was he called before?
What do you mean, like his?
Like
his,
he hit 9K and then he, renamed.
I thought his name was always
9.
9. No. Are you just memeing? I never know anymore. I'm like, that would actually kind of make sense. So I kind of have to give this some validity.
It's like, let's think about this for a second. Was there a different?
He was
name?
8 before that, I think.
Just
6.5
at one
point.
When he started playing, he was 1, and now he's here.
He's learned, he's grown the whole way through. But Unique now have a significant advantage, right? They are the team. They've already had the 1 win in there. They're going into this probably very confident with it all. Do you think much will change from their perspective of how they view the team, or not really?
What was the question again, James? I was just thinking about some.
Thanks, Lucas. I'm glad you're paying attention.
He's preparing his next
I see how this is. So
priorities are a little out of whack, I'd say.
He's like, tomorrow for breakfast, I'm going to have this.
No, I could have said, yeah, I definitely agree. I don't know what the question was. Like, or,
I love when people give an answer to your question where you straight up know they weren't listening. Those are always, and you're like, and they're like, okay, what did you actually ask? But I respect your honesty there to just say I wasn't paying attention.
It was more unique, right? They would just approach the game the same way, but will they have to look at what CYBERIUM do in a different way, or will it just fairly be the same style?
Yeah, for unique, I think what they've been doing throughout the last like 2-3 months, it's been satisfying. I know they can play much better. Like they took Team Secret 2-0. They took a game of OG, so they can be playing well. I think this is also the team that they swapped out Zitrax. They only swapped one player, but the core of the team is the same. And it's also possible that this team like can go further. Like right now, they're looking like a tier 2.5, tier 3 team, but they can compete against any other team. I would say like. If you play 10 games against the top-tier teams, they can take 1, 2, maybe even 3 games out of those.
About Mastermind right now, I'm super pissed as well. Like, this is your game to choose whether you could go to playoffs or whether you're going to just be sat in Divine League for a great chance in it. It has to go now. It's always this way, isn't it? Like, the key moments. Didn't happen on like one of the games they were just playing, the loser game or anything like that.
It's like one of the worst feelings. I remember back when I was... It actually is a happy ending for my case.
Okay.
I was telling the story actually the other day because I was talking to Monkeys Forever and I mentioned it to him and I said, hey man, like there's this one time way back I played for a qualifier and we had Brax was my mid at the time and he DC'd and we ended up having to play 4v5, but we somehow won the game like 30 minutes later with like...
Was that when you played Oracle and ulted yourself?
No. He was our mid. He was a mid Lena, and like I think it was like Demon playing.
So you didn't touch the hero.
I didn't touch it. I was PL, man. You want me to play PL while also? And he's like, dude, I was on the other team for that game. So I was like, wow, small world. Like 5 years ago, we ended up winning that, but like. It was a game that was literally free. Like we were gonna win it the whole time, but then it took 30 extra minutes and we could have lost because of the DC. And that game decided whether or not we went. So like for me, I look back and I'm like, wow, that could have been a tragedy story rather than anything else. And here it's like a perfect example. It's not just like whether or not they're gonna win or lose. It's like as a player, these are the moments you practice for, all the pubs, all the scrims, and just when crap like this happens, it's just so. Like you're like, wow, what was I doing this whole time? You know, my internet's been fine for the last month, and now this bad timing.
So CYBERIUM going back to their usual opening that we saw across the opening best of threes they play with the Phoenix, and Unique sticking with that clockwork the whole way through. No change for them.
I like the hero.
Clockwork?
Yeah.
I like Phoenix as a hero. The hero seems very OP in my book. Like I'm not sure why he received a nerf, and I guess Ice Frog wanted to give him another buff just to stay viable, but not sure that's what he needed. Like,
what buff are you referring to?
1 extra attack to kill the egg.
Yeah, the level 1 egg being slightly better.
Yeah.
They did nerf like the level 3 egg, but I think I considered that a buff too. The early game like egg was more of a weakness than the late game egg being like too strong or whatever. So.
How would you look at that? Clockwork Venomancer. It's also like a strong combination of heroes where you have 2 lethal abilities from Venomancer, and then Poison Noah is not lethal, so Clockwork can finish him off with a rocket.
Is that the synergy?
That's the combo. Yeah, that's it. Like they're not good for anything else. They're just good for this. On the other side, Phoenix and Dark Willow, like. You have ways of protecting the egg with either Bramble Maze against the melee heroes, and of course the ulti, just use fear on them.
Go ahead.
Go on.
I was gonna say I'm a pretty huge advocate when I see Willow, Phoenix, like 2 supports that just are completely dedicated to one protecting the other, and that if you just pick a carry like Jug, that I know I said it last game too, but it's like a similar opening. I feel like you just pick that and it just shuts those down immediately. As long as they don't pick like an Axe or a Magnus, like.
Yeah, that's what I was.
The entire game plan of these 2 heroes is just ruined by 1 hero, so I think they have to be careful. Lifestealer would be good too, and they ban that out.
You need to have a hero that can start a fight. You mentioned Axe, which is good. Like low cooldown, has a BKB piercing ability, and Axe plus Dark Willow sounds fine. I mean, you need to see what they're gonna pick, but Juggernaut also feels like a very good pick. There's 2 heroes with just pure magical damage, you have a spin, you have ways of killing the egg easily, like Clockwork Venomancer. They don't have enough attack speed, they can't get close to actually hit the egg.
They're leaving Faceless Void in. Like, it was a first round Phoenix, and they were banning. Both teams are banning out predominantly carries, so I'm kind of curious if they. Nope, they leave the Void in. Interestingly enough, Venomancer's pretty good against him in lane, to be fair, but the game is more than the laning stage, obviously, so maybe they just think, hey, you know, we have such a fast-paced lineup, high pressure, that a hero like Void would suffer. I can get behind that notion, but I wouldn't be surprised if CYBERIUM still goes for it, with all the carries that are already banned out.
Grimstroke coming in for Unique, but it was CYBERIUM that went for it on there last time around.
Earlier today, I talked about Grimstroke. I think this is one of the best position 5s right now. What he offers, you have a silence, you have a stun, scaling ability. He's going to be good at every single stage of the game. What about Core Billow, huh?
Mid or... I actually do know 9 plays Core Willow. Like, he did for a while. I actually know that for a fact. So, it's been a long time, and I highly doubt it. But based on the fact that they have a stand-in, and maybe they want to get real, you know, they want to have some swagger in this second game here.
Go full crazy.
Yeah, Willow, like, I was actually kind of annoyed how they nerfed Willow. I remember Crit complaining about it on Twitter because he's like a level 25 Dota plus Willow player. They nerfed like her base attack time and then the cooldown on her W because of the Ags build. And it's like, why would you give her a really broken Ags and then just nerf the rest of the hero to make it so the Ags is not broken? Like, that's kind of...
Yeah. Crit has some good points. Yeah, he also complained about Clinks being
He's like, 300 games of Clinks for what? Yeah. Just spam a new hero or like a new reworked hero, and you're like, yeah, I finally got this down. Like, I've nailed him. One of the best players in the world, this hero, and then boom. Nope.
Down the drain.
Very similar here for Unique again, though. Shadow Fiend coming in as well. There's only the Grimstroke that's different so far.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend wasn't a different order, and they do have absolute last pick this time around. But as you said, it is the exact same draft so far. Man, I don't know. Maybe Jug's just a trash hero, but this whole dire lineup for CYBERIUM just says, I want to get Jugged or a hero with an early BKB, because you just don't do anything to a hero that's in BKB. Like, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, either him or Lifestealer, I think, is fine.
Lifestealer's already banned.
He's banned? Okay, I'm just blind.
Keep going with him.
Okay, they do ban the Jug. Thank you. I'm like,
that's good.
I'd like to at least think we're thinking similar here, you know? Sometimes the hero can just be too good looking, and here they go for the Void ban. I would hope for that too, because not only do you have the Phoenix synergy already, but you also have the Invoker synergy. That Faceless Void Chrono into Cataclysm is pretty busted if you actually get to that point in the game. So glad to see them take that out. Whenever you're quote unquote the better team, I think giving away like really strong combos that make it possible for you to throw if the game goes that late, I think is always a bit dangerous. So you should be careful of that.
Like a year ago when ET Faceless Void were super popular, like some of the lower tier teams were winning games because of it. Like, if you don't have enough save, you know what they're gonna do. Like, there's gonna be Chronosphere on 1, 2, 3 heroes, follow it up with the ET LT. It's just that strong. It's always gonna be strong at every single stage of the game.
So is there any big savior coming out here for CYBERIUM, or is it all hope is lost already?
No, I don't think their draft's that bad. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like both drafts, there's like some premium picks that were left in the pool, and I was really hoping to make sure they took them out. So far, looking so good, but we're going to see some weird carry heroes, I think, with this game, because both teams have left their carry to be picked, and let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that side, and 5 on the other side. So there are 9 carries that are banned out right now. And those are pretty much
left. There's like P8 that's still in the pool that could benefit from Invoker. She can jump out of the cogs. Like, they don't have enough lockdown for PA. She could be using that Blink Strike to get out of the trouble easily.
Yeah, so with Oracle, I'm thinking, like, what else is left in the pool that goes really well with Oracle? Are they actually going to go, like... I'm just saying, like, I know Ursa sounds ass against Veno, but with Oracle, maybe you can make it work. I'm just like, at this point, you know, are we going to see a Bloodseeker? Please don't, but just, you know, throwing it out there. In case it happens, I look really smart.
What do you think about Bloodseeker, like, as a hero? Like, what's his position? Like, that's the first question.
The bench?
bench.
Yeah, I tried it out. It just feels like there's no point in the game where you're the strongest hero. That's the problem with Bloodseeker, I think, is you're just like, no matter what items you have, there's no timing where you're like, okay, I have this item, let's get him.
I think it's possible to, maybe play him as position 4.
Really?
Yeah, with the
Isn't he
spell
like
amp.
a crappy ogre at that point, though? Like, you give attack speed and spell amp, but like, the person's like dying as they get.
What if you have Zeus on the team and give him spell amp or like Tinker?
But like the problem with those heroes already, right, is that they have to play
they're
passively on the
not as
map,
strong.
and you're not like taking in objectives, and now you're 4 positions of Bloodseeker. Like, yeah,
How
I
do
know what you
deal with
mean.
Naga Siren. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, Naga is interesting here. Like I said, we're gonna see some heroes we don't see very often because 9 carries are banned.
Siberium just planning to go out with a bang.
Yeah,
When you say 9 carries are banned, do you mean like 9 heroes are banned, or like heroes that?
No,
9
like
play?
actually 9 carry heroes out of the 14 bans.
not the
I know what
player,
you're going
yeah.
for, but I'm gonna shut you down right there, and I'm not gonna play along. And we do see this Finn again. Is this not the exact same lineup?
Other than Grimstroke, yes, it is the same.
Okay.
So last time they had the Necro instead of Grimstroke.
So Naga needs much more time if you compare him to Sven. So, like, once again, it's very fast lineup coming out from Unique, which I really like. Like, Sven is just a monster. I don't think he cares too much about the Naga Siren early on. Like, he's gonna have an extra item ahead of her, even though, like, Naga Siren still manages to farm.
If these teams were equals, like if I was unbiased and just looking at the heroes, I actually like the Cyberium lineup better. I think Unique is lacking some uniqueness with their picks here. They just pick the same stuff, and I think that's to the draft, not to my comment there. But I actually like Cyberium's draft a lot, but I genuinely don't believe they'll be able to execute in a way that's necessary. I think the Sven, once he gets BKB plus like 1 or 2 damage items, kind of just run rampant this game. But I'm going to go ballsy and say Cyberium's going to take this one. Let's go 9.
Okay, let's go 9. Lacoste?
They have a good way of resetting the fight with either Sleep or Oracle, just prolonging the team fights. BKBs are down. Sven ulti is gone. They need to do it. Like, they need to go in and out of the fight multiple times, but then again, you're playing against Sven, who just goes in and removes completely one hero from the game. But I'm still gonna go with Unique.
It sounds like you're super positive on Siberium the whole way there. It's
I
just
want
like,
to get your hopes up.
Just dangle it and then say, no, doesn't matter. So you're really sold on this Siberium madness.
I'm just saying that if I'm looking purely at the heroes, I like their draft better. So I'll make a wishful prediction.
A wishful prediction. You want a third. We've got a split panel in a unique way, and it could be Unique that goes all the way with this 2-0, but maybe Siberium can make it happen as their new player. Their sub, the super sub in 9, has come into play. Lyrical and Trent, you guys are back with us. Oh, okay, we've still got the policeman, so you've not been locked away. He's just watching over you. Okay. You're safe.
Sorry, we have an OB, so I don't need my camera controls or anything. It's fine.
Exactly. His hands are locked up there, guys. Don't get to see him anymore. Man, Trent, the panel, both people were like, all right, this is all this analysis why this team is good, and then they went with the other team.
Yeah, I don't know. Opposite day or something happened over on the panel. I'm not sure.
I like it. It was good, too, because Brian's like, yeah, if I was unbiased, and he's like, I wish this team would win. I love these guys. They're amazing. What more could you want?
Well, I see a core Phoenix. I think that's kind of interesting.
Okay.
Looks like a pretty good game for a core Phoenix, right? I mean, SF, yeah, that's a problem. Veno, sure, that's another ranged hero with like decent attack speed and stuff. But I mean, versus the Sven, like before BKB, a core Phoenix with those levels, that sounds pretty annoying. And as they were alluding to, the idea of resetting the fight seems really strong with Egg this game.
Definitely.
Like between Terrorize and the Song of the Siren, they should be getting the eggs off, and they should be really good eggs because it is a core Phoenix. So I don't know. Seems pretty good.
It does. Here's the only thing that I wonder about. You got this guy coming on in here, a little pleb. He needs to make sure that he hits that timing absolutely perfectly and doesn't like have the song ending like as the egg goes off. You picking up what I'm putting down? You hearing me?
Yeah, I mean, he still gets stunned.
Okay. I mean, it's the like lack of damage throughout the whole duration of it, but I guess that's fair. That's the other point of it. As down bottom, already Palantino is taking a lot of that damage over time coming in from that Sam man. He's going to regen up afterwards as he heads back out, but a good stroke of fate there onto Sam, and he's dropping fairly low. And so we are going to see, at least down bottom, a lot of early aggro, it feels like, from CYBERIUM. And mid lane, already getting some good pressure in there. They do throw out another stun, but Sam's able to walk it off.
Yeah, so 9, I mean, you guys probably fairly familiar with this guy. Has jumped around from a couple different teams. Penta, Business Associates, would have been his more recent one, at least according to his tags that he's had on there. But obviously a pretty big pubber, you know. He's done it all from like the dominating right up the top of the leaderboards. People are like, oh damn, this guy's really good. You know, he's kind of known for that taking down some of the bigger names, but not really getting into like a crazy good matchup or anything here, right? Like Invoker versus SF. So for the most part, we're just gonna be looking for his team fight abilities. And again, we're talking resets. We didn't even mention Tornado. So they have a lot of tools before BKB. Unfortunately for them, Unique also have 2 extremely good BKB heroes in Sven and SF once again. So that's going to be the thing that really matters this game.
The timing of when it is that they actually get those out and online, and if they're at a point where they can sort of take full advantage, shut down the game, lock people out from being able to farm up around the map and stuff like that. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I want to see, like, because oftentimes there's always that like dilemma that we see from SFs of like, do you want to go for that level 15 presence or FX buildings? It's so rare nowadays because everybody's just going the Yules build.
Yeah, I like being speedy. It's pretty good. One thing about Naga too, though, is that she really feasts off of good crowd control, so that she can actually just like, song ends, there's a stun, and she has all her illusions right-clicking, and you just get like blended by Riptide, right? From like a ton of different illusions, and they have a lot of good setup for that this game. Unfortunately, again, that is going to be a magic issue because of the VKBs, so that timing is once again going to be important. But like, let's say the VKBs come out at a good time anyway for Unique. If they don't take heavy losses in the team fights for CYBERIUM, and the fights like just keep going and going, the longer this game goes and the lower those BKB counts get to, it can still look all right here for CYBERIUM. Totally. Plus Invoker, you know, becomes Invoker late game, similarly with low BKB cooldowns that can really hurt you.
Well, and like a lot of time you'd be thinking, all right, well, they got Warcry, you know, maybe there's a chance that somebody picks up a Crimson Guard, although it's unlikely BZZ would get that as the Veno, but like that's all dispellable by the Tornado too, so you can still just get completely wrecked in this one if you're not careful. As 9, because that's that Tornado, the EMP afterwards, forced to pop the Fairy Fire even. He's completely out. Let's pop Salve and hope for a rune here is my guess. As they're already rotations over, Dark Willow wanting to make sure that he can come on over and secure this one. And in fact, SF in some trouble. Oh God, can you imagine?
It hurts.
Damn, dude. Oh. That's why you rotate as a support.
Yep, exactly.
Like, that's game-changing, it feels like.
Oh, 100%. His life is so much better with that. He would be cleaning up these camps and then popping his bottle. Instead, he's going to walk home.
That's crazy. Well, huge victory with that little rotation to the mid lane. And Unique going to be able to find a stun now onto the Phoenix. Sam. Not really under too much worry since the Dark Willow came back, drops down Bramble Maze, and then just heads out again.
Man, that cooldown's only 20 seconds these days, huh? Oh, I feel like that was one of those cooldowns that used to be absolutely brutal at first. I think when Willow first dropped, all her cooldowns were like 30 seconds, except for Curse Crown. I remember her laning stage was just so annoying.
Yeah. Wasn't she broken though, or was it Grimstroke that was more broken? I can't remember which of them it was.
No, she was broken. I think Bedlam was overtuned. I believe that's been knocked down a little, but her cooldowns were still kind of annoying.
Dude, the
I remember she was mid all the time. Everyone was on her core because like the high levels were so good. Good times.
Naga Illusion just denied a bounty rune away from Illusion himself. All heroes.
Nice.
That's kind of annoying. Now they're gonna find Lil Pleb. Does have the mirror image, but being blocked in, can't get it off.
Same time mid. 19's also being gone here with the EMP, the Cursed Crown, and leaves the last hit for a 9. Well done.
Dude. That is really freaking good. This has been a great laning stage. 9 has been just given everything he needs. Like, comes in as a stand-in, gets the rotations mid, then a gank afterwards. What could you want?
Oh, not losing your core.
Well,
well,
you can't have everything. Is Pupper dead? Where's he going? Does he know he's dire?
I don't know, but he doesn't have cogs either, so he actually had an opportunity to TP out there. A very long one, but he doesn't know the levels on the clockwork, so...
Well, back towards mid again. 19 teen gonna get hit with the Curse Crown. They de-ward the ward that was placed down. Man, it has just been everybody moving towards 19 teen and messing with him. So much pressure.
Yeah, you gotta tilt him a little after he had such a nice game last match too, right?
That seems reasonable.
His game was looking quite excellent. Sam gonna get caught here. Didn't go for the dive during the travel time of that stun. Probably felt it was like a little bit too risky and will survive, but it's gonna cost a lot of the old HP, and you know, that kind of hurts Phoenix on the old turnaround potential.
God, that is again the rotation in. Dark Willow able to save the day for again. Very well done. So you take a look at this, 7 minutes in so far, and I mean, in spite of like the fact that Invoker's having an amazing game, all the other lanes are going well for Unique. Is they're thinking about chiving in here, but Illusion already forced back again, has Battery Assault.
They have been just punishing him. They have 3 points in the woods and 3 points in the Poison Sting. So no Gale, but it's just a constant storm of harass onto this Naga Siren.
BZZ keeps on denying out the wards whenever possible as well. 9 made the full rotation up top,
but
isn't able to find anybody.
That one hurts.
You would have loved to see that. So far, having a really nice game on BZZ. Shadow Fiend is catching back up in the jungle as you would expect, and still sort of stuck at level 6 though, so he's a full level behind the Invoker.
Yeah, quite a bit of gold too, man. 900?
Yeah, not great for that guy.
Double damage.
In the meantime, Naga Siren has decided to leave and go to the jungle, where there have been a couple of stacks made along the ways, so the little pleb is going to be able to catch back up. You know, the panel talking about the need to buy more time for Naga, and it feels like that's sort of the thing that they're doing now. Is Pubber gonna get caught, but he already has the Face Edict, and now Illusion's in some trouble. They get the root off, good bit of damage out there, and they manage to find the kill. Just like that, now with 9 still chasing, he's got the DD rune on the other side. They get the kill into Palantimo, so 2 separate lanes, multiple kills going to Sam is going to be able to almost find the kill in the Vanscourt. They get him.
Oh,
so 3 now, and looking for the very last one. Pubber trying to live. One more hit. He's going to be able to walk away from this one. Still burning down.
Why?
Oh. Unreal.
Why? He had Fate's Edict.
I think that he didn't have the mana.
No, he definitely had the mana.
He did? Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know then.
Maybe the duration wasn't going to be long enough or something. Maybe he did the math. I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to die as long as the Venom was dead. That's fair. That I'm okay with, actually.
Jeez. Well, yeah, 9 minutes in and those 4 kills. Definitely tilting things a little bit further back in the favor of Cyberium. That's Phoenix play, and now almost at a freaking Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, this hero is going to get very farmed this match. And again, that maxed out Fire Spirits early on and then right into the Sunray is going to be really obnoxious for Sven before the BKB. And Palantimos wants to go for the same build as last game. He wants to finish out that Midas. And he is far away from a Midas. It's an Iron Talon, though.
That's going to be a while. Does he have any stacks to play with? Towards mid. They find 19 team again. Willow on top of him, trying to get the kill. They were splitting the damage with Illusion. Eventually, they're going to be able to bring down that Dark Willow. Illusion looks to be able to escape. But you take that trade every day of the week for Cyberium.
Yeah, 100%. As it was near the bounty timings as well. And they're going to get 3 on Cyberium, perhaps 4 if Pubber's feeling real frisky, which he appears to be. He's getting chased by wards, though.
Yeah, and won't go up there in time. Yeah, they do have some stacks here on the Ancients.
Palantimos is getting chasing.
And is he just dead?
Oh,
yeah, they're beating him down. He's gone. Hook shot in afterwards. 9 still living. Now gets hit by the double raise, and then the ghost walk away, able to live, turns back around.
I9's crazy. That guy had dust too. That was spooky.
Oh my god. Tries to hit the Sunstrike, not quite on the mark. 9 walking back in again. They're down super low. 19 Teen is going to live. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vanscore goes down. It's just an absolute bloodbath.
Sam got him with the ulti once more, and now he's going to meteor hammer down this tower. Gets the full wave too. Perfectly timed. They are going to glyph for that, but... Man, another slowdown onto that Midas for Palantimos. Has an ancient stack though, so yeah. Happy guy.
At the very least, also, you see that BZZ was able to take the tower up top. Like, so there's some things that are sort of pulling back into their favor a little bit, but CYBERIUM is definitely playing with, like, some crazy pace this game.
Yeah, the one problem is that, like, Veno is a hero that wants, like, 5-man, ideally, or just, like, some additional heroes, because now he's kind of maxed out, right? Like,
yeah.
He could come and plant to defend mid if his enemy's getting aggressive. So maybe his stall tactics will work out, but they actually have really good heroes, like, just kind of getting around the entrenched Venomancer, right? They could use the Song to get in. They can use the Diving Egg. They have Terrorize. They can kind of bust Unique out of the area they want to fight in.
All right. Well, and normally this would be the moment where they would, like, be setting BZZ down bottom, as they do find that hook shot. And Lil Pleb immediately going to be able to Song after using the False Promise. And, well, he's actually being battery assaulted, though. And the long duration stun that came in from the Inkswell.
20 seconds till
they bring in Sam now, though. Yeah, that was enough time. Tornado, lift up, onto 1. 19 Teen under control. He's going to die.
How did he get over there?
I don't know, man. That was bizarre. So, False Promise, Song into Shadow Fiend just randomly dying. Actually, didn't expect 9?
Yeah, I guess so. Is Orchid the play here? I guess is it the only item that 9 can really go for? I mean, what else would you do, right? Like rush Aghanims on a Quasflex Invoker. So I don't know, it just feels kind of weird getting Orchid this game because you know it's going to be super early Yules and BKBs for both, but at the same time, it's kind of Invoker's good items, so not really a better choice for him.
Maybe like, oh my god. Wait, he has a illusion rune still, so 19 Teen should live here, I think.
I mean, he can live, but he just lost all his mana after TP again after his death.
Dude, I don't know. Hookshot comes in now towards mid, trying to find some Sam, but he gets the Supernova out. And I mean, I guess they were able to bait the Supernova, but now they just kill Illusion, and Vanscore's over here too, trying to get aggro on him. They're moving in with 19
Oh, nice.
Raise 1, now a second raise comes in, and Unique able to get back on the map. That was so needed.
That was cool. Vanscore gets it with the bind and then into the 2-man Inkswell. He's just like buying time for his teammates to get there by playing that like that.
Yeah.
Likewise, good egg. Gets himself pushed down into the trench and just pops the egg. Like, you guys can't get around the cogs. 9 looking for a kill under Ob Sentry. Gives him the confidence that 19 can't see him coming. But Vanscore is also nearby. Doesn't want to let it rip.
Illusions here also finds him, able to catch with the cogs. Has he gone too far on 9?
Will the illusion scare him?
Body blocks still in the area. They have hookshot back up in 2. Oh, this is deadly. You really want to make this move and get the kill onto 9, but do you lose too many heroes in exchange? BZZ, lots of damage. Requiem comes out afterwards, interrupt, but still, BZZ will die. 19 Teen down.
They have a tornado
such
too.
Low HP. They have hookshot still.
Oh, he actually hit him.
He jukes back into the tornado. Sunstrike afterwards. 9 trying to chase. Who's he gonna find? I can't get there on the other side.
Yeah, not gonna be able to. So, Meteor Hammer in the mid. They keep their lead. They fight back. 9 survives. As yeah, that was very hazardous with that hook coming back soon. And Palantimos is juggling on the dire side of the map here as he brings up his own Oblivion Staff.
Yeah, it feels like they're just trying to buy as much space and time as they can for Palantimos, who's been behind. But like, SF also is the lowest net worth out of any of the cores. Hookshot in.
That was the diving Meteor Hammer, but I had to cancel it.
Damn. Sunray. Look at this damage onto the Veno. Oh, this is what Veno does best, though. Sit in the lane, farm it.
Yeah. It is your only play, but it's a good one.
Yeah. So, still just a 2,000 gold lead here, 7-12. And 9 is right on top of Palantimos, but Palantimos not dissuaded from stepping further forward, feels safe. Yeah, the Do you feel like they really need to get a lot done before those BKBs comes out? As we're going to see another kill there. Illusion barely able to live.
Yeah, he's going to be careful, but... I mean, what is Sunstrike now anyway? It's like nothing, right?
Yeah, it's true.
172 damage. I think that the current state is still pretty good for Siberium. Okay. Mostly, not so much like the net worth lead, but just like the positioning of the Sven and the SF specifically.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
He's like, stood there and took the Sunstrike. Jeez. Okay, that works.
And the dive. Meow. What a hero.
Well done. Now, there is like kind of a long cooldown on Icarus dive, which is the one problem. As Tornado EMP yet again finding themselves an opening there. 19-teen looking for the Requiem turnaround, but they manage to get the egg off before the fear comes out. That's going to keep them alive. Kind of a big commitment.
It was just super safe. Just making sure everyone's going to get out. Again, just the power of their disengage this game and the lack of really good egg killers that they possess right now before BKBs.
It feels like this would be a good game for drums for somebody to help get that egg killed.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's the Orchid done.
Alright, who's going to die? I mean, SF shockingly still doesn't have his Yules, so he might die once to this. I say that as his Yule is delivered. Oh no, he doesn't have the Void Stone yet.
But the DD turnaround, 9. Still thinking about going. Oh, lift up onto 1, down super low. They get the kill. So needed. The Song of the Siren just coming a second too late. Now they're going to TP out with 1, now trying to kill off Vanscore with these illusions nearby as well, but it looks like it's going to be a stun into Mist Rays, but finish kill. And Unique. This whole time Palantimos is farming and they're making things happen.
And looked like he kind of felt pressure to try and get that 1 kill with the Orchid, because I'm sure he knew that the Yules was coming out soon, so he went hunting for SF and found his target, but there was a little bit too much assistance there, so well done to Illusion to save his carry and turn into a double for his team.
So one hero we haven't really been talking about that much is the Naga. Has the Manta done as well as about halfway towards that Diffusal Blade? Is that going to allow her to fight in these games, or do you think she needs that 3rd item before she can really show up in strength?
I think with the state of the SF again, it looks pretty good to head into these engagements. Because it's, how is he going to get like a Yule's combo onto her? There should be someone to break it up, you would think.
It's true. Well, they'll run away, but Illusion is going to drop here. BZZ able to live. And how close are we now to that Diffusal? Still a little bit less than 1,000 gold away, it looks like.
And Sven, like, Clockwork is there, but... Oh, here we go. I'm trying to let it rip, but yeah. And now they know he has no Yules, but they still can't catch him.
Yeah.
They don't really have an initiator right now outside of the Clockwork, right? So if it's not a hook shot, and even when he does hook shot, their highest mobility is just 19 running, you know?
It's true.
No one else is like a blink or anything.
No, I wonder if Palantimos is going to be going back for the Aghanims again.
Yeah, I think he will be.
Okay. Something to watch for. They find themselves the Shadow Fiend. Yules, as the Meteor Hammer lands, going to be pulled back in afterwards. I don't think he was expecting that. The Cold Snap comes
mojito,
down.
dude. He's blended. Minty fresh.
Completely destroyed. Do they get Sam though? No, not quite in time. Now the Terrorize afterwards. Illusion though, still able to hit it. Needs 1 more touch. He can't get it in time. Oh, that would have been a big kill for them, but they will lose the Clockwork and the Shadow Fiend now, trying to run in with Palantimos.
He's Orchided and disarmed back.
This is not a fight for you. Or it is. Or he's going to run in and cleave everybody to death.
They have Diffusal.
I don't know about this one, man. Palantimos chased, rooted. BZZ manages to get the ulti off, but he is done, dude.
That was so ambitious.
What in the hell?
All right, he got the kill at Sam at least. All right, the poison. He let it fly. Yeah, that was a little wild.
Oh, I saw a Sanj, and I thought that was Sven going for Sanj and Yasha, but it was somebody else's Sanj. Whose was that? Oh, it's the Phoenix going for Halberd. Almost has Halberd.
It's the SFM probably Eggs after. I think with how good the egg is this game, that you might actually get some use out of the save.
No.
Any sweet refreshes? I mean, I guess Invoker, right? I never really thought about him as a Phoenix Egg combo, but you could actually refresh all of his spells.
Yeah, it's actually disgusting.
But I mean, the odds are you kind of want Invoker there to, you know, help defend it. But damn, that'd be pretty.
Spells are used.
Pretty cool. Wait. I mean, it works with Cataclysm. I guess it does. I don't think I've ever seen that used.
Well, people always talked about that with like Terrorblade too, refreshing Metamorphosis, but
I mean, Cataclysm was like kind of the same thing with the Agnes, right? It's like what, 120-second cooldown or something?
Yeah, that's hype.
That's pretty good.
All right, I'm down.
Again, though, probably want to guard the egg as Invoker, so maybe don't hop inside.
You can just Phoenix, or not Phoenix. You can just Naga ulti.
Yeah, that's possible.
I think you're good to go.
The ultimate extender. Top lane, some scouting action happening on the 19 here. Illusion's nearby, puts down an Obs. No sentry though. So don't see him. Oh, that scan clipped him for just a second.
Meanwhile, BZZ just dies. They get the Forge Spirit on him. 19-teen being followed, being
There's still no detection.
Yeah, they don't have anything, actually.
Oh, there's the
they have dust.
The courier came through.
Tornado hits on
Twister
the
Alley.
But now the Yules to try and turn it back around. Requiem lands 9. What happened, buddy? He thought his team was going to be there to help him. Meanwhile, he's in trouble. Yeah, they're going to get the kill here onto Illusion, it looks like. Unless he lives, walking away slowly, steadily, they managed to find the final finish.
Meanwhile, Cyberium, they've got little pleb fighting up against Palantimos, who is forced to pop the God Strength, rip through those illusions, and run away. But he is closing in on the BKB.
Closer and closer. God, he also, on top of the Echo Saber, has an Imp Claw.
Yeah,
that's pretty
a good
cool.
one.
I like that a lot. 12-21. Palindrome of a score. And a silence as Vanscore is going to TP out of there. And will they be able to catch Palantimos? They have BZZ nearby. Pleb not going to take the chance.
And Sam's currently looking at the Shivas instead. So very good versus the Sven. Not particularly amazing versus the double BKBs coming out. I guess you can say the same thing about the Aghanim's, to be fair, though, that like the BKBs are going to give a better option to actually kill it, but I feel like that's your play. No, I'm not into a Shiva. Shiva is really good for the vision if you think that you're going to be like trying to catch people split pushing and stuff, but if you don't have a TP cancel anyway, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't have Yules or something.
That's fair. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I think as it is, he's already getting super farmed. He has fallen behind a little bit on Sam. Just I think that's the nature of this hero a little bit, even with the Meteor Hammer.
I think they should Roche soon, too, for Cyberium, because like the BKB's already done for Sven. They really don't want the BKB to be up for the SF, too.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some debate that a Roche is kind of good for you if they attempt it. You have Naga, she's queen of the Roche pit, but into double BKBs, that's still a little worrisome to me.
Right. Yeah, and that reveal is coming real soon. What is Sven's next thing he's got queued up? He is just going straight Ags afterwards, which makes sense. Like, they need that way to chase people down.
Yeah, their initiation is still very poor.
Right. Glimmer Cape for Vanscore also on the way, but he's going to be a while before he gets in. Clockwork Illusion just, again, rushing the Aghanims.
Good flare, though. Scouts out the fact that they're starting this, and that's a little bit of hesitation. They're going to start it. They're going to just get the good positioning here. And the timing, oh, it's so close. All right, oh, it's 50 gold away.
Oh my God.
This is so good from Cyberium.
Dude,
can they do it in time?
Last hits earlier, it hurts the Shadow Fiend so badly.
I mean, you know Illusion's going in for this.
All right,
you know it's coming.
They're chasing. They're chasing the Shadow Fiend. He's got the BKB that's going to fly out to him right now. He needs to get it hasted. It's a lot of damage out there. Does it come in time? Yule Scepter lift up, gets it delivered. BKB afterwards. Run away. Requiem out. Is it going to come in time? It is. He managed to get the double raise afterwards. Oracle is already dead at the start of this fight. But there's going to be the Phoenix Egg. Oh, watch out. A big old stun could come out in a second. As they find a little pleb. BKB used, but it's going to wear off afterwards. Tries to TP out. Do they have anything to break it? They're not going to get it in time. Oh my God.
TP.
One of my favorites. The bounty rune.
And they're retreating back over wards here, so Illusion's continuing.
They're chasing. They've got the tornado for the lift up, but he's still got battery assault on him. Down low. No more egg. The chase in. And they're still living, but the stun. Look at the ice wall and the disarm afterwards. Dude, this crosswise invoker is so annoying. for the spend, and the Meteor Hammer afterwards lands. Still, with everybody buying back, they're going to be able to take down Lil Pleb. Maybe no! It was a last-second save from Pubber. What a player!
He's got the salves on him too.
Lift up. Oh, the hook shot catches though and pushes him down to the low ground, and that is enough. Man, poetry in motion here, up on the high ground. Unique did it.
Fractions of a second of the BKB being delivered mid-fight. And he was so low, like 200 HP when he got that wrecking ball, and they kind of backed because they were just like, oh, he's dead, you know? Oh,
damn.
Man, they needed that Roche like 30 seconds earlier.
I can't believe that fight went like that. And wait, the other thing about that was Naga TP'd out. Like, did she run
She
back
went to the
afterwards?
T2.
Okay,
and
got
then
it.
Ran in, yeah.
Oh. What a crazy fight.
Oh, it's painful. It's very painful for those of us hoping for a game 3.
Oh,
I'm gonna watch some more Dota here.
I know, you're right, man. And the way it's going now with Unique, this turnaround, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to. This is looking scary for Cyberium.
Well, yeah, what's really bad is that that's so much gold into their next item, like, instantly after the BKB. Like, the BKBs were supposed to be this big turning point, but now there's probably going to be a Blink, and perhaps even the Aghanims in the next fight. He is not far away, like 1,200 gold.
DD for 19 teen on top of the Aegis. So it is a scary moment indeed for Cyberium, and that was just that first BKB fight. Like, you don't get a better BKB reveal than that for an SF.
No.
And now they're going to have another round of it in a second. Although Palantimo's forced to use his again to TP out, and you can see how much damage Little Pleb still does. So, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like, Naga's still like that. Is she still that be-all, end-all carry in the late game?
I think it's hard to judge with the Svenags.
Right.
It changes a lot. It is a 12-second cooldown, so it's not like this crazy, you know, PL doppelganger situation. But, you know, traditionally, Sven has all been about the initial jump. That's his big, like, it's almost kind of a cheese in itself of like, oh, I blinked and stunned 2 people, we won the team fight. And if I don't, we pretty much lose the team fight. So
right.
I just think it's all going to be about BKB management for the side of Team Unique. The later this goes, it does get way harder for these 2 heroes.
Right.
And I think the supporting cast has to really pop off here.
What do you think about the overclocked clock?
I think it really works for the role that you play as the position 4. I don't really think it was much better. I think, like, you know, your purpose should be in bursts, like that it allows you to do. So I think his hook shots are extremely important in trying to, like, present space, especially for the Naga, like trying to song and stuff, and like maybe trying to retreat. He can maybe cancel that opportunity because he's actually got the distance for it, and having the overclock to allow that's gonna be really important.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the sort of the thing that I want to watch for next fight as well, is like, if they get all these items up, can they sort of try and play that oppressive role on the map, shut down Cyberium's ability to farm around here? We'll have to wait and see. As trade-off tier 2 tower for tier 2 towers looks like where they're going to be at next. Stormhammer cooldown. It's 7 seconds.
It's getting closer and closer to PL.
Yeah, man.
Needs an arcane rune.
Do you think Octarine Core would ever be legit on Sven? Is that too crazy?
Yeah.
Okay.
bring it back in. Come on.
You know, you get your ulti more often, things like that.
The
right?
day you can infuse it and get a, you know, Octarine's blessing, sure. Then I'm good.
Until then, no luck. Basher done for the Naga Siren, and they're hitting the other tier 2 now, back towards mid. TPs are coming. They are somewhat grouped together. I don't know if they want to ever initiate with Song though. Poker finds Palantimos at the start. Does he pop BKB? He's holding on to it for the moment, but mana down low. Get the slowdown, and it looks like they're just going to back out, secure themselves some runes.
How tanky is this Naga now? 28 armor and 3,600 HP. That is something. The illusions have the lifesteal too, which is always good. They can just run down these lanes completely worry-free.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, and like I don't think Unique have the best heroes to deal with that split push.
Not the illusion-based one. No, they have pretty good pick-off just because they have like Clockwork and the Yule's SF of the Blink. But yeah, when it's just like illusion spamming down lanes and you have to keep sending people back, that is a little annoying. But they have a bot hero really early on in the SF too. So
yeah, having to commit to like come back to a lane kind of sucks. But you know, if it's what you gotta do.
Here we go, the Alacrity Catapult. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Bottom lane just shredding this tower. Unfortunately, 9 did not tag the tower with his Orbit Destruction, so...
Palantimos, 4-staffed away. He went in, and now jumps in
afterwards the tower.
Bugs pushing him afterwards. BKB out from Palantimos. Okay, yeah, like you said, still down bottom. There's damage being dealt onto that other tower. The BKB wears off, it's rooted. That tier 3 is almost dead. And now they're back in here, up on the top side. They managed to get the egg out.
Good egg.
This is going to be a big old stun afterwards. You got to run. Danger, danger. They managed to, well, combo it weirdly with the song going off because they had to keep alive the Naga Siren. He runs into another Bramble. Palantimos trying to walk away. That was God Strength used, double BKBs. They managed to find 2 heroes with the Cursed Crowd stun, but they jump back in BZZ. Meanwhile, Stormhammer's stun goes out as well. Almost walks into that stun strike. Slow down onto 9.
They still have Greaves too in a couple seconds here, so they're not done quite yet.
Well, they managed to get the cogs pushed back and find themselves the Dark Willow yet again. The stun comes through. They find the kill, but the big old Sunray bringing down that Sven lower and lower. And in the end, it's the bottom tier 3 tower actually that takes more damage than the top one.
Let's be a little careful on this chase down here. And looks like everyone's going to get out. So, still good for Unique, though, I would say, right?
Okay.
How that all played out. They got more kills. Kind of flexing their power there. I like how long BZZ had that Poison Nova.
Right.
That was really helpful because it looked like CYBERIUM were like, aha, we've got them on the run. Like, Sven's used his BKB and his ulti. He's vulnerable. And then that gets dumped up by BZZ, and they just hit the old beep, 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 reverse back to the high ground, please. Not going there. And so BZZ sees that and says, yeah, I'm going eggs.
Yeah, it's almost like another form of reset for their own team. We talked so much about how much CYBERIUM has, but like you definitely don't want to be running in when you're caught with that Venom ulti. It only gets worse when he gets the Aghanims done.
And they're gonna smoke up now. Now they are going into Song still as a 80-second cooldown at this point. But they're hunting for 9. They're gonna find him. He's got BKB.
And well played there. Times it with the chase down 9. Got vision, overclock. Oh, that's pretty. That's real pretty.
Yeah. BKB almost able to save him. Just because Sen has no initiation without the stun, but Clockwork's got you covered.
I mean, the real danger eventually, though, is still just going to be this Naga Siren, who is getting closer and closer to Abyssal Blade being done. But I don't know. Sven's starting to hit really hard.
Yeah, he still has so many good moments left in this game. I feel they don't quite have the damage to deal with him yet.
Right.
The Invoker has fallen pretty far behind the other cores on the Radiant side. So it's like Naga and then 3 other heroes. She's becoming the vacuum that you expect with the hero, where it's like her illusions are pushing here, like all through the mid lane, and then she's conquering the bottom half of the map, and then you guys just get like the dangerous farm.
Yeah.
Means not much farm.
Not that, actually. It's a problem. And this low cooldown on Stormhammer is pretty nice to deal with the illusions. They go in, find her, Hogs, no, they get the Pulse Promise out. Now Yule Scepter lift up, Requiem is gonna land, Fear there onto 2. They try and turn and bring it down this Naga Siren. They've already killed the egg. This is a huge win already for Unique, but Luke Pleb still at full HP, that heart regen. Oh, it's so hard to deal with. They do manage to get out the Poison Nova afterwards, trying to see if they can get this kill on a pubber. The Oracle does die. This is a buyback from the Dark Willow. EZZ. Yeah, they have to stop. They can't go any further. God dang.
It still cost them a buyback on their Invoker and their Dark Willow, so very costly for CYBERIUM.
Right. Although it also speaks to how hard it's going to be to kill this Naga Siren whenever there's a false promise with the heart regen. Like, it's been nerfed, but it's still really good.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, I don't know. Are you starting to feel like CYBERIUM are going to be able to make up any of the lost ground? Like, what's the item that you feel like Lil Pleb needs to start standing toe to toe with these heroes? I mean, I guess really it's just the Sven, right?
I mean, Naga just does Naga things. Like all she can do is just build her normal items, like butterfly necks and stuff like that. I think it's more so like the surrounding cast and like trying to force bad BKBs is the best hope they have. I think right now they're in a pretty bad spot for CYBERIUM. Okay. It looks like this is a very difficult point in this game for them. They haven't really gotten any big pickoffs. Maybe this, like forcing a BKB here would have been good, but 19's already gone. So they're not going to catch him.
Wow. That's a tough one. Now they are getting like the Shiva's Guard. Actually, I love this item pickup by 19 Teen.
Yeah, I'm not sure how fast they can Rosh either. Probably pretty quickly. I know they have a DD, but it's expiring now. But taking the Aegis away would be a nice benefit. It's not like incredible on Sven, but I think it's pretty good when you have the Aghanims because you can just kind of YOLO in with your ulti and try and set up good plays. If it looks good, you pop your ulti. If it doesn't, you don't. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, and it looks like they're getting it. There are some rotations over though, man.
Where are the flares at?
Yeah, they gotta get. They know that this is going on now. Oh man. Well, there's still Song. They still have Egg. Use Terrorize though. Fear pushback onto 2, but 19 Teen is ready to jump in. Already has the Shiva's Guard. Stun comes out.
2 shots.
They just ran into him. Holy moly, that is a big old kill there. Get the Aegis and walk out while the sun is still up.
They're gonna fight them.
Dude, they are going in. Illusion, what a player! The stun comes out afterwards for Palatimo's now 19 Teen. Chasing down another. We'll be able to find this kill onto Sam. A couple quick bursts and a triple for Palatimo's. Wrap it up, y'all. It's over.
What the f just happened? That was all Illusion's positioning there. He forced that egg. He got spotted by the Phoenix, I'm pretty sure, because his arm came out like he extended as if he was going to throw it onto the Phoenix. And then instantly Phoenix was forced to egg. And the egg was like mediocre at that point. It wasn't able to help the Naga. But then because of that, Illusion still had 2 more hook shots after. So he just keeps moving to the right and like kind of down the middle lane and catches them with that angle onto the high ground. Very well done.
And just like that, they're going to move on in, take the tier 3 tower. No buybacks available. Invoker dead for 60. Naga's not going to be back up for 25, so this should be at least 2 lanes of racks, it feels like. If not, you know, just going to try and end the game. It seems unlikely they'd be able to do that, though, in time. So they're going to go up top next, it looks like.
I feel like it's not even like 9 had a really bad game or anything. I just think he had to have like kind of an incredible game on the Invoker to win this one, you know?
Right.
I don't think it was awful. It's just he needed like 4 more pickoffs, it feels like, to try and especially those really important timings where you're delaying like DKBs and Midases and the Yule's pickoff, for example, when he tried to go on the Sven, that could have been a good one too. But really, when you start looking back at all those moments, who was there to turn them all around? It was pretty much always Illusion, right?
Yeah.
The guy who had some wild jumps in game 1. This is why, you know?
Yeah, totally. Well, they do manage to get the silence out. False Promise saving the Naga Siren. Palantimos disarmed, netted. Or staff to try and keep him alive. Curse Crown comes out, and there's Illusion coming in right on time. Second round of it manages to find and now control this Naga Siren, bringing her low, oh so low. Palantimos jumps in, gets the kill, and that should probably well and truly do it. GG's going to be called. Unique gonna take an easy 2-0 for CYBERIUM there.
Clock SF were already a cool combo, and then they just made it even neater by giving the fear on the ulti in combination with the cogs. Now they're just worthless when they're stuck inside.
That was pretty.
Just 2 good friends, you know?
Absolutely. That fight again that I just want to go back to one more time over by the Radiant Ancients looked so unbelievably cool, and like the SF getting that BKB delivered at the last second. So clutch.
That was like the final turning point. I think that was around 30 minutes as we look at like the graphs and everything of the win rate and net worth. It was like things were looking really good for CYBERIUM. It's like, okay, this is like a Naga draft. It's happening. They've got a decent lead. They've got good team fight. And then suddenly big ABs come out. You lose the big fight. You lose the Aegis. And there you are.
Well,
yeah, tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the tough old panel, see what they thought about that absolute slobber knocker of a game number 2. Easy peasy, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. Trent, you lost the police officer. You obviously tried to get your Pikachu back. He didn't agree with you, so we know how American police can go at times. It means that Trent, is missing everything there. BSJ's like, how do we touch that one? Yeah, it's a big yikes, isn't it? But overall, you went for Siberium, mate. You thought that 9 was going to be the star. You thought the crazy draft was going to be something that would pay off.
I'm like a stubborn. I was talking to the Kosov off camera here, and I'm like stubborn to the fact that it just felt like they didn't need to leave their carry pick till last for Team Unique, and I was just like bothered by the first round Phoenix pick into like no egg hitters. That just made me spitefully want to not choose them to win the game. But that's why at the end of the day, I was just like, yeah, I still think Team Unique's the better team. I really think this game predominantly came down to just team fight execution and like buyback usage and basically securing the Roches and map control that you gain from having those. It kind of just felt like there were some fundamental errors still made by Team Unique, but just less errors. Like it's enjoyable to watch because overall the quality of Dota is still very good in these types of games. It's just like a Sven that TP'd, I think, into this fight with no BKB yet. He was maybe 500 or 600 gold off of his BKB and just basically got stunned for 15 seconds. I believe you're going to see it coming up pretty quickly here. And I think it's pretty fundamental here that Sven just can't contribute to team fights in this particular game with no BKB. He's ulted for this entire duration, and I don't think he hits a single hero.
That's the problem with the hero, kiting, but once he gets a BKB, it's a different story. And then he gets Aghanim Scepter after, which is what this hero needed to be viable. Like the kiting potential at the later stages of the game made him most of the time completely useless. But with Aghanim Scepter, like he can still do so much when the BKB is down. And I think Clockwork, at least, is my MVP for this game. Like he sacrificed a lot. He had many deaths, but that buyback, like he instantly knew what he needs to do, just bought back around the Roche fight, and those cogs, I think we're gonna see that play right after this, if I'm not mistaken. Or this is it, actually. Now he buys back, and you're gonna see some sick hook shot connecting on 2 heroes, and using the cogs just to block them off, like just perfectly placed cogs, pushes Naga Siren back to the side, and here it comes. 3, 2, 1. A bit faster than I expected, but still, sick execution. This is what won them the game, like this fight right here.
Yeah, it felt like the buyback usage and team fight execution were the defining factors, and I've kind of already learned a bit coming to EU with all the fights that go on, and I remember hearing at TI one year that Mind Control did an interview after a game, and he talked about how they won a game. Maybe it was just a major, but either way, they won a game because they communicated, "Hey, I have buyback. They're gonna go on me here. They're gonna use these spells, and I'm gonna buy back, and we win the game."
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened, right? And his team, I think GH gave him credit for it. And in this type of game, it's like, if they utilize enough skills on you, that your teammates are going to be enabled to do so. And that's exactly what Clockwork as a hero does. That is like the definition of Clockwork. Throw my body at the opponent and make them deal with me. And I think the Ags seems to be really enabling these 4-position Clockworks that we're seeing often first rounded in these games. So I like to see it. He's a fun hero to watch. I don't think... He's kind of annoying to play against, but I don't think anyone really ever complains about Clockwork being in the game, so I enjoy watching him myself.
And he's a unique staple. Very often first pick by them throughout most of these games. I've been relying on it, and you can see why.
Yeah. Even catching the Invoker later on in that clip, like he had a BKB and would have escaped otherwise if he didn't have the Ags, so giving you that extra catch.
Yeah, you mentioned the buybacks, what they did in Enigma. I think Solo is the one who kind of mastered it. Like, he was always in front, just baiting any kind of spells with the position 5 Banes and the Disruptors, Ogres, just throwing his body, dying, and then instantly buying back. That's very important in the games where you're playing against Faceless Void as well, just to keep the buybacks. You know that like Roche fights are going to be crucial, so you need to save a buybacks on the most important heroes, and then you buy back, you know that he's not going to be able to like team fight for almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, a concept I've learned quite recently, and for viewers at home, if you're trying to learn Dota, like, whoever has buyback on your team, that should 100% change how you play the fights. And if you're a hero like Clockwork that enables your team by going in and dying, you should consider that with your buyback and what items you need, because it's pretty crazy. Like, I'll even hear people saying, like, hey, I got to farm buyback, and it's like 20 minutes in. Like, you know, it's not like some late game scenario where they want to have 500 gold for a buyback. And I think that's like a really cool niche thing that I quite honestly have not had any exposure to in NA. You know, we've talked about all our flame of NA, but you just don't deal with that stuff in pubs. So
the thing about that particular moment was that his hook shot wasn't off cooldown. So if he didn't have the hook shot, I don't think he would buy back there. Like the hero doesn't do that much, and they were very far away just going back. So if he didn't have hook shot, I don't think he would buy back. So there's a lot of factors to, you know, do the math. Do I need to do it right now? Do I have the spell? Who's alive on their team? Who bought back in the previous fights? That is a complicated game, but sometimes it's very simple.
A lot of calculations to be made, and the right ones were certainly made for Unique. Do still feel a little bit sorry for CYBERIUM, though. You kind of think, how would it be if you did have your full team? But this is the way it goes, right? They'll still get to play in the Divine League, and now we see Unique move on over towards the playoff side of things, and things start to get real interesting for all of these guys. Sven is now 3 for 3. You mentioned it at the beginning, no one's playing in EU. They started listening to you, BSJ.
Yeah, I don't know. I in my experience in the NA region, it was good. Like, and I didn't feel like just because everyone was trash that it was good or whatever. I'm like, oh, this hero actually feels pretty good to play. Like a lot of the qualities of Sven that just felt like ass in the previous patch, especially the duration of
ass. What happened to you, BSJ?
Sorry, the duration of the ult. The duration of the ult was one of them, and they made it so his ult went from 25 seconds to 40. So it felt like in the past that if you missed your engagement, that the enemy would just wait 10 seconds in the fight, and now you can't play your hero. So I think the quality of life buffs for Sven this patch were quite relevant. I don't think he's a hero you can just pick, but like they've been making it work, and I didn't even think that was a really good Sven game. So it was nice against Naga for sure, but the fact that he was able to have as much impact as he did in a game that did not look that ideal for Sven, it is a good sign for the hero.
Against Sven, you need to have like BKB piercing ability, something like a Beastmaster, maybe a Black Hole. Shadow Demon comes to my mind. Anything that, you know, Shadow Demon is actually the perfect example. You have a save with the disruption. You can see who's he going on, and you have also Demonic Purge, which is pretty great. You also purge the Warcry off.
The mobile carries are super hard to play against too. Like the Anti-Mages, the Voids, and the Slarks are like super annoying for Sven to play into.
It's another day done here for the Omega League. We got two O's towards the end there, the way it went down. Though, especially on the bait series, it could have been going to 3. Probably should have gone to 3 if they not thrown it all away. So we'll take a look at the results and see how everything panned out for today's games across the board. We had a lot of best of ones to make sure we could finish that last group side of things. 5 comrades coming over easy was a bit of a surprise to us.
Not particular to me. I wasn't on for that series. I didn't get to talk about it, but I guess it's kind of unfair for me to say it now since it's kind of spoiled, but I legitimately thought Evil Corporation looked like the weakest team in the tournament, so it's not particularly surprising to me, even if 5 comrades hadn't looked all that great, that Evil Corporation did fall. You know, I'm down for the good people, the good guys to win today.
I'm glad my Croatian boys won against Bait, DNZ, and Mitch. I did not expect them to win, to be honest, but
that was my shocker for sure.
Okay. And Team Unique, looking forward to seeing more of them because they are definitely looking strong. There's some flaws, of course, in the gameplay, but looking much, much better than I initially expected since they were in a kind of a slump in the last month or two, but this is the team that's very promising, and I hope that they can achieve what Viking did and what Viking is doing right now.
And how it will work out here, we see Cyber Legacy versus Omega Lil to open up our day with. Then we're going to go on to 5 men. They should be facing Team Unique, right? I believe that's how the bracket will work out.
Your guess is as good as mine for now.
Yeah, it should be. Maybe we just working off the wrong graphic. Yes, it is. That it is. And then I guess that TBD game, we're going to go straight into round of 4 production. You're going to tell me that? Nope, they got no idea. Ultimately, our playoff teams are Cyber Legacy, Omega Lil, 5 men, Team Unique, Hellraisers, Tempo, Viking GG, and Team Empire.
And we promise you we'll know exactly who's playing who by the time it matters.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll know for sure. No doubt about it. I'm not so bad at this stuff.
Well, see,
well, you have to like keep track of what group, like
I'm
first
going
and
off
second
of groups
seed.
how it should work. So we should see Cyber Legacy versus Omega Lil, 5 Men versus Team Unique, Hellraisers versus Tempo, and Viking GG versus Empire.
Okay.
But remember, there's only 2 spots left, and all these 8 teams there. Still, our 2 favorites in HR and Viking were the ones that people were mainly thinking. If that bracket works out the way I said it, though, Hellraisers will play Viking GG.
Damn.
And it's single elimination, so only one of the 2 favorites might make it through. Ooh. I was right, yes. It's exactly what I just said. Thank you, production. There you go. It's nice to know I've
wow.
some of the information.
So with the format of it, it's quite possible that like the seeding can kind of screw over the actual top 2 teams making it.
Well, it exactly will. Yeah, they will have to meet on the round of 4 for that qualifying spot. Viking.
That makes things a little bit spicy.
Yeah, if HR beat Tempo and Viking beat Empire, it will be HR versus Viking.
And there's a lot online. Like the difference between the Divine and the Immortal bracket or division is pretty insane.
And at the beginning of this, we started saying that Vikings should already be in the Immortal bracket. Like they deserve to be in that spot. So they got to really prove it now. They got to go up against their ultimate test.
Yeah, we're going to have grand finals before the grand finals.
There you go.
I'm always down to see that. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure once again. We're going to end the show here and now. Thank you very much for all of you at home for watching. We're hitting playoff stage tomorrow. You will not want to miss the action. Only 2 more days left before we get to start covering that Immortal division. You won't want to miss any of the action. Let's work out who's going to be qualifying, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Omega League.